Leaning against the simulator, I discovered that within the dantian of the righteous sect lies a man-eating worm. After crossing over, Ming bound himself to a cultivation simulator, initially believing he had acquired a protagonist script. It was not until his first successful foundation establishment simulation that he realized the grim truth. Your consciousness has fallen into slumber. You have perished. During the 10th simulation, the saintess of the demonic sect suddenly grasped my throat. Fool! The blood patterns within your righteous foundation establishment pills are eggs of the worm. In my 100th simulation, I finally witnessed elders of the prestigious clan kneeling before the eerie worm's nest, while the forbidden grounds of the demonic path suppressed the ancient monument for slaying worms. As the entire cultivation world believed I had succumbed to the demonic path, I wielded the divine artifact obtained from the simulations and severed the dantian within every human body. Chapter 1. Initiating the simulation. In the Kanglan realm, at the Demon Sect, upon a cloud-shrouded peak, Ming furiously struck the weeds in the medicinal field with his hands. Damn it, heaven! After such difficulty in crossing over to the cultivation world, you grant me a mixed 5-element spiritual root. Indeed, Ming is a time traveler. Having crossed over at the age of 10, he has now spent 5 years in this realm, and at 12, he joined the Demon Sect in Qingzhou. Thus, he believed he could embark on his protagonist journey, rapidly ascending in cultivation, gaining numerous beautiful companions, and ultimately soaring to the upper realms. However, reality dealt him a harsh lesson. On the very first day of joining the Demon Sect, he was tested and found to possess a mixed 5-element spiritual root, becoming just one among the countless menial disciples. Ill-suited for cultivation, he would never surpass the foundation establishment stage, and even achieving anything during the Qi refinement period would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No matter how hard he worked over the past 3 years, he remained stuck at the first layer of Qi refinement. Where are the promised benefits of crossing over? Where is the protagonist template? You must be playing with me, damn heaven. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the life simulator. Huh, what is this? Tongzich? Tongzich? Are you there? After a prolonged silence from the system, Ming had no choice but to explore the functions of the simulator himself. After browsing, he understood all the capabilities of this simulator. He could simulate future events, randomly drawing a talent with each simulation, classified into 5 levels: white, blue, purple, orange, and red. After completing a simulation, he could select rewards from the simulation to take out. As his cultivation improved, the number of rewards he could take increased. Each simulation had a 1-hour cooldown, which also increased with the improvement of his cultivation. The system would randomly refresh tasks, and completing these tasks would grant additional simulation attempts. Seeing this, Ming could hardly contain his excitement to begin simulating. Start simulation. Drawing random talent. Congratulations on obtaining the white talent. Glutton. Glutton. Your appetite has become immense, perpetually craving food. Anything you consume will convert a small amount into spiritual energy. On the first day, you completed the task of cleaning the spiritual field. Gazing at the weeds in your hands only intensified your hunger, and ultimately, you couldn't resist devouring them all. Upon returning to your dilapidated cave abode, you indeed felt a faint warmth rising from your lower abdomen. You realized this was the activation of your talent. Without further thought, you crossed your legs and began to cultivate. Though the spiritual energy in the cave was thin, you did not lose heart, for you had awakened the simulator, and your life was about to take a turn for the better. On the second day, you continued to weed the spiritual field, a task considered quite comfortable among the menial disciples. On the 30th day, after a month of cultivation, you experienced a slight improvement in your cultivation, which brought you great joy, as you had made no progress for the past 2 years. That noon, Wang Hao came to your cave to collect protection fees. With no choice but to safeguard your position at the spiritual field, you handed over all 5 low-grade spiritual stones from the menial disciples' monthly dues to him. Clenching your fists, you vowed that once your cultivation grew stronger, the first person you would deal with would be Wang Hao. In the second year, despite the absence of spiritual stones, you successfully ascended to the second layer of Qi training through your innate talent as a glutton. On this day, when Wang Hao returned to collect the spiritual stones, you once again chose to endure and handed the stones over to him, observing his progress to the 3rd layer of Qi training. In the 3rd year, although aided by your talent, your poor spiritual roots hindered your advancement, preventing you from breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi training. However, in the 5th year, after relentless efforts, you finally achieved this breakthrough. That year, you resolved to no longer endure, deciding to resist Wang Hao and reclaim your rightful spiritual stones, for without them, your cultivation speed was painfully slow. When Wang Hao sought you out, you seized the moment while handing over the spiritual stones to launch a sudden attack. Caught off guard by your ambush, Wang Hao lay on the ground, astonished at your unexpected breakthrough to the third layer of Qi training. Fully aware of the perils of delay, you swiftly approached and slit his throat before he could utter a word. After dealing with Wang Hao, you began to tidy up the scene, ultimately burying his corpse on the desolate mountain behind your cave. In the 6th year, upon returning to your cave, you sensed an impending crisis. You had no time to evade as a blow pierced through your body. In your final moments, you heard the last words of your assailant. "Dare to kill my brother, who gave you, a worthless fool, such audacity? You perished." Ding. The simulation has concluded. Select from the following rewards. White Talent Glutton. Third layer of Qi training. 6 years of weeding experience. All insights gained during the simulation. Ultimately, Su Ming chose the cultivation level. In an instant, spiritual energy surged into his body, propelling his cultivation to the third layer of Qi training. Ah, so this is the power of the third layer of Qi training. Feeling the strength coursing through him, Su Ming experienced unparalleled comfort. After the first simulation, he hastened to tend to the weeds, completing his task in an hour before returning to the cave. Wang Hao's brother. At this moment, the simulation count refreshed, and he began anew. Drawing random talents. Congratulations, you have acquired the purple talent, Innate Spiritual Body. Innate Spiritual Body. This trait allows spiritual energy to resonate more harmoniously with you, making cultivation as effortless as drinking water, significantly enhancing your cultivation speed. A purple talent? To his astonishment, Su Ming never anticipated drawing a purple talent in his second simulation. In the first year, leveraging the advantages of the innate spiritual body, you overcame the disadvantages of your spiritual roots and successfully broke through to the 4th layer of Qi training. Witnessing your rapid advancement, Wang Hao ceased to demand your spiritual stones. Having experienced the death caused by the mysterious figure claiming to be Wang Hao's brother, you refrained from attacking Wang Hao, knowing your current strength was insufficient to contend with him, and chose to bide your time. By the 3rd year, you successfully broke through to the 5th layer of Qi training, capturing the attention of the outer disciples, leading to your recommendation as a disciple of Qingyunzong. From this point, you were relieved of menial tasks, allowing you to cultivate normally, accept sect missions, and obtain cultivation resources. In the 4th year, with access to cultivation resources, your progress accelerated dramatically, leading to a breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi training. By the 6th year, you achieved the 7th layer of Qi training, coinciding with the triennial sect competition of Qingyunzong. However, you chose not to stand out excessively. Instead, you adopted a strategy of concealment, deliberately underperforming to lose in the competition. In the 9th year, during another sect competition, you, now at the 8th layer of Qi training, still opted not to showcase your abilities. By the 15th year, feeling ready to shine in this year's competition, you had reached the 10th layer of Qi training and were on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet being utterly destitute, you could not afford the foundation establishment pills and resolved to achieve results in the sect competition to earn them. Although at the 10th layer of Qi training, your lack of focus on spell cultivation resulted in only a top 10 finish. Fortunately, you ultimately secured a foundation establishment pill. After the competition concluded, you and the other 9 were escorted by the outer elders to a secret chamber. The elders distributed the foundation establishment pills, instructing you to consume them for your breakthrough. You had intended to wait until returning, but given the elders' insistence, you reluctantly consumed the pill to advance. After taking the foundation establishment pill, you swiftly broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Upon breaking through to foundation establishment, you lost consciousness. You perished. Chapter 2. Do not establish the foundation. Dead? How could he have perished so suddenly? He had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to recollect something. The foundation establishment pill? Could be that very pill? This was the only plausible explanation he could conjure. Up until that moment, everything had been perfectly fine. It was only after consuming the foundation establishment pill that he lost consciousness upon breaking through. Then, he succumbed to death. What raised further suspicion was the elders' explicit instructions that they must consume the foundation establishment pill there to achieve their breakthrough. If it was indeed the foundation establishment pill, other disciples who did not secure victory in the sect competition could also procure it from the sect and return a breakthrough. Yet, he was the only one who died after breaking through here, suggesting the possibility that the elder had set a trap to ensnare them. Whether it was the former or the latter, he could not ascertain at that moment. Beep. Simulation complete. Please select from the following rewards. Purple talent, innate spiritual body. Current simulation cultivation level, Chi refinement 10th layer. All insights from this simulation. 1 foundation establishment pill. I choose cultivation. Without hesitation, Su Ming opted for cultivation. While the innate spiritual body was indeed remarkable, to fully harness its potential would take an extensive amount of time. Direct cultivation was far more immediate. In an instant, spiritual energy surged into his body, causing his cultivation to skyrocket to the 10th layer of Chi refinement. With his bones emitting crackling sounds, Su Ming turned his neck, reveling in the sensation of comfort that enveloped him. Merely 2 hours ago, he had been an insignificant ant at the first layer of Chi refinement. Now, he had transformed into a prodigious talent at the 10th layer. At 15 years old, attaining the 10th layer of Chi refinement was indeed a rarity within the entire Demon Sect. Seated in his cave, dwelling to stabilize his cultivation, he opened his eyes after an hour. Commence simulation. Simulation begins. Random talent extraction. Congratulations. You have acquired the blue talent, innate wisdom root. Innate wisdom root. Your comprehension has been significantly enhanced, allowing you to grasp techniques with greater speed. In the first year, due to the loss of the innate spiritual body, your cultivation speed suffered a considerable setback, rendering you nearly stagnant. Fortunately, with the presence of the innate wisdom root, you practiced various techniques during this year. During this year, when Wang Hao sought you out for spirit stones, you decisively struck him down. As a 10th layer Chi refinement practitioner, there were virtually no opponents among the outer disciples. You were unperturbed by the prospect of retribution from Wang Hao's brother. By the end of the first year, your fire control technique reached perfection. In the second year, your water control technique reached perfection. During this year, a mysterious individual claiming to be Wang Hao's brother arrived at your cave dwelling. With your 10th layer Chi refinement, you sensed that he was merely at the 9th layer. As he attempted to strike, you decisively made the first move and eliminated him. I had expected a formidable opponent, yet he was merely at the 9th layer. You gazed upon the lifeless body of brother Wang Hao, a look of disdain crossing your features. In the third year, you had mastered your swordsmanship. This year, the sect's grand competition was once again underway. Yet as an outer disciple, you chose not to participate. You understood that competing held no significance. Achieving a ranking would only lead to demise. Failing to secure a place meant forfeiting the opportunity for a foundation establishment pill, rendering the endeavor utterly futile. By the 5th year, you had nearly perfected all the techniques available to outer disciples. After completing your training, you ventured to the sect to exchange the spiritual stones you had accumulated over the past 5 years for a foundation establishment pill. Upon returning to your cave abode, you refrained from consuming the pill immediately. You were acutely aware that taking the foundation establishment pill at this moment would only result in failure. Without your innate spiritual body, your foundation was unstable. A reckless attempt to break through would surely end in disaster. In the 6th year, in pursuit of more spiritual stones, you undertook a sect mission to eradicate the disciples of the demonic sect in the Qin Kingdom. 10 Chi refinement disciples, including yourself, enlisted for this mission and were accompanied by an inter-sect foundation establishment senior brother to the Qin Kingdom. Upon arrival, under the guidance of the inter-sect senior brother, you successfully located the hideout of the demonic sect's disciples. Upon discovering that only 2 individuals were present, you felt a sense of relief. The foundation establishment senior instructed your group of 10 to assault the injured foundation establishment disciple, while he would contend with a black-clad woman who bore a sinister expression. Following the command, your group launched an attack on the wounded foundation establishment cultivator. Despite his severe injuries, he was still a foundation establishment disciple, and your numbers were merely Chi refinement practitioners. Ultimately, at the cost of 5 outer disciples' lives, you employed your swordsmanship to successfully pierce his heart. Before succumbing, the demonic sect's foundation establishment cultivator cast a sorrowful gaze upon you and your fellow outer disciples, uttering a final warning. Do not establish your foundation until you awaken. As you pondered his words, the foundation establishment, Great Perfection senior brother nearby, issued an urgent command. Quick, come here and slay her. Turning towards the sound, you beheld the senior brother, gravely injured, his body marred and battered. It was hard to fathom that a foundation establishment, Great Perfection cultivator had been utterly overpowered by a disciple of the same level from the demonic sect. Just as you and your companions charged towards the woman from the demonic sect, she disregarded your attacks entirely. With remarkable speed, she bypassed you, heading straight for the inner sect senior brother. In a single strike, the Foundation establishment, Great Perfection, senior brother, fell lifelessly. Witnessing this scene, shock and disbelief washed over your group. None had anticipated that even a Foundation establishment Great Perfection cultivator could be bested by her. In that moment, you indeed chose to flee without the slightest hesitation. You were aware that your small group could not possibly defeat the opponent. Upon witnessing your retreat, the other disciples outside momentarily froze before hastily scattering in various directions. To your surprise, the female disciple from the demonic sect seemed to disregard your presence. After dispatching the inner sect senior, she chose not to pursue you. As you glanced back, your eyes met hers, and once again, you discerned a glimmer of pity and sorrow reflected in her gaze. This scene left you utterly perplexed. How could she choose to spare those of you in the chi refining stage after having slain their most formidable foundation-building master? Moreover, the expressions of the demonic disciples towards their fallen comrade appeared rather peculiar. At that moment, you recalled the words of the slain demonic disciple. Do not attempt to build your foundation until you awaken. Not build your foundation? You furrowed your brow at the words spoken by the demonic disciple in the simulator. The last time you simulated, you had indeed perished after reaching Foundation establishment. But you harbored deep suspicions regarding the elder of the outer sect tampering with the Foundation building pill. It seemed that the truth was far more intricate than you had initially surmised. Soon, your gaze returned to the simulator once more. Chapter 3. Is there an issue with the Foundation building pill? You dared not engage in conflict and raced back to the Demon Sect. Upon returning to your cave dwelling, you still struggled to come to terms with the recent battle until nightfall, when you sought to calm your tumultuous thoughts. Due to the failure of your mission, you had not received any rewards. From your storage ring, you retrieved the Foundation building pill you had previously exchanged, and the words of the demonic man resonated in your mind. Do not build your foundation. You pondered over the meaning of his words, ultimately concluding that he was merely attempting to deceive you, for they were universally reviled as members of the demonic sect. The following morning, a disciple from the law enforcement hall of Demon Sect came to summon you, stating that an inner sect elder wished to see you. You were well aware of the elder's intent, and with no means to resist the law enforcement disciple, you were escorted to a grand hall within the inner sect. The third elder of the Demon Sect inquired why you were the sole disciple to return from the mission to subdue the foundation-building demonic disciples. Upon hearing the elder's words, your pupils dilated in shock. You distinctly remembered that the last demonic woman had not slain you, and that you, along with the other outer disciples, had dispersed in your escape. Yet, you were the only one to return to the Demon Sect. In response to the third elder's inquiry, you began to explain that the outer disciples had been tasked with surrounding one of the demonic men, while the inner sect senior engaged in a solitary battle with the demonic woman. After suffering losses of several disciples, you managed to slay the demonic man, only to discover upon your return that the inner sect senior had already been killed. At this moment, you realize the gravity of the situation and begin to scatter and flee. Ultimately, you find yourself as the only one returning to the Demon Sect. Upon hearing your explanation, the third elder closes his eyes, stroking his beard, and remarks, if it were she, it would not be surprising at all. Suddenly, the third elder opens his eyes wide, fixating on you, and inquires whether the female practitioner of the demonic path had uttered any peculiar words to you, recalling the words of the demonic man from yesterday. Yet mindful that the third elder was asking about the woman, you adhere to the principle of discretion and respond in the negative. The third elder nods, evidently convinced by your words, and advises you to return and diligently cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Just as you prepare to depart, he solemnly warns, do not trust the words of those from the demonic path. Upon returning to your cave dwelling, you promptly cast aside the recent events. At this juncture, your sole focus is on diligently accumulating spirit stones, hoping to exchange for a couple more foundation establishment pills to expedite your breakthrough. As for the words spoken by that demonic man, you dismiss them entirely. How could one not break through to the foundation establishment? How did he manage it? And how did so many within the Demon Sect achieve their own breakthroughs? In the grand landscape of Qingzhou, the foundation establishment stage merely marks the commencement of cultivation. As for him, he suggested giving up before even starting. As a transmigrator, how could one possibly abandon the path of immortality? In the 7th year, you consistently accepted low-level tasks to earn spirit stones. Although the earnings were modest, they posed no threat to your life. After your previous encounter with the demonic path practitioners, You gain a profound understanding of the importance of survival. In the 8th year, through your unwavering efforts, you finally amassed enough spirit stones to successfully exchange for your second foundation establishment pill. Holding the pill in your hand, you feel a surge of joy within. After so many years of perseverance, you can finally break through to the foundation establishment stage. Upon returning to your cave, you set up a simple spirit gathering formation and prepare for your breakthrough. After consuming the first foundation establishment pill, you begin your ascent. 2 months later, sensing that something was still lacking for your breakthrough, you take out the second foundation establishment pill and consume it. Half a year later, on this day, you feel the bottleneck loosening, and with renewed vigor, you successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. Just as you revel in the joy of your achievement, darkness suddenly engulfs your vision. You lose consciousness. You have perished. Ding. Simulation concluded. Please select from the following rewards. Complete mastery of Qi refinement. Proficiency in all techniques from this simulation. All experiences from this simulation. 1 foundation establishment pill. What? I have died again? Ming gazes at the simulation display of his deceased self, descending into contemplation. He cannot comprehend how he had met his demise. Just a moment ago, he had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. And yet, in the next instant, wait, foundation establishment? Was he not supposed to break through to that stage? Suddenly, he recalled the 2 practitioners of the demonic path he had encountered in the simulation, who had cautioned against breaking through to foundation establishment. Could it be true that such a breakthrough was fatal? The thought sent him shaking his head in disbelief. How could that be? If breaking through to foundation establishment led to death, what then were all the practitioners of the sect who had achieved that stage? Were they monsters? Ultimately, he directed his suspicions towards the foundation establishment pills, believing there must be something amiss with them. If indeed the pills were flawed, he had only one course of action: either procure them from another source, such as the Wanbao Pavilion, or refine them himself, confident that his own concocted pills would be free of defects. The good news was that the materials needed for crafting foundation establishment pills were not difficult to gather. The bad news was that he lacked the skill to refine pills. After selecting proficiency in spellcasting, he waited an hour before attempting the simulation once more. Random talent extraction. Congratulations. You have acquired an orange talent. Alchemical prodigy. Alchemical prodigy possesses an innate and profound understanding of alchemy, with exceptional comprehension of the craft. An orange talent. An alchemical prodigy. At that moment, Ming felt the simulator truly understood him, recognizing his current needs and presenting them directly to him. The next day, upon learning of the issues with the sect's foundation establishment pills, you cease to place your hopes in the Demon Sect. At noon, Wang Hao, noticing your absence from the spirit fields, stormed angrily to your cave dwelling. When you displayed your mastery at the peak of Qi refinement, he was so frightened that he immediately knelt and begged for mercy, offering you the spirit stones he had previously taken from you. This time, you did not kill Wang Hao immediately. At this stage, you wished to avoid unnecessary distractions, so you took all his spirit stones and then let him go. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, you murmured, "Once I break through to foundation establishment, it will be the end for you and your brother." On the 3rd day, with the spirit stones obtained from Wang Hao, you purchased an alchemical furnace. In the following year, you chose to develop discreetly, earning spirit stones through tasks to acquire medicinal materials. Since the value of the materials for foundation establishment pills was somewhat lower than that of the pills themselves, by the end of the year, you had gathered a complete set of materials. However, you did not immediately choose to begin refining pills. Instead, you resolved to collect as many materials as possible to increase the probability of successful breakthrough. In this lifetime, without a long-established solid foundation, you would require a greater number of foundation establishment pills. In the 3rd year, your time was spent either cultivating or completing tasks, and ultimately, you gathered the materials for a second batch of foundation establishment pills. At the start of the 4th year, you refined 2 batches, yielding a total of 4 foundation establishment pills. Chapter 4. The issues with the foundation establishment pills lie at their very root. Gazing at the 4 foundation establishment pills in your hand, a smile graces your face as you promptly decide to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. 3 months later, after consuming 2 of the pills, you vaguely sense that you are approaching the threshold of foundation establishment. However, at that moment, scenes from your previous 2 encounters suddenly resurface in your mind, and you find yourself mired in the emergence of inner demons. You choose to interrupt your breakthrough, stepping out of your cave abode to clear your mind. Upon arriving at the back mountain of the Demon Sect, you inadvertently catch sight of a striking figure illuminated by the moonlight. As you stealthily draw nearer, you realize that the silhouette appears somewhat familiar. You observe her long, jet black hair dancing in the night sky, her eyes tightly shut, and beads of sweat glistening on her face as though she is enduring immense suffering. At that moment, the mysterious woman opens her eyes and shouts in your direction. Who goes there? You lock eyes with her just as she speaks. Before you can process your astonishment, you turn and dash back toward your cave, while the enigmatic woman rises and watches your retreating figure without pursuing you. Back in your cave, you breathe heavily, acutely aware that the gaze you just encountered was unmistakably that of the demoness you met during your last simulation. You never expected to encounter her so soon, and it seems she is now a disciple of the Demon Sect. You are left bewildered, pondering why someone from the demonic path would be present in the Demon Sect. Or perhaps, at this moment, she has yet to join the demonic path? But what could lead her to that fate? Just moments ago, you distinctly sensed that her cultivation had only recently broken through to Foundation establishment, and it appears she had sustained significant injuries. Why was she gravely wounded within the sect? And why was she alone, nursing her wounds in such a secluded place at night? All of these questions envelop you in a shroud of mystery, leaving you particularly perplexed. The following day, you resolve to put aside your concerns about yesterday's encounter and strive to break through to Foundation establishment with renewed determination. You take out your last 2 Foundation establishment pills and consume them without hesitation. A surge of potent energy flooding your body as you begin to draw upon the medicinal power. 2.5 months later, while in a state of seclusion, you suddenly open your eyes wide, breaking through the shackles with a surge of energy, successfully reaching the Foundation establishment stage. Just as you prepare to savor the newfound strength of this stage, that familiar sense of impending danger washes over you, and you succumb to unconsciousness. You have perished. The simulation concludes. Please select from the following rewards. Orange Talent, Alchemical Prodigy. This simulation's Cultivation rewards. Foundation Establishment Pill Recipe. All insights gained in alchemy during this simulation. After a brief glance at the rewards, you ultimately choose the Alchemical Prodigy. Having made your selection, Ming quietly departs the cave. Outside, as you gaze up at the starry sky, you find yourself lost in thought. Once again, you have met your demise. What precisely went wrong? Is it truly impossible to establish a foundation? Must one perish in the process? No, something must be amiss. It cannot be that establishing a foundation is unattainable. There must be some flaw in the process. Ming furrowed his brow, reflecting upon the events that transpired during the simulation. This time, the Foundation elixir was concocted by his own hands, using herbs he personally gathered. Logically, it should have been foolproof, yet why did death still ensue? After a prolonged silence, he could only conceive of one possibility. Could it be that the problem with the Foundation elixir stemmed from the herbs themselves? Upon comparison, Ming discovered that whether it was the sect's Foundation elixir or his own, consumption invariably led to demise. If this were indeed the case, it posed a grave issue. Since ancient times, the spiritual energy of the Kanglan realm had undergone some transformations. Consequently, all cultivators now relied on Foundation elixirs to break through, no longer able to depend on innate talent as in the ancient era. However, how did the inner disciples manage to break through to the Foundation stage without perishing? This question loomed large, and Ming felt his mind struggling to comprehend. Many matters defied explanation. If the Foundation elixir was flawed and its consumption resulted in death, how had others successfully transcended to the Foundation stage without succumbing? Before long, an hour passed, and Ming returned to his cave dwelling. Simulation begins. Extracting random talent. Congratulations, you have acquired the white talent. Soul return. Soul return. On the 7th day after your death, your soul will return to the place where you perished for a brief respite. On the first day, upon learning that consuming the Foundation elixir would lead to death, you temporarily abandoned the idea of breaking through and resolved to seek the truth. On the second day, Wang Hao, noticing your absence from work, stormed into your cave to confront you. In a moment of irritation, you swiftly dispatched Wang Hao, seizing all the spirit stones he possessed. Not planning to break through to the Foundation stage, you devoted all your efforts to alchemy. In the first year, you immersed yourself entirely in the art of alchemy. By the second year, you became a disciple in the alchemy hall, utilizing your spare time to study the alchemical formulas therein. In the 4th year, your clandestine study of the formulas was discovered by an elder. Just as the elder prepared to strike you down, you revealed your status as a first-grade alchemist. The elder halted his hand, astonished, and regarded you with disbelief. How could a mere chi refinement cultivator like you become a first-grade alchemist? In response to the elder's skepticism, you offered no extensive explanation, but instead produced your alchemical furnace and requested materials for the foundation elixir from the elder. The elder initially hesitated to grant you what you sought. Yet upon hearing your desperate declaration that you would take your own life if you could not concoct the foundation establishment pill, he resolutely tossed a document your way. I shall see what tricks you can conjure. With the elder's watchful gaze upon you, you swiftly completed the alchemical process, producing a batch of foundation establishment pills, 2 of which were of exceptional quality. At that moment, the elder's skepticism transformed into a gaze of reverence, as he expressed his desire to take you as his disciple, urging you to cherish this opportunity. Sensing the veiled threat in his words, you dared not refuse and nodded in acquiescence. Observing your compliance, the elder promptly elevated you into the inner sect ahead of schedule. The Alchemy Hall holds a prestigious position within the Demon Sect, which places great importance on the status of alchemists. Thus, you found yourself inexplicably inducted into the inner sect with only the cultivation level of chi refinement. Your master, Mo Chun, instructed you to attend the academy the following day to deepen your knowledge of alchemy. You had no objections and arrived promptly the next day. Upon entering the academy, all eyes turned toward you. Curiosity piqued as they wondered how someone of your cultivation level had gained entry into the Alchemy Hall. Unfazed by their scrutiny, you scanned the inner sect disciples, your gaze abruptly fixating on a familiar figure. How could it be her? Your heart raced as you recognized the silhouette amidst the crowd. It was the demonic woman you had encountered during a mission in the Qin Kingdom, and the same figure you had spotted on the back mountain previously. You never anticipated encountering her again in the Alchemy Hall. At that moment, a nearby man sneered. If you wish to perish, then keep staring. Yi Chuxue is not someone of your caliber. Conscious of the disparity in strength, you chose to endure the mockery, silently committing the name Yi Chuxue to memory. Observing her seemingly composed demeanor, you understood that she was merely suppressing her own turmoil. Reflecting on the timing, you recalled that she would typically venture to the back mountain around this time, though the exact day had slipped your mind. After completing your cultivation for the day, you returned to your cave abode, resolving to wait for this so-called senior sister on the back mountain over the next few nights. As dusk descended, you set off towards the back mountain, arriving at the location where you had last seen Yi Chuxue, determined to stake out once more. You remained vigilant until dawn, yet her presence eluded you. With no other option, you returned to the academy to continue your studies. Despite possessing an innate talent for alchemy, you had already mastered the foundational knowledge within your 1st year. Your willingness to become an alchemist is solely driven by the allure of the elixirs. Otherwise, relying solely on your own resources to acquire spirit stones could take an eternity. It would be far more expedient to clandestinely learn from the Alchemy Hall instead. As the days swiftly passed, you found yourself once again lurking in the familiar spot on the back mountain under the cover of night. But alas, you returned empty-handed once more. For 7 consecutive days, you failed to encounter Yi Chuxue, which caused you to spiral into self-doubt, questioning whether your memory had erred. Thus, you resolved that if you did not spot Yi Chuxue tonight, you would temporarily abandon your pursuit. At the stroke of midnight, you sensed a subtle disturbance in the surroundings. Heightening your awareness, you soon beheld a familiar silhouette materializing before you. Indeed, Yi Chuxue had arrived. However, instead of revealing yourself immediately, you chose to remain concealed and continue your observation. You noticed Yi Chuxue seemingly practicing a unique form of cultivation, harnessing the profound energy emanating from the full moon. It was only then that you looked up and realized this night was the full moon, leading you to an epiphany. Yi Chuxue's presence was due to this celestial event, as she was utilizing the extreme energy to mend her injuries. Upon grasping this understanding, you prepared to depart, but inadvertently stepped on something, producing a faint sound. Despite the noise being minimal, it resonated clearly in the desolate stillness of the back mountain, drawing Yi Chuxue's attention. Who goes there? She inquired, swiftly pinpointing your location. Yet, you remained composed. After all, you had been discovered in this very spot before, and she had not pursued you then. Thus, you began to retreat at a leisurely pace. But just as you turned to leave, an exquisite visage emerged before you. Gazing upon Yi Chuxue's icy countenance, You instinctively swallowed hard. Is it you? What brings you here? She recognized you, her curiosity piqued by the presence of a chi refinement stage cultivator in this secluded area. You explained that you had ventured out to clear your mind due to a bottleneck in your cultivation. However, Yi Chushu had dismissed your words outright. Who would wander the desolate mountains in the dead of night? Have you discovered something? At this juncture, you could acutely sense the murderous intent emanating from Yi Chushu. You hastily reassured her, no, I saw nothing. Unfortunately, she clearly did not believe you, as she raised her hand and grasped your throat, coldly stating, since you have uncovered my identity, you must perish. In that moment, your mind raced. You had seen nothing at all, yet Yi Chushu was intent on your demise. Could it be that she had already succumbed to the path of darkness? Was she a covert infiltrator for the Demon Sect? After contemplating all of this, you are once again reminded of the scene when you first encountered the Qin state. And you exclaim, I have awakened. With a thud, Yi Chushu, startled, releases her grip, letting you fall to the ground. What did you say? She inquires. Once you feel the ability to breathe again, you hurriedly respond, I have awakened, hence I have yet to establish my foundation. At this moment, although you are entirely oblivious, you recall the words of that demonic disciple, which momentarily help you evade a crisis. In the next instant, you find yourself once more grasped by Yi Chushu, who lifts you by the neck. Do you think me a fool? I have never encountered anyone in the chi refinement stage who has awakened. As Yi Chushu's grip tightens, you muster the strength to utter a few words. I truly have awakened. Establishing a foundation will lead to death. In the blink of an eye, her hand releases your neck, and with a furrowed brow, she questions incredulously, impossible. Throughout history, no one has awakened during the chi refinement stage. How did you achieve this? Naturally, you refrain from disclosing the existence of your simulator and instead explain that during your recent attempts to break through, you consistently failed, often dreaming that if you were to establish a foundation, it would lead to your demise. To your astonishment, Yi Chushu appears to believe your explanation. Observing this, Su Ming's lips twitched slightly. He did not anticipate that such an implausible excuse would be accepted. However, having just heard Yi Chushu state that no one has ever awakened in the chi refinement stage, he contemplates why the prior demonic disciple warned against establishing a foundation before awakening. This is clearly a contradiction. One cannot awaken in the chi refinement stage, yet one must not establish a foundation before awakening. Thus, the individual in your simulation was merely attempting to convey to Su Ming the importance of refraining from establishing a foundation. Having unraveled this conundrum, Su Ming continues to focus on the simulator. Yi Chushu, seeing your awakening, softens her tone and invites you to join the demonic path. Faced with this situation, you reluctantly agree and begin to inquire why establishing a foundation would lead to death, expressing that although it was merely a dream, you still harbored a sense of foreboding. Yi Chushu, recognizing your lack of understanding regarding the implications of awakening before establishing a foundation, begins to elucidate. The reason establishing a foundation results in death is due to the presence of parasitic eggs within the foundation pills. At the moment of establishing your foundation, if you have not awakened, your soul will be directly usurped, your essence dissipated, and your body overtaken by an alien insect. Upon hearing Yi Chushu's explanation, you can scarcely believe the gravity of this revelation. This realm of cultivation is utterly unlike what you might envision. It is a realm profoundly distorted, where the pursuit of immortality by humans is nothing but a grand deception. In your astonishment, you inquire of the other party, how did you manage to ascend to the foundation establishment stage without perishing, and what, pray tell, is this so-called enlightenment? Ye Chuyu, recognizing that you, in your nascent understanding during the chi refinement stage, are still quite naive, graciously leads you back to her secluded abode. Upon entering her dwelling, you are enveloped by the rich spiritual energy, and a wave of envy washes over you. Sensing your disquiet, Yi Chushu calmly addresses you. There is no need for envy. The spiritual energy in the current Kanglan realm is akin to poison for us, the so-called practitioners of the demonic path. Your confusion deepens. How could such a pristine energy transform into a toxin? After establishing a formation to isolate the cave from the outside world, she begins to elucidate the intricate history behind this phenomenon. Since the ancient era, the spiritual energy of the Kanglan realm has seemingly undergone an inexplicable transformation. At that time, various demonic factions thrived, with righteous sects and demonic sects sharing power equally, neither able to dominate the other. Gradually, As the ancient era drew to a close, a supreme being unexpectedly commenced a massacre throughout the Kanglen realm. This entity targeted only those cultivators above the chi refinement stage within each sect, leaving behind cryptic words that left everyone bewildered. What were those words? You query Yi Chushue with curiosity. The supreme being proclaimed, "This world is an illusion. Never attempt to establish your foundation." Yet, at that time, disciples across all sects believed the supreme had succumbed to madness during their breakthrough, which incited this carnage. Consequently, the 5 continents of the Kanglen realm, Qingzhou, Yuzhou, Xianzhou, Huangzhou, and the mightiest, Zhongzhou, sent forth their own supreme cultivators to confront this formidable being. To everyone's astonishment, this supreme being ruthlessly dispatched the encroaching cultivators. Thereafter, the forces of the Kanglen realm united, whether righteous or demonic, ultimately vanquishing the supreme being after suffering the loss of around 90% of their own. In the aftermath, this formidable figure was dubbed the Chaos Demon Sovereign. It was this very Chaos Demon Sovereign whose actions precipitated an unprecedented transformation in the Kanglen realm, effectively concluding the ancient era. From that point onward, the number of supreme cultivators dwindled to a mere fraction, leading to a significant regression in overall power. Over the ensuing millennia, individuals similar to the Chaos Demon Sovereign began to emerge, uttering nonsensical phrases. Thus, the Kanglen realm formally categorized these errant cultivators as practitioners of the demonic path, while the erstwhile practitioners of the demonic path were reclassified as the normatively righteous cultivators. As Yi Chushue spoke, her emotions began to swell, and she exclaimed loudly, "Do you think we are called the demon path for no reason? We are merely the first awakened ones to discover the insect eggs." You gazed at Yi Chushue, whose face contorted with rage, feeling somewhat taken aback by her fervor. You ventured to inquire, "So, you still Haven T explained why the current spiritual energy is poison to us?" Once she had calmed her feelings, Yi Chushue continued her explanation. "We, the awakened ones, during our foundational breakthroughs, forcibly suppress the insect eggs within us with sheer will, preventing them from seizing control of our bodies temporarily. However, this method only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. As long as you continue to cultivate using spiritual energy, the stronger you become, the more powerful the foreign insects within you will grow." This revelation left you in a state of disbelief. If what Yi Chushue said was true, then the path of cultivation in this world was indeed a dead end. What a deceitful world it is. Upon witnessing Yi Chushue's declarations in the simulator, Su Ming finally comprehended why every attempt to break through to foundational establishment had resulted in death. He could also understand why the chaotic demon sovereign had proclaimed this world to be a false one, leading him to despair and indiscriminately slay cultivators above the foundational stage. Those who appeared to be ordinary cultivators were, in truth, mere shells parasitized by the foreign insects. With this thought, Su Ming shifted his gaze back to the simulator, searching for a method to break through to foundational establishment without succumbing to death. After learning such a despairing truth, you addressed Yi Chushue. "So, are we ultimately doomed to the fate of being seized by the foreign insects?" In response, Yi Chushue nodded, then shook her head. You were puzzled by this contradiction. What did it truly mean? At that moment, Yi Chushue elucidated if the initial batch of awakened ones faced this situation, they could not alter the eventual outcome. They could only, like the chaotic demon sovereign, launch an attack against the high-end forces of the Kanglen realm in the final moments of their lives, while their rationality still remained. As she spoke, Yi Chushue turned to you and asked, "Do you know why, since ancient times, whenever we awakened ones revealed ourselves before the world, we would slay cultivators?" You shook your head in ignorance. It is because these senior experts sought to buy more time for the future awakened ones. Only by continually vanquishing these bizarre insects could we secure a slightly more stable existence. Although we are still despised by the Kanglen realm, it is far better than the dark era that followed the death of the chaotic demon sovereign. After his demise, the upper echelons of various sects finally realized that there were a few powerful beings among humanity who had managed to suppress their attempts at possession. In order to prevent the emergence of another chaotic demon lord, all sects across the 5 continents have united to embark on a campaign to eliminate evil. Upon grasping the background, you could not restrain your curiosity and inquired about the current situation. Is there a new turning point? Yi Chushue nodded in affirmation, declaring, "Indeed, a turning point has emerged. 2 millennia ago, someone from our demonic sect discovered an ancient sealed relic which harbored an abundance of spiritual energy. At this juncture, Yi Chuxue bestowed upon you a mysterious smile and continued, "Do you know what the spiritual energy there is like?" You shook your head, indicating your ignorance. The spiritual energy there is extraordinarily soothing. What astonished that senior even more was that cultivating with the energy from the relic could actually suppress the enigmatic worms within the body. Chapter 7. The Key to Breaking Through Foundation Establishment. When you heard this news, shock spread across your face. For you had not anticipated that spiritual energy could suppress the worms. Suddenly, a thought struck you. This indirectly indicated that the spiritual energy in the Kanglan realm is currently problematic. Yi Chuxue elaborated further thus. That senior suspected that the spiritual energy throughout the entire Kanglan realm had been tainted by some unknown entity. Later, that senior discovered that this relic was a remnant from ancient times, dating back 100,000 years. From subsequent findings within the relic, he came to understand that the spiritual energy contained therein was the original essence of the Kanglan realm, while the energy we cultivate now is a byproduct of contamination. To this day, whenever we attempt to break through, we can maintain clarity by entering the relic and utilizing its spiritual energy to suppress the aberrant worms within us. Upon hearing this, you were puzzled as to why Yi Chuxue had sustained such severe injuries and why she had not gone to the relic to recuperate. As if perceiving your confusion through your gaze, Yi Chuxue continued to explain. "I know what you are pondering. Curious as to why I would be injured despite the possibility of visiting the relic. First and foremost, the reserve of spiritual energy within the relic is finite. Only cultivators of high rank are deemed eligible to enter and make use of it. Had it been accessible to all, the energy would have long since been depleted over the years. With this realization, you comprehended the sequence of events and posed your final question. Where's that relic? Yi Chuxue did not withhold the information and directly informed you. The relic lies within the forbidden zone of Tianyuan, situated between Qingzhou and Yuzhou. Tianyuan. You silently noted this location. Though you had spent many years in the realm of cultivation, you had never truly familiarized yourself with the Kanglan realm's circumstances, only knowing that it was divided into 5 continents and that you resided in Qingzhou. After departing from Yi Chuxue's abode, your mood was evidently dismal. From the recent dialogue, you have come to a profound understanding of the harsh truths of the cultivation world. In your perception, this is no realm of ascension. It resembles a hellish landscape, teeming with monstrous entities that feast upon the unwary. More disconcertingly, when you inquired about the means to safely achieve the foundational breakthrough, Yi Chuxue surprisingly advised you to abandon that ambition. She revealed that your innate talent was too meager, rendering you incapable of sensing the lurking malevolent insects during the breakthrough, a sensitivity only afforded to those of extraordinary gifts or those possessing a divine physique. Yi Chuxue herself, endowed with a lunar physique, was able to detect the parasitic entity's encroachment and ultimately harnessed the extreme yin energy of the full moon to suppress them within her. Struggling to accept such a grim reality, you resolved to embark on the path of alchemy. You reasoned that since these sinister entities sought to consume your soul, enhancing your spiritual power through alchemical practices might provide a glimmer of hope for a successful breakthrough. The following day, as you arrived at the academy as usual, you approached Yi Chuxue to greet her, only to be met with her complete disregard, as though you were mere strangers. At that moment, the man who had previously threatened you approached once more, glaring down at you with an air of menace. "Kid, I recall warning you to keep your distance from Yi Chuxue. Do you dare to covet a woman chosen by Bai Shao?" Sensing his hostility and recognizing Yi Chuxue's clear intent to avoid recognition in such a setting, you turned to leave. Shortly after your departure, Lu Hao, with a malevolent glint in his eyes, beckoned a few companions as he watched your retreating figure. That night, while engrossed in your cultivation, you sensed several presences encroaching upon your abode, deducing they were likely Lu Hao and his associates. Stepping out of your dwelling, you calmly declared, "Since you've come, there is no need to skulk about." Lu Hao emerged from the shadows, stating, "You dare to covet Yi Chuxue? You have sealed your own fate. Blame yourself for provoking forces beyond your reckoning." No sooner had he spoken than he raised a hand, unleashing a blade of energy toward you. Without hesitation, you retaliated, feigning injury as you staggered back before making a hasty retreat. In the face of a foundational cultivator, your chances as a mere chi refining practitioner were non-existent. Regardless of your mastery of various techniques, the disparity in realms was insurmountable. Enraged by your ruse, Lu Hao, alongside his companions, commenced a relentless pursuit. Prior to this confrontation, Lu Hao had investigated your background, discovering your status as an orphan, recently taken as an apprentice by Elder Mo Chun of the Alchemy Hall. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in your mind. To the back mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, you sprinted toward the back mountain, observing your sudden change in direction. Lu Hao and his cohort began to taunt you from behind. Fool, realizing you cannot escape. Are you now digging your own grave? Soon, you led Lu Hao and 2 others to the location where you encountered Yi Chushui yesterday. Yet upon arrival, you found no trace of her. Lu Hao quickly caught up with you, a mocking expression etched on his face. Do not worry, I shall act swiftly, he declared. However, no sooner had Lu Hao spoken than he heard a disturbance behind him. Upon turning, he was met with the horrific sight of the 2 companions who had followed him, now lifeless in a pool of blood. Who is it? At this moment, Lu Hao realized he had fallen into your trap. You dare to kill me? You must understand that I am under Bai Xiao's protection. Bai Xiao is a core disciple of the Demon Sect. If you slay me, he will not let you go unpunished. You remained unfazed by this threat. To you, the so-called Bai Xiao was of no consequence. Indeed, you would not hesitate to eradicate the entire Demon Sect if necessary. In your eyes, they were no longer human, but merely hosts for parasitic creatures. In a world steeped in despair, you had no intention of instigating change. However, as this world obstructed your path to cultivation, you resolved to shatter it entirely. Lu Hao suddenly sensed an aura of death approaching from behind. He turned to retaliate, only to find a familiar figure before him. Yi Chuyu? At that moment, Yi Chushui struck with lethal precision, and Lu Hao collapsed, gazing at her with eyes filled with despair. Until his last breath, he could not fathom why Yi Chushui appeared in this place, why she sought to take his life, or why she was allied with someone he deemed worthless. Soon, Lu Hao lay still on the ground, devoid of life, while Yi Chushui approached you and coldly remarked, "During the day, do not speak to me. If you have matters to discuss, come to my cave at night." With that, she turned away without a backward glance. You watched her retreating figure, feeling a sense of awkwardness, uncertain whether to seek her out in her cave to voice your inner questions. After much contemplation, you ultimately chose to abandon this idea, convinced that your instincts were likely correct. Throughout the year, you tirelessly refined elixirs, rapidly enhancing your alchemical skills. This impressive progress garnered the admiration of Elder Mo Chun, who generously bestowed upon you various nourishing spiritual herbs. Sumin, these are treasures I have cherished for many years, gifted to you today in hopes of your swift ascension to a second-tier alchemist. Chapter 8. Ancient Secrets. The Peak of Qi Cultivation. You realize that upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, you could no longer evade the fate of being usurped by the parasitic creatures, and gradually began to accept the consumption of elixirs. Embracing the philosophy of taking without cost, you welcomed the spiritual herbs offered by the Elder, consuming any that would enhance your soul power. In the 6th year, you successfully advanced to the rank of second-tier alchemist, prompting your master, Mo Chun, to urge you to hasten your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Disciple, in recent years, you have devoted yourself to the art of alchemy. However, neglecting your cultivation is unwise. It would be prudent for you to make an early breakthrough in foundational establishment. Upon hearing this, you dismissed the notion of advancing due to the belief that you had yet to reach your limits. Nevertheless, Elder Mo Chun remained persistent, urging you to pursue this breakthrough. My dear disciple, he implored, understand that many elixirs rely not solely on spiritual power and alchemical insight, but fundamentally on one's cultivation. Continuing on this path will only lead to your detriment. Acknowledging the truth in his words, you nonetheless harbored your own reasons for hesitance. Without absolute certainty in subduing the enigmatic insects, you were unwilling to hastily attempt foundational establishment. As the 10th year unfolded, after years of arduous training, you found yourself unable to ascend to the rank of a 3rd-grade alchemist. Each attempt at refining 3rd-grade elixirs ended in failure, often resulting in explosive mishaps that hindered your spiritual advancement. A thought nagged at you. Is this truly the end? Frustrated, you contemplated seeking out Yi Chushui for clarity. However, she had been discovered as a practitioner of demonic arts and had fled Demon Sect in the 6th year. At this moment, her whereabouts were a mystery. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced. During previous simulations, you had encountered Yi Chushui while on a mission to subdue her in the Qin Kingdom. Yet, that incident had occurred in the 6th year, and a decade had since passed. Where could she possibly be now? clinging to a hope akin to a desperate gamble. You resolved to descend the mountain and investigate. The following day, you casually accepted a task to venture down the mountain and set forth towards the Qin kingdom. Upon your arrival at a familiar location, you found the once vibrant courtyard in a state of disrepair, seemingly abandoned for years. Disappointment washed over you, prompting a decision to explore the Qin kingdom in search of fortune. In the bustling marketplace of Qin, you were enveloped by an unprecedented sensation. Life here appeared devoid of troubles, with everyone engrossed in the daily grind. For a fleeting moment, you pondered the merits of living as an ordinary person. Just then, a voice echoed in your mind. Follow me. Without hesitation, you pursued the familiar voice, leading you to a secluded courtyard. Upon seeing Yi Chushue, a wave of relief washed over you. This journey had not been in vain. What brings you to the Qin kingdom? She inquired, her expression one of surprise. I have come specifically to seek out Senior Sister Qin, you declared, revealing your intentions. However, upon hearing your words, Yi Chushue's pupils dilated as she directly questioned how you had come to know of her whereabouts. You began to explain that 4 years ago, the Qin sect undertook a mission to eradicate those practicing the demonic arts, allegedly in the state of Qin. However, I had spared those disciples of Qi cultivation and intentionally led them to believe that I had departed from Qin. How did you come to know this? Faced with Yi Chushue's inquiry, you resignedly elucidated that the most perilous places often serve as the safest havens, indicating your belief that she had not yet vacated the state of Qin. Upon hearing your explanation, Yi Chushue finally lowered her guard and led you to the backyard, where she poured a pot of tea and inquired, surely you haven't come to seek me without cause. Do tell me what matters you face. You, perceiving the moment, spoke candidly. Sister, I wish to understand how one might ascend from the Qi cultivation stage to become a third-tier alchemist. Upon grasping your true intentions, Yi Chushue saw through your facade. You aim to leverage the soul power of a third-tier alchemist to suppress the eerie insects? Recognizing that your true aim had been unveiled, you did not deny it, but nodded in affirmation. I would advise you to abandon this pursuit. Your spiritual root is too inadequate and lacking any extraordinary constitution. You will find it impossible to ascend to a third-tier alchemist during the Qi cultivation stage. Hearing this verdict, despair washed over you, prompting you to inquire once more whether a perfected second-tier alchemist could suppress the eerie insects. This time, Yi Chushue did not dismiss your query outright, but offered a vague response. I cannot say for certain. First, it is exceedingly rare for anyone at the Qi cultivation stage to focus solely on alchemy and attain the rank of second-tier alchemist. Furthermore, even those like myself, who have transcended to a second-tier alchemist through foundation establishment, do not rely on the sole power of a second-tier alchemist to suppress the eerie insects, but rather on one's constitution. Nonetheless, a third-tier alchemist should be capable of restraining those eerie insects that have only just undergone foundation establishment. You were evidently dissatisfied with such an answer, and just as you turned to take your leave, Yi Chushue called out to you. Wait a moment. Are you truly resolute in your desire to break through to foundation establishment? You nodded earnestly, and upon witnessing your unwavering determination, Yi Chushue sighed. Alas, it is not entirely impossible to break through to a third-tier alchemist, but upon hearing that a method indeed existed, you immediately pressed her for details. Yi Chushue refilled your cup and gestured for you to sit down and converse at length. According to certain records within the ruins, the current perfected Qi cultivation stage is not the true pinnacle. Presently, practitioners typically break through to foundation establishment upon achieving full mastery of 10 levels. However, in ancient times, those prodigies would ascend to the 13th layer of Qi cultivation, which represents the ultimate realm of Qi cultivation, before advancing to foundation establishment. The notion of reaching the 13th layer of Qi cultivation stirred your heart profoundly. You had not anticipated that the 10th layer was not the true pinnacle, but rather the 13th was. You hastily inquired how one might achieve this 13th layer of Qi cultivation. Yitruyushuk hadhit, indijatink herunjertainti. I do not know, as the ruins bear no record of it, and thus we have come to regard it as mere rumor. If you truly wish to transcend the limits of Qi refinement, it is a path you must endeavor to traverse alone. Having attained the answers you sought, you bid farewell to Yi Chushue and returned to Qin Sect. On that day, your esteemed master once again urged you to break through to foundation establishment swiftly, cautioning against the risk of stagnating at this stage due to the passage of time. Left with no recourse, You feigned that your inferior spiritual root necessitated additional time for your breakthrough. In the 15th year, over the span of 5 years, you diligently solidified your cultivation, daily suppressing your own spiritual energy. By the 20th year, after a decade of arduous training and the aid of various spiritual herbs, you sense that you were on the cusp of something significant. Chapter 9. The True Face of Mo-chan. During this decade, Mo-chan persistently urged you to break through to foundation establishment. However, your attempts remained futile, leading him to gradually lose hope in you. In the ensuing years, he ceased providing you with spiritual herbs and seldom sought your company. By the 21st year, since the last time you had touched that elusive sensation, you realized that your spiritual root was indeed inadequate. In the 22nd year, you fervently gathered herbs to restore your soul power, attempting to incite a qualitative change through sheer quantity. By the 23rd year, you had made comprehensive preparations, readying a foundation establishment pill for your final push. Upon consuming the foundation establishment pill, a wave of warmth swiftly coursed through your body. Thanks to years of accumulation, you soon broke through to foundation establishment. However, following your breakthrough, you dared not relax for even a moment, fully attuned to the changes within your body. Before long, you felt a peculiar spiritual force invade your sea of consciousness, rushing towards your soul. Fully prepared, you hastily ingested the spiritual herbs at hand and summoned your soul power to fend off the insidious entity's gnawing. Yet, this malevolent creature was alarmingly powerful. You were utterly powerless against its relentless assault and were consumed entirely. You fell into a state of unconsciousness. In the fleeting moment before your descent into oblivion, a familiar voice resonated in your ears. You were destined to break through to foundation establishment long ago. Was all this resistance worth it? Do you think I provided you with those spiritual herbs to aid you? It was merely to prevent you from awakening successfully. You perished, activating your innate talent for soul retrieval. On the first day after your demise, your spirit returned to Demon Sect. You beheld your own familiar visage, along with an unexpected figure, Yi Chushue. She had been captured, her entire being rendered powerless, and she glared at you, exclaiming, "I always knew that awakening during the Qi refinement stage was impossible. There has never been a precedent for it throughout history. I truly regret revealing all this to you. I should have ended your life with a single strike. At least then, I would not find myself in such a predicament." Your time for soul retrieval had come to an end, and you departed from Demon Sect. Ding! Simulation complete. Please select from the following rewards. 1. The culmination of the 10th level of Qi Cultivation. 2. A refined alchemist of the 2nd grade at full mastery. 3. All the remaining spirit stones from this simulation. 4. All the genuine insights from this simulation. 5. The talent resurrection of this simulation. Upon witnessing the situation, Ming unhesitatingly opted for the reward of the 2nd grade alchemist at full mastery. It appeared that the old fox, Mo-chan, harbored ulterior motives all along. From the recent simulation, he had gleaned several invaluable pieces of information. Firstly, during his breakthrough in the simulation, the formidable nature of the bizarre creatures he encountered was likely orchestrated by Mo-chan. The spirit herbs he had provided were undoubtedly suspect. Secondly, after his failure to break through and being overtaken by the bizarre insects, it was evident that these creatures possessed the ability to read memories. Upon discovering Yi Chushue's identity, they promptly dispatched someone to retrieve her. Most crucially for Ming, the only path to transcend the foundation stage was to break through to the extreme realm of Qi cultivation. His recent failure was not due to the invalidity of this path, but rather the inadequacy of his spirit roots, compounded by the absence of favorable talents. In the recently concluded simulation's settlement page, he sensed a subtle change. Previously, his cultivation level had always been recorded as full mastery of Qi cultivation. Yet this time, it was noted as the culmination of the 10th level of Qi cultivation. Intriguing. With this thought, a slight smile graced Ming's lips. He decided not to rush into another simulation, instead opting to solidify his cultivation and contemplate the soul power of a 2nd grade alchemist. The following day, upon awakening from his retreat, he heard someone calling out to him outside the cave. "Ming, you worthless fool, come out." Recognizing the voice as Wang Hao's, Ming furrowed his brow and stepped outside. "So you really are here? Why didn't you work today? You good for nothing," Wang Hao exclaimed, approaching with the intent to slap him. Smack! Ming, now transformed from his former self, effortlessly struck Wang Hao down to the ground. He approached, crouching before Wang Hao, who lay bleeding and could not help but shake his head. Wang Hao, now utterly dumbfounded and feeling the immense pressure emanating from Su Ming, began to plead for mercy. Su Ming, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Oh, you were wrong? What exactly did you err in? Su Ming replied with a devilishly charming smile, which to Wang Hao appeared as the visage of a demon. I understand. Wang Hao quickly offered Su Ming a ring. This contains all the spirit stones I have taken from you over the years. I am returning them all today. Please let me go. I regret not recognizing your greatness. Su Ming snatched the ring with cold indifference. Not enough. What? Not enough? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed into Su Ming's frigid gaze, biting his lip in frustration. This is my storage ring. Within it lies all my spirit stones. I implore you to spare me. At this moment, Wang Hao felt a profound regret for seeking out Su Ming today, and simultaneously, he harbored a deep resentment towards him. Upon returning, he would certainly find his brother to eliminate Su Yuan and reclaim the spirit stones. That would be more acceptable. As Su Ming accepted the ring and rose slowly, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, thank goodness, my life is preserved. Just you wait, Su Ming. Although he harbored animosity towards Su Ming, his countenance betrayed a facade of ingratiation. Junior brother Su, I have given you all my spirit stones. May I leave now? Observing Wang Hao's obsequious demeanor, Su Ming allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Very well, you may depart. Thank you, junior brother Su. I shall never trouble you again. With that, Wang Hao fled from Su Ming's dwelling without looking back. However, as he reached the entrance of the cave, a glimmer of cold light flashed past, and Wang Hao felt a chill at his neck as the world began to spin. Huh, that seems to be my body. What has happened? As his head was severed from his body, Su Ming stood before Wang Hao's lifeless form. I did say you could leave, but I never promised to spare you. After addressing Wang Hao's remains, Su Ming was aware that the latter had an older brother, yet he was merely a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, posing no threat to him. The most pressing matter now was to find a way to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Once everything was in order, Su Ming activated the simulator once more. Simulation commences. Random talent extraction. Congratulations, you have acquired the red talent. Young Supreme. Young Supreme. This talent marks you as an extraordinary prodigy, destined to become an emperor even as a mere mortal, though in your middle age, you shall encounter various calamities. Chapter 10. The terrifying aspects of the red talent. Young Supreme. On the first day, upon discovering the true nature of Mo Chun, you resolve to abstain from the alchemy hall and instead dedicate yourself to rigorous cultivation through the Young Supreme talent. 6 months later, while practicing, you sensed an aura approaching your cave, recognizing it as Wang Hao's presence. Without hesitation, you struck down the intruder. By the end of the first year, utilizing the Young Supreme talent, you advanced the basic Qi refinement technique into the Creation Qi refinement technique. Having cultivated the Creation Qi refinement technique, your cultivation speed increased tenfold, and the refined method clearly detailed how to break through to the ultimate realm of Qi refinement. At this point, you even began to suspect that this Creation Qi refinement technique might be the very method used by ancient cultivators. Creation Qi refinement technique, you mused, as Su Ming narrowed his eyes and continued to read. In the third year, after 3 years of cultivation, you finally broke through to the 11th level of Qi refinement, greatly boosting your confidence and reinforcing your belief that this path was indeed the right one. In the 4th year, memories of the events at the back mountain resurfaced, and after much hesitation, you resolved not to meet Yi Chuxua just yet. You intended to seek her out only after you had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. During this year, you amassed a considerable number of spirit stones through the alchemy of elixirs, frequently selling them at the Wanbao Pavilion whenever you had the opportunity. By the 5th year, you had successfully advanced to the 12th level of Qi refinement, and at this point, you began to reflect on the formidable nature of the youthful Supreme. In the 6th year, you reached the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement, yet you found yourself unable to ascend to the ultimate realm of Qi refinement. You began to seek the root of the issue and ultimately attributed it to the instability of your foundation, which had been compromised by your rapid progression over the past 2 years. Coincidentally, you recalled that this year, the Qingyun sect had a task to descend the mountain and eradicate the remnants of the demonic path. You decided that although you had not yet achieved the foundation establishment, It was time to venture down the mountain to solidify your foundation, which would also facilitate your eventual breakthrough to the ultimate realm. Soon, you arrived at the task hall of the Demon Sect and accepted the mission to eliminate the remnants of the demonic path. The brother from the inner sect, who had achieved the peak of foundation establishment, led you and 10 disciples from the outer sect, all at the 10th level of chi refinement, down the mountain towards the Qin Kingdom. 3 days later, you reached the Qin Kingdom, and according to the inner sect brothers' plan, you surrounded a concealed residence. Demonic witch, come out and face your end. With a furious roar, the inner sect brother charged into the residence. Before long, he was engaged in combat with Yi Chushue, while another male practitioner of the demonic path burst forth, only to be encircled by your group. The male practitioner addressed the 10 of you, saying, I do not wish to kill you. If you leave now, I will consider this not to have happened. Upon hearing this, you understood his meaning. He only sought to eliminate the monstrous insects and had no intention of harming humans, viewing those who had yet to achieve foundation establishment as his kin. However, the other 9 disciples, save for you, unsheathed their weapons and charged forward. After several exchanges, with a few outer disciples falling, the male practitioner began to falter under the onslaught. At that moment, you suddenly intervened, and within mere breaths, you dispatched all the outer disciples of the Demon Sect. The male practitioner stared at you in astonishment, unable to comprehend your actions. Why would you slay your own comrades? He inquired. You merely replied with a calm demeanor. Because I have awakened. Upon hearing your words, the male practitioner stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. How could you, at the chi refinement stage, possibly have awakened? You chose not to engage further with this male practitioner, but instead inquired about Yi Chushue's whereabouts. Upon hearing her name, the practitioner's expression darkened, and he turned and dashed into the residence. Seeing this, you followed him inside. Upon entering the residence, you discover that the master of the inner door lies in a pool of blood. Yi Chushue gazes at you coldly, inquiring, Who are you? How do you know my name? And how could a mere chi refinement practitioner attain such enlightenment? It is evident that the man of the demonic path has already relayed your circumstances to her. Faced with this, you reluctantly repeat the words you had spoken during your previous encounter with Yi Chushue. However, disbelief clouds her expression as she responds. Are you claiming that you dreamt of your demise upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage? Do you think I would believe such a tale? In exasperation, you reveal your intention to advance to the peak of the chi refinement stage, along with your identity as a second-tier alchemist. Yi Chushue and the man of the demonic path regard you with astonishment, as if they have encountered a ghost. It is clear that they are beginning to believe your words, yet they still gaze at you with a sense of pity. Although your proposed method seems plausible, it must be noted that the peak of chi refinement remains merely a legend since ancient times. No one has achieved it from the era of the ancients to the present day. You choose not to elaborate further, instead unleashing the aura of a perfected 12th layer of chi refinement before their eyes. What is this? Foundation establishment? No, it is still chi refinement. Yet the essence is deeper than even that of a perfected chi refinement practitioner. Yi Chushue now regards you with the wide-eyed wonder of one beholding a monster, fully convinced of your authenticity as a true enlightened one. Consequently, she invites you to join the demonic path, to which you readily acquiesce. Soon, you learn that the man of the demonic path is named Lin Qi. It was Lin Qi's unexpected enlightenment during his breakthrough to foundation establishment that led Yi Chushue to discover the situation and come prepared to rescue him. Meanwhile, the Demon Sect has been alerted to the emergence of similar figures from the demonic path in the Qin Kingdom, prompting them to send forces for a crackdown. At this juncture, the reason behind Lin Qi's demise at the hands of those in the chi refinement stage becomes clear to you. Upon initially breaking through to become an enlightened one, practitioners often suffer severe internal injuries due to the necessity of suppressing malevolent entities. This place is unsuitable for lingering. We should find another location to converse, you suggest. As Yi Chushue prepares to take you along, you promptly decline. Never mind. It would be best for me to return to the Demon Sect. I will feign severe injuries to escape and discreetly relay your departure from the Qin Kingdom. Yi Chuyu, being astute, comprehends your intent immediately upon hearing your words. Very well, junior brother Su, we will secure a new residence in the Qin Kingdom. You may seek us out when you leave the Demon Sect. You nod at Yi Chushue and turn to leave the premises. Arriving at the foot of the Demon Sect, you strike your chest with your palm, causing a spurt of blood to erupt forth, your aura diminishing instantaneously. Dragging your injured form back to the mission hall of the Demon Sect, you report the situation in the Qin Kingdom. Upon learning of the deeds of those from the demonic path, the Demon Sect was consumed with rage and began to summon more inner disciples to hunt down these individuals. Chapter 11. I have discovered you. The Awakener. In the 10th year, after several years of cultivation, you finally grasped the threshold of the Qi refinement realm. This year, you successfully ascended to the rank of a third-grade alchemist. In the 11th year, by the year's end, you achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. However, you discovered that this breakthrough had attracted the attention of the heavenly tribulation. You dared not ponder further and hurried to the back mountain to prepare for the impending tribulation. Soon, 13 bolts of heavenly lightning struck you, leaving you bloodied and battered at the edge of a cliff. Yet, through the innate genius of the youthful sovereign, you managed to glean a fragment of the true essence of heavenly thunder from the tribulation. What you were unaware of was that while you had grown stronger from the tribulation's baptism, the sinister insect within you had also become more formidable. What? The sinister insect has also grown stronger? Su Ming found this hard to believe. He could not fathom why the heavenly tribulation would aid the insect within him. It defied all logic. Could it be that there existed some unknown power within the tribulation? No, that couldn't be right. If that were the case, it would imply something about the heavenly Tao. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was impossible. The heavenly Tao should not be flawed. Soon, Su Ming returned his focus to the simulator. After your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, you quickly sensed the sinister insect rushing from your dantian towards your primordial spirit. Just as you believed you could effortlessly crush the insect, it unexpectedly broke through your suppression and lunged towards your primordial spirit. Witnessing the scene left you utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend where things had gone awry. You recall that Yi Chu Xue had once told you that a third-grade alchemist's primordial spirit could easily suppress the insect that broke through during the foundation establishment. Yet, the reality was that you not only failed to crush the insect, but you were instead overwhelmed by it. After much contemplation, you could only arrive at one conclusion: the heavenly tribulation. Just as your primordial spirit was about to be devoured, the true essence of heavenly thunder from your soul, erupted, striking the sinister insect. In that moment, you distinctly felt the aura of the insect begin to wane, and seizing the opportunity, you successfully subdued it. Before long, the insect's presence vanished entirely from your perception, leading you to believe it had perished. However, according to what Yi Chu Xue had informed you, the insect was indestructible. It would forever lurk within your body. Unbeknownst to you, the heavenly tribulation you had invoked had already caught the attention of the high-ranking members of the Demon Sect. Fortunately, they regarded it as merely an ordinary tribulation and did not suspect it was linked to you. In the 12th year, in order to better conceal your identity, you chose not to join the inner sect of Demon Sect, aware that it was no longer a realm of humanity, but rather a domain of eerie insects. You now faced a significant dilemma. Your Qi cultivation technique could only elevate you to the foundation establishment stage, leaving you devoid of any higher-level cultivation methods. The following day, you resolved to visit the treasure pavilion of the outer sect of Demon Sect, seeking some incomplete cultivation techniques for exploration. Soon, you discovered a tome on the longevity technique and returned to your cave abode to employ the innate talent of the young sovereign for the technique's derivation. By the 15th year, you successfully deduced the fragmented manuscript of the Qingdi longevity technique, which could enable you to cultivate to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. On the 16th year, leveraging the young sovereign's innate gifts, you successfully broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. That year, you prepared to descend the mountain to consult with Yi Chu Xue regarding the considerations necessary for breaking through to the core formation stage. However, upon reaching the sect, you were obstructed and informed that the sect leader had recently emerged from seclusion, and all individuals were prohibited from descending the mountain. Reluctantly, you returned to your cave to continue your cultivation. Just as you were immersed in your practice, a voice resonated in your mind. All disciples above the foundation establishment stage are to gather at the trial ground of the inner sect of Demon Sect. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Upon hearing this, an unsettling premonition stirred within you, yet the source of your unease eluded your understanding. This voice was evidently a summons from the sect leader directed at all foundation establishment disciples. Initially, you were disinclined to attend, but upon hearing the leader's warning regarding the repercussions of non-compliance, you resolved to go. Upon arriving at the trial ground of the inner sect, You were met with a throng of cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. In the center, on an elevated platform, a figure of imposing authority sat. Shortly after your arrival, the sect leader rose and proclaimed, "Today marks the decade's Insight Conference of Demon Sect. You have a singular opportunity to utilize our sect's treasured artifact." With that, the sect leader revealed a small tower and cast it into the air, where it gradually expanded and floated above the assembly. "This is the Celestial Spirit Tower, our sect's revered artifact," he continued. "It facilitates communication with the heavens, aids in the comprehension of techniques, and even eradicates the inner demons that may arise, allowing you to maintain unwavering resolve throughout your cultivation journey." As he spoke, the sect leader chanted a few incantations, causing the Celestial Spirit Tower to tremble and emanate a peculiar aura. Observing everyone around you settling into a meditative posture, you followed suit. However, you soon realized that no matter how intensely you concentrated, you could not grasp the profound truths contained within. Nor did you feel any resonance with the aura radiating from the Celestial Spirit Tower. At that moment, you lifted your gaze towards the attic and discovered the master of the Demon Sect observing you with a peculiar expression. In the next instant, the master split apart before your astonished eyes. Indeed, he literally tore asunder, his head unfurling like petals, revealing a repulsive creature emerging from within. "Found you!" echoed the chilling proclamation, "Awaken one." As the words fell, a cacophony of sounds enveloped you. All the inner disciples of the Demon Sect appeared to receive some command, their brains exploding to unleash grotesque insects, all fixated on you. It was then that you recognized this was not merely the decennial Enlightenment Conference. Rather, it was unmistakably the selection event held every decade, meticulously designed to identify those like you, the awakened ones who had suppressed the grotesque insects after breaking through the foundation establishment stage. As you sought to flee the Demon Sect, you realized it was too late. You were already encircled by all the grotesque insects of the sect. They devoured you entirely. You met your demise. Ding! Simulation concluded. Please select from the following rewards. 1. Foundation Establishment Late Stage Cultivation. 2. Third Grade Alchemist Cultivation. 3. All remaining Spirit Stones from this simulation. 4. All genuine insights from this simulation. 5. The talent acquired from this simulation. Young Sovereign. 6. A fragment of the essence of thunder. Chapter 12. The Massacre of Demon Sect Foundation Establishment Practitioners. Upon reaching this point, Ming could not help but exhale deeply. Alas, another death. He began to comprehend why Yi Chushue would choose to defect from the sect 6 years later rather than continue to lurk within Demon Sect. The Celestial Treasure Tower was merely a selection artifact, assessing whether any awakened humans existed within the sect every decade, thereby preventing the tragic reoccurrence of ancient calamities. It seemed that the Demon Sect could not endure for long. The outer disciples were merely substitutes nurtured by the sect. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Ming resolved to choose the young sovereign talent. This ability was immensely valuable, far surpassing the mere cultivation of the late stage of foundation establishment. An hour later, Ming reopened the simulation. Simulation commencing. Random talent extraction. Congratulations. You have acquired the purple talent. I want it all. I want it all. In the realm of adults, there are no multiple choice questions. Only children make choices. I choose to have it all. One eccentric talent. Ming mused, finding the extraction both amusing and perplexing. In the first year, upon realizing that achieving the peak of chi refinement could effectively suppress the grotesque insects, you decided to engage in mass alchemy to exchange for spirit stones. In the second year, through a year of alchemical endeavors, you amassed a considerable fortune. You began to indulge recklessly in the use of spirit stones, emboldened by your previous breakthroughs, and devoted yourself wholeheartedly to cultivation. In this year, you ascended to the 11th level of chi refinement. By the third year, you successfully advanced to the 12th level. In the fourth year, you achieved the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. During this year, rather than hastily pursuing further breakthroughs, you meticulously chose a full moon night to ascend the back mountain for your advancement. Your primary intention was to allow Yi Chushue to witness your awakening firsthand, sparing you the need for further explanations. One night, you arrived at the edge of a cliff on the back mountain, preparing for your breakthrough. After consuming 2 foundation building pills, you soon felt the stirrings of a breakthrough. An hour later, you successfully reached the foundation building stage, just as the tribulation descended upon you as anticipated. Just as you were about to face the tribulation, Yi Chushue coincidentally arrived at the scene. Upon discovering you undergoing the tribulation, her eyes brimmed with astonishment. She was puzzled as to why someone who had just recently broken through to the foundation stage would attract such a calamity. You completed the tribulation, bloodied and battered, standing at the cliff's edge. However, your aura soon became chaotic, and Yi Chushue, witnessing this, realized that the malevolent insect within you was beginning to devour your primordial spirit. Having prepared in advance, you refrained from directly suppressing the insect with your spirit. Instead, you summoned the true essence of heavenly thunder from your soul sea. As the true essence erupted, the malevolent insect was swiftly subdued, though you coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yi Chushue suddenly appeared by your side, placing a pill into your mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and you soon felt your energy gradually restoring. "Thank you," you expressed. Yi Chushue, acknowledging your gratitude, said little more and promptly led you to her secluded dwelling. After setting up a soundproof formation, she spoke to you. "You have awakened." You nodded in agreement, saying little, your expression remaining unchanged. "Do you seem to have known this all along, showing no surprise whatsoever?" she queried. In response, you succinctly explained to Yi Chushue that you had dreamt of the fatal consequences of the foundation breakthrough during your chi refinement, hence your lack of astonishment. "How did you manage it? Your spiritual roots are quite mixed. Logically, you shouldn't be able to suppress the malevolent insect," she continued, intrigued. Yi Chushue believed your words, yet her curiosity about your methods remained piqued. "A practitioner like me, possessing a high-grade single spiritual root, could not possibly subdue the malevolent insect without a special constitution." You then revealed to her that after breaking through to the pinnacle of chi refinement, you had ascended to the third rank of alchemy, utilizing your soul power to forcibly suppress the malevolent insect. Upon hearing your method, Yi Chushue was left utterly astonished. She never anticipated that you would succeed through such an improbable method. In her perspective, the realm of chi cultivation had always been a legendary concept, one that had only manifested in ancient times and had not resurfaced since. The words you spoke next left Yi Chushue utterly astonished. You inquired about her plans to escape from the Demon Sect. Yi Chushue was puzzled as to how you knew about this, as she believed that you, having just awakened, should be completely unaware. Perhaps in 2 years, the 10-year Dao Comprehension Conference of the Demon Sect will take place then. Following this, Yi Chushue revealed the truth about the Dao Comprehension Conference, explaining that it was a trap specifically designed for the awakened. Having already discerned the truth, you were unfazed, deciding instead to accompany her in the escape. "Very well, I will inform you when the time comes." After bidding farewell to Yi Chushue, you returned to your cave abode to resume your cultivation. By the 6th year, you successfully broke through to the later stage of foundation establishment. On this day, Yi Chushue arrived at your cave to inform you that the Dao Comprehension Conference was next month, and you had to leave tonight, or you would be trapped once the mountain was sealed. Recalling your previous experience of being trapped, you nodded in agreement, but felt it necessary to hold a farewell ceremony for the Demon Sect before departing. Upon sharing your thoughts with Yi Chushue, she looked at you incredulously. "So Ming, have you lost your mind? This is the Demon Sect. What if we cannot escape?" You reassured her that there was no need for concern, suggesting that under the cover of night, you could stealthily infiltrate the cave to eliminate the threat, as long as you kept the noise to a minimum. After your persistent insistence, Yi Chushue agreed to take the risk with you. Under her guidance, you arrived at the mountain where the inner disciples resided. Let's begin. The slaughter continued until the early hours of the morning. With just the two of you, yourself at the later stage of foundation establishment and Yi Chushue at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, you managed to eliminate 80% of the Demon Sect's foundation disciples that night. As for the remaining 20%, they were spared simply because they were oblivious to the calamity that had befallen the Demon Sect. What on earth? When did I become so ruthless? Su Ming, upon witnessing this, began to question what had transpired in this simulation that had led to such a bloodthirsty disposition. However, he quickly realized that he was not slaying humans, but rather the vile insects. Those above foundation establishment who had not awakened were merely vile insects, and with this revelation, he felt a sense of relief. The next morning, the great bell atop Qingyun Mountain resonated throughout the Demon Sect. In an instant, all outer and inner disciples gathered at the martial arts arena of the Demon Sect. The sect master was also alerted and emerged from seclusion ahead of schedule. Chapter 13. Escape from the Qin kingdom. The master of the Qin sect arrived at the foundation-building disciples' cave with a somber expression, employing his extraordinary powers to briefly revisit the scene of the previous night's slaying involving you and Yi Chuxue. Who are these two? Investigate. I demand a thorough inquiry. I shall devour these wretched humans. With a command issued, the elders accompanying him began to organize the Golden Core disciples to delve into the matter. Before long, one elder arrived at the main hall to report to the sect leader, Chu Tianxiu. Reporting to the sect leader, we have ascertained the identities of these two individuals. One is the inner sect disciple Yi Chuxue, and the other is the outer sect servant disciple Su Ming. What? Are you implying that a mere servant disciple from our Qin sect has eradicated the inner sect foundation-building disciples? What have you all been doing? Issue an arrest warrant for them and disseminate the news to other sects. Those of the demonic path must be eradicated universally. By the time you and Yi Chuxue arrived in the secular realm of the Qin kingdom, the entire Qinzhou had already begun to issue warrants for your apprehension. Unbeknownst to you and Yi Chuxue, the ramifications of your slaying of the Qin sect's foundation-building cultivators were far-reaching. Yi Chuxue revealed that her reason for coming here was due to reports of unusual behavior in the Qin kingdom, resembling that of an awakened individual. Upon hearing this, you instantly recognized that the person Yi Chuxue referred to was Lin Qi. A month later, you found Lin Qi imprisoned in the dungeons of the Qin kingdom. At that moment, his condition was particularly dire, and you and Yi Chuxue worked through the night to rescue him from his cell. Lin Qi, however, showed no gratitude for your salvation. Instead, his expression was one of utter despondency. Why did you save me? This world is an illusion, and so are you. Seeing his demeanor, Yi Chuxue stepped forward and struck Lin Qi, then grasped his collar, lifting him up. An illusion? Let me assure you, this world has always been real. It is merely that ordinary people remain oblivious to the truth. Were you possessed by a strange insect during your breakthrough to foundation building? Upon hearing Yi Chuxue's words, Lin Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that you would be aware of such matters. Could it be that you are the same? Indeed. Otherwise, why would we risk our lives to rescue you? Lin Qi gazed at you and Yi Chuxue, suddenly feeling a glimmer of hope. What does all this mean? What exactly is that insect? Yi Chuxue began to patiently explain to Lin Qi the events that had transpired in this world, starting from the ancient times and the chaotic reign of the demonic lord. Thus, she spoke until evening, unveiling all the truths. So we are all awakened beings? Currently, in the Kanglin realm, only awakened individuals and cultivators below foundation building qualify as humans? Noticing Lin Qi's expression, you gently patted his shoulder, conveying that while the truth was harsh, it was a reality that you all must confront. Lin Qi was unexpectedly invited by Yi Chuxue to join the demon path. How ironic it is that the very individuals I once despised are now the source of my laughter. Our mission as the Awakened is to dismantle the decaying realm of Kanglin and uncover the root of its issues. This principle has been upheld since the time of the Chaos Demon Lord. At this moment, one might wonder why Lin Qi, possessing such remarkable talent, has not aligned himself with any sect. Lin Qi confided that he is the heir of the Lin family, a prominent clan in the Qin kingdom, and for the sake of his family, he must conceal his cultivation from all. Even when he was ultimately captured due to his madness, he never revealed his true abilities, for to do so would spell doom for his family. Just as he finished speaking, you witnessed Lin Qi suddenly lose his composure, standing up and rushing outside while murmuring, "Father, is he also a monster?" Observing this, Yi Chuxue swiftly dragged Lin Qi back, fixing him with a cold stare. "Calm down, Lin Qi. Whether your father is a monster remains uncertain. According to your own words, he is a genius, and geniuses often awaken easily. Yes, my father must also be an awakened one. I need to return and inquire." Yi Chuxue felt a deep sense of helplessness and cast you a knowing glance. You understood her unspoken message and once more pulled Lin Qi back, delivering a sharp slap across his face. "Are you awake now? If he goes seeking your father and expose your identity, what if he has become a puppet of the Guichong? No, that is impossible. It can't be." You noticed Lin Qi's stubbornness persisted, prompting you to deliver another slap while also glancing at Yi Chuxue. "This fool is beyond redemption. Let him fend for himself." Yi Chuxue, witnessing the scene, said nothing further and untied Lin Qi's bindings. However, Lin Qi chose not to leave. He came to terms with reality and resolved to confront the Guichong. The following morning, you sought out Yi Chuxue to inquire about her future plans. She informed you that she would temporarily recuperate in the Qin Kingdom and would head to Tianyuan to seek the ruins for a breakthrough once she was on the verge of reaching the core formation stage. After hearing this, you suggested that Yi Chuxue temporarily leave the Qin Kingdom to train elsewhere, as its proximity to Qingyun's sect could invite trouble. You were aware that during this year, members of Qingyun's sect would come to Qin Kingdom to hunt them down, albeit with relatively weak strength. Upon considering your advice, Yi Chuxue found it to be quite reasonable. Just as she was about to inform Lin Qi, the door of your small courtyard was suddenly kicked open. Demon Path practitioners, prepare to meet your end. 10 figures appeared in the courtyard, and you, noticing their unfamiliar attire, inquired about their identity. Who are we? We are inner disciples of the Fenglei sect. You have been marked by the Qingyun sect, and now the entire Qingzhou is on a manhunt for you too. As the words fell, 10 Foundation establishment cultivators surged towards you and Yi Chuxue. Despite the presence of 3 Peak Foundation establishment practitioners among them, you remained unfazed, swiftly dispatching one with a single strike. In mere moments, you had eliminated all who had encircled you, before joining forces with Yi Chuxue to vanquish the remaining disciples of the Wind Thunder sect. Seeing your formidable prowess, Yi Chuxue could not help but exclaim. The breakthrough to the Qi refinement realm truly unleashes a Foundation establishment cultivator's might. Challenging those beyond one's tier is indeed effortless. The battle concluded swiftly, and at that moment, Lin Qi emerged from within the room. He inquired about the events that had transpired, and you succinctly informed him that you were now being hunted by all sects in Qingzhou, necessitating an immediate departure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Qi chose not to linger and promptly followed you out of the Qin Kingdom. Just as you were on the verge of leaving the borders, you discovered your path obstructed by yet another group, which included a core formation cultivator. Today, the demonic fiends shall meet their demise. Chapter 14. The Fallen Immortal's Secret Realm. A core formation cultivator? Upon witnessing the involvement of such a powerful adversary, Su Ming felt a tremor of trepidation. He pondered whether his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm would suffice to contend with this formidable foe. You observed that there were 5 opponents, 1 core formation cultivator, 1 Peak Foundation establishment practitioner, and 3 in the late Foundation establishment stage. The Qingyun sect truly regards us highly to send a core formation cultivator against us. The faces of the 5 from the Qingyun sect darkened upon hearing your taunt. It is precisely because of you demonic entities that our Foundation establishment cultivators have suffered grievously. This is the very foundation of our Qingyun sect's future. I shall take you back to the Qingyun sect, where the sect master will extract your souls for eternal torment. You signaled to Yi Chuxue to assist Lin Qi in dealing with the Foundation establishment practitioners, while you prepare to confront the core formation cultivator personally. Seeing a mere late Foundation establishment cultivator approach him for a duel, the core formation practitioner scoffed. You, a Foundation waste, dare to challenge me? Are you so eager to meet your end? Ignoring his mockery, you raised your fist and charged at him. After 10 exchanges, you utilized the high vitality and remarkable recovery attributes of the Qing Emperor's longevity art, ultimately sacrificing your life force to slay him. After dispatching the core formation cultivator, you quickly rushed to Yi Chushue's side to eliminate the remaining Foundation establishment practitioners. With the battle concluded, you wasted no time in fleeing towards the borders of Qingzhou. 3 months later, you arrived at a secluded mortal village at the boundary of Qingzhou. You resolved to temporarily reside here, both to stabilize Lin Qi's injuries and to recuperate and enhance your own cultivation. By the 7th year, you had firmly established yourselves in the village known as the Wasteland Village. The villagers in the hamlet are quite kind to you, and, at times, you venture into the mountains to hunt, sharing your catch with the community. However, due to your remote location from the realm of cultivation, resources for your training are scarce. In desperation, you and Yi Chuxue resolve to concoct medicinal pills for trade at the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon your arrival at the pavilion, you are met with wanted posters bearing your and Yi Chushue's names. Ultimately, you are compelled to resort to trading spirit stones in the black market. In the 8th year, Lin Qi's injuries gradually heal, and you learn that his spiritual root is, in fact, a top-tier fire root. By the 9th year, Yi Chuxue begins to instruct Lin Qi in the art of alchemy. In the 10th year, you finally attain the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Yi Chuyu, witnessing your rapid progress, is incredulous that your spiritual root is merely a mixed root. Meanwhile, she has long been poised to break through to the core formation stage, but has opted to stabilize her cultivation for safety. When you inquire about her plans to visit Tianyuan, Yi Chuxue informs you that she intends to go there soon. You express your desire to accompany her. And after a moment of silence, she consents, cautioning you that cultivation is prohibited within. Otherwise, you would be expelled. You are taken aback by such regulations and reluctantly agree to her stipulations. A month later, just as you and Yi Chuxue prepare to embark, Lin Qi clamors to join you. In the end, Yi Chuxue concedes, and you all set forth for Tianyuan. Situated at the juncture of Qingzhou and Yuzhou, your remote village lies on the border of Qingzhou, not far from Tianyuan. The following day, you arrive at Tianyuan, a profound abyss with no discernible bottom. Legend has it that any cultivator who enters Tianyuan is inexplicably slain by a mysterious force, and throughout history, no one has ever emerged alive. Regarding the rumors surrounding Tianyuan, Yi Chuxue reassures you that they are unfounded. She explains that within Tianyuan, there are formations that only target the malicious creatures that invade, while normal cultivators and enlightened beings can enter without harm. So this is the truth of Tianyuan. The higher echelons of the cultivation world have established regulations, deeming certain areas as forbidden zones, thus instilling a collective fear that renders them unapproachable. Over time, everyone in the cultivation realm perceives it as a genuine forbidden land, leading to the concealment of its secrets. Clearly, Tianyuan is indeed a forbidden place for the vile creatures, but for the enlightened, it is a sacred ground for cultivation. Sumin continues to gaze into the simulator. With astonishment in your and Lin Qi's eyes, Yi Chuxue leaps directly into Tianyuan. After exchanging glances with Lin Qi, you follow suit and jump into the abyss. After an indeterminate time of descent within Tianyuan, you suddenly sense that you have passed through a thin membrane barrier. Upon opening your eyes, you find yourself standing on a vast plain, immediately embraced by a soothing aura of spiritual energy. Is this truly the interior of the ruins? It resembles a mystical realm. The voice of Yi Chuxue reaches you from behind. Here, we refer to this place as the fallen immortal secret realm. Named so because the first powerful being to discover it believed such a rich microcosm could not possibly originate from a mortal realm. Of course, the current state of this place pales in comparison to its ancient glory. We can make our breakthroughs here, but forming a core must be done at the periphery. The depths are beyond our reach. After observing Yi Chuxue find a tranquil spot to begin her cultivation, you and Lin Qi curiously meander about. As you arrive at the edge of a pool, you suddenly notice something shimmering beneath the water. You hear a voice proclaim, "Spiritual object detected. Shall the talent I want it all be activated?" After a moment of contemplation, you decide to activate it. After all, Yi Chuxue had only cautioned against cultivating in the secret realm, and doing anything else should pose no issue. In the next instant, a spiritual object soars from the pool into your hand, while the surrounding spiritual energy floods into your body. With your talent activated, you voraciously absorb the spiritual essence of the fallen immortal secret realm, startling even Yi Chuxue, who is in the midst of her secluded training. Stop it, Suming. Upon hearing her, you immediately prepare to deactivate your talent, not realizing that your simple desire to acquire the spiritual object would cause such an uproar. At that moment, you feel a tremendous pressure emanating from the depths of the fallen immortal secret realm. And you seek death. A colossal hand formed from spiritual energy descends from the heavens, obliterating you into a mere pulp. You have perished. Ding. Simulation concluded. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Talent from the simulation. I want it all. 2. Complete foundational cultivation achievement. 3. Third-tier alchemist attainment. 4. All remaining spirit stones from this simulation. 5. All genuine insights from this simulation. 6. A mysterious spiritual object. Chapter 15. Yi Chuxue's Secret. Gazing at the rewards displayed by the simulator, Su Ming is struck by a bold idea. I choose the talent I want it all. Acquired purple talent. I want it all. Detected additional rewards. Shall I want it all be activated? Indeed. Upon receiving this prompt, Su Ming feels a wave of relief wash over him. With this talent acquired, future rewards from the simulator will no longer be limited to a single selection. Instead, he will obtain them all. The only drawback is that this talent is best reserved for choosing simulation rewards, for if applied elsewhere, any unforeseen consequences akin to those in the simulation could lead to regrettable outcomes. Activate the talent. In an instant, Su Ming's cultivation reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and his alchemical prowess ascended to that of a third-rank alchemist. He had mastered all the intricacies of the Qingdi longevity technique. A thread of true thunder from his soul's sea was now at his beck and call. In the next moment, Su Ming sensed an enigmatic force surging towards his primordial spirit. His expression changed dramatically, as he had not anticipated the emergence of the ominous insect without the consumption of a Foundation establishment pill. With no time to ponder further, Su Ming swiftly summoned the true thunder from his soul sea to strike at the malevolent creature. A wretched shriek echoed in his ears, and the strange aura dissipated. How could this be? Su Ming gazed incredulously at the unfolding events surrounding him. If he recalled correctly, the root of these occurrences should have stemmed from the Foundation establishment pill. His breakthrough utilizing the simulator did not involve the ingestion of such a pill. Could it be that consuming the pill in the simulation counted as having consumed it in reality? No, that seemed illogical. After much contemplation, Su Ming sensed the depths of this mystery were far too profound. Yet Chu Shue's insights were not entirely accurate. There were many facets she remained unaware of. Therefore, in this era, even when the Foundation establishment pill posed no issues, could one still be devoured by the ominous insect upon breaking through? How then? Did these creatures infiltrate our bodies? Ultimately, Su Ming sighed in resignation and turned his gaze towards the simulator. Simulator cooling down, 12 hours. When Su Ming glanced at the simulator again, he noted that the cooldown period had extended from 1 hour to 12 hours. It appeared this was due to his breakthrough to Foundation establishment. During the waiting period for the simulator to cool down, Su Ming resolved to familiarize himself with his newfound strength, which felt somewhat foreign to him. When he opened his eyes again, it was already deep into the night. Initiate simulation. Simulation commencing. Gedikter Su Ming. Cultivation. Pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Random talent extraction. Congratulations. You have acquired the white talent. Business genius. Business genius. Reduces your expenditure of spirit stones by 20% when purchasing anything. Oh dear, is this for real? A white talent? Su Ming stared at the white talent displayed in the simulator, feeling utterly speechless. What use could this possibly serve him? Was he now destined to repay the debt incurred from previously drawing the young sovereign? After solidifying your pinnacle of Foundation establishment, you decide to seek out Yechu Shui in advance. Calculating the time, you estimate that Yechu Shui might break through to Foundation establishment in 1 or 2 years. At present, she should still be an Outer Sect disciple. The next day, after searching among the Outer Sect disciples of the Qingyun sect for quite some time, you finally catch sight of Yechu Shui. At this moment, Yechu Shui is merely at the peak of qi refinement. Upon concealing your true cultivation level, you whispered the words Awakener into her ear. To your surprise, Yechu Shui gazed at you with a look of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind your utterance. Without offering further explanation, you turned and departed. Upon returning to your dwelling, you began to contemplate Yechu Shui's identity. From your recent probe, you inferred that she had not awakened during the qi refinement stage. If she had not reached enlightenment then, how could she possess such extensive knowledge upon her recent breakthrough into the Foundation establishment stage? You believed her identity must be unique, and thus resolved to keep a vigilant watch over her, anticipating the day she would ascend to the next level. In the following year, you observed that Yechu Shui's cultivation had deepened significantly, and she was on the verge of a breakthrough into Foundation establishment. Throughout that year, aside from monitoring Yechu Shui, you tirelessly engaged in the study of techniques at the Treasure Pavilion. Through your efforts with the technique Solar Finger, you successfully deduced the remnants of Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. Every full moon night, you pay close attention to Yechu Shui's movements. Indeed, on the night of the August full moon, you witnessed her making her way to the back mountain. Without delay, you followed her, arriving at the location just in time to see her produce a Foundation establishment pill, preparing for her final push. Before long, a powerful aura emanated from Yechu Shui, signifying her successful breakthrough to Foundation establishment. Immediately after, 3 distinct forces manifested around her. One was her own, another belonged to a sinister insect, and the last exuded an intensely chilling essence. Utilizing the power of the Yin, Yechu Shui forcefully suppressed the malevolent insect within her, but as she opened her eyes, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, you noticed a profound change in her gaze, a depth of experience, as though she had suddenly discerned the entirety of the truth. Witnessing this, you were filled with confusion. Why was it that others appeared dazed upon awakening, while Yechu Shui seemed to grasp everything at once? You slowly emerged from the shadows. Sensing your presence, Yechu Shui regarded you warily, asking, "Who goes there?" As your visage came into view, recognition dawned upon her. "It's you? So you're also an awakener?" "Indeed. It is I. I discerned a year ago that you were destined to awaken." You affirmed. Her astonishment was palpable. "How could you have known I would definitely awaken?" In response to her skepticism, you refrained from elaborating too much, merely informing her that you had perceived her possessing a Een body, a constitution that essentially guarantees awakening. Nodding in understanding after hearing your explanation, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Noticing her lack of inquiry regarding the sinister insect, you inquired why she did not seem surprised. After a brief hesitation, Yi Chushue explained that during her breakthrough to Foundation establishment, her Een body had awakened, revealing fragments of memories. Those memories belonged to the former host of the Tying body, filled with information regarding the enigmatic insects. It becomes evident why. As a mere Foundation establishment cultivator without any backing, she possesses such extensive knowledge of hidden secrets. Su Ming gazes at the response provided by Yi Chushue within the simulator, nodding in sudden realization. The Tying body is indeed intriguing. It appears that this realm of cultivation harbors a multitude of similar extraordinary physiques. Could it be that all who possess such physiques can awaken? Or is it solely the rare and exceptional physiques that can achieve complete enlightenment? Chapter 16. The Breakthrough to Core Formation. This time, you resolve to abandon the slow path of cultivation and actively seize resources. You share your intentions with Yi Chushue. Yet she deems your plan to hunt down all Foundation establishment cultivators of Qingzhou's sects as overly perilous. You, however, perceive no risk in this endeavor, believing that as long as you disguise yourself well, the threat posed by the deceptive insects will be non-existent. After some hesitation, Yi Chushue ultimately acquiesces to your proposal. How do you plan to proceed? You inform her of your strategy. First, you will undertake an external mission from the sect. Then, while out, you will pursue disciples from other sects and cleverly infiltrate their ranks. Yi Chushue finds your approach audacious, yet highly feasible. The following day, you both head to the mission hall to accept a task to eliminate demons. Due to your premature involvement, Yi Chushue does not join the alchemy hall this time. You present her with a fragmented scripture of the Tai Su transformation technique, which you deduced during your training in the treasure pavilion. A month later, gazing at your identical reflection, you feel the formidable power of the Tai Su transformation technique. This cultivation method remains relatively safe within two major realms above your own. You and Yi Chushue choose Feng Lei sect as your primary target, simply because it is the closest to Qingyan sect. You take up positions just outside Feng Lei sect, awaiting the return of those sent on tasks. Soon, you identify your desired target, following them closely until you swiftly eliminate them with a single strike. Utilizing the Tai Su transformation technique, you assume their likeness and, under the cover of darkness, return to Feng Lei sect. Under the night's veil, you stealthily infiltrate the inner sanctum of the Foundation establishment disciples. A massacre is about to commence. You instruct Yi Chushue that you will handle the killings while she collects their cultivation resources, given that she has just broken through to Foundation establishment and still bears injuries. You do not intend for her to face the deceptive insects alone. Instead, you wish for her to accompany you in gathering resources. That night, the Foundation establishment chambers of Feng Lei sect are saturated with the scent of blood. The slaughter continues unabated. By the time dawn breaks, you and Yi Chushue depart from Feng Lei sect, reverting to your original forms. This time, you have garnered substantial rewards, ensuring that even if you retreat to a remote village for cultivation in the future, you need not worry about the lack of resources for your practice. Your next destination is the 10,000 Demon Sect. A month later, you arrive at the outskirts of the sect, planning to continue your previous strategy of waiting for the departing disciples. Soon, you catch sight of two disciples from the 10,000 Demon Sect setting out. And exchanging a glance with Yi Chushue, you follow them. In their wake, you overhear discussions concerning the Wind Thunder Sect. Have you heard? Individuals from the demonic path have emerged in the Wind Thunder Sect, and they have slaughtered all the Foundation building disciples. What? Are those of the demonic path so audacious now? Do you think there might be demonic individuals within our own 10,000 Demon Sect? Rest assured there will be. Your figure suddenly manifests behind the two disciples. Before they can react, your hand pierces through their bodies from behind. Once again, you and Yi Chushue employ the Void Transformation technique to assume the appearance of the two disciples and return to the 10,000 Demon Sect. This time, you replicate your earlier tactics, leaving the sect's perimeter early the next day. After calculating the time, you deduce that the mission for the Qingyun sect should have been completed, and it is time to return. Upon your return to the Qingyun sect, you receive an unexpected piece of news. Due to the slaughter of the foundation-building disciples from both the 10,000 Demon Sect and the Wind Thunder Sect, all the high-ranking members of the sects in Qingzhou have been alerted. The same applies to your own Qingyun sect, as the sect leader has decided to emerge ahead of schedule, announcing that the Enlightenment Conference will take place in a month. No way. The Enlightenment Conference has been advanced by a full 4 years. Ming gazes at the content within the simulator, feeling somewhat astonished. In previous instances, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect invariably emerged only in the 6th year. It seems at this time, your actions have profoundly impacted the foundation of every sect. The leader of the Qingyun sect is compelled to hold the Enlightenment Conference early to screen the awakened individuals. You inform Yi Chuxue about the truth of the Enlightenment Conference, and she suggests that you leave the Qingyun sect as soon as possible. You nod in agreement with her suggestion. However, before departing, you plan to carry out a final massacre of the Qingyun sect. That night, you prepare to commence the slaughter of the foundation-building disciples of the Qingyun sect as per your plan. However, to your surprise, having learned from the experiences of the Wind Thunder sect and the 10,000 Demon sect, the foundation-building disciples of the Qingyun sect are evidently on high alert. Yet, for a youthful supreme being like yourself, who has transcended to the pinnacle of foundation building, these so-called defenses are mere illusions in your eyes. Below the core formation stage, there is no one who can match you, and even against those at the core formation stage, you possess the confidence to eliminate them. After dispatching most of them, you and Yi Chuxue dash away, swiftly distancing yourselves from the Qingyun sect. For 2 consecutive months, you journeyed without pause, guiding Yi Chuxue directly to a desolate village at the borders of Qingzhou. Once you had settled in completely, both you and Yi Chuxue exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the day after your departure from Qingyun sect, you discovered that your identities had been exposed. Throughout your travels, you were pursued by warrants for your arrest. Simultaneously, the sect master of Qingyun calculated through divine means that the calamities faced by Fenglei sect and Wanma sect were orchestrated by the two of you. In an instant, both sects issued a joint decree, offering a bounty of 10 million spirit stones for your capture. In the 3rd year, you concealed yourselves in the desolate village, relying on resources obtained through theft for your cultivation. By the 4th year, you sensed that you had reached your limit and could attempt to break through to the core formation stage. Meanwhile, Yi Chuxue had also advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, her injuries fully healed, prompting you to marvel at the formidable power of her tying physique. You informed Yi Chuxue of your intention to venture to Tianyuan to break through to the core formation stage. Upon hearing this, she readily agreed. Yet she did not intend to accompany you. In the 5th year, you set off alone for Tianyuan, leaping down in accordance with the memories of the place. When you opened your eyes again, you found yourself in the fallen immortal secret realm. You casually selected a lakeside location at the periphery of the realm to prepare for your breakthrough. After a year of seclusion and striving, you successfully ascended to the core formation stage. In the next moment, you felt a familiar, ominous force approaching. Without time to ponder, you instinctively summoned the essence of thunder. To your dismay, the thunder essence was dispersed in an instant by the enigmatic insect. You summoned all your spiritual energy to combat the insect, and after 2 days, you sensed its presence waning, while you continuously replenished your strength with the spiritual energy of the secret realm. In that moment, you comprehended why the secret realm could aid awakened beings in their struggle against such creatures. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Black-Clad Figures of Wanma Sect. After 7 days, you had thoroughly suppressed the insect within you, albeit at the cost of enduring some backlash. Fortunately, having practiced the Qingdi longevity technique, your vitality and recuperative abilities were unparalleled. Even without further cultivation, your body perpetually healed itself. You rose to your feet, surveying the surroundings of this secret realm. The information you possessed being solely derived from Yi Chuxue. You understood that you were currently situated at the periphery of the realm, yet the depths remained a mystery to you. The recollection of being struck down by a powerful figure within the secret realm was still vivid in your mind. You silently vowed to remember this grudge, for a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Regardless of their motives, you stood on the side of humanity, yet they disregarded this and sought to kill you. Thus, there was no need for mercy. You have temporarily departed from the secret realm of fallen immortals, returning to the desolate village. Upon your return to the small courtyard, you discovered that Yi Chuxue was inexplicably absent. Initially, You presumed she might have ventured out for cultivation or to hunt for the nearby villagers. It was only upon discovering a letter left on the table that you confirmed her departure from the desolate village. You opened the letter and read its contents. Yichushiwa mentioned that she had encountered practitioners akin to awakening beings in the Qin kingdom, and she needed to verify their existence and bring them back. After perusing the entire letter, it became evident to you that the individual she referred to was none other than Lin Qi. After incinerating the letter, you immediately set off at a frantic pace towards the Qin kingdom. You understood that the premature demise of the foundational disciples from various major sects would inevitably lead to certain alterations in the unfolding events. It would certainly not be as before, where perfected foundational disciples led a throng of Qi practitioners to besiege them. This time, it was highly likely that only core formation cultivators would arrive. With this thought in mind, you dared not delay, charging toward the capital of the Qin kingdom with all your might. 10 days later, you finally reached the capital. As you entered the city and prepared to head to the residence etched in your memory, you suddenly heard commotion emanating from that direction. You realized that Yichushiwa was already engaged in battle with foes. Moments later, you arrived at the residence, only to find Lin Qi sprawled in a pool of blood, his aura faint and flickering, as if he were on the brink of death. On the other side, Yichushiwa was in dire straits, surrounded by 2 core formation cultivators. Witnessing this scene, you immediately unleashed the remnant form of the Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger, a colossal finger descending slowly from the heavens. The 2 core formation cultivators, realizing they had been marked, hastily summoned their most formidable abilities to resist. However, their strength proved insufficient to withstand your Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger, which reduced them to ashes in an instant. The remaining 10 perfected foundational cultivators besieging Lin Qi were so terrified by this spectacle that they turned to flee. Yet, you granted them no opportunity for escape. With a mere gesture, they were all obliterated, vanishing into a pool of blood before your eyes. So Ming, have you truly broken through to core formation so swiftly? Yichushiwa exclaimed, her expression a mix of shock and joy upon recognizing you. She had not anticipated that you would achieve this breakthrough in merely a year, and it appeared that the backlash from your advancement was not excessively severe. You refrained from elaborating further, moving to Lin Qi's side and noticing he was still drawing breath. You hoisted Lin Qi onto your shoulders and, with Yichushiwa in tow, made your escape from the Qin kingdom. Shortly after your departure, a figure blocked your path. You could sense no discernible cultivation from this individual, but you were acutely aware that their realm far surpassed your own, and by no small margin. To your astonishment, the other party did not create any difficulties for you. Do not fret. I, too, am an enlightened one. The cultivators of the 3 great sects, the Wanma sect, the Fenglai sect, and the Qin sect, continue to advance towards the Qin kingdom. Rest assured, I shall temporarily hold them off for you. You gaze at the man clad in black, feeling a sense of disbelief. You inquire why he is willing to assist you, questioning whether he fears the exposure of his identity. The man in black responds that his motive for aiding you is merely to witness the appearance of the enlightened one who has stirred such a tempest in Qingzhou. As for the issue of exposure, he assures you that he possesses methods to remain concealed. Before departing, you ask which sect he belongs to, and he reveals that he is from the Wanma sect. With the assistance of the man in black, you encounter no pursuers on your journey back to the desolate village. A month later, you successfully return to the village. Along the way, Lin Qi's injuries gradually heal, and he is now able to walk normally. On this day, Yichushiwa seeks you out. Su Ming, do not place your full trust in that man in black. You look at her in confusion and ask why. Yichushiwa begins to explain. Although our goal as enlightened ones is to overthrow the reign of the Guichong and reshape the entire Kanglan realm, we were once united in ancient times. However, due to differing ideologies, there is now strife among the enlightened ones. Therefore, without knowing the true intentions of that man in black, one cannot fully trust his words. Upon hearing this, you suddenly recall the scene in the fallen immortal secret realm, where you were crushed into a pulp by a hand. Indeed, your suspicions were correct. There exists internal conflict among the Guichong, just as there is strife among human cultivators. You assure Yichushiwa that you will exercise caution and encourage her to focus on her cultivation. In the 7th year, your cultivation breaks through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, while Yichushiwa reaches a bottleneck, informing you that she is about to venture to the Tianyuan to break through. Lin Qi suggests that Yichushiwa take him along, while you initially intend to abstain from the journey. However, Yi Chushua mentions a secret realm within the Kanglan realm that opens once every 10 years, with the next occurrence slated for the upcoming year. This secret realm only allows cultivators below the nascent soul stage to enter. Yi Chushua intended to inform you after her breakthrough to the Golden Core, but upon noticing your reluctance to go to the Tianyuan, she reveals it earlier and invites you to accompany her after her breakthrough. Upon hearing this, you agree to travel to the Tianyuan with Yi Chushua, seizing the opportunity to thoroughly explore the fallen immortal secret realm. A month later, the three of you arrive at the Tianyuan. Without hesitation, you and Yi Chushua leap down, while Lin Shi hesitates for a moment before following suit. Upon entering the celestial ruins, Yi Chushua sought a secluded spot to commence her breakthrough. At that moment, Lin Shi excused himself under the pretext of wanting to explore a notion you did not ponder deeply. You began to meander through the mysterious realm, gradually advancing towards its depths. Chapter 18. The Bronze Temple. As you journeyed forward, the passage of time became indiscernible until you stumbled upon a magnificent bronze temple nestled within a valley. Intrigued, you approached, just as you prepared to enter and investigate. A voice echoed in your ears. Young one, I advise you to reconsider. No one has ever entered this bronze temple since the discovery of this realm. At the sound of this voice, a shiver coursed through you. You were all too familiar with it. The last time you invoked your talent, I want it all. It was the owner of this voice who had struck you down with a mere swipe. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? I humbly seek your wisdom. You feigned a desire for enlightenment while secretly intending to lure the individual out, so you could memorize their appearance and aura, aspiring to confront them once your own powers had matured. I am Wanyemo, the second elder of the 10,000 Demon Sect. As his words fell, an elderly man with jet black hair materialized before you. This bronze temple is exceedingly peculiar. No matter one's cultivation level, brute force alone cannot breach its doors. Thus, we surmise that a specific key is required for entry. It is said that within this celestial ruins, the treasures contained in the bronze temple are the most coveted. Upon hearing this, you eagerly inquired about the nature of this key. However, Wanyemo shook his head, revealing no one knows what the key is or even if it exists. These are merely our conjectures. Disappointment washed over you as you approached the bronze temple, scrutinizing its structure. Captivated by the material of the temple, you instinctively place your hand upon the bronze door. In the next moment, to your and Wanyemo's astonishment, the bronze temple began to slowly open. Wanyemo, with no time to contemplate, swiftly darted towards the temple. Yet, just as he was about to cross the threshold, an unseen force repelled him, crashing him to the ground. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. How can this be? The bronze temple has opened. Yet why can I not enter? For millennia, this was the first instance of the bronze temple's opening. Why was entry denied? No, I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, you noticed Wanyemo regarding you with a peculiar gaze, a sense of foreboding enveloping you. Although you wished to flee, it was too late. Wanyemo had already locked his sights upon you. With no other options, you turned and sprinted towards the bronze temple. Futile, you cannot enter. Surrender to me, so I may uncover the secret that allows you to unlock the bronze temple. Just as the Wanya demon was about to seize you, you passed through the luminous veil of the bronze door and entered the interior of the bronze temple. Upon your entrance, the grand door of the temple slowly closed behind you. The Wanya demon stood outside, his face contorted with anger as he gazed at you. Although the immediate peril had been averted, you were acutely aware that he would be waiting for your emergence from the temple. Indeed, this Wanya demon was untrustworthy. Su Ming was taken aback. Even in such dire circumstances, there were still parasites among humanity. All his cunning was directed at his own kind. Had he directed even a fraction of it toward the vile insects, the situation in Qingzhou would not have escalated to this extent. Fortunately, this was merely a simulation, and he still had numerous opportunities to guard against the Wanya demon. Once his cultivation reached a breakthrough, eliminating him would not be out of the question. The second elder of the 10,000 Demon Sect, if compared to the Qingyun sect, would place the Wanya demon at the stage of transformation. With this realization, Su Ming's gaze returned to the simulator. Upon entering the bronze temple, you discovered the vastness of its interior. Statues of various figures adorned both sides. Yet you recognized none of them. As you wandered through the grand hall, you noticed that the walls were adorned with murals. These murals seemed to chronicle events from an ancient epic. Through the depictions, you witnessed a colossal insect tearing open a rift in space, descending upon the Kanglan realm. Subsequently, the foremost powers of the Kanglan realm united to vanquish this creature. However, What transpired thereafter was unclear, as all sects combined forces to confront the sky. The sky? Gazing at the mural's portrayal, you felt a profound perplexity. Why would everyone join forces against the sky? Could it be that the sky here did not refer to the heavens above, but rather, this line of thought birthed a daring hypothesis within you. The heavenly Tao, you suspected that their alliance was not against the sky, but against the heavenly Tao itself. Yet, the murals depicted it as though all were attacking the sky. As you observed this, the situation grew increasingly intricate. The ancient era was indeed the pinnacle of cultivation in the Kanglan realm. Why would all cultivators turn their efforts against the heavenly Tao? Upon reaching this point, Ming could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. He felt as if he had stumbled upon an immense secret. If what the Wanya demon claimed was true, that he had never entered this bronze temple, then he was the sole witness to these murals. Ming was now deeply intrigued as to why the cultivators of ancient times chose to confront the heavenly Tao rather than the vile insects. After all, the heavenly Tao was supposed to align with the cultivators of the Kanglan realm. Unable to fathom the entirety of this enigma, he pressed on, eager to uncover more. You find it utterly incomprehensible. Given the current circumstances, the greatest issue lies with the enigmatic worms. However, the manner in which these creatures govern the realm of Kanglan remains shrouded in mystery. You had just witnessed, through the mural, a singular worm invading Kanglan, only to be swiftly vanquished, after which no further incursions occurred. The mural concluded at this juncture, leaving you oblivious to the subsequent events. As you stand in a haze of confusion, the eyes of the statues flanking the great hall ignite with light. Subsequently, beams of radiance emanate from these eyes, hurtling towards you. Soon after, all the statues return to their tranquil state. Upon opening your eyes, you gaze in disbelief at the statues before you. The luminous flashes you just beheld were manifestations of the divine abilities held by the statue's former masters. This place serves as a repository of legacy, and you have gained entry here because, as you have come to realize through the recent transmission, only those who have attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement may be chosen by the sanctum. After processing the shock, you settle down to cultivate the techniques you have just inherited: the great wilderness prison sky finger, the great void sword art, the cycle of immortality scripture, the devouring sky demon technique, the celestial transformation art, and the grand void technique. In total, you have mastered 6 supreme techniques, each of which is capable of being cultivated to the highest echelon of the Kanglan realm. Chapter 19. The Fall of the Fallen Immortal Secret Realm. In the 8th year, after a full year of cultivation, you have finally grasped these techniques to the initial stage. You glance towards the bronze door, hesitating on whether to venture outside. Given your prodigious talent, Yi Chushue should have broken through to the golden core stage within this year. You had previously agreed to explore the secret realm she mentioned together this year. Yet, you find yourself ensnared within the bronze sanctum, wary of stepping outside, knowing that one EMO awaits you. After much deliberation, you conclude that it is best to remain hidden for now. Even if you miss the opportunity to enter the secret realm, exiting prematurely could lead to being captured by one EMO, resulting in nothing less than a soul search. You begin to contemplate how to extricate yourself from your current predicament. Soon, your attention fixes upon a particular technique, the Grand Void technique. Having entered the initial stage of this art, you understand that by cultivating it to mastery, you will be able to traverse the fabric of space at will. The distance you can traverse in such a manner will correlate with your own cultivation level. One EMO, await my emergence. I shall surely bring about your demise. You declare inwardly. You return to the center of the grand hall, close your eyes, and begin your cultivation. The difficulty of mastering the Grand Void technique exceeds your expectations. Despite your innate talent as a youthful sovereign, the process remains exceedingly arduous. In the 10th year, you successfully elevate the Grand Void technique from the initial stage to minor mastery. You now wield the Grand Void technique, capable of enveloping the entirety of the interior of the Bronze Temple. Yet, you remain vigilant. For the formidable one EMO at the Divine Transformation stage could easily pursue you, a mere golden core cultivator. You are acutely aware that this is not the time for complacency. Thus, you suppress your exuberance and delve deeper into the cultivation of the Grand Void technique. After 5 years of seclusion and rigorous training, you have successfully mastered the Grand Void technique, achieving a state of consummation. With each passing moment of practice, you increasingly appreciate the profundities of the Grand Void technique, and your own cultivation level has ascended to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. However, You have exhausted all your reserve spirit stones, and you realize that to transcend to the nascent soul stage, you must venture outside. Yet, the presence of one Yi Mo looms ominously outside, and even if you manage to escape, the likelihood of breaking through within the fallen immortal secret realm is uncertain. Ultimately, regardless of the possibility of breakthrough, you resolve to leave the Bronze Temple. Having vanished for 7 years, you are oblivious to the state of the outside world, unaware of the whereabouts of Yi Chuxue and Lin Qi. They may have returned to your base in the desolate village on the borders of Qingzhou, or perhaps they have sought refuge elsewhere. Approaching the grand bronze doors, you steady your breath and push them open. However, as you step beyond the threshold of the Bronze Temple, the scene before you leaves you utterly astonished. A cacophony of voices fills your ears. Look, look, the door of the Bronze Temple has opened. What is happening? Who has opened it? Could it be Jun Ma Xiao from the 10,000 Demon Sect? I believe it is our genius, Xiao Ling Tian from the Qingyan Sect. Wait, why is there someone emerging? Who is that person? Gazing at the throng of people outside the Bronze Temple, you find yourself completely bewildered. You cannot fathom why members of the 3 major sects of Qingzhou have congregated here. In your understanding, this place is the fallen immortal secret realm, protected by formations, and any intruding creatures should have been annihilated by the triggered arrays. Although the cause of this situation eludes you, it is evident that significant events have transpired during your 7 years within the Bronze Temple, leading to the complete downfall of the fallen immortal secret realm. You ponder why a realm that has remained undisturbed for centuries has suddenly encountered calamity. You have contemplated that your own entrance into the Bronze Temple may be a contributing factor, as well as other possibilities. He is Su Ming, the demon cultivator wanted by the Qingyan Sect a decade ago. What? A remnant of the demon path? I knew that remnants of the demon path must still exist within this secret realm. Brothers, if we can capture him, we will uncover the secrets of the Bronze Temple. As you observe the surrounding individuals with their covetous gazes fixated upon you, a subtle smile graces your lips. Having recently mastered the profound void technique, you find yourself yearning for an opportunity to wield it, and now, fate has presented you with a fitting arena. You resolve to eliminate everyone present, perceiving them not as human beings, but as mere puppets manipulated by the enigmatic worms, devoid of any potential for inner turmoil. As you execute the void technique, you traverse the entire space with unparalleled swiftness, rendering all unable to trace your elusive form. In a mere quarter of an hour, you have dispatched all the core formation disciples from the Qingyan Sect, the Fenglei Sect, and the Wanma Sect. Through the means of soul searching, you uncover the truth you sought. 5 years prior, the second elder of the Wanma Sect, Wan Yema, abruptly declared to the world that the formation surrounding the forbidden area of Tianyuan had dissipated, revealing a secret realm deep within. Consequently, the 3 factions of Qingzhou commenced the gradual division of the spiritual treasures within the entire secret realm. This escalated into a conflict among the 3 major sects, which ultimately necessitated the intervention of their leaders for mediation. They collectively agreed that the fallen immortal secret realm would serve as the battleground for trials every 5 years, permitting only those below the nascent soul stage to enter from each sect. The proclamation by Wan Yema. How could this be possible? As you ponder this revelation, your brow furrows in disbelief. Were it not for the truth gleaned from soul searching, you would have never accepted such a notion. Despite Wan Yema's reprehensible nature, he fundamentally stood on the side of humanity. You cannot fathom him committing such an act of treachery. It is crucial to recognize that without the fallen immortal secret realm, he too would eventually succumb to the voracious appetite of the enigmatic worms. From any perspective, Wan Yema lacks the motivation to undertake such course of action. Although you have eradicated everyone before the Bronze Hall, the core disciples of each sect are conspicuously absent. You are acutely aware that these ordinary disciples are oblivious to the core secrets. To unveil the fundamental issues, you must delve into the souls of those core disciples, such as Jun Ma Xiao. You believe Jun Ma Xiao to be the most formidable disciple of the Wanma sect at the core formation stage, undoubtedly privy to far more than these ordinary disciples. Moreover, it is fortuitous that Wan Yema hails from the Wanma sect as well. With this thought in mind, you swiftly navigate through the entirety of the fallen immortal secret realm using the void technique. Every individual you encounter is not spared. You incapacitate them and search their souls before delivering the final blow. Through your soul searching, you swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of Jun Ma Xiao. Utilizing the void technique once more, You arrive at a towering mountain adorned with countless swords. Gazing upon the formidable sight of the sword-laden mountain, you cannot help but marvel at the fortuitous opportunities that the fallen immortal's secret realm harbors. From the murals you have previously studied, you recognize the origin of this sword mountain, the illustrious Taishu sword sect of ancient times. Chapter 20. The Fate of Yi Chu Xue. As you practice the Taishu sword art, your arrival at the sword mountain resonates with every blade upon its summit. At this moment, the attention of everyone present was drawn to the commotion you had caused, leaving them perplexed as to its origin. What could have transpired? Could it be that Shaoling Tian had acquired the celestial sword? It seemed quite plausible, for Shaoling Tian was the most adept in swordsmanship among the disciples of the Qingyan sect. You attentively listened to the discussions around you, silently committing the name Shaoling Tian to memory, planning to eliminate him first. Disguised, you infiltrated the ranks of the disciples from the three major sects, intending to seize the treasures before ultimately dispatching this group. From the chatter of those nearby, you learned that this sword mountain comprised nearly 99,990 layers of stairs. Only by ascending to the highest tier and passing the trials could one gain the sword's acknowledgement. Should one fail to reach the summit, the swords on the lower tiers would also assess you based on your progress. As you surveyed the scene before you, a tinge of sadness enveloped you. This was once the legacy bestowed upon humanity by the revered Tai Su sword sect, now usurped by sinister creatures. One could only speculate how the ancestors of the Tai Su sword sect would react upon learning of the current state of affairs. You ascended the stairs leading to the peak, feeling no pressure whatsoever. A fleeting doubt crossed your mind. Were those earlier individuals deceiving you? Yet, you soon discerned something amiss. With each step you took higher, surpassing another, you noticed peculiarities in their physiques. Conversely, the gazes of others upon you mirrored sheer terror, as if they had encountered a specter. Who is this person? It seems he is entirely unaffected by the surrounding sword energies. Could this be another existence akin to Shaoling Tian? No, his demeanor suggested he might even surpass Shaoling Tian in prowess. In their eyes, you appear to be a figure more formidable than Shaoling Tian himself. As you continued to ascend, the swords throughout the mountain resonated with a symphony of sword cries. Time passed, and at long last you beheld the summit. Here, the number of individuals dwindled to just 3, 2 men and 1 woman. Through the symbols, you discerned that the occupant of the uppermost tier was Shaoling Tian of the Qingyan sect, while a few levels below him stood Jun Mo Xiao of the Wan Mo sect. The woman, identified as Luo Xiaoyu from previous conversations, was affiliated with Feng Lei. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the trio, you ascended to the pinnacle without the slightest hint of trepidation. Upon entering the top tier, you encountered a formation with a rusted sword embedded at its center. Unsure of how to extract the sword, you realized that breaking the formation was out of the question, as you possessed no knowledge of such intricate arts. In desperation, you attempted to recite the incantation of the Tai Su sword technique, guide the sword with intent, like stars beckoning the moon. In the next moment, the sword within the formation seemed to resonate with you, trembling incessantly. As the iron sword within the formation flew into your hand and lay quietly, you realized it was a broken blade. Beside you, Shaoling Tian wore an expression of displeasure. In his eyes, he was undeniably the first to ascend the mountain peak, and this sword rightfully belonged to him. You're seeking death. Despite his fury, he suppressed his anger and inquired, "Who are you? I do not recall anyone of your stature in the Qingyan sect." Upon hearing his words, you laughed heartily. In that fleeting moment when you grasped the broken sword, a surge of knowledge enveloped you. This blade was known as the Taishu sword, once a celestial weapon wielded by the venerable Taishu during his campaigns, only to be shattered in the throes of battle. Nevertheless, even as a broken sword, it still emanated the lingering aura of a divine blade. "Who am I? I am here to collect your souls." As your words fell, your visage began to shift, ultimately returning to your true form. "You are Su Ming of the Demon Path?" Shaoling Tian was the first to recognize you upon seeing your countenance. He was well aware of the events that transpired within the Qingyan sect, and he knew that the sect's master had employed great powers to unveil the true face of the murderer, who bore an uncanny resemblance to you. As Shaoling Tian spoke, Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Xiaoyu exhibited expressions of shock. With the Taishu sword drawn, the oppressive aura of the entire sword mountain dissipated. In an instant, Jun Mo Xiao and Shaoling Tian unleashed their perfected golden core cultivation and charged at you. Unperturbed, you employed the Great Void technique to evade their onslaught. Appearing behind Xiao Lingtian before he could react, and with a thrust of the Taishu sword, you struck him down. Seeing Xiao Lingtian render powerless, Yunmo Xiao instinctively fled. You executed the Great Void technique once more, incapacitating Jun Mo Zhao's cultivation with a single strike before employing the soul-searching technique. To your disappointment, despite Jun Mo Zhao being a prodigy of the 10,000 Demon Sect, the information he possessed was no different from that of an ordinary disciple. After your disappointment, your gaze shifted to Luo Xiaoyu. As you prepared to end her life with the Great Void technique, she interjected, "Wait, Su Ming. I am an awakener, just like you. A fellow human." Hearing her words, you furrowed your brow, halting the Taishu sword at her throat. "How can you prove it? If you cannot furnish me with convincing evidence, I shall have no choice but to kill you." "I can prove it." Luo Xiaoyu then revealed her primordial spirit to you. "Look, this is my primordial spirit." Those possessed by the strange insect cannot project their true primordial spirit. Theirs appear in grotesque forms. Upon hearing these words, you appeared somewhat taken aback, for you had previously been uncertain how to discern between humans and the enigmatic insect. You were only aware that the insect could not penetrate the ruins of the fallen immortal's secret realm, and that it would suffer severe injuries when attempting to breach it. "On what ground should I place my trust in you?" you queried. Although the rationale presented was compelling, you remained reluctant to accept it outright. In your estimation, when it came to matters concerning the insect, it was preferable to err on the side of caution rather than risk letting it escape unscathed. Are you not an enlightened one? How can you be so oblivious? Under your cold gaze, Luo Xiaoyu gradually uttered a name. "Wait, I know Yi Chushua." Indeed, upon hearing that the other party was acquainted with Yi Chushua, you slowly lowered the Tai Su sword in your hand. "You know Yi Chushua? Where is she now?" "Her current situation is rather precarious. After her last breakthrough, she was pursued before she could recover and sustained grievous injuries. Subsequently, I arranged for her to hide on a secluded island between Qingzhou and Zhongzhou." Chapter 21. Declaring War Before the Three Great Sects. You gazed deeply at Luo Xiaoyu and chose to trust her for the time being. You began to inquire about the reasons behind the current state of the fallen immortal's secret realm. With a sigh, Luo Xiaoyu commenced her explanation. 5 years ago, for reasons unknown, the secret realm underwent a drastic transformation. The spiritual energy within became tainted, mirroring that of the outside world, which is conducive to the growth of the insect. Furthermore, the formation that had long safeguarded the secret realm was directly dismantled from within by the Wanyam demon. Upon hearing this, you inquired why the Wanyam demon would disrupt the grand formation. Luo Xiaoyu revealed that the Wanyam demon was no longer the same as before. He had been consumed by the insect 5 years ago. Thus, he had destroyed the formation within the secret realm, leading to its complete downfall. Su Ming, observing this, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The Wanyam demon had been devoured by the insect? How, then, was the spiritual energy of the secret realm corrupted? He could not fathom this. A puppet parasitized by the insect, even if it survived within the secret realm, could not achieve such a degree of contamination of the spiritual energy. Therefore, there must be some aspect that he had overlooked. The pollution of the fallen immortal's secret realm occurred in the 5th year after he entered the Bronze Temple. This implied that something significant must have transpired during the 3 years following his entry into the secret realm. Yet he was completely unaware of what that might be. In the simulator, after listening to Luo Xiaoyu's explanation, you realized that something crucial must have occurred during the 3 years following your entrance into the fallen immortal's secret realm. As for what had transpired, you surmised that only by locating Yi Chushua could you uncover the truth. You directed your gaze towards Luo Xiaoyu, and with a tone that bore an undertone of menace, you spoke. "You will accompany me now to seek Yi Chushua." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyu displayed a countenance of reluctance. "Su Ming, it is not that I do not wish to take you, but currently, we are utterly unable to exit the fallen immortal secret realm." Observing the bitter expression on Luo Xiaoyu's face, you inquired with puzzlement as to the reason behind it. She elucidated, "At present, the heavens are swarming with elders from the 3 great sections. These elders have instituted a grand competition held once every 5 years, utilizing the fallen immortal secret realm as their stage for the acquisition of opportunities. Although they have decreed that only disciples below the nascent soul stage may enter, those above that stage are stationed outside to guard against their disciples being intercepted upon their emergence. However, having eliminated all the disciples from the 3 sects, You are certain to be apprehended and subjected to soul-searching upon your exit. After absorbing the entire situation, you asked Luo Xiaoyu about the highest cultivation level of the elders from the 3 sections. Without hesitation, she replied, "The pinnacle is the great perfection of the nascent soul." Upon learning that the highest cultivation level among the arrivals was merely the great perfection of the nascent soul, a subtle smile crept upon your lips. To you, cultivators below the transformation stage posed no threat whatsoever. Initially, you had diligently cultivated the Great Void technique to evade the relentless pursuit of a transformation stage demon. Now, having mastered this technique, you felt no pressure in escaping from someone merely one major realm above you. Turning to Luo Xiaoyu, you assured her that you possessed a method of escape, requiring only her guidance. Luo Xiaoyu, puzzled by the means you had to facilitate her exit, remained silent as you executed the Great Void technique within the fallen immortal secret realm, causing both of your figures to manifest at its periphery in an instant. What sorcery is this? Capable of traversing through space? You refrained from offering an extensive explanation to Luo Xiaoyu and instead urged her to lead the way diligently. Witnessing your formidable power, Luo Xiaoyu ceased her hesitance and began to guide you. Soon, your figures emerged in the skies above the heavens. The elders and disciples of the 3 great sects turned their gazes toward you as you appeared. From the Wanma sect and Demon Sect? One elder questioned. No, that man looks remarkably familiar. At this moment, an elder from the Fonlei sect addressed you. You there, how is it that only the 2 of you emerged? Where are the others? A wicked grin spread across your face in response to his inquiry. The others? I have already dispatched them. Rest assured, it won't be long before you join them. What? You seek death? The elder from the Fonlei sect, upon hearing your words, unleashed the full force of his great perfection of the nascent soul aura. You worthless golden core, I am uncertain who bestowed upon you the audacity to converse with me in such a manner. In the next moment, the elder of the Thunderwind sect launched an attack against you, yet you deftly evaded it using the Great Void technique. The elders of the 3 major sects were taken aback, their pupils dilating in astonishment. They had not anticipated that a core formation cultivator, such as yourself, would wield such formidable spatial abilities. At that juncture, an elder from the Qingyun sect recognized you. He was a practitioner of the demonic path, the very individual who ruthlessly slaughtered the foundation-building disciples of my Qingyun sect and your 2 sects over a decade ago. What? All present were stunned, casting incredulous glances at you suspended in midair, while the elders of the 3 sects unhesitatingly directed their attacks towards you. Once more, you employed the Great Void technique to evade their onslaught, taunting them with words. You shall wait, for one day I shall eradicate every last one of you vermin. As your words echoed, you utilized the Great Void technique repeatedly, vanishing alongside Luo Xiaoyu from the Tianyuan, leaving the members of the 3 sects in a state of bewilderment. An hour later, you arrive in the Qin Kingdom with Luo Xiaoyu. Having continuously wielded the Great Void technique, you now felt somewhat exhausted. You were acutely aware of the rapid consumption of spiritual energy by the Great Void technique. As a perfected core formation cultivator, you could not sustain its use for long. You and Luo Xiaoyu reached the small courtyard where you once stayed with Yi Chushua, and now overrun with cobwebs, indicating it had not been inhabited for quite some time. After a day of rest, you set off again with Luo Xiaoyu. After approximately 2 hours of continuous use of the Great Void technique, you were compelled to halt and rest for a day. Half a month later, you arrive at the desolate island that Luo Xiaoyu had mentioned. The moment you set foot on the island, a voice rang out behind you. So Ming, you're still alive? Turning around, you were astonished to see Yi Chushua, whom you had not encountered in 8 years. Sensing her perfected core formation aura, you were evidently taken aback. You had not anticipated that her cultivation speed rivaled your own. The body of the Dark Moon was indeed not to be underestimated. You recounted to Yi Chushua everything that transpired in the fallen immortal secret realm. Yi Chushua was astonished to learn that you had entered the Bronze Shrine, realizing why she had been unable to locate you after a breakthrough. You did not linger on idle chatter, but promptly inquired about the events that unfolded in the fallen immortal secret realm. The fallen immortal secret realm. Alas. Chapter 22. Escape from the Qingyun sect. Yi Chushua invited you inside to discuss further, to which you gladly acquiesced. Just as you approached the nearby wooden cabin, a terrified voice emerged from behind you. So Ming, quickly, take cover. While you were still pondering why Luo Xiaoyu urged you to evade, a hand pierced through your chest, gripping a beating heart. You turned back with great difficulty, only to find a peculiar smile flickering across Yi Chushue's face. Finally, you have arrived, Su Ming. You are dead. What? Yi Chushue has also been consumed? Su Ming felt a twinge of surprise as he realized that he had met his demise at the hands of Yi Chushue. How could she, possessing the body of the Taiyin, be devoured by the eerie worm before reaching the nascent soul stage? In his understanding, these ghastly creatures typically emerged to consume souls only when a major breakthrough was achieved. Was there something he had overlooked? Su Ming pondered this perplexing mystery. Ding. Simulation concluded. Please select your rewards. 1. The cultivation of complete golden core. 2. The cultivation of a third-tier alchemist. 3. All remaining spirit stones from this simulation. 4. All genuine insights from this simulation. 5. The talent acquired in this simulation. Business genius. 6. The legacy obtained from the Bronze Temple. 7. The Tai Su sword. Ding. Would you like to activate the talent? I want them all. Activate. Ding. Talent activated. I want them all. In an instant, he received all the rewards from the simulation. His cultivation soaring to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Su Ming inwardly cursed. He was not yet fully prepared to suppress the eerie worm. In the simulation, he had only achieved his breakthrough by venturing into the mysterious realm of fallen immortals. Sure enough, in the next moment, the eerie worm lunged toward his primordial spirit once more. Su Ming, not daring to be careless, summoned the essence of thunder and charged at the creature. With a piercing sound, the essence of thunder pierced through the body of the eerie worm, and its presence vanished once again. Why is it so weak? Su Ming felt a sense of confusion as he reflected on the recent events. Just moments ago, he had sensed that the eerie worm posed no greater threat than it did during his initial Foundation establishment, which was starkly different from the scene in the simulation. Could it be that the simulator had infused him with pure spiritual energy? After some time, this was the only possibility that came to mind. Only when utilizing pure spiritual energy for a breakthrough would the power of the eerie worm remain unchanged. Without tainted energy, the worm could not grow stronger and would remain in its Foundation stage form. With this realization, excitement blossomed on Su Ming's face. Simulation cooldown, 72 hours. After breaking through to the golden core, the cooldown period for the simulator had been extended once more. Just as he contemplated his next steps, a voice suddenly resonated. Ding. Random task initiated. Task. Slaughter all Foundation stage disciples within the Demon Sect. Reward. 1 simulation attempt. Brother System, you truly understand me. This is indeed a timely boon. Su Ming gazed at the prompt box before him, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. He had engaged in such activities numerous times within simulations, and now, experiencing it for the first time in reality, he felt a thrill of excitement. However, before confronting these elusive insects, there was one crucial task he needed to accomplish. Find Yi Chushue. Using his divine sense, Su Ming swiftly located Yi Chushue's presence outside the Demon Sect. In the next moment, he activated the Great Void technique. A portal to the void opened behind him, and instantaneously, a similar portal materialized within Yi Chushue's cave abode. Su Ming stepped through. As he emerged, Yi Chushue, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Who is it? Observing Su Ming before her, she sensed no aura emanating from him and was baffled by how he had entered her cave without a sound. With an expressionless demeanor, Su Ming regarded her coldly, commanding, "Stop with the nonsense and come with me." Yet, Yi Chushue remained unmoved, her vigilance unwavering as she prepared herself for a potential confrontation. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of resistance. You have 2 choices, either accompany me or face death. Su Ming had little time to elaborate to Yi Chushue. Given that she was still in the chi refinement stage, she would not believe the truth if he revealed it. Otherwise, the numerous practitioners in the Kanglan realm would not regard them as part of the demonic path. Sensing the faint pressure emanating from Su Ming, Yi Chushue felt a pang of despair. She understood she was no match for him. Rather than face humiliation by following him, she contemplated self-destruction. Yet through her gaze, Su Ming seemingly discerned her inner turmoil and sighed. I strongly advise against contemplating suicide. I know you possess the Taiyin body. If you accompany me, I will reveal the truth of this world to you. Upon hearing the term Taiyin body, Yi Chushue's body trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Pondering Su Ming's words, the notion of uncovering the world's truth sparked an inkling of suspicion within her. However, as a practitioner still in the chi refinement stage, She struggled to pinpoint the source of her unease. Very well, I will go with you. Ultimately, Yi Chuxue resolved to follow Su Ming, sensing no murderous intent from him. Excellent. Your choice is wise. In the next instant, Su Ming utilized the Great Void technique, guiding Yi Chuxue as they traversed the cave abodes of every Foundation establishment practitioner within the Demon Sect. Upon arriving at each abode, Su Ming swiftly dispatched a Foundation establishment practitioner with a single strike. Within the span of a mere hour, thousands of Foundation establishment practitioners of the Demon Sect fell to his slaughter. Yi Chuxue, who had been following closely behind Su Ming, was utterly stunned into silence. She could not fathom why he had chosen to eradicate all the Foundation disciples of the Demon Sect. Did he not fear retribution from the sect? Su Ming offered no extensive explanations as he continued to employ the Great Void technique, leading Yi Chuxue to the desolate village. Upon arriving, Yi Chuxue could no longer suppress her curiosity. Why did you kill them? Su Ming cast a faint glance at her and tossed her some resources he had just extracted from the disciples of the Demon Sect. Do you wish to uncover the truth? Focus on breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. Once you achieve that, the entire truth will be revealed to you. With that, Su Ming departed from Yi Chuxue's room and retreated to his own quarters, leaving Yi Chuxue bewildered, gazing at the abundant cultivation resources in her hands. Foundation establishment? Only by reaching the Foundation establishment can one discern the truth. In that moment, she felt as though she had grasped something significant, sensing that a monumental truth was on the verge of surfacing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward distribution in progress. You have received 1 simulation attempt. Simulation begins. Random talent extraction. Congratulations, you have obtained the red talent. Supreme Sword Dao. Chapter 23. The Sword Pavilion of all human cultivators. Supreme Sword Dao. An innate and profound understanding of the sword path, granting unique insights that, when paired with sword techniques, can yield results far beyond expectations. Another red talent? This time, it's the Supreme Sword Dao. Excellent, excellent. So, this is how we play. One moment black, the next white. Su Ming recalled the last simulation where he had drawn the business genius talent. It cannot be deemed entirely useless, but its utility was minimal. This time, the Supreme Sword Dao, combined with his Taishu sword technique, was simply perfect. Having acquired the Supreme Sword Dao, you tirelessly commence your cultivation of the Taishu sword technique. 1 year later, you successfully advanced the Taishu sword technique from the introductory level to minor success. Simultaneously, you have cultivated the Taishu sword intent. Yi Chuyu, witnessing your emergence from seclusion after a year, observes that your cultivation has deepened significantly, with streams of sword intent swirling around you. At this moment, you also noticed Yi Chuxue. After you bestowed upon her a wealth of resources, she had managed to break through to the Foundation establishment stage within a year. Have you broken through? Do you now comprehend the truth? Yi Chuxue gazed at you with a complex expression, astonished that the truth of this world was so dark. What shall we do next? The Demon Sect has already issued a bounty for us across the entirety of Qingzhou. Yi Chuxue regarded you as her current pillar of support and began to inquire about your plans moving forward. You advised her to cultivate in the desolate village for the time being, as you intended to embark on a journey that may last from 1 to 2 years, or even 3 to 5. Before your departure, you urged her to strive towards a perfect breakthrough in Foundation establishment before your return, at which point you would take her to the Fallen Immortal Secret Realm for her advancement. Yi Chuxue, fully aware of what the Fallen Immortal Secret Realm entailed, nodded in agreement without hesitation. You left a substantial amount of resources plundered from the Demon Sect with Yi Chuxue and set forth towards Yuzhou. This time, your plan was to leave Qingzhou and explore other regions to ascertain their circumstances. Based on the current information regarding the Kanglin realm, you were entirely unaware of what the true situation entailed. Half a year later, you have successfully arrived at the borders of Yuzhou. You previously learned that the overall situation in Yuzhou is divided among the 4 top-tier forces: the Dan Sect, the Sword Pavilion, the Yin-Yang Sect, and the Feather Transformation Sect. The forbidden area in Yuzhou, akin to that in Qingzhou, lies within the celestial abyss at the border with Qingzhou, known as the Secret Realm of Fallen Immortals. Your primary purpose for visiting Yuzhou is to seize cultivation resources. With a bounty placed upon you throughout Qingzhou, infiltrating the Wanma Sect and the Fenglei Sect has become increasingly challenging. Your first destination is the Sword Pavilion. Possessing an innate supreme talent for the sword, you naturally feel an affinity for the Sword Pavilion. concealing your cultivation level to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. You proceed to register for membership at the Sword Pavilion. However, upon your arrival at Tianjin Mountain, you are met with a throng of individuals clamoring to enroll. Surrounding you, various discussions about the recruitment process echo in the air. How many do you think will successfully join the Sword Pavilion this time? One voice inquires. It's hard to say. The Sword Pavilion hasn't accepted a disciple in 3 years, another responds. Alas, the recruitment standards of the Sword Pavilion are exceedingly high. But I've heard that the benefits for every disciple who manages to join are exceptionally generous, with cultivation resources several times greater than those of other sects. That's obvious. Just look at how few disciples the Sword Pavilion has, despite the limited number of disciples. Each one is said to possess the prowess to contend against 10. As you listen to the surrounding discourse, you gain a general understanding of the Sword Pavilion situation. You are astonished to learn that, despite recruiting every year, the Pavilion has not successfully taken in a disciple in 30 years. You find it perplexing that the Sword Pavilion would maintain such stringent standards for recruitment, which seems incongruent with the typical style of a major sect. While it is undeniable that the benefits offered by the Sword Pavilion are impressive, the excessively high threshold deters many. After 3 hours, it is finally your turn. The individual in charge of the assessment leads you to a stone tablet and grants you half an incense stick's worth of time for personal comprehension. Without further instruction on what to comprehend, they leave you alone. You glance at the other candidates nearby, inquiring about the nature of this assessment. The individual, with impatience in their gaze, retorts, "You ask me what it is? I'm just as curious about what you think it is." The assessments at the Sword Pavilion have always been like this. Those who fail often feel that the pavilion is mocking them by testing them with a mere stone tablet. Seeing this, you cease your inquiries and close your eyes to attune yourself to the stone tablet before you. In the next moment, a faint sword intent emanates from the tablet. It vibrates gently, resonating with the sword intent within you. Not long after departing, an assessment disciple suddenly appeared by your side, gazing at you in astonishment. He did not anticipate that, at the very onset of the evaluation, you would directly commune with the sword intent inscribed upon the stone tablet, a phenomenon unprecedented since the inception of the Sword Pavilion. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Follow me. The young man led you away amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Shortly thereafter, you were escorted into a grand hall. The young man addressed the empty chamber, saying, "Master, this is the only disciple to pass this year's assessment." At this juncture, the young man cast a deep glance in your direction and continued, "Moreover, he accomplished this feat with remarkable swiftness in merely a few breaths." As his words fell, you felt a potent surge of sword intent rush towards you, compelling the latent void sword intent within you to instinctively resist. Fortunately, this overwhelming sword intent was fleeting, allowing you to successfully suppress the imminent eruption of your own void sword intent. An elder with white hair materialized before you, scrutinizing you with a keen eye. "A genius of the sword. Heaven bless our Sword Pavilion. Lin Tian, you may leave now." After dismissing Lin Tian, the Sword Pavilion master regarded you with a knowing gaze. "You are not at the 9th level of Qi refinement, are you?" Upon hearing this, a tempest of emotions surged within you. You had not anticipated that your concealment technique would be rendered futile in the presence of the white-haired elder. Just as you prepared to employ the Great Void technique to escape, the elder's next words left you utterly astounded. "Do not worry. The Sword Pavilion is free of aberrant creatures. We are all normal humans." "What? All beings within the Sword Pavilion are indeed ordinary humans?" Su Ming was taken aback by this revelation. In the current realm of Kanglin, it was astonishing to discover a cultivation force comprised solely of humans. And so brazenly at that, an idea he never fathomed. He could not comprehend how this faction had survived unscathed for so many years, nor how they ensured that every disciple was an enlightened individual. Assessment? Chapter 24. Breaking Through to the Nascent Soul. Does this imply that the Sword Pavilion's evaluation serves to filter those capable of enlightenment? As Su Ming grasped this notion, a chill traversed his spine. He was perplexed by the methodology behind such precise discernment of enlightened beings. You were astounded by this truth and inquired how they achieved such accurate selection of the enlightened. The white-haired elder smiled and began to elucidate. In our Sword Pavilion, only those who have comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent may pass the assessment. It is essential to grasp the embryonic form of sword intent during the chi refinement stage to have the chance of realizing true sword intent before breaking through the foundation establishment stage, thereby subduing the aberrant creatures. Upon hearing this, you were profoundly shaken, astonished to learn that sword intent could indeed suppress aberrant beings. Why is the sect master unconcerned that I may have been consumed by the mysterious worm, thereby cultivating my sword intent? You pondered. The sect master of the sword sect chuckled, responding, "You may not be aware, but while these parasitic worms can inhabit humans, they are utterly incapable of cultivating sword intent. Though the reasons behind this phenomenon remain elusive, it has been an unwavering truth since ancient times that only humans have achieved sword intent." Upon hearing this explanation, another question sprang forth in your mind. If the worms cannot cultivate sword intent, they must surely recognize that those who do are human. Why then do they not pursue you? The sect master displayed no surprise at your inquiry. It appears your understanding of these worms is rather limited. You nodded thoughtfully. Your knowledge of the worms largely stemmed from Yi Chu Xue, who had only grasped a fragment of the truth through her tiny body. The sect master began to elucidate further. These enigmatic creatures, despite seizing control of a human host, assimilate the memories of their host and become akin to that individual. In other words, if a worm devours you, it will still embody a new version of you, continuing your cultivation in accordance with your character. It is only upon ascension or when they encounter human cultivators at a foundational level, with the intent to devour them, that their true will as worms emerges. As for sword intent, they cannot cultivate it. They merely attribute their lack of talent to the inadequacies of their current body, never questioning their own nature. After absorbing the sect master's insights, Su Ming found his understanding of the worms profoundly transformed. No wonder the Jindan cultivators lived as ordinary humans. No one in this world seemed to grasp the truth. Su Ming marveled at the remarkable deceptive abilities of these worms. Once the sect master shared information regarding the worms, he inquired if you wished to join the sword sect. After a moment of contemplation, you agreed. The sect master informed you that there were currently 8 disciples in the sword sect, making a total of 9 with your inclusion. You had anticipated the number of sect members to be small, yet you were surprised by how few there actually were. Among the 8 disciples, the one with the lowest cultivation was Lin Tian, who had just escorted you here, and he had attained the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage. Lin Tian soon led you to a humble grass hut. Junior Brother 9, this will be your abode henceforth. Should you encounter any confusion in your cultivation, feel free to consult us. After arranging your accommodations, Lin Tian prepared to leave, but you called out to him with enthusiasm, Senior Brother 8. I wish to know if I must venture to the fallen immortal secret realm to break through to the Yuan-ing stage. Did the sect master not mention this to you? Lin Tian scratched his head while looking at you, to which you shook your head, indicating that the master had not shared such matters with you. Lin Tian urged you to sit down and began to speak slowly. Typically, once one cultivates sword intent and breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, they can subdue the eerie insects. Upon mastering sword intent, one may then attempt to break through to the core formation stage. To transcend to the nascent soul stage, it is imperative to refine sword intent to its utmost, achieving a state of clear sword heart. Further progression to the transformation stage requires the attainment of the unity of man and sword. Thereafter, the master asserts that one must rely on ancient relics, such as the fallen immortal secret realm, to make such a breakthrough. At that juncture, the eerie insects within one's body have grown immensely powerful, and even without frequent breakthroughs, any injury or excessive depletion of spiritual energy could lead to their devouring. After absorbing Lin Tian's explanation, you stood there, lost in thought. Realizing the enormity of the information, Lin Tian quietly departed from your humble abode. With this newfound understanding, you finally comprehended why Wan Yimo had chosen to reside long-term in the fallen immortal secret realm. At elevated realms, every strike presents an opportunity for the eerie insects to counterattack. Only within the purity of the fallen immortal secret realm can one recover. In the external world, recovery only facilitates the insect's consumption of your primordial spirit during your seclusion. In the 3rd year, you successfully cultivated the void sword intent to the great achievement level through the Taishu sword technique. Lin Tian, sensing the sword intent emanating from you, looked at you with eyes filled with disbelief. His gaze resembled that of one observing a rare phenomenon. Junior Brother, your talent is truly extraordinary. You have achieved the great achievement of sword intent in merely 2 years, he exclaimed. It is worth noting that the senior sister had taken at least 3 years to reach the same level. You recognize that all of this was bestowed upon you by the supreme Sword Dao, and simultaneously, you marveled at the might of the Sword Dao Supreme. By the 5th year, you had successfully refined the sword intent to its pinnacle, breaking through to the state of a clear sword heart. You conveyed this news to Lin Tian and requested his assistance in gathering materials for your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Having acclimated to your exceptional talent in swordsmanship, Lin Tian did not say much and began collecting the necessary materials for you. 3 months later, you successfully crafted the elixirs required for your breakthrough. In the 6th year, you achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Shortly after your ascension, a familiar, eerie aura approached you once more. To your astonishment, this time the eerie insect possessed strength equivalent to that of a nascent soul, unlike the previous foundation establishment level. You dared not be careless and summoned the Taishu sword intent to suppress it. This became a protracted battle, utilizing the Taishu sword intent. You managed to maintain suppression for an entire month before finally subduing the eerie insect. In the external world, you were hesitant to draw upon spiritual energy, as you understood that would only serve to replenish the energy of the insects. Upon perceiving your breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, Lin Tian rushed into your humble abode to extend his heartfelt congratulations. Little junior brother, congratulations on successfully advancing to the nascent soul, he exclaimed. By the way, 5th senior sister will be returning next month. 5th senior sister? At the mention of her return, you paused momentarily in surprise. Since joining the Sword Pavilion 5 years ago, you had encountered no one else apart from Lin Tian. According to him, the other seniors were out in the world honing their skills and seldom returned. Reflecting on the phrase honing one's skills, you suddenly realized that it had indeed been 5 years since you departed from Qingzhou. You had once promised Yi Chuxue that you would return no later than in 5 years. Coincidentally, this year, it seemed that Yi Chuxue was facing a minor tribulation. You wondered whether her mission to rescue Lin Shi in the Qin Kingdom was progressing smoothly. With these thoughts in mind, you resolved to make a trip back to Qingzhou. Ultimately, you informed Lin Tian of your intention to return. Qingzhou. So you hail from Qingzhou, little junior brother. Lin Tian had subconsciously assumed you were from Yuzhou. I seem to recall that 6th senior brother is in Qingzhou. After you return to Qingzhou, you can seek out 6th senior brother. He has been eager to see you, but has lacked the opportunity to come back. Upon hearing Lin Tian mention that 6th senior brother was in Qingzhou, you were slightly taken aback, and you inquired about his whereabouts. 6th senior brother appears to be in a mundane empire called the Qin Kingdom. What? The Qin Kingdom? You were astonished to learn that 6th senior brother was in the very Qin Kingdom you frequented, yet it was merely an ordinary secular empire. How could a cultivator of the transformation stage be there? You found it perplexing, as the 3 great sects would provide a more advantageous opportunity for infiltration. Just like Wan Yamo, who had successfully embedded himself as an elder of the 10,000 Demon Sect, achieving a position of considerable status. What? Don't tell me your family resides in the Qin Kingdom? Seeing your reaction, Lin Tian was equally surprised. You shook your head, indicating that you did not reside in the Qin Kingdom, but your journey back would indeed take you there. Perfect. In any case, 6th senior brother is already aware of your situation. It is unfortunate that you won't see 5th senior sister. After bidding farewell to Lin Tian, you departed from the Sword Pavilion alone. After your breakthrough into the nascent soul, your endurance had significantly increased. In just a month, you utilized the Great Void technique to return to Qingzhou. Rather than heading directly to the Qin Kingdom, you first revisited the desolate village. Upon arriving, you discovered that Yi Chuxue was no longer present in the village. Without hesitation, you employed the Great Void technique once more, setting your course toward the Qin Kingdom. As you arrived in the Qin Kingdom, you spotted 2 wounded figures soaring in the direction of Tianyuan. Yi Chuyu. You discerned that the 2 individuals before you were Yi Chuxue and Lin Shi. Yet you were taken aback to discover that Yi Chuxue had ascended to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. After your prior intervention, at this very moment, Yi Chuxue's cultivation had risen by nearly an entire major realm compared to before. Employing the technique of Great Void, you instantly appeared before the pair. Lin Shi, upon witnessing a man emerging from a purple void gate, regarded you with a wary expression. Who are you? He inquired. So Ming? At that moment, Yi Chuxue hurried over, her face painted with astonishment as she gazed at you stepping forth from the void. Is it truly you, Su Ming? Have you returned? Noticing that someone was pursuing Yi Chuxue from behind, you grasped her arm and turned to face the newcomer. Oh, Does your demonic faction have reinforcements? Yet today, all of you shall perish here. A man clad in the robes of the Demon Sect observed you and Yi Chushue with a mocking expression. Realizing that his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, your interest waned. You shook your head in mild disappointment and then casually unleashed a strand of Taishu sword intent. In the next moment, the Demon Sect man was pierced through by your sword intent, his face still bearing the previous mockery. Soon after, several disciples from the Demon Sect, all at the peak of the Golden Core realm, arrived. You raised your hand and unleashed another wave of Taishu sword energy, causing the disciples to disintegrate into clouds of blood mid-air. Leave this place at once. As your words echoed, you utilized the Great Void technique to depart with Yi Chushue and Lin Qi. A day later, you returned to the desolate village. Just as you landed and were about to enter a house, Yi Chushue suddenly stared at you with a look of shock. What is it? You asked curiously. There's someone. Yi Chushue pointed behind you, her voice trembling. What? Instantly, you turned around to behold a strikingly handsome man clad in white. The moment you laid eyes on him, a chill ran down your spine. You had no idea when he had arrived, nor could you sense any aura emanating from him, as if he were an ordinary person. Yet, deep down you understood that he could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Who are you? You asked gravely, your gaze fixed upon him. The fact that he had managed to pursue you implied that your Great Void technique had been ineffective in allowing your escape. This was the first formidable opponent you had encountered since mastering the Great Void technique. The man in white, seeing your caution, nodded in satisfaction and surveyed you with keen interest. Quite impressive. You furrowed your brow, perplexed by the meaning behind his words. Junior apprentice, your mastery of the Great Void technique appears to be somewhat lacking. Little junior brother? Yi Chushue and Lin Qi simultaneously directed their gazes towards you, surprised to discover that you possess such an impressive senior. Upon hearing their words, you stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing vacantly at the man in white. Memories of your departure from the Sword Pavilion flooded your mind, recalling Lin Tian's words to you. You are the sixth senior brother? It seems that Xiaoba has already informed you about matters concerning me. The man in white nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at you. Wait, how did you know that I am practicing the Great Void technique? How did you manage to catch up with me? You were utterly perplexed as to how he was aware of the Great Void technique, given that it is a legacy from the Bronze Temple. Logically, this technique should have been lost to time since the ancient era. The man in white chuckled at your words. Why'd I know the Great Void technique? Are you unaware of the identity of the senior sister? Senior sister? What does that have to do with her? Lin's senior brother never mentioned anything about her to me. Upon hearing the sixth senior brother's words, you felt as though your 5 years in the Sword Pavilion had been in vain, leaving you oblivious to so much. The Great Void technique is a legacy of the senior sister's family. So does that mean it was not the senior sister who taught you the Great Void technique? Chapter 26. Meeting the fifth senior sister. The Great Void technique is a legacy of the senior sister's family? Su Ming, upon reaching this point, began to harbor curiosity regarding the true identity of the Sword Pavilion's senior sister. For what he gathered from the man in white in the simulation, as well as his inheritance from the Bronze Temple, it was evident that the senior sister's family must be a prestigious lineage with a long-standing tradition, perhaps even one that has been passed down since ancient times. You informed the sixth senior brother that your Great Void technique was not taught by the senior sister, but rather acquired by chance in a secret realm. You refrained from disclosing the specific location, as you were not yet inclined to reveal all your secrets, even to someone as close as your sixth senior brother. The man in white nodded in understanding, refraining from probing further, aware that everyone harbors their own secrets. Little junior brother, my name is Fong Jingchun. You may call me Brother Fong. By the way, Brother Fong, how did you recognize me? You have only just returned from Yuzhou. Even if Lin Tian had conveyed your information to him, it would not be so swift for him to identify you. Fong Jingchun chuckled in response. Little junior brother, within the whole of Qingzhou, there are few who can cultivate sword intent. Coupled with the information Xiaoba provided me, it is hardly difficult to deduce that this person is you. Upon hearing this explanation, you found it somewhat amusing and incredulous that it was for this reason. It was fortunate that the sinister insect possessed such a fatal flaw. By the way, Brother Fong, what compels you to remain in the state of Qin? You inquired, gazing at Fong Jingchun, who was adorned in a flowing white robe, revealing a question that had lingered in your heart. Little junior brother, do you not intend to invite me inside for a moment? Let us converse here. Fong Jingchun remarked with a cheerful smile, and you suddenly realized your oversight. Hastily ushering both Fong Jingchun and Yi Chushue into the wooden cabin. After preparing a pot of tea for Fong Jingchun, he began to elucidate the reasons for his presence. You are aware of the current state of the Kingland realm. I shall refrain from elaborating further. The reason I remain in the state of Qin, or rather, in a mundane world, is that it is the very foundation of humanity. Our swordsmanship does not place great emphasis on spiritual roots. Instead, we value the understanding of the sword path. I have established an academy, the Tianqi Academy. Here, this institution was founded to nurture talents in swordsmanship, aspiring to instill a glimmer of hope for humanity's future. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi could not contain his astonishment. What? You are the founder of Tianqi Academy? You are familiar with Tianqi Academy? You teased Lin Qi, who took a sip of tea before responding. Tianqi Academy is renowned in the state of Qin for being rather peculiar. This academy only accepts cultivators below the 5th level of Qi refinement, and almost all are expelled after 3 years, the reasons for which have always remained unclear. Realizing that Lin Qi had no intention of elaborating further, you understood the implications of his words. From Fang Jingquan's explanation, you also grasped why individuals were expelled after 3 years. After comprehending the situation, Fang Jingquan extended an invitation for you to visit Tianqi Academy. However, you declined, recognizing that your identities were exposed in Qingzhou, and going to Tianqi Academy would only bring trouble to Fang Jingquan. Fang Jingquan, upon your refusal, said little more, assuring you that should you encounter difficulties, you could seek him out. He then employed the Great Void technique and vanished from the desolate village. Once Fang Jingquan departed, you informed Yi Chuxue of your intention to return to Yuzhou, seeking clarity regarding the identity of your senior sister and other pressing matters. Yi Chuxue, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment, merely advising you to exercise caution. She also mentioned that if upon your next return you did not find her, it would be because she had ventured into the fallen immortal secret realm to undergo a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. The following day, after leaving a portion of your cultivation resources with Yi Chuxue and Lin Qi, you set forth towards Yuzhou. A month later, you returned to the sword pavilion. Lin Tian, surprised by your swift return, exclaimed, "Little junior brother, how have you returned so soon? It has only been a little over 2 months. Ah, I encountered 6 senior brother, and all matters were resolved rapidly. Once settled, I returned." Lin Tian did not expect you to meet 6 senior brother so soon and inquired about his character, wondering if he was indeed a good person. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Tian, you steered the conversation back on track. "Senior brother Lin, I wish to know more about senior sister." "Senior sister? Why the sudden interest in her?" Lin Tian looked at you with a puzzled expression. Reluctantly, you had to explain your inquiries regarding the Great Void technique. "What? You have actually mastered the Great Void technique? Is that so strange? Have you not practiced it?" Upon hearing Fang Jingquan mention that senior sister had taught him the Great Void technique, you instinctively assumed that all disciples of the Sword Pavilion should possess that skill. However, Lin Tian sighed deeply a moment later. Mastering the Great Void technique is not something just anyone can do. It requires an extraordinary comprehension of space. Among our fellow disciples, only senior sister and 6 senior brother are capable of it. After saying this, Lin Tian gazed at you with envy. That is the Great Void technique, a skill so profound that most cannot hope to master it. How much do you know about senior sister? You paid no heed to Lin Tian's gaze and relentlessly inquired about senior sister. Alas, to be honest, I do not know much about her either. You might want to ask 5th senior sister. Coincidentally, she has just returned and has yet to leave. This would be an opportune moment for you to meet her. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian led you to a thatched hut. 5th senior sister is inside meditating. You may enter on your own. Nodding in acknowledgement, you proceeded towards the hut. You knocked on the door and greeted 5th senior sister. Soon, a light and melodious voice beckoned from within. "Come in, little junior brother." Taking a deep breath, you stepped into the hut. Upon entering, you beheld a beautiful woman clad in a flowing red dress, seated gracefully on a straw couch. What a formidable sword intent. No wonder even the pavilion master praises you as a genius. Indeed, you are a natural sword cultivator. In response to 5th senior sister's compliments, you refrained from elaborating and directly stated your intention. 5th senior sister, I wish to learn more about senior sister. In the next moment, you noticed 5th senior sister swiftly appear behind you, her hand resting lightly on your shoulder as she playfully remarked, "Little mischievous brother, is it not a bit impolite to inquire about senior sister without first asking about me after our first meeting?" You gazed at the enchanting 5th senior sister, momentarily entranced. Her beauty was striking. Unlike Yi Chushue's innocence, She exuded a captivating allure, a beguiling vision of femininity. Under her charm, you almost lost your composure. Fifth senior sister. Perhaps you should retract your charm. I am feeling rather intimidated. Intimidated? What do I have to fear? She retorted. I to devour you? The voice of fifth senior sister reverberated in your ears, and after her words, she exhaled a warm breath towards you. In the next moment, she distanced herself, returning to her seat on the wooden couch. Speak. What brings you to seek the first senior sister? After striving to calm your emotions, you explained your desire to learn about the Great Void Technique. The Great Void Technique? What purpose do you have in learning such a thing? It is not something an ordinary person can cultivate. Only those with an exceptionally high comprehension of spatial laws can master it. You straightened up, informing her that you had successfully cultivated the Great Void Technique, and that your reason for seeking the first senior sister was due to acquiring knowledge of it in a secret realm. What? You managed to master the Great Void Technique all on your own? Fearing her skepticism, you promptly demonstrated the Great Void Technique before her eyes. Indeed, it is the Great Void Technique. I had thought your talent lay solely in the sword arts, but it appears you are also exceptional in the realm of space. Fifth senior sister, Gu Xinhua, gazed at you in disbelief, her eyes filled with astonishment. After a brief moment, Gu Xinhua sighed. Little junior brother, it is not that I do not wish to inform you. Rather, the whereabouts of the first senior sister are shrouded in mystery, and I have scarcely seen her myself. Thus I know little about her. Moreover, even the sect leader might possess limited knowledge, as the first senior sister has never spoken of such matters. Upon realizing that even Gu Xinhua was unaware of much, a sense of disappointment washed over you. Then, fifth senior sister, what about you? Before you could finish your sentence, Gu Xinhua interrupted. Stop. Do not call me fifth senior sister. It sounds dreadful. Just call me Gu Xinhua. You had not anticipated such an endearing side of fifth senior sister, Gu Xinhua, and promptly corrected yourself. Senior sister Gu, do you know where the first senior sister might be? Gu Xinhua pondered for a long moment, her hands resting on her chin, before slowly uttering a name. Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou? You were taken aback to learn that the first senior sister had ventured to Zhongzhou, which would prove quite challenging to locate her. Zhongzhou is the largest continent in the Kanglan realm, its expanse surpassing that of the other 4 continents combined. It can be said that Zhongzhou is the sacred land of the entire Kanglan realm's cultivation world, albeit that was in ancient times. Presently, Zhongzhou has become a forbidden zone for humanity, teeming with countless formidable and treacherous creatures. Gu Xinhua observed your furrowed brow and earnestly advised, little junior brother, you're only in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. I strongly advise against venturing to Zhongzhou. Otherwise, you may find yourself lacking even the ability to protect yourself. You were acutely aware of this truth. In regions like Qingzhou and Yuzhou, the highest cultivation level reached merely the pinnacle of the transformation stage. As for the possibility of the void refinement stage, it certainly exists, though it remains concealed. As for you, already at the nascent soul stage, unless you face a top-tier transformation stage powerhouse, even if you are unable to defeat your opponent, you can still employ the Grand Void Technique to escape. Your persistent desire to seek out your senior sister stems from a lingering belief that your Grand Void Technique harbors some flaw, though you cannot quite pinpoint what it is. I know that Sister Gu would not venture into Central Continent until she reaches the transformation stage. Upon hearing your words, Gu Xinhua smiled, though the expression soon morphed into something rather peculiar. Junior brother, since you possess the Grand Void Technique, how about accompanying me to a certain place? You gazed at Gu Xinhua, who wore an enigmatic smile, and an ominous premonition arose within you. To what place? Gu Xinhua feigned a sorrowful expression before responding. Sister is on the verge of breaking through to the void refinement realm, but I currently lack a vital spirit herb. Therefore, I wish for you to use the Grand Void Technique to assist me in stealing it. Steal? The notion of stealing, particularly utilizing the Grand Void Technique, felt rather unsettling to you. Sister, you are already so powerful. Who in the entire Yuzhou could possibly rival you? Is there any need to resort to theft? A direct confrontation would suffice. Upon hearing your reasoning, Gu Xinhua nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. It is indeed more appropriate to seize rather than to steal. However, I am not entirely certain I can contend with the ancient beings of the alchemy sect. What? You intend to rob the alchemy sect? Now, you found yourself thoroughly alarmed by Gu Xinhua's intentions. From what you knew, offending anyone in Yuzhou was ill-advised, especially the alchemy sect. Not only did they possess unparalleled strength, but their alchemical skills were also unrivaled, earning them the favor of all sections. Gu Xinyue nodded earnestly as she explained. I have received word that the leader of the alchemy sect is already gathering materials necessary for crafting the void-breaking pill. It is important to note that these cunning insects thrive on formidable soul power, and their success rate in concocting pills far surpasses that of us humans. Now you understood why Gu Xinyue had returned at this particular moment. It was indeed for the purpose of plundering. Sister, do you have confidence in this endeavor? Gu Xinyue, noticing your skepticism, shot you an exasperated glance. Of course I do. Initially, I had about a 50% chance on my own. But now that I know you possess the Grand Void technique, my chances have risen to 80%. Relieved by her newfound confidence, you inquired, then when shall we embark? Sister? In 3 years. Gu Xinyue casually stated, revealing her timeline. 3 years? You were taken aback by the duration. You were utterly taken aback to learn that the heist would occur 3 years hence. Observing your astonishment, Gu Xinyue patiently elucidated the situation. The reason for the 3-year wait was that a crucial ingredient for the void-breaking pill would only mature in that time frame. I had previously discovered that particular herb, but upon inspection, I realized it was not yet ripe. Subsequently, I encountered individuals from the alchemy sect who informed me of this delay. After hearing this explanation, you couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Having promised Gu Xinyue, you resigned yourself to training at the Sword Pavilion for 3 years. Once you assist her in resolving her matters here, she would undoubtedly venture to the fallen immortal secret realm, conveniently allowing you to return to Qingzhou along the way. After bidding farewell to Gu Xinyue, you returned to your humble abode to commence your practice of the Taishu sword technique. A year later, your cultivation reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Witnessing your rapid progress, Gu Xinyue could not suppress a twinge of envy regarding your innate talent. Chapter 28. The void-breaking pill secured. The fallen immortal secret realm contaminated once more. In the 9th year, this marked the 3rd year as per your agreement with Gu Xinyue. Since depleting the spirit stones you had seized from the Demon Sect 2 years prior, your cultivation speed had noticeably slowed. 2 years later, you found yourself stagnating at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. On this day, Gu Xinyue approached you with news that you could now proceed to the alchemy sect to prepare for the acquisition of the void-breaking pill. She had received word that 3 days prior, the alchemy sect had harvested the herb. The following day, you and Gu Xinyue arrived at the alchemy sect. This was your first visit to the alchemy sect, which bore no resemblance to the Sword Pavilion or any other sect. The alchemy sect was established atop a towering edifice, divided into 9 levels from top to bottom. Gu Xinyue informed you that your destination was the alchemical chamber of the sect leader on the highest 9th level. You did not hasten to lead her into the alchemy sect. Rather, you voiced your concerns. Sister, are we truly just going to enter directly? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xinyue replied, of course. How else will we know when that old fellow has finished refining the void-breaking pill? However, we be easily discovered if we simply walk in. At this, Gu Xinyue recognized your apprehension and imparted to you a concealment technique. She assured you that, under ordinary circumstances, as long as the other party was not intently focused, they would not detect your presence. Rest assured, the old man on the 9th level will be completely engrossed in alchemy, and there is virtually no one else around. With her words, your anxieties were significantly alleviated. The next moment, you employed the Great Void technique to transport her to the 9th level of the alchemy tower. The space on the 9th level was larger than you had anticipated, and upon entering, you found yourselves in a vast hall. You glanced at Gu Xinyue, signaling her to indicate the next course of action. Gu Xinyue closed her eyes, and after a brief moment, she pointed toward a corridor on the left. You and Gu Xinyue employed a concealment technique, rendering you both virtually invisible, as if you were mere wisps of air. Before long, you reached the end of the corridor. There, you beheld a grand bronze door standing imposingly, exuding an aura of formidable pressure. Is this a formation? Gu Xinyue nodded, indicating that this rudimentary formation posed no threat to your mastery of the Great Void technique. Subsequently, you both awaited outside the secret chamber for a full 10 days. On the 10th day, you sensed a fragrant aroma of elixirs wafting from within. Exchanging a glance with Gu Xinyue, you recognized that the moment had arrived. In an instant, you utilized the Great Void technique to transport both yourself and Gu Xinyue into the chamber. The moment you entered, the sect leader of the alchemy sect also sensed your presence. Who goes there? Just as the sect leader turned to face you, Gu Xinyue signaled with her eyes. You instantly grasped her intent. Employing the Great Void technique, You teleported above the alchemical furnace and seized several void-breaking pills that hovered above it. Thank you for the elixirs. You old rascal. As soon as Gu Xinyue's words fell, she lunged forward with her sword, prompting the sect leader to retaliate with a palm strike. Gu Xinyue deftly used the force of the attack to propel herself to your side, and without a moment's hesitation, you activated the Great Void technique once more to escape the alchemy sect. Once you had departed, your appearances returned to normal. Sister, where shall we go next? Back to the sword pavilion? Gu Xinyue furrowed her brow in thought, directing her gaze toward the direction of Tianyuan. We shall not return to the sword pavilion. We will head directly to the fallen immortal secret realm. I must break through to the void refinement stage there. Upon hearing this, you refrained from asking further questions and exerted all your strength to employ the Great Void technique towards the fallen immortal secret realm. You were acutely aware that the void-breaking pills were crucial for the sect leader's advancement to the void refinement realm, and he would undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Even as you ran with all your might, you could sense several powerful auras trailing behind you. Half a month later, you successfully arrived at Tianyuan and promptly leaped down. As you and Gu Xinyue entered the fallen immortal secret realm, a sigh of relief escaped your hearts. Within the realm, formations were in place, and you felt secure from the alchemy sect's intrusion. As long as Gu Xinyue could break through to the void refinement stage, you would no longer fear them. Just when you believed you were safe, your gaze fell upon a familiar figure engaged in combat with another. Vanya Montak? Who was he battling? Something felt amiss. However, Gu Xinyue seemed unperturbed by the skirmish nearby. Her brow furrowed as she closed her eyes tightly. What is it, sister? You gazed at Gu Xinyue with a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the cause of her distressing expression. The fallen immortal secret realm is in turmoil. Gu Xinyue surveyed her surroundings with a grave demeanor. At her words, your heart jolted with apprehension. Suddenly, a recollection struck you. During a prior simulation, a similar disruption had occurred in the fallen immortal secret realm, where the formation was breached and the spiritual energy was tainted. With this thought, you abruptly close your eyes, attuning yourself to the spiritual energy within the realm. After a prolonged moment, you opened your eyes in disbelief. You discerned a troubling truth. The fallen immortal secret realm had indeed suffered pollution once more. Although the contamination had not yet reached the dire level seen outside, it was merely a matter of time. However, you had not visited the fallen immortal secret realm since your return 3 years prior, when it had been in pristine condition. Thus, you suspected that the changes must have transpired during your absence at the Gym Pavilion. Reflecting on the previous incident, it was clear that the alterations had occurred after your entry into the Bronze Temple, leading you to rule out any fault of your own. You recall that aside from yourself, only Yi Chuxue and Lin Shi had ventured into the fallen immortal secret realm during that time. Consequently, you harbored suspicions that the issues stemmed from either Yi Chuxue or Lin Shi. Yet to confirm this, you needed to ascertain whether they had visited the realm over the past 3 years. Alas, returning to the desolate village seemed nearly impossible, with members of the alchemy sect guarding it closely. Even with your mastery of the Great Void technique, you could not guarantee that they had not set up additional formations or other defenses targeting you. At this moment, your only hope rested on Gu Xinyue achieving a breakthrough to the void refinement stage. Senior sister, is there still a chance for a breakthrough to void refinement? You held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that as long as the spiritual energy's pollution was not severe, there might still be an opportunity. However, Gu Xinyue's response sent a chill through your heart. It's futile. Once the spiritual energy is tainted, regardless of the degree of pollution, it is no different from the external breakthrough. Just then, the sounds of a fierce battle drew your attention nearby. Wanyamo, you traitor! I never imagined you would succumb to parasitism so easily. Chapter 29, Spiritual Energy Pollution, Unraveling the Bronze Temple. Su Ming observed the events unfolding in the simulator, filled with confusion. In his view, polluting the fallen immortal secret realm was not something that could be accomplished by ordinary means. Even a figure of the stature of the Qingyun Sect's leader would be incapable of tainting a secret realm. To achieve such pollution, one would need to breach it from within. With this realization, a flicker of unease crossed Su Ming's eyes. Could there be a traitor among humanity? Regrettably, he was unaware of the traitor's identity. Otherwise, he would eliminate them in reality without hesitation. Su Ming continued to focus his gaze on the simulator. You and Gu Xinyue were instantly captivated by the fierce clash before you. Frustrated by her inability to break through, Gu Xinyue, upon hearing the words of the man in black, raised her hand and unleashed a surge of sword intent towards the Wan Yi demon. The sword intent, honed to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, was far beyond the capacity of a mid-level transformation realm cultivator to withstand, effortlessly slaying the Wan Yi demon. The man in black approached you, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young lady, for your assistance." Gu Xinyue directly inquired if he knew what had transpired in the fallen immortal secret realm and why the spiritual energy had been tainted. The man in black, Qin Wu, admitted his ignorance, stating that he had just arrived at the secret realm that day and witnessed the Wan Yi demon wreaking havoc on the formation. It was then that he realized the foe had become a puppet, leading to the ensuing battle. Gu Xinyue was greatly disappointed by this revelation. At that moment, Qin Wu introduced himself, saying, "I am Qin Wu from the Great Qin Empire. With the formation breached, I advise you both to leave at once." You shook your head, indicating that escape was no longer an option, and proceeded to explain the situation regarding the need to seize the void pill from the Demon Sect. Upon hearing this, Qin Wu's expression darkened. Are we to be trapped here in the fallen immortal secret realm? Even though the Wan Yi demon is dead, the exposure of the secret realm is only a matter of time. You were well aware of this outcome. In previous simulations, the fallen immortal secret realm had served as a trial ground for the three major sects of Qingzhou. Soon, a plan formed in your mind that could allow Qin Wu to exit first, and you shared it with him. You advised that upon leaving, he should inform anyone from the Dan sect that the fallen immortal secret realm had been breached. As long as they found no reason to doubt his words, he would be safe. Upon hearing your suggestion, Qin Wu found it quite reasonable. Remaining here would lead to certain doom. Thus, he decided to take a gamble on your plan. As he prepared to depart, you instructed him to inform Fang Jingshun at Tianqi Academy about your and Gu Xinyue's situation. Additionally, you requested that he keep an eye on Yi Chuxue and Lin Shi's every move, and if they were no longer at Tianqi Academy, to investigate their whereabouts. Qin Wu was taken aback by your acquaintance with Fang Jingshun. Initially, he had no intention of assisting you, but since you were connected with Fang Jingshun, he felt it only fitting to lend a hand. After Qin Wu left, Gu Xinyue gazed at you with confusion. Why did you ask him to monitor those two individuals instead of coming to our rescue? You smiled slightly and assured Gu Xinyue that you had devised a method for self-rescue. Oh, what method? Intrigued by your assertion, Gu Xinyue leaned in, as she believed that the only solution was to fight their way out of the fallen immortal secret realm, a notion that clearly contradicted your plan. You refrained from elaborating further, knowing that Qin Wu's departure would soon be followed by the arrival of the Dan sect members. Accompanied by Gu Xinyue, you journeyed deep into a valley within the fallen immortal secret realm. Upon gazing at the magnificent bronze temple before you, you informed her that this was the location. Is this truly the method you spoke of, junior disciple? This bronze temple has remained unentered for countless years. How do we gain entry? She queried. In response, you revealed a mysterious smile, and before Gu Xinyue's astonished gaze, you placed your hands upon the grand bronze doors. In that moment, she watched in disbelief as you effortlessly pushed the doors open. What on earth is happening, junior disciple? Upon entering the bronze temple, you explained to Gu Xinyue that only those who have reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage could unlock this portal. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, I never imagined you had attained such mastery. I thought this was merely an ancient legend. Senior sister, take a moment to sense the aura within, you suggested. After closing her eyes to attune to the energy, Gu Xinyue suddenly opened them wide in surprise. This energy is untainted? You were not taken aback. You had spent years cultivating within the temple's pure energy, oblivious to the fact that the outside realm had been tainted for years. Rest assured and cultivate here. You encouraged her. Gu Xinyue surveyed the bronze hall before finally selecting a suitable spot to consume a breaking void pill. You two found a place to begin your practice. 3 years later, in the 12th year, you sensed Gu Xinyue's aura growing increasingly potent. Observing her graceful figure seated not far away, you realized she was on the verge of a breakthrough into the refining void stage. Just as you stood, the surrounding stone statues emitted a brilliant light and surged into your body. Having experienced this once before, you understood it to be the legacy of the Bronze Temple, granted only to those who had opened the doors and earned its recognition. A month later, Gu Xinyue successfully advanced to the early stage of refining void, though she sustained significant internal injuries in the process. In the 13th year, after a year of recuperation, Gu Xinyue had fully healed from her wounds. It is time to depart, junior disciple, she declared. You had no objections. At the early stage of refining void, Gu Xinyue stood at the pinnacle of Qingzhou, with few capable of challenging her. Upon exiting the Bronze Temple, you discovered that the fallen immortal secret realm had been entirely corrupted. Fortunately, the realm was currently devoid of inhabitants. As you approached the exit, preparing to leave, you suddenly realized that the entrance had been sealed. As you attempt to utilize the Great Void technique to depart, you find yourself unable to penetrate the seal before you. Subsequently, your gaze shifts to Gu Xinyue. Step aside. Junior brother, allow me to shatter it with a single sword. With a flourish, she unleashes a sword strike, transforming into a radiant sword chi that cleaves towards the seal. A resounding crash ensues, and the seal is shattered. You depart from the fallen immortal secret realm, emerging into the skies above Tianyuan. After surveying your surroundings, you discover that no one else is present. You then turn to Gu Xinyue and declare, Sister, I must pay a visit to senior brother Fong. You had anticipated that Gu Xinyue would pursue her own affairs, but to your surprise, she insists on accompanying you. Do you wish to part ways so soon, sister? It has been ages since I last saw Lao Lu. Chapter 30. The Blood Demon Secret Realm. The following day, you arrive in the capital of the Qin Kingdom and swiftly locate the Tianqi Academy. Upon entering the academy, you realize it differs somewhat from your expectations. The institution appears modest. Rather than a grand academy, it resembles a slightly larger courtyard. As you and Gu Xinyue step into the courtyard, Fong Jingchun emerges, a warm smile gracing her face as she regards you both. You have arrived. Just as you prepare to speak, Gu Xinyue steps forward to interject, Lao Lu. You seem utterly unconcerned about our potential demise in the secret realm. Fong Jingchun responds as though stating the most ordinary of facts, with sister's capabilities. How could she be ensnared by the mere, fallen immortal secret realm? At this moment, you inquire about the whereabouts of Yi Chushue and Lin Qi. The two of them? They are cultivating in the back courtyard. Upon learning that Yi Chushue and Lin Qi are currently within the academy, you exchange a few pleasantries with Fong Jingchun before making your way to the back courtyard. Upon arriving, you immediately spot the two seated at a stone table, sipping tea. Yi Chushue turns upon sensing your arrival. So Min, you have finally returned. With a serious demeanor, you approach Yi Chushue, foregoing casual greetings to pose a direct question. Since my departure 3 years ago, prior to the incident in the fallen immortal secret realm, have you ventured into that realm? Rarely do you witness such solemnity on your face, prompting Yi Chushue to suppress her smile and reflect. Yes, we visited the fallen immortal secret realm half a year before the incident. Upon hearing this response, your heart sinks. This is the outcome you had dreaded most. Before arriving here, you had harbored the hope that they had never entered the fallen immortal secret realm, thereby avoiding the implications of the issue being so close to home. Now, you must reassess the identities of Yi Chushue and Lin Qi. You are most familiar with Yi Chushue, as your interactions with her have been the most frequent throughout numerous simulations. Thus, Lin Qi has become your primary suspect, though you cannot entirely dismiss Yi Chushue's potential involvement. Observing the increasing confusion on her face, she struggles to comprehend the connection between this and their venture into the fallen immortal secret realm. What exactly transpired, Su Ming? As you notice the perplexed expressions on both of their faces, you momentarily feel disoriented, instinctively questioning whether you have made an error. After regaining your composure, you assure them that everything is fine, merely expressing your concern over the pollution of the secret realm upon your return. Yi Chushue and Lin Qi, upon hearing your words, clearly find your explanation unconvincing, yet they refrain from probing further. Upon leaving the courtyard, you immediately seek out Fong Jingchun and Gu Xinyue. Senior brother Fong, senior sister Gu, I would like to inquire whether there are any other relics similar to the fallen immortal secret realm in Yuzhou. Fong Jingchun and Gu Xinyue exchange glances upon hearing your request. Why do you ask this, junior brother? Indeed, junior brother, you are still far from breaking through to the transformation realm. Noticing their lack of a definitive denial, your spirits lift instantly. So, there truly is a secret realm in Yuzhou? Seeing your unwavering determination, Gu Xinyue, with a resigned sigh, ultimately relents. There is indeed another secret realm in Yuzhou, but we would only venture there under dire circumstances, as it is not a place for cultivation. You inquire why cultivation is forbidden there, suspecting that the spiritual energy may be severely depleted. Gu Xinyue nods, then shakes her head. The depletion of energy in that secret realm is comparable to that of the fallen immortal secret realm, but the situation there is rather peculiar. Peculiar? Senior sister Gu, what exactly is the situation in that secret realm? As you persist in your inquiries, Fong Jingchun interjects to clarify. Junior brother, That secret realm is home to a blood steel, beneath which lies a powerful ancient parasitic insect. 5,000 years ago, the previous head of the Sword Pavilion discovered it by chance, driving away all humans with formidable strength and assigning guardians to prevent outsiders from entering. At this point, Gu Xinhua suddenly grins and adds, "Junior brother, the one guarding that place now is our third senior sister." Upon hearing this, you're taken aback by the complexity of the situation, equally perplexed as to why the parasitic insect is being contained. You voice your confusion to Fong Jingshan. "Senior brother, isn't it true that parasitic insects die once their host perishes? Why is this one being suppressed?" Parasitic insects below the transformation realm will indeed perish upon the death of their hosts. At that stage, their consciousness has not fully awakened, making them relatively easy to eliminate. What about those above the transformation realm? You curiously gazed at Fong Jingshan and eagerly inquired. Above the transformation realm, even if the host is killed, they can still escape and seek a new host. At this moment, Gu Xinhua also chimed in. "Indeed, little junior brother, one must understand that the vitality of the strange insects is remarkably strong. Hence we must target their dantian, for that is their vulnerability." Precisely, the greatest strength of the strange insects lies in their soul power. If we do not eliminate their dantian, once they escape, they are bound to face a fate of being possessed. Su Ming, upon hearing this, felt a wave of headache wash over him. How did these strange insects come to be? Why are they so monstrous? Fortunately, he had gleaned this information from the simulation. Otherwise, when his cultivation reached a higher level and he attempted to slay those transformation realm experts, he would have fallen prey to such a scheme. At this moment, he noticed in the simulation that Fong Jingshan was explaining the issues regarding the secret realm to him. The blood monument continuously absorbs the spiritual energy within the secret realm to suppress the essence of the strange insects. Yet the spiritual energy will inevitably be depleted one day. All we can do now is to minimize the consumption of spiritual energy, striving to buy humanity as much time as possible. After absorbing all the explanations, you fell into a deep contemplation. You were momentarily uncertain whether to bring Yi Chuxue and Lin Qi along. If there truly is an issue with the two of them, then going now might prematurely release the strange insects suppressed by the blood monument. However, if you choose not to go, their continued pollution of the secret realm could lead to dire consequences. You now face two choices. One was to eliminate them both, and the other was to take them to the secret realm. Ultimately, you decided to take them to the secret realm first. During the previous incident with the fallen immortal secret realm, you were not by their side and could not confirm if anyone else had entered. After much deliberation, you finally learned from Fong Jingshan that the secret realm is called the Blood Demon Secret Realm, named after the blood monument. Chapter 31. Xiaqianga on the brink of death. In the 14th year, you spent a full year at the Tianqi Academy, during which Lin Qi successfully broke through to the grand completion of foundation establishment. You resolved to lead Yi Chuxue and Lin Qi to Yuzhou. Initially, Lin Qi was puzzled as to why they should go to Yuzhou, and you informed him that you were aware of a secret realm there that could facilitate his safe breakthrough to the core formation stage. Upon hearing of the new secret realm, Lin Qi's demeanor immediately shifted. Since the pollution of the fallen immortal secret realm, they have been uncertain where to turn for future breakthroughs. Although Yi Chuxue informed him that there were many such secret realms in Zhongzhou, they similarly faced a dilemma, as the people of Zhongzhou were numerous and quite exclusive towards outsiders. Fong Jingshan observed you leading the two to Yuzhou without any attempt to obstruct, believing you to be a person of great wisdom, and that your actions must have their own rationale. A month later, you arrived at the location described by Gu Xinhua, and utilizing the techniques she imparted, you successfully located the entrance to the Blood Demon Secret Realm. Upon entering the secret realm, you discern that it bears a striking resemblance to the fallen immortal secret realm. Shortly after your arrival, a formidable sword energy surges forth from the depths of the realm, threatening to strike you down. Realizing the futility of resisting this onslaught, you hastily employ the Grand Void technique to shield yourself and your companions from the impending attack. What a powerful sword energy! Why would the elder here wish to harm us? Lin Qi gazes at the ground, recently marred by the destructive force of the sword energy, feeling a lingering dread. You are aware that this is the handiwork of your third senior sister, intended to deter outsiders from intruding, yet you keep the truth from your companions. "I am Su Ming, your third senior sister," you exclaim. As your name reverberates through the air, the terrifying sword energy from the depths of the secret realm gradually dissipates. Soon, a striking figure materializes before you. Her long hair cascades down to her waist, and her delicate features momentarily distract you. Junior apprentice, what brings you here? Xia Qiange inquires, glancing at you before shifting her gaze to Yi Chuxue and Lin Qi behind you. Junior apprentice, you should be well aware of the circumstances within the Blood Demon secret realm. Why have you brought outsiders here? Noticing the displeasure etched on Xia Qiange's face, you swiftly elucidate the situation regarding the contamination of the fallen immortal secret realm. You explain that you only require assistance for Lin Qi to break through to the core formation stage, which would not deplete much spiritual energy, and assure her that this is an urgent matter and you shall not return thereafter. Though Xia Qiange's countenance remains stern after your explanation, she refrains from expelling you. Out of consideration for your standing, she permits you to undergo the breakthrough here, but warns it is a singular occasion. After she departs with a displeased expression, you feel a sense of helplessness. This was indeed a course of action you had been compelled to take. 3 months later, Lin Qi successfully ascends to the core formation stage. Observing his rapid advancement, you cannot help but marvel at the potency of his exceptional spiritual root. Almost simultaneously as Lin Qi achieves his breakthrough, an edict of expulsion resonates from the depths of the secret realm. Recognizing that your objective has been accomplished, you quickly escort your companions away. Upon exiting the secret realm, you instruct Yi Chuxue and Lin Qi to return to Qingzhou as you intend to visit the Sword Pavilion. They nod in agreement, expressing no hesitation, and inform you they will await your return at Tianqi Academy. After they depart, you do not head straight back to the Sword Pavilion. Your previous justification was merely a pretext. After guarding the entrance of the Blood Demon secret realm for 2 months, the portal finally opens. A figure emerges, spewing blood and hurtling through the air. It is none other than Xia Qiange. Immediately following her, another figure appears, clad in a black robe with obsidian eyes. You sense an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Although he shares the same realm of cultivation as Xia Qiange, his presence is palpably more potent. After 100,000 years, this entity has finally emerged. Ah, the exquisite essence of the external spiritual energy. You observed your companion, eyes closed and head tilted back, absorbing the ethereal void surrounding them. With unwavering determination, you employed the Grand Void technique, swiftly arriving beside Xia Qiange, and whisked her away from that perilous location. With all your might unleashed, you returned to the Sword Pavilion after several hours, carrying the gravely injured Xia Qiange. Gazing upon her unconscious form, you comprehended that the direst scenario had indeed unfolded. Over the past 6 months, only the 3 of you had ventured into the Blood Demon secret realm, and it was evident that misfortune had befallen Lin Qi and Yi Chuxue. As Lin Tian emerged, he was met with the sight of Xia Qiange drenched in blood and rushed over to inquire about the calamity that had befallen you. Junior brother, what has transpired? How could senior sister Xia sustain such severe injuries? Is there anyone in Yuzhou capable of harming her? After all, wasn't she guarding the secret realm? Listening to Lin Tian's incessant questions filled you with a sense of helplessness. Brother Lin, there's been a disturbance in the Blood Demon secret realm. The entity beneath the blood steel has escaped. What? That wretched insect has emerged? This is disastrous. We must seek the Pavilion Master at once. No sooner had the words left your lips than you arrived at the Pavilion Master's quarters, only to discover that he was not present within the Sword Pavilion. The Master is absent? If senior sister Xia continues in this state, she may be possessed by that malevolent insect. You observed Lin Tian pacing anxiously, his face etched with concern, and inquired if he was aware of any other secret realms. With a sigh, Lin Tian responded, before your arrival, I was the least accomplished among us, only familiar with the fallen immortal secret realm and the Blood Demon secret realm. The only recourse for saving senior sister Xia lies in heading to Zhongzhou. At this juncture, Lin Tian cast a complex glance in your direction. Junior brother, the responsibility of rescuing senior sister Xia should fall upon me, her elder brother. However, given the current circumstances, only you possess the Grand Void technique. In that moment, you grasped his implication. I understand. I will depart for Zhongzhou immediately. With Xia Qiange secured upon your back, you set forth without hesitation towards the direction of Zhongzhou. Just as you were nearing the borders of Yuzhou, a delicate voice whispered in your ear, Ah, what a fragrant soul. It must surely be delectable. Upon hearing this voice, a wave of goosebumps enveloped you, and instinctively, you attempted to cast Xia Qiange away. Yet, to your dismay, You found yourself immobilized, your body restrained by her presence. Such a delightful soul. How shall I savor it properly? In an instant, a piercing sensation erupted in your chest, and your consciousness began to fade. You have met your demise. Ding. Simulation concluded. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Mid-stage nascent soul cultivation from this simulation. 2. All genuine insights from this simulation. In this simulation, all cultivation progress of various techniques is recorded. The talent in this simulation is the supreme swordsmanship. The item-breaking void pill has been acquired. This simulation includes all remaining cultivation resources. Chapter 32. The true form of the deceptive insect. Shall I activate the talent? I desire all of it. Activation. In the next moment, Su Ming's cultivation soared to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. The essence of the great void sword intent reached a state of clarity, allowing him to truly comprehend the profundities of swordsmanship granted by the supreme swordsmanship talent. Meanwhile, the deceptive insect within him surged once more towards his primordial spirit. Observing this, Su Ming let out a cold snort. The great void sword intent dispersed the aura of the insect. However, curiously, Su Ming could not locate the insect within his body. It felt as if the insect had never existed at all, yet returned relentlessly after each breakthrough. Perhaps, with higher cultivation in the future, he might uncover the reasons behind it. Su Ming glanced at the cooldown time on the simulator. Simulation cooldown, 15 days. Is it necessary to wait 15 days after breaking through to the nascent soul? A flicker of helplessness crossed Su Ming's eyes as he observed the 15-day cooldown. Unable to simulate and with no tasks to refresh, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Should I head directly to Yuzhou? After much contemplation, he decided that going to Yuzhou was the most prudent course of action. At this stage, he did not wish to confront Lin Shi or Yi Chuxue, who resided nearby. He was eager to see the outcome of his next simulation. With that in mind, he sought out Yi Chuxue. Chuxue, I will be going to Yuzhou for a while. Perhaps 2 years, or as long as 5 or 6. Yi Chuxue regarded him with a cold gaze, and the words she was about to utter caught in her throat. She was perplexed by his sudden change, and, hearing of his journey to Yuzhou, chose not to inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Noticing her response, Su Ming did not leave the resources he had seized from the Demon Sect to her, as he had in the simulation. A month later, Su Ming arrived at the Yuzhou Sword Pavilion. The scene before him mirrored that of his simulation. The Sword Pavilion was recruiting disciples. Su Ming concealed his aura, suppressing his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement. After 3 hours, it was finally time for his assessment. Lin Tian led him to a stone tablet, and the examination commenced. As Su Ming gazed at the stone tablet, a slight smile graced his lips, and the moment he closed his eyes, he resonated with the sword energy emanating from it. Just as Lin Tian turned to leave, he suddenly sensed a familiar sword intent and spun around. He was met with Su Ming's beaming smile. Wait, you connected with the sword intent in the stone tablet instantly? Lin Tian looked at Su Ming as if he were a monster. Was it difficult? I simply closed my eyes to feel the stone tablet, and somehow I resonated with it. Come with me. In the next moment, Lin Tian hurriedly led Su Ming to the Sword Pavilion. Master, this year, I have brought you an extraordinary talent. The Sword Pavilion finally welcomes a new member. Master. All right, Olba, I'm already aware. You may withdraw. As soon as the words fell, an elderly man with white hair entered the grand hall. Su Ming gazed at the elder, whose appearance perfectly matched the image of the Sword Pavilion's master in his memory. Young friend, your talent is indeed rare in my lifetime, but please do not conceal your cultivation before me. At such a young age, you have already reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Upon hearing this, Su Ming could only smile bitterly within. Indeed, the master of the Sword Pavilion saw through his cultivation at a glance. You have keen insight, master. I merely wish to join the Sword Pavilion to combat the eerie insects. With a swift motion, the master of the Sword Pavilion looked at Su Ming in astonishment. You're already aware? Naturally, I am aware that the eerie insects cannot cultivate sword intent. Su Ming met the master's gaze directly, speaking with confidence. Excellent. Welcome to the Sword Pavilion. There's a stone wall at the back of our mountain where the sword intents of past cultivators are inscribed. I suggest you go and cultivate there. After leaving the grand hall, Lin Tian brought him to a small cottage. Junior brother, this will be your residence from now on. Currently, only the master and I are in the Sword Pavilion. The other senior brothers and sisters are away. All right, Lin's senior brother, you may attend to your duties. Once inside the cottage, Su Ming promptly dismissed Lin Tian. He now had pressing matters to attend to. For the 15-day cooldown for simulation had already extended to a month due to travel. He did not wish to waste any more time. Initiate simulation. Simulation commencing. Random talent extraction. Congratulations. You have acquired the orange talent. Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth. It allows one to perceive the true nature of all things. Upon gaining the Eye of Truth, you suddenly saw many things clearly. The first thing you discovered was the trace of the eerie insect within your own body. Previously, you had expended great effort to find no trace at all. Seeing the eerie insect already fused with your dantian, a sense of despair washed over you. No wonder I couldn't find it before. My dantian is the entire eerie insect. Faced with this harsh reality, you felt somewhat at a loss. You realized that the eerie insect cannot be killed. Doing so would mean the destruction of your cultivation. Even if you could cultivate anew, you would still face the dilemma of being parasitized by the eerie insect again. In the first year, you devoted yourself to arduous training in the Sword Pavilion. Yet your cultivation still did not advance to the late stage of a nascent soul. One day, you sought out Lin Tian to inquire about the whereabouts of your fifth senior sister, Gu Xinyue. Fifth senior sister? If I am not mistaken, she seems to be at the Demon Sect. But, junior brother, what do you need to find Gu's senior sister for? Lin Tian gazed at you with curiosity, for despite having been here for a year, you had encountered no one from the Sword Pavilion except him. At a loss for how to respond, you hastily concocted an excuse. I believe I might have met fifth senior sister before, though I was unaware she was from the Sword Pavilion. Lin Tian regarded you with suspicion, clearly unconvinced by your explanation. I advise you to reconsider, junior brother. Not only does senior sister Gu possess extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, but she is also quite adept in alchemy. With that, Lin Tian patted your shoulder, urging you on. Thus, I recommend you refrain from seeking out senior sister Gu. The alchemy sect is not a place for just anyone to enter. You looked calmly at Lin Tian and replied, Brother Lin, I am also an alchemist, and a third-rank one at that. Ah, I see you practice alchemy? A third-rank alchemist? Lin Tian exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. He had thought your talent in swordsmanship was rare and remarkable, but he was taken aback to learn of your high aptitude in alchemy as well. Fifth senior sister is merely a fourth-rank alchemist, and yet you have already reached the third rank? Flattered by Lin Tian's praise, you felt a twinge of embarrassment. You longed to inform him that your alchemical skills had languished for quite some time. Otherwise, you might have already attained the fifth rank. That is precisely why I wish to seek out senior sister Gu. Chapter 33. Stealing spirit herbs from the myriad demon mountain. Seeing your exceptional talent in alchemy, Lin Tian no longer hindered your journey to the alchemy sect. Rest assured, junior brother, the sect master has already communicated your information to all the seniors. The next day, after bidding farewell to Lin Tian, you set forth directly towards the alchemy sect. 5 days later, you arrived near the alchemy tower, discovering that the entrance examination would take place in 10 days. You were not anxious, for the alchemy tower was situated at the very heart of Dan City, a locale established by the alchemy sect to facilitate the sale of their elixirs. During your 10-day wait in Dan City, you observed a steady influx of cultivators arriving to participate in the alchemy sect's examination. On the 10th day, you joined the throng and made your way to the plaza beneath the alchemy tower. Soon, a breathtaking beauty clad in a black qipao emerged from the tower, causing your body to shudder as you recognized her face, one you were all too familiar with, often masqueraded by Gu Xinyue. You were astonished to discover that this year's chief examiner was indeed Gu Xinyue, standing on the second floor of the alchemy tower. Her gaze swept over the crowd in the plaza before abruptly pausing on you. However, her attention lingered for only a fleeting moment before she moved on. In that instant, you locked eyes with Gu Xinyue, and you realized she had recognized your identity, for you had just arrived and held no position of significance. After Gu Xinyue briefly elucidated the assessment's content and regulations on stage, you prepared to commence the evaluation. The task at hand was rather straightforward: to concoct a high-quality foundation establishment pill within the allotted time frame. Upon observing this requirement, you couldn't help but marvel at the formidable standards set by the pill sect. Even with your innate talent for alchemy, the finest foundation establishment pills you could produce were a rarity. Typically, only those with slightly superior aptitude could manage to create medium-quality pills. As the evaluation commenced, you chose not to conceal your abilities, instead crafting a flawless foundation establishment pill at the swiftest pace in the entire assembly. Under the astonished gazes of all present, you were escorted into the pill tower by Gu Xinyue. Within the confines of the tower, she guided you alone, with no other individuals intervening. Upon arriving at the Pill Sect's registration hall, Gu Xinyue discreetly inquired of you, "Junior brother, what brings you to the Pill Sect?" To which you replied, "I heard, sister, that you were here and wished to witness your esteemed presence." Hearing your words, a subtle smile graced Gu Xinyue's lips. "Stop jesting. I cannot believe you came solely for me." In response, you clarified that your primary motivation for joining the Pill Sect was to expedite the advancement of your alchemical skills. Upon hearing your explanation, Gu Xinyue realized the astonishing speed at which you had just synthesized the pill, nearly rivaling her own pace as a fourth-grade alchemist. "Be honest. Junior brother, what grade of alchemist are you currently?" "Sister, I am now a third-grade alchemist, but I shall soon ascend to the fourth grade." Upon learning of your status as a third-grade alchemist, Gu Xinyue felt a twinge of dismay, particularly at your assertion of imminent advancement to the fourth grade, which was difficult for her to accept. Under Gu Xinyue's guidance, you successfully joined the Pill Sect and were assigned as her disciple. The other members of the sect cast envious glances upon witnessing your new status as her disciple. Gu Xinyue was renowned within the Pill Sect as a poised and aloof goddess, notoriously reluctant to accept disciples, thus inciting a certain hostility from others now that you had been chosen. Unperturbed by their envy, you devoted yourself to training alongside Gu Xinyue. By the third year, you achieved the rank of fourth-grade alchemist. At this juncture, Gu Xinyue approached you with news that she had discovered key material for the void-breaking pill in the Myriad Beast Mountain. She expressed a desire for you to accompany her to stealthily acquire the spiritual herbs and then utilize your great void technique to escape. Upon hearing this, you were filled with confusion, recalling that the last time you sought the spiritual herbs for the void-breaking pill, they matured in the 9th year. Yet, only 3 years had passed since then, and Gu Xinyue had already located the herbs? Reflecting on the previous simulation, you recalled that Gu Xinyue was no longer at the Pill Sect during that time, leading you to surmise a potential explanation. Gu Xinyue encountered failure during her attempt to steal the spiritual herb and subsequently defected from the Demon Sect. You did not decline her invitation, but rather accepted the mission with enthusiasm. At this juncture, you have acquired all the knowledge you could from the Demon Sect, and even if you were to depart, your innate talent for alchemy would enable you to make further breakthroughs. Gu Xinyue informed you that the Demon Sect's expedition would commence in a week, and she would come to escort you. After her departure, you employed the Great Void technique to stealthily pilfer various elixirs within the Demon Sect. By the end of the week, you had nearly emptied every storage of elixirs you were aware of. You understood that once you left, there was a strong possibility that you would never return to the Demon Sect. On the morning of the 7th day, Gu Xinyue arrived to notify you that it was time to set off. You inquired about who else from the Demon Sect would accompany you. Besides yourself, the sect leader and 3 elders would also be present. You were taken aback that even the sect leader would attend. You had not anticipated such a grand mobilization merely for the sake of acquiring a spiritual herb. Gu Xinyue glanced at you and sighed. This time, not only members of the Dan Sect will be present, but also individuals from the Yuhua Sect and the Yin-Yang Sect. Noticing the confusion in your eyes, she continued to explain telepathically. The Pasu Dan is crucial for breaking through the void refinement stage, and that particular spiritual herb is essential for its creation. Various sects will fiercely compete for it. Senior sister, with so many at the peak of the god transformation stage present, how can we safely retreat? Upon hearing these words, your mind began to conjure images of the impending fierce competition. Do not worry, little junior brother. Once I obtain the spiritual herb, I will hand it directly to you, and you can return to the Sword Pavilion to await my arrival. With Gu Xinyue instructing you to return to the Sword Pavilion first, you refrained from further inquiries. For those who could join the Sword Pavilion were not to be underestimated. 7 days later, you followed the main contingent of the Dan Sect to the Wan Yao Mountain. At this moment, the periphery of the Wan Yao Mountain was already filled with members from various sections. You listened as the leaders of the 3 major sects deliberated on how to allocate the spiritual herb. At that moment, Gu Xinyue communicated with you again. Little junior brother, I just overheard the sect leader mention that a competition might be held to determine the distribution rights of the spiritual herb. When that time comes, use the Great Void technique to infiltrate the Wan Yao Mountain and steal the herb. Are you certain? Seeing the determination in Gu Xinyue's eyes, you felt compelled to follow her advice. Before long, you indeed witnessed the sect leader of the Dan Sect beginning to arrange the participants for the competition. Observing this, you quietly slipped away from the scene, seeking an unoccupied area to employ the Great Void technique and penetrate the Wan Yao Mountain. Chapter 34. The Chosen One Fallen. Shortly after your entrance, you sensed the tumult of battle emanating from the periphery of Wan Yao Mountain. An hour later, you located the essence of the elixir based on the coordinates provided by Gu Xinyue. However, to your surprise, it was ensconced within an illusory formation. Your void technique proved relatively ineffective against the illusion, but fortunately, you possessed the Eye of Truth. Once activated, the eye swiftly revealed the true form of the elixir. After collecting it, you sprinted towards the Sword Pavilion with all your might. The illusion was intricately tied to the elixir. Once it was removed, the situation would inevitably attract the attention of the patrolling guards. Meanwhile, the three major sects were embroiled in a fierce competition when a frantic voice echoed from the Wan Yao Mountain. Master, something is amiss. The elixir has vanished. Observing the events unfold, Gu Xinyue discerned that you had succeeded, and she decided to stoke the flames further. In an instant, she appeared beside an elder of the Yuhua sect, unleashing a sword chi that pierced through his dantian before vanishing from sight. Only a select few witnessed this act, while the majority remained preoccupied with the matter of the elixir. However, the news of the elder's assassination quickly spread, plunging the scene into further chaos. At this moment, you and Gu Xinyue, the architects of this turmoil, were already en route back to the Sword Pavilion. 3 days later, upon your arrival, Gu Xinyue also returned shortly thereafter. Well done, junior brother. Your actions were quite swift. After you handed the elixir to her, she informed you of her intention to enter seclusion to break through to the 5th rank of alchemist and concoct the void-breaking pill. 2 years later, Gu Xinyue emerged from her seclusion, having successfully crafted the void-breaking pill. Junior brother, I am off to the fallen immortal secret realm. Upon hearing her plan, you calculated the time. This was the 5th year, and Lin Qi would soon reach the threshold of Foundation establishment. You informed Gu Xinyue that you also needed to return to Qingzhou, as it coincidentally lay along her path. The following day, you and Gu Xinyue soared on your swords towards the secret realm, opting not to employ the void technique for the journey. Upon reaching Tianyuan, you parted ways with Gu Xinyue and continued your flight towards the desolate village. 3 months after departing from the Sword Pavilion, you finally returned to the desolate village. The moment you landed, Yi Chuxue sensed your arrival and came out to greet you. So Ming, you finally returned. As you gazed at Yi Chuxue, you suddenly recalled that you had left in such haste that you had not utilized the Eye of Truth to examine her. You were aware that there was some issue between her and Lin Qi, but you were uncertain whether the problem lay with one of them or both. Yi Chuxue, human race. Talent, Tying body. Cultivation level, perfect foundation establishment. Spiritual root, superior water's spiritual root. After observing Yi Chuxue with the Eye of Truth, you were astonished to discover that she bore no issues whatsoever. Thus, you instinctively believed that the issue lay with Lin Qi. Though you did not entirely dismiss the possibility that the true I might also fail to discern the anomaly. Originally, you had intended to return and eliminate Yi Chuxue and Lin Qi without hesitation. However, after utilizing the true eye, your perspective shifted dramatically. While at the Demon Sect, the true eye enabled you to clearly distinguish between humans and the sinister insects. After spending half a year in the desolate village with Yi Chuxue, you finally heard rumors concerning Lin Qi. This time, you took the initiative to accompany Yi Chuxue directly to the prison in the Qin Kingdom. Upon your arrival at Lin Qi's cell, Yi Chuxue prepared to act swiftly and liberate him. Observing her intentions, you promptly intervened to halt her actions. At the moment you laid eyes on Lin Qi, you activated the true eye to assess his condition, and in that instant, everything fell into place. Lin Qi, human race. Talent, child of destiny, corrupted. Cultivation level, early foundation establishment. Spiritual root, supreme fire spiritual root. Corruption, tainted by a trace of the ancestor of the sinister insects. Note, the heavenly Tao of this realm has been corrupted. How could a child of destiny born of such power escape unscathed? What? It truly is Lin Qi who poses a problem. Su Ming could not suppress a surge of alarm upon this revelation. Tainted by the essence of the ancestor of sinister insects? What could that possibly mean? Could this be the very force that has polluted the secret realm? The more he pondered, the more terrifying the implications became, especially in light of the earlier simulation that mentioned the corruption of the heavenly Tao. This reinforced his conviction that the disturbances in the spiritual energy of the Kanglan realm were indeed due to the issues with the heavenly Tao. Lin Qi must be eliminated. As soon as Su Ming voiced this thought, His gaze returned to the simulator. After comprehending all that had transpired, his expression turned icy. In the midst of Yi Chushue's astonished gaze, he raised his hand and unleashed a blade of void sword energy, instantly slaying Lin Qi. So Ming, why did you kill him? Wasn't he an enlightened one? After ruling out Yi Chushue as a suspect, your attitude towards her softened. The previous incursions into the secret realms had all been attributed to Lin Qi's presence. Although Lin Qi himself was unaware of the reasons behind his actions, you could not allow such a potential threat to persist. In response to Yi Chushue's inquiries, you simply informed her that Lin Qi's identity was problematic, and failing to eliminate him would lead to significant trouble. Noticing your grave demeanor, Yi Chushue glanced at Lin Qi's lifeless body and chose to trust your judgment. Upon leaving the Qin Kingdom, Yi Chushue confided in you her intention to venture into the fallen immortal secret realm to advance to the core formation stage. After careful consideration, you resolved to accompany her, primarily to further explore the circumstances within the fallen immortal secret realm. Previously, due to Lin Qi's actions, your understanding of the secret realm was limited to the Bronze Temple. As the grandest of the secret realms in Qingzhou and Yuzhou, you are aware that the mysteries within extend far beyond the Bronze Temple. After a fortnight of relentless travel, you have arrived at the fallen immortal secret realm. Upon entering the realm, Yi Chushue casually sought a place to initiate her breakthrough, while you ventured deeper into the heart of the fallen immortal secret realm. Throughout your journey, you encountered no other souls. Your curiosity piqued regarding Gu Xinyue's whereabouts and whether she had successfully advanced to the Void Refinement Realm. Soon, you found yourself in a familiar valley, gazing at the Bronze Temple, yet you had no intention of entering. In your previous visits, aside from uncovering fragments of ancient truths and acquiring certain cultivation techniques, there was little else to gain. You traversed the valley, continuing your descent into the depths. After crossing a vast plain, a towering mountain came into view, emanating faint traces of sword intent. As you beheld the Sword Mountain, a bold notion suddenly took form in your mind. Now, possessing a fractured Tai Su sword, you pondered whether ascending the mountain might yield a second sword. With this thought, you resolved to give it a try. Upon stepping onto the steps of Sword Mountain, the familiar oppressive aura enveloped you, yet held no sway over your resolve. You recalled the last time when the three major sects of Qingzhou sought the Tai Su sword here, and you could not help but chuckle. Those who were incapable of cultivating sword intent still dared to dream of acquiring a fine blade in this place. This reality further affirmed the words of the Sword Pavilion's master, who remarked that the malignant insects did not comprehend their inability to cultivate sword intent. They merely believed themselves devoid of talent in that regard. With your enlightened sword heart, you ascended the mountain as though traversing an uninhabited realm, reaching the summit in no time. At the peak, you gazed upon the familiar formation, and the Tai Su sword intent surged forth from your being. Soon, your form was enveloped by this sword intent, while the Tai Su sword within the formation seemed to respond, resonating with a chorus of sword cries. These sounds appeared to transcend time, echoing from the ancient Tai Su sect. In that moment, not only you, but all within the fallen immortal secret realm heard the resounding sword cries. You watched as the Tai Su sword within the formation slowly emerged, subsequently merging with the fractured Tai Su sword within you. In the next instant, the broken sword miraculously restored a fragment of its blade. Witnessing this, your heart swelled with joy. It is worth noting that a complete Tai Su sword is a celestial artifact, a rarity in the present Kanglan realm. As the Tai Su sword vanished, the oppressive force of the Sword Mountain dissipated as well. Just then, a voice you recognized echoed through the air. Ziz, you brat, did you seize the inheritance of this Sword Mountain? Upon seeing the newcomer, a look of disdain crossed your face. What now? Do you wish to seize my opportunity, Wanya Demon? Upon realizing that you had uncovered his true identity, the Wanya Demon momentarily froze. You actually recognize me? In that case, I shan't waste words. Hand over the sword atop Sword Mountain, and I may spare your life. Ha! Wanya Demon, do you not find your words rather amusing? Do you truly believe them yourself? As you refused to relinquish the Taishu sword, the expression on the Wanya Demon's face transformed into one of malevolence. Do not blame me for not granting you a chance. I had initially intended to spare you for the sake of our shared humanity, but it seems you are courting death. No sooner had he spoken than the Wanya Demon unleashed his mid-stage transformation, pressing his power upon you. Anticipating his actions, you swiftly employed the Great Void technique to escape Sword Mountain. The Wanya Demon, witnessing your sudden disappearance from the mountaintop, fell momentarily into a daze. only to quickly regain his senses and pursue you with fervent determination after sensing your location. You could feel the Wanya demon relentlessly trailing behind you. No matter how adeptly you utilize the Great Void technique to evade him, he always managed to pinpoint your whereabouts. While he may currently be unable to capture you, you two could not shake him off. If this continued, your spiritual energy would deplete far faster than his, and the disparity in cultivation would remain a formidable obstacle. In a moment of despair, a radiant figure soared towards you. Oh, little junior brother, why are you being pursued? Upon recognizing Gu Xinyue, a wave of relief washed over you. If there were anyone capable of assisting you in the fallen immortal secret realm, it would be her alone. However, you had not previously detected her presence, instinctively assuming she had successfully broken through and returned to the sword pavilion. Senior sister, save me. This old rogue seeks to seize my opportunity. You halted beside Gu Xinyue, and shortly thereafter, the Wanya demon caught up. Why have you stopped running, boy? Have you surrendered? The Wanya demon regarded Gu Xinyue with utter disregard. To him, a mid-stage transformation practitioner was a top-tier existence across the entire Qingzhou. Run? It is you who should be fleeing. You retorted, stepping behind Gu Xinyue and casting a scornful glance at the Wanya demon. So, old man, you wish to kill my little junior brother, do you? Only then did the Wanya demon begin to acknowledge Gu Xinyue, and upon realizing he could not sense her cultivation, his expression turned grave. Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. Leave now, and I may treat this as though nothing has occurred. Upon hearing the Wanya demon's threat, Gu Xinyue's interest was piqued, and a disdainful expression graced her features. Oh, and what if I choose not to leave? Choose not to leave? Then you shall pay with your life. Even if you are at the transformation stage, I remain unafraid. As soon as the words were uttered, Wan Yimo unleashed his full power, charging towards Gu Xinyue. Rather than contemplating how to combat the eerie insects, he chose to harm his fellow humans, deeming your existence a waste of resources. Gu Xinyue, summoning her initial prowess at the refinement void stage, casually released a sword aura that shattered Wan Yimo's most formidable attack. What? Refinement void stage? How is this possible? Upon realizing that Gu Xinyue was a formidable refinement void master, Wan Yimo instantly abandoned his intention to seize the Tai Su sword and turned to flee towards the exit of the fallen immortal secret realm. Observing Wan Yimo's retreat, Gu Xinyue let out a cold laugh and raised her hand to unleash a breathtaking sword aura. In the next moment, a wretched scream escaped Wan Yimo's lips, and his entire body disintegrated into a mist of blood mid-air. After vanquishing Wan Yimo, Gu Xinyue scrutinized you with a look of curiosity. Impressive, little junior. You actually acquired that celestial sword on Sword Mountain. It is worth noting that even I have not attained its recognition. In response, you attributed your success to mere luck, claiming to have fortuitously gained the acknowledgement of the Tai Su sword. Upon hearing your explanation, Gu Xinyue regarded you with a skeptical expression, as if attempting to unravel the secrets hidden within your heart. Noticing her probing gaze, you opted to shift the topic. By the way, Gu Shiji, what opportunities lie within the fallen immortal secret realm? Opportunities? Gu Xinyue furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. There are hardly any opportunities in the fallen immortal secret realm. The two most significant ones have already been claimed, one being the sword on Sword Mountain, which you now possess. As for the other, I doubt you could obtain it. It resides within the bronze temple in the valley, and to this day, no one knows how to enter. Upon learning that there were only two opportunities within the fallen immortal secret realm, a wave of disappointment washed over you. You had already secured the Tai Su sword and the inheritance techniques from the bronze temple. The current realm held no further opportunities for you, starkly contrasting your expectations. Sensing your despondence, Gu Xinyue offered words of comfort. Do not lose heart, little junior. Although opportunities are scarce in the fallen immortal secret realm, we can venture to Central Continent to seize resources. Central Continent? You regarded Gu Xinyue, whose face radiated a bright smile, and an uneasy premonition welled up within you. 3 days later, Gu Xinyue set forth with you on the journey to Central Continent. Initially, she had not intended to take you there so soon, considering you were only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. However, after witnessing your ability to acquire the celestial sword from Sword Mountain, her perspective shifted. She believed that taking you to Central Continent would accelerate your growth. Thus, under Gu Xinyue's encouragement, you resolutely decided to embark on the journey to Central Continent. 6 months later, you crossed the endless seas from Qingzhou and finally arrived at Central Continent. Unfamiliar with the circumstances of Zhongzhou, You find yourself compelled to inquire of Gu Xinyue regarding your current location. Senior Sister Gu, where exactly are we in Zhongzhou? In response to your question, a sheepish smile graces Gu Xinyue's face. Little junior brother, this is my first visit to Zhongzhou as well. All I know is that it is divided into 4 major regions: the eastern, western, southern, and northern domains. What? You brought me here without having ever been to Zhongzhou yourself? A sense of unease washes over you as you realize you feel like you have boarded a pirate ship, with 2 novices venturing into Zhongzhou. Despite the adversaries having reached the realm of refining the void, you remain merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. While in Qingzhou, your mid-stage nascent soul status might be considered formidable. Here in Zhongzhou, nascent souls are ubiquitous, and those in the transformation stage are as common as dogs. Fear not, little junior brother, for I am here to ensure your safety. Gu Xinyue reassures you, though skepticism lingers in your heart. Senior Sister Gu, is it still possible for me to return to Yuzhou? Upon hearing this, Gu Xinyue's expression shifts to one of discontent as she playfully strikes the back of your head. Return to Yuzhou? Do not forget that our senior sister is also in Zhongzhou. We are not entirely without support. Senior sister? The mention of her brings to mind your prior inquiries regarding her whereabouts, which confirm she is indeed in Zhongzhou. Reflecting on the fact that the Great Void Technique is a family heritage of your senior sister, you feel a compelling urge to remain. Sensing that your understanding of this technique is incomplete, upon your agreement to stay, Gu Xinyue beams with joy and leads you towards the nearest city. 3 days later, you leave the desolate mountains behind and enter a city known as Qingshan City. After arriving, you find a tavern to order a pot of tea and begin to gather information. Throughout the morning, you acquire the information you seek. Qingshan City lies on the far edge of the southern domain of Zhongzhou, where the highest cultivator is the city lord, Yang Jintian, who possesses the cultivation of refining the void. Despite this being merely the refining stage, you're greatly astonished. This city, the most remote in the southern domain, boasts a lord whose prowess would be considered the pinnacle in Qingzhou. However, what intrigues you most is that Qingshan City is currently in a semi-closed state, permitting entry but barring exit. You learn that the reason for this is that the city lord's eldest son was murdered 2 nights prior, prompting the lord to seal the city overnight. Originally intending to stay just a day in Qingshan City, you find yourselves compelled to linger longer. That evening, you and Gu Xinyue seek lodging at an inn. Initially, you intended to book 2 separate rooms, but at Gu Xinyue's insistence, you ultimately share a single room. In the dead of night, as you were engrossed in your cultivation, a series of disturbances echoed from outside the inn. Just as you prepared to rise and investigate, the window of your chamber shattered, and a figure, bloodied and gasping, collapsed within. Instantly, you employed your eye of truth to discern the identity of the individual. Wei Qing, human. Cultivation level, early stage of transformation. Spiritual root, superior fire, spiritual root. Upon realizing that the individual was indeed human, you retracted the timing sword intent in your grasp and turned to your companion, Gu Xinyue, saying, "Sister, eliminate the pursuers." Gu Xinyue, who had been deep in meditation, opened her eyes, glancing at the bleeding Wei Qing with a furrowed brow. She was perplexed by your decision to save this stranger, especially when the nature of his identity, human or monstrous, remained uncertain. However, upon meeting your resolute gaze, she comprehended your intent and unleashed a blade of sword energy. The 3 mid-stage transformation cultivators who had just breached the threshold were instantly dispatched. Witnessing Gu Xinyue's swift execution of the 3 cultivators, Wei Qing, still sprawled on the ground, struggled to rise and gazed at you both. "You two are awakeners, aren't you? Oh, how did you deduce that?" You scrutinized Wei Qing, surprised by his perceptiveness. "I am currently wanted by the city lord's manor. It is improbable that 2 non-humans would rescue me from the clutches of the monstrous insects." Very astute. Now, enlighten us about what transpired. We have only just arrived in Qingshan City today. You casually tossed him a vial of elixir, encouraging him to speak at his leisure. I suspected as much. In all my years in Qingshan City, I have never encountered either of you. Wei Qing then recounted the events that led to his predicament. He had previously clashed impulsively with the city lord's eldest son, and in the heat of battle, instinctively targeted the opponent's dantian, inadvertently revealing his human identity. With his cover blown, he had no choice but to eliminate the son to protect his secret. Pursued by both the city's monstrous insects and the city lord's forces, he chose to confront the latter. After absorbing the entirety of his narrative, you found it astonishing that his identity was exposed due to a strike aimed at the dantian. This incident served as a cautionary tale, reminding you to refrain from fixating on the dantian when uncertain about the ability to vanquish a monstrous foe. Trouble approaches, junior brother. Judging by the aura, it is highly likely to be the city lord himself, Gu Xinyue declared, rising with a grave expression as she gazed toward the direction of the city lord's manor. Flee. We must exit the city at once. No sooner had you spoken than you activated the Great Void technique, propelling yourself and Wei Qing toward the city's outskirts. Surrounded by a formidable array, the entire Qingshan city was ensnared, with the solitary exit vigilantly guarded by a formidable insect of transcendent mastery. Merely a consummate transformation. Do not fret. He shall not impede us, will he, senior sister? You cast a glance at Gu Xinyue, inquiring if she possessed any confidence. With a cold chuckle, Gu Xinyue retorted, Junior brother, do you underestimate me so? A mere consummate transformation cannot hope to obstruct us. Soon, you arrive at the city gates, where an elderly man unexpectedly appeared to bar your passage. Several have awaited your arrival. You cannot escape. Before he could finish, Gu Xinyue unleashed her formidable energy, sending a blade of radiant sword aura slicing toward the elder. Chapter 37. The Innate Celestial Eye. Her full-powered strike from the Void Refinement Realm was beyond the Elder's capabilities, and he perished instantly beneath her sword's might. You seek death. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from behind, the aura emanating from it surpassing even that of Gu Xinyue. Gu Xinyue's expression turned somber upon hearing this, and she abruptly halted. Turning to you, junior brother, you must flee. I will confront this city lord. From the earlier surge of spiritual energy, you understood that the city lord's cultivation was at least mid-void refinement. A concern for Gu Xinyue began to gnaw at you. Seemingly perceiving your unease, Gu Xinyue offered you a reassuring smile. Do not worry, junior brother. I am far from weak. Let us not forget that our sword pavilion harbors no weaklings. Her words ignited a realization within you. The sword pavilion's admission criteria were exceedingly rigorous, and only the most exceptional sword cultivators could gain entry. Senior sister, I will leave markers for you along the way. You can follow them to find me. With that declaration, you resolved to depart, taking Wei Qing with you, knowing that remaining would only hinder Gu Xinyue. Once beyond the confines of Qingshan City, you sensed a fierce battle erupting within its walls. Turning to Wei Qing, you inquired about the most suitable destination moving forward. Clearly, he possessed a deeper understanding of the southern region than you, an outsider. Returning to Qingshan City was no longer an option, and the nearby cities were known to have dealings with it. After a prolonged contemplation, Wei Qing lifted his gaze toward a particular direction. It would be prudent for us to head to the capital. Fighting is strictly prohibited there, which will be advantageous for us. The capital? You were unfamiliar with the place, Wei Qing mentioned. So you informed him of your origins from Yuzhou and your lack of knowledge regarding the southern region. Wei Qing expressed astonishment that you hailed from Yuzhou, as, in his view, it was rare for void refinement powerhouses to emerge from areas beyond the central region. He then explained to you that you are currently situated within the south region of the Great Zhou dynasty. The town of Qingshan is merely a remote settlement under the aegis of the Great Zhou. In contrast, the capital city serves as the very heart of the Great Zhou dynasty, teeming with formidable individuals beyond count. Let us proceed to the capital. Thus, Wei Qing led you on your journey to the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. After nearly a year of travel, you finally reached the capital. Upon entering, you observed that even the lowest-ranking guards possess cultivation levels at the nascent soul stage. Such prowess, in the context of the Demon Sect, could qualify one as an outer elder, yet here, they merely served as guards. A year later, you and Wei Qing had firmly established yourselves in the capital, acquiring a dilapidated courtyard in a quiet corner to reside in. However, you were troubled by the fact that Gu Xinyue had not sought you out during this year. When departing from Qingshan, you had left a trace of sword energy to inform her of your journey to the capital. Yet, here you are now, uncertain whether your senior sister had successfully escaped from Qingshan. Sumin, I have returned. Behold, this is the spirit stones I earned this month. Just as you were consumed by worry for Gu Xinyue, Wei Qing pushed open the door to your courtyard. Since settling in the capital, you had chosen not to join any factions, instead relying on your status as a fourth-tier alchemist to earn spirit stones. After briefly assessing the quantity of spirit stones, you took a portion for yourself, leaving the remainder for Wei Qing to purchase materials and for his own cultivation. In the 10th year, marking your 5th year in Zhongzhou, Your cultivation finally advanced to the late nascent soul stage. Concurrently, your alchemical skills ascended to that of a fifth-tier alchemist. Over these years, your reputation as an alchemist flourished in the capital, gaining favor among customers for your high-quality products at reasonable prices. Nevertheless, as the years passed, Gu Xinyue still did not come to find you, and you gradually let go of the matter. Originally, you had been lured by Gu Xinyue to seek opportunities in the ruins of Zhongzhou. Now, it seemed you had squandered 5 years merely waiting for her. In the 15th year, having spent a decade in the Great Zhou dynasty, you still had not encountered Gu Xinyue. By this time, many in the capital referred to you as King Su. Gradually, you began to revel in this life, seemingly becoming enmeshed in the splendid existence offered by the Great Zhou dynasty, forgetting that these individuals are, in truth, cunning insects. As the year came to a close, a rumor began circulating in the capital, which Wei Qing promptly relayed to you upon returning to the courtyard. Sumin, did you hear? A princess of the Great Zhou dynasty has been demoted to commoner status. You found little interest in such gossip and chose not to pursue the matter further. The following day, as per your usual routine, you made your way to the bustling street of scattered repairs in Kyoto, essentially the city's black market. After selling the elixirs you had concocted the previous day, you prepared to return to your humble abode. Upon your arrival, you noticed that a young girl had been following you, unbeknownst to you until now. Utilizing your true eye, you scrutinize her identity. Zhou Lingxi, human, innate talent, celestial eyes. Cultivation level, 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Spiritual root, none. Upon discovering that she possessed celestial eyes, you were momentarily taken aback. The fact that she could cultivate to the 3rd layer without a spiritual root seemed rather formidable. Beautiful lady, I have arrived home. How long do you intend to follow me? Zhou Lingxi gazed at you with her clear, large eyes. I will follow you indefinitely. Clear your throat, you responded, no, I do not take in anyone. As you prepared to shut the door, her next words halted your actions. You're not a monster. Thus I wish to accompany you. You understood the implication of her statement. Yet you were astonished by how someone at the 3rd layer could detect the presence of the strange insect. Can your celestial eyes perceive the strange insect? Upon hearing your inquiry, Zhou Lingxi shuddered slightly, her eyes widening in surprise. How do you know I possess celestial eyes? Come inside, it's not safe outside. You refrained from answering her question directly, urging her to enter first. Once inside your courtyard, Wei Qing noticed the girl you had brought back and regarded you with a peculiar expression. Su Ming, where did you pick her up? You chose not to address Wei Qing's remark, but instead shot him a stern glance, stating, she is an awakener. What? But she is only at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. How is that possible? Wei Qing's eyes bulged as he scrutinized both you and Zhou Lingxi. You chose to ignore him, keeping her secret to yourself for the time being. After entering the house, you asked Zhou Lingxi to briefly recount her circumstances. My name is Zhou Lingxi, and I am the 9th princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. Are you not the princess who was demoted to commoner last year? At this moment, you could not help but shoot Wei Qing a warning glare, signaling him to refrain from speaking. His immediate compliance, despite your lower cultivation level, stemmed from his awareness of your significant background. Just a single senior sister of yours was a formidable cultivator, not to mention the prowess of your other senior brothers and your master. Zhou Lingxi nodded and sighed. The reason I was expelled from the royal family was entirely by my own design. Zhou Lingxi then recounted her motivations for her actions. At the tender age of 6, she awakened her celestial eyes, which shattered her previously held worldview. The father, who had once shown her kindness, was revealed to be a monster, as were the crown prince and her numerous royal brothers. The few remaining humans were the young princes. Yet she soon discovered that they too transformed into monsters upon reaching foundational cultivation. With her awakened celestial eyes, she possessed a maturity beyond that of ordinary individuals, and she understood that she must escape this imperial palace. The one solace she found was her innate lack of a spiritual root, rendering her a so-called waste in the eyes of others. However, she alone recognized that even without a spiritual root, her celestial eyes allowed her to cultivate, and her progress was by no means inferior. Thus, she continued to masquerade as a worthless individual, creating chaos within the palace, giving the impression of a debauched youth unable to cultivate, ultimately leading to her expulsion. One day, in the ghost market, she chanced upon you and perceived an enigmatic aura surrounding you, so elusive that even her celestial eyes could not discern your true nature, other than knowing you were a normal human, not a monster. After hearing her story, you decided to allow her to stay and cultivate, providing her with some resources for her practice. A year later, Zhou Lingxi had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, aided by the foundational elixirs you had concocted, which helped her break through to foundational cultivation. 3 months thereafter, she successfully advanced to foundational cultivation, her celestial eyes facilitating her ability to easily subdue the eerie insects following her breakthrough. In the 19th year, after 3 years of companionship, you and Zhou Lingxi grew increasingly familiar, deepening your bond. You imparted the heavenly transformation technique to her, discovering it was exceptionally suited for her celestial eyes. Following her cultivation of this technique, Zhou Lingxi's beauty became even more enchanting, and after years of knowing the truth, she developed feelings for you. In the 20th year, you became partners on the path of cultivation, with Zhou Lingxi becoming your first companion in the Kanglin realm. Is this truly me? Su Ming exclaimed in disbelief upon observing his actions within the simulator, shaking his head in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his journey to Zhongzhou would unfold in such a manner. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what Zhou Lingxi looked like to have captivated him so profoundly with her innate celestial eyes. Having lived in the capital for over a decade, you were nearly oblivious to your identity as a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived at your humble abode, and upon recognizing the figure standing in your courtyard, your body trembled involuntarily. Senior Sister Gu? Little junior brother, after all these years, why is your cultivation still at the nascent soul stage? Hearing her voice, Wei Qing and Zhou Lingxi also emerged from within. Upon witnessing Gu Xinyue's visage, Wei Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not heard from her for so long that he had presumed her to be deceased. Oh, you have a hidden beauty. Little junior brother, Gu Xinyue remarked, glancing at the only foundation establishment cultivator, Zhou Lingxi, and could not resist teasing. Sister, I have awaited your arrival for so many years, and you have finally come. You paid little heed to her jest, yet deep within, you recognized that the years of comfort had caused your cultivation to stagnate, and you had only recently achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In the next moment, you observed Gu Xinyue's smile fade, her expression turning grave as she fixed her gaze upon you. Little junior brother, I have just received word from the sect leader that third senior sister is in trouble. We must return at once. Third senior sister? Confusion enveloped you. How could third senior sister, Xia Qianji, who was guarding the blood demon's secret realm, find herself in peril? As this thought crossed your mind, an ominous premonition gripped your heart. You turned to inform Wei Qing and Zhou Lingxi of your intention to return to Yuzhou, instructing them to await your return. After relinquishing the majority of your amassed spirit stones to Zhou Lingxi, you hastily departed with Gu Xinyue. On the journey back to Yuzhou, you inquired of Gu Xinyue regarding the events that had transpired. She explained that an issue had arisen within the blood demon's secret realm. The entity beneath the blood steel had escaped. Your heart sank upon hearing this, for you were aware of that sinister creature, but it was supposed to be suppressed by the blood steel. The spirit energy within the secret realm should have sustained it for an extended period. Faced with your bewilderment, Gu Xinyue fell silent, for she too was unaware of the reasons behind this calamity. Only upon returning to the Sword Pavilion would the answers be revealed. Half a year later, you successfully returned to Yuzhou, and without delay, you proceeded towards the Sword Pavilion. Upon your arrival, you were met with the sight of the Sword Pavilion reduced to ruins, chaos and remnants of battle scattered all around. How could this be? Wasn't the sect leader present? What kind of foe could overpower even the leader? Though you were uncertain of the sect leader's true power, it was evident that they were at least a formidable figure above the void refinement stage. The thought of such a powerful being failing to protect the Sword Pavilion filled you with dread. Sister, let us first return to Qingzhou and inquire with sixth senior brother about the situation. Gu Xinyue nodded in agreement, and you set off once more towards Qingzhou. A month later, you arrived at the Tianqi Academy in the Kingdom of Qin. As you stepped into the academy, you spotted Fang Jingshun seated alone in the courtyard. You have returned, she said calmly, as if naught had transpired. What on earth happened? How was the Sword Pavilion destroyed? Upon hearing your question, Fang Jingshun did not rush to respond, but instead poured herself a cup of tea, lost in contemplation. I am uncertain. We shall know when Xiao Tian awakens. Xiao Tian? Is Lin Tian with you? Fang Jingshun nodded, her gaze directed towards the wooden cabin. Chapter 39. Targeted by the Great Ascension Cultivators. Fang Jingshun informed you that when he returned a few days ago, the sword void had been destroyed. Fortunately, he had encountered the gravely injured Lin Tian. After bringing Lin Tian to the fallen immortal secret realm for 2 days to recuperate and stabilize the internal malevolent insects, he returned to Tianqi Academy. After waiting anxiously for 3 days, Lin Tian finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he recounted the events that had transpired at the Sword Pavilion. Over 6 months ago, Xia Qiangu sought the aid of the Sword Pavilion's master, revealing that a mysterious individual had entered the Blood Demon's secret realm and injured her. Subsequently, the malevolent insects beneath the blood steel were released, and despite her desperate resistance, she was severely wounded. Upon returning to the Sword Pavilion, the master instructed him to take Xia Qiangu to the fallen immortal secret realm for healing, assuring him that he would handle the remaining matters. A few days prior, after witnessing an improvement in Xia Qianji's condition, he departed the fallen immortal secret realm alone to return to the Sword Pavilion. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the master had also sustained injuries. The master revealed that his identity had been exposed, rendering it impossible for him to remain in Yuzhou, and advised him to seek Fang Jingshan in Qingzhou. Just as he prepared to leave, enemies attacked, and he was injured in the ensuing battle, ultimately collapsing not far from the Sword Pavilion. Having heard this, you are already aware of what transpired next. He was later discovered by Fang Jingshan, eldest senior sister. Do you think the master will be all right? Lin Tian's gaze turned towards Gu Xinyue, his words trailing off. Do not worry, Xiao Dian. The master is far more formidable than we can imagine. He'll be fine. Fang Jingshan affirmed with a nod. Indeed, since the master indicated that his identity has been exposed, he would not remain in Yuzhou and has likely already gone to Zhongzhou. Once the situation was clarified, you informed everyone of your intention to return to Zhongzhou for further cultivation in due time. Ultimately, Gu Xinyue also decided to accompany you. For with the malevolent insects having emerged from the Blood Demon's secret realm, staying in Yuzhou was no longer viable. The identities of those from the Sword Pavilion were undoubtedly known to those malevolent insects. At this moment, your gaze shifted to Lin Tian, who sighed deeply. I shall refrain. Third senior sister is still in the fallen immortal secret realm. I will go with sixth senior brother to bring her back. Fang Jingshan then offered his perspective. Xiao Dian and I will first attend to third senior sister. Little junior brother, you and fifth senior sister should head to Zhongzhou to seek news of eldest senior sister and the master. Once we resolve matters here, we will join you. After departing Tianqi Academy, you instructed Gu Xinyue to return to Zhongzhou first, as you intended to visit the desolate village. After so many years away, you were uncertain if Yi Chuxue still remained. If the other party remains in the desolate village, he does not advise bringing them to Zhongzhou. Currently, for humanity, the body of the Taiyin is an indispensable component of their combat strength. They must unite to confront the enigmatic insects. As you approach the desolate village, a man clad in black suddenly appears before you. You cannot perceive his cultivation, as he seems akin to an ordinary mortal. In this scenario, there are only two possibilities. Either he is indeed an ordinary person, or his cultivation far surpasses yours. At this moment, you lean towards the latter. Fortunately, through your eye of truth, you discerned his true identity. Chu Wudi, human race. Talent, swordsmanship prodigy. Cultivation, great ascension realm. Spiritual root, supreme wind spiritual root. Upon realizing that he is of the great ascension realm, a chill permeates your heart. What astonishes you further is that he is not an enigmatic insect, but a living, breathing human of the great ascension realm. Why do you obstruct my path, senior? Chu Wudi scoffs as he speaks. I seek the sword upon your person. Hearing this, you instantly comprehend his intent. Yet, you're also curious about how he knows that the Tai Su sword is in your possession. Senior, I do not understand what you are speaking of. What sword? Ipusas no sword. Kid, do not say I haven't given you a chance. Present the Tai Su sword from your possession. Faced with the impossibility of deceiving him, you reluctantly produce the Tai Su sword and hand it over. Oh, you have even repaired a small section of it. I truly underestimated you. Since you have acquired the Tai Su sword, I shall take my leave. Initially, he intended to let you go upon obtaining the sword, but now he realizes that there are many secrets within you. Observing the peculiar smile on his face, a sense of foreboding fills your heart, prompting you to employ the Great Void technique to flee. However, in the next moment, you discover that wherever you attempt to escape, he always arrives at your destination first. Gradually, despair envelopes you as you desperately flee across various locales in Qingzhou, yet you remain ensnared within his grasp. Ultimately, you are powerless to resist and are captured by him. Chu Wudi begins to extract your soul. You are dead. Ding. Simulation concluded. Select from the following rewards. 1. Perfected nascent soul cultivation. 2. Fourth tier alchemist cultivation. 3. All the pill formulas comprehended during the simulation. 4. All remaining spirit stones from the simulation. 5. All genuine insights from the simulation. 6. Talent acquired from the simulation. Eye of Truth. 7. Fragment of the Tai Su Sword X1. 8. Void Breaking Pill X1. Is it possible that Chu Wudi is unwell? You possess the Tai Shu sword, and yet you still seek to slay me? Su Ming gazed at his own resolute figure within the simulation, unable to suppress his disdain. How could he have attracted the attention of a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage? Furthermore, the fact that he wielded the Tai Shu sword was known to but a handful, with only Gu Xinyue aware of it. The other individual, Wan Yimo, had long since met his demise. Moreover, based on the attire of his adversary, Su Ming suspected that it was indeed Chu Wudi who had unleashed the eerie insects in the Blood Demon secret realm. This simulation had bestowed upon Su Ming a wealth of invaluable insights. The experiences of the Dazhou dynasty and the downfall of the Sword Pavilion served as a dire warning. He was not merely to confront the eerie insects, but also traitors among humankind. Presently, Su Ming was aware that irrespective of Lin Qi's interference, the Blood Demon secret realm would be ravaged by Chu Wudi in 20 years. He would inevitably be discovered by this foe, though the methods employed by Chu Wudi to locate him remained shrouded in mystery. 20 years. Only by breaking through to the Great Ascension stage within this time frame could he hope to eliminate Chu Wudi. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the simulator. Simulation cooldown, 15 days. Seizing the opportunity of the simulator's cooldown, Su Ming resolved to return to Qingzhou. Firstly, he intended to eliminate Lin Qi to preempt future troubles. And secondly, he sought to bring Yi Chuxue to Zhongzhou for development. Having experienced the simulations twice, he understood that combating these adversities alone would prove exceedingly limited. Cultivating talents like Yi Chuxue and Zhou Lingxi together would bolster his efforts against the eerie insects. Su Ming approached Lin Tian to inform him of his impending journey back to Qingzhou. Chapter 40. Eliminate Lin Qi and return to Yuzhou. A month later, Su Ming returned to the desolate village of Qingzhou. Yi Chuxue gazed at him in astonishment. You left just a few months ago. How have you returned so swiftly? In response, Su Ming chose not to conceal the truth, candidly revealing that his return was for the purpose of murder. Murder? Brother, we are still being pursued by the Demon Sect. Would it not be unwise to act so brazenly? Su Ming recognized the concerns weighing on her mind and reassured her. Fear not. This endeavor merely involves eliminating an individual in the secular realm, not within the 3 major sections. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuxue ceased her objections, acknowledging that the secular realm's pursuit of them was relatively mild. 7 days later, he accompanied Yi Chuxue to the capital of the Qin kingdom. He recalled from his earlier simulations that Lin Qi had mentioned his father was an offshoot royal in Qin. Following this lead, Su Ming swiftly located the Lin residence. Upon entering the Lin household alone, he directly sought out Lin Qi, unleashing a sword Qi aimed to slay his adversary without hesitation. You dare! A man materialized before Lin Qi, blocking the Tai Shu sword Qi. Who are you? Why do you seek to kill my son? Su Ming furrowed his brow upon witnessing this and employed the Eye of Truth to examine the intruder's information. Lin Dantian, human. Cultivation, early stage of divine transformation. Spirit root, superior fire spirit root. A human? Su Ming gazed at Lin Dantian's message, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated that within this small mundane world, not only would there be one being of the God transformation stage in the form of the Qin King, but that even this distant scion would also be a member of the human race at the same exalted level. Are you also an awakened one? Lin Dantian regarded Su Ming with a wary expression. Among the perfected nascent soul cultivators of Qingzhou, he did not recognize Su Ming. At this, Su Ming nodded solemnly, his gaze shifting to the terrified Lin Qi, who stood behind Lin Dantian. Your son must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly become a source of calamity in the future. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Lin Dantian turned to glance at his son, then regarded Su Ming with evident skepticism. My son possesses an exceptional fire spirit root. He is destined to awaken upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Are you suggesting we eradicate the future of our kind? As these words escaped Lin Dantian's lips, Su Ming's eyes narrowed. He understood that no matter what he said next, Lin Dantian would remain unconvinced. Confronted by an adversary whose cultivation surpassed his own by a considerable margin, Su Ming was uncertain he could prevail in a direct conflict. However, The task of eliminating Lin Shi would not prove overly difficult. With this thought, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Since you do not believe me, so be it. There will come a time when you regret your decision. With a resigned shake of his head and a heavy sigh, Su Ming turned to leave. Humph. Do you think the Lin family is a place where one can come and go as they please? If you wish to harm my son, be prepared to face the consequences. In the next instant, Lin Zhantian appeared before Su Ming, his hand outstretched, ready to seize his neck. To Lin Zhantian, Su Ming was merely a nascent soul cultivator. Even a perfected one was no more than a larger insect in his eyes. Yet reality delivered a harsh blow to his arrogance. The figure he had imagined, easily grasping, was inexplicably gone from sight. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Su Ming's voice echoed from behind him, and at that moment, Lin Zhantian realized something critical. No, do not harm my son. I shall let you leave. Lin Zhantian was bewildered. He had distinctly locked on his Su Ming's presence moments ago. Yet in an instant, Su Ming's aura vanished, only to reappear beside Lin Shi. Let me leave. Do you honestly think I require your permission? Su Ming sneered, raising his hand to unleash a sword intent that pierced Lin Shi's brow. No. After resolving the matter with Lin Shi, Su Ming made no delay, employing the Great Void technique to depart from the Lin family estate. Once outside, he donned his cloak and, alongside Yi Chushua, hastened towards the desolate village. Behind them, Lin Zhantian's furious shouts echoed. Yet Su Ming found himself curious as to why his opponent did not pursue them. 7 days later, they returned to the desolate village. Su Ming had no intention of heading directly back to the Sword Pavilion. Now that the matter was settled, he needed to expedite his next simulation. His delay in eliminating Lin Shi had cost him several precious days. Informing Yi Chushua that they would journey to Yuzhou the following day, he retreated into his quarters alone. Commencing simulation. Extracting random talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the white talent. Mastery of swordsmanship. Mastery of swordsmanship. The efficiency of cultivating sword techniques is enhanced by 50%. You, having attained this mastery, were not disheartened by its classification as a white talent. On the contrary, the augmentation bestowed by the Supreme Sword Dao rendered this enhancement remarkably substantial. The following day, you embarked on a journey to Yuzhou accompanied by Yi Chushua. A month later, you returned to the Sword Pavilion. Upon seeing you return with a beautiful companion, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. No, junior brother, you mentioned that you had important matters in Qingzhou. Is it merely to pursue a romantic interest? Brother, do not speak frivolously. Chushua possesses a rather unique constitution. You then proceeded to explain Yi Chushua's Taiyin physique to Lin Tian. Goodness, a Taiyin physique? Such a constitution, if not met with an untimely demise, is destined to ascend to the celestial realm. Yi Chushua, a newcomer, felt a slight flush upon hearing Lin Tian's praise, appearing somewhat bashful. After ensuring Yi Chushua was settled, you conveyed your upcoming intentions to Lin Tian. What? You intend to visit the Dan Sect to seek out Senior Sister Wu? Aware of Lin Tian's likely objections, you revealed your identity as a 4th-grade alchemist. Upon learning of your status, Lin Tian's expression shifted from surprise to incredulity, after which he ceased to impede your journey to the Dan Sect. The next day, you set off alone towards Dan City. This time, your purpose was not to partake in the assessments, but to await an opportunity for a direct meeting with Gu Xinyue. After 10 days of waiting, the Dan Sect's evaluations commenced, and you finally encountered Gu Xinyue. After exchanging a fleeting glance, you turned to leave. That night, Gu Xinyue arrived at your residence. You are the junior brother who recently joined the Sword Pavilion? As she spoke, she approached the table and sat directly across from you. Senior sister, I require your assistance. Oh, however, I currently have pressing matters at the Dan Sect and cannot leave. You were well aware of Gu Xinyue's reasons for remaining at the Dan Sect, so you produced the Paisu Dan she had previously given you during a simulation. At that time, she had successfully refined 2 Paisu Dan and had generously offered you the surplus, considering you had retrieved the spiritual herbs. Gu Xinyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the Paisu Dan in your hand. Bulk Sudan, junior brother, where did you acquire this? You refrained from explaining its origins and simply handed it to her. Senior sister, I understand your purpose for staying at the Dan Sect. Now that we possess a Paisu Dan, is there any reason for you to remain? At this moment, Gu Xinyue's smile faded as she began to regard you with a serious expression. Chapter 41. The Secret Realm Contaminated Again. Lin Zhantian's Demise. She had not anticipated that a newcomer to the Sword Pavilion would possess such capabilities. No wonder the Lord remarked that you possess the ability to change the course of an era. I have assisted you, but I must first break through to the Void Refinement Realm. No problem. Naturally, you acquiesced to Gu Xinyue's request. For it is only after transcending the Void Refinement that all your subsequent endeavors will be more assured. Initially, you presumed that Gu Xinyue would directly venture into the Immortal Oblivion Secret Realm to achieve her breakthrough. However, she informed you that she would wait until the matters concerning the Alchemy Sect concluded. Her rationale was that the Alchemy Sect harbors numerous precious items, and it would be foolish not to seize them. Upon hearing this, you instantly grasped her intent. In the ensuing 7 days, under Gu Xinyue's protection, you gathered all the elixirs you could pilfer from the Alchemy Sect. After the assessment concluded, you returned to the Sword Pavilion, where upon your arrival, you discovered that Yi Chuxue had successfully transcended to the Foundation Establishment stage. At that moment, her gaze no longer bore the previous clarity and innocence. It seemed as though she had aged overnight. After leaving her a portion of the elixirs you had acquired from the Alchemy Sect, you set off with Gu Xinyue towards the Immortal Oblivion Secret Realm. A month later, upon reaching Tianyuan and subsequently entering the Secret Realm, your expression changed dramatically the instant you crossed the threshold. The spiritual energy here was tainted by an ominous aura unique to the outside world. You distinctly remembered slaying Lin Qi. Why then was the Immortal Oblivion Secret Realm still contaminated? Simultaneously, Gu Xinyue beside you sensed the anomaly, her countenance reflecting her disquiet. Something was amiss. The spiritual energy appeared to be tainted, albeit to a lesser degree than that of the outside world. With a sigh, you elucidated the situation regarding Lin Qi to Gu Xinyue. Upon hearing your explanation, she regarded you with astonishment. Junior brother, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable talents. According to your reasoning, there was but one possibility. Lin Dantian had refrained from pursuing you because he had brought Lin Qi to the Immortal Oblivion Secret Realm in a bid to heal him. At these words, a tremor coursed through your body. It was indeed the only plausible explanation offered by Gu Xinyue. The thought filled you with dread. You had believed that eliminating Lin Qi would suffice, yet his very corpse could still taint the secret realm. Next, you needed to ascertain whether your suspicions held merit. And so you swiftly led Gu Xinyue towards the Lin family estate in the Qin Kingdom. A few days later, upon arriving at the Lin estate, you discovered they were conducting Lin Qi's funeral. People from all corners of the Qin Kingdom had gathered. Even the Emperor Qin Wu had made an appearance. You had anticipated Lin Dantian's high status, but you were astonished to find it so elevated within the Qin Kingdom. In the next moment, Lin Dantian, who had been preoccupied, suddenly sensed something and abruptly lifted his gaze towards you hovering above the Lin estate. "It is you. Return my son's life," he roared, charging towards you in fury. You hastily concealed yourself behind Gu Xinyue upon witnessing the scene before you. Gu Xinyue, realizing that the person in front of her was responsible for the pollution of the fallen immortal secret realm, felt a surge of fury within her. The fallen immortal secret realm was vital for the cultivation of human practitioners from Qingzhou and Yuzhou. Polluting this realm was tantamount to obliterating their futures. With this thought, Gu Xinyue unleashed her formidable sword energy without hesitation. Lin Dantian, rushing forward, felt the terrifying power embedded within the sword energy, his pupils narrowing in shock. He had not anticipated such a formidable backing for you in Qingzhou. In the next moment, Lin Dantian found his meridians severed by the sword energy, crashing heavily to the ground in the Lin family courtyard. The prominent figures of the Qin Kingdom, witnessing Lin Dantian spitting blood and collapsing, were immediately struck with alarm. Qin Wu, however, observed the scene with a stoic expression. For him, Lin Dantian's demise was, in fact, a blessing. Although they were both part of the human race, Lin Dantian had posed a threat to Qin Wu's dominion over the Qin Kingdom. As Lin Dantian became incapacitated, you and Gu Xinyue descended slowly into the Lin family courtyard. You offered Qin Wu a meaningful smile, prompting him to disperse the irrelevant onlookers. Qin Wu grasped your unspoken intent. In that assembly, only he and Lin Dantian were human, while the rest were either monstrous insects or unskilled civil officials. Once everyone had departed, you approached the writhing Lin Dantian on the ground. "Did you take Lin Qi's corpse to the fallen immortal secret realm?" Lin Dantian remained silent, his eyes blazing with rage as he fixed his gaze upon you. Not speaking, I would not hesitate to transform your son's corpse into a puppet. With that, you made your way toward the spear hall. Do not make me say it, Lin Zhantian finally exclaimed. After you killed my son, I sensed a flicker of life in cheer. So I took him to the fallen immortal's secret realm in search of hope. Upon hearing this, you could not contain your anger and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Fool! Imbecile! Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? It is precisely because you brought your useless son there that the fallen immortal secret realm has been tainted, rendering it impossible for our kind to cultivate there. As your words echoed, Qin Wu, who had been quietly observing, was the first to express shock. What? The fallen immortal secret realm has been polluted? How could that be possible? He was unconcerned for Lin Zhantian's fate, but the ramifications for himself were dire. If the realm was indeed polluted as you claimed, then Qin Wu's cultivation would be forever stunted. With this realization, Qin Wu approached and struck Lin Zhantian across the face. Lin Zhantian, what unspeakable atrocity have you committed? At this moment, Lin Zhantian was evidently stunned by the two slaps, repeatedly murmuring to himself, impossible. How could this be? This cannot be. Impossible? It is precisely your ignorance that has obliterated the fate of the entire human race. I warned you long ago that your son would bring disaster. Yet you refused to believe. Qin Wu could no longer contain himself, subjecting Lin Zhantian to relentless torment. Ultimately, Lin Zhantian met his demise at the hands of Qin Wu. After dealing with Lin Zhantian, Qin Wu harbored a glimmer of hope within, wishing that this was merely a means of retaliation against Lin Zhantian. Gentlemen, what you just spoke cannot be true, can it? How could the secret realm possibly be tainted? Observing Qin Wu's forced smile, you sighed deeply and shook your head in response. Realizing you were not jesting, Qin Wu felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him, unleashing further violence upon Lin Zhantian's lifeless body. You paid no heed to him and departed from Lin's residence alongside Gu Xinyue. Just as you left the Lin manor, you encountered Fang Jingshun, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Senior sister, it truly is you. Chapter 42, Breakthrough to Transformation. Junior brother Fang? Gu Xinyue gazed in astonishment at the young man clad in white before her. Is this indeed the little junior brother? Fang Jingshun offered you a subtle smile, to which you nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you here, senior brother Fang? You had not anticipated that your commotion at Lin's manor would attract Fang Jingshun's attention. I sensed the sword energy of senior sister, so I came to ascertain the situation. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinyue was instantly beset by a headache. What could it be? The fallen immortal secret realm has been tainted. We are here to identify the source of the pollution. Upon learning of the contamination of the fallen immortal secret realm, Fang Jingshun stood frozen, staring at you both in disbelief. How could this be possible? There has never been a precedent for the pollution of a relic's secret realm. The ultimate outcome can only be depletion. Noticing Fang Jingshun's skepticism, Gu Xinyue refrained from further explanation and led him toward the fallen immortal secret realm. Were it not for Gu Xinyue's first-hand observation, she too would find it difficult to believe that the secret realm had been tainted. Days later, the three of you entered the fallen immortal secret realm. You sensed that the level of pollution within the realm had intensified since your last visit. You realized you had underestimated the speed at which this pollution was spreading. Meanwhile, upon entering, Fang Jingshun closed his eyes to attune himself to the spiritual energy within, and with each moment, the expression on his face grew increasingly grim. Soon, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with fury. Without the fallen immortal secret realm, the entire human cultivators of Qingzhou would be devoid of a future until a new relic was discovered. You observed the expressions of disappointment on Gu Xinyue and Fang Jingshun's faces, and thus proposed a solution. Senior sister, the fallen immortal secret realm is not entirely insurmountable. Upon hearing your words, Gu Xinyue's eyes brightened. What method do you suggest? You then elaborated on the matter of the bronze temple within the fallen immortal secret realm and the fact that only you could enter. You can do it, junior brother. You have reached the qi refining stage. Gu Xinyue patted your shoulder, her eyes brimming with admiration. Initially, Fang Jingshun intended to leave, but upon hearing that you could access the bronze temple, his interest was piqued. You all soared towards the valley deep within the secret realm and soon beheld the bronze temple. Before both of them, you forcefully pushed open the grand bronze doors. Upon entering the temple, Fang Jingshun felt a wave of disappointment. He had anticipated that this temple, untouched for centuries, would conceal great fortunes, only to find mere murals and some stone statues. However, unbeknownst to him, the true opportunities within could only be seized by you. the one who had gained the recognition to enter. Thus, you began your cultivation within the Bronze Temple. The fallen immortal secret realm had already been tainted, granting you the freedom to recklessly absorb the spiritual energy within the temple. To you, this spiritual essence was an invaluable resource. For Fang Jingshan, even without the fallen immortal secret realm, he could still strive for breakthroughs in the blood demon secret realm in Yuzhou. Although guarded by Xia Qianga, entry was still attainable for those of the Sword Pavilion. A year passed. After an entire year of cultivation in the Bronze Temple, Gu Xinyue finally advanced to the Void Refining stage. Your own cultivation had deepened significantly, and you were on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. What astonished you was that after a year of cultivation, the spiritual energy reserves in the Bronze Temple had become abundant, surprising all three of you. Junior brother, this place feels as if it could become your exclusive training ground, Gu Xinyue remarked, looking at you with envy. Her words ignited a bold thought within you. You contemplated remaining here to achieve your breakthrough to the transformation stage. When you shared this notion with Gu Xinyue and Fang Jingshan, they expressed no objections. In their view, the spiritual energy here was more than sufficient for your advancement without depletion. After bidding farewell to them, you closed your eyes and entered seclusion within the Bronze Temple. This seclusion lasted 4 years, during which you successfully broke through to the transformation realm. Although your cultivation has ascended to the transformation god realm, your swordsmanship has faltered. For 4 years, you have yet to achieve the state of unity between man and sword. According to the head of the Sword Pavilion, reaching this state allows one to challenge opponents of higher tiers. Despite not dedicating yourself entirely to the mastery of sword techniques during these 4 years, your profound understanding of swordsmanship and the blessing of the Sword Sovereign render your results comparable to those who have diligently trained for 4 years. Having remained within the Bronze Temple for 4 years, you are unaware of the current state of the outside world. Upon your departure from the Bronze Temple, you encounter a scene that feels familiar. Surrounding the temple are numerous cultivators, but this time, in addition to the disciples from the 3 major sects of Qingzhou, there are also disciples from several sects of Yuzhou. The onlookers gaze at you in disbelief, puzzled as to why you emerged from the Bronze Temple. Wasn't the trial in the secret realm supposed to commence today? When did this individual enter? I cannot sense his cultivation level at all. Listening to the discussions swirling around you, you begin to comprehend the situation, internally remarking how these individuals truly lack insight. In the next moment, your expression sharpens, and you raise your hand to unleash a wave of ethereal sword energy, demonstrating the initial power of the transformation god realm. Wherever the sword energy travels, no one survives. The remaining disciples, untouched by the sword energy, flee without a backward glance, terrified that if they linger, they will be the next victims. Witnessing this scene, a smirk plays on your lips. You have never shown mercy to the treacherous. Over the next 2 days, you cleanse the entire fallen immortal secret realm. Except for a few individuals who awaken to their fate, all other cultivators who entered the secret realm fall before you. Seeing that the issues within the secret realm have been resolved, you lick your lips and gaze toward the exit. Upon leaving the secret realm, you arrive in the skies above Tianyuan, observing the major sects nearby. Transformation God Realm? Who are you? The leading elder of the 10,000 demons sect barks at you. Following the voice, you discover it belongs to an old acquaintance. Van Yimwoth, now that I have reached the Transformation God Realm, watch as I bring your end. You are aware that Wan Yimo is at the mid-transformation God stage, a tier above you, yet you possess the Sword Sovereign, the Young Sovereign, and an exceptional mastery of sword techniques. Even if you cannot exaggerate your realm like the unity of man and sword, defeating a mid-transformation god is still within your grasp. A manic expression crosses your face as you draw the tattered ethereal sword and charge toward Wan Yimo. You scoundrel, don't worry. You'll soon meet your disciples from a sect. With a flourish of the ethereal sword, you unleash a series of terrifying sword energies aimed at Wan Yimo. Boom. 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 The countless knights of the demon rose in rebellion, and after several exchanges, the disturbances on the ground vanished, leaving only the remnants of the sword energy's devastation. Amidst the remnants lay the shattered corpse of the demon. Elders from the various sects of Qingzhou and Yuzhou beheld this scene, their eyes betraying an uncontainable fear. The mid-stage transformation demon was already a paragon among their leading elders, yet such a formidable foe had been so effortlessly eliminated by you. In that moment, they cared not for the plight of their disciples. They turned and fled in haste. Observing the panicked throng, a smile involuntarily crept upon your lips. In this vast realm of Kanglin, you have been suppressed for far too long, constantly burdened by the specter of the enigmatic vermin. Now, having finally ascended to the pinnacle of Qingzhou's ranks, you crave to slaughter to unleash the pent-up emotions within. Could you escape? You invoked the Great Void technique, and in the blink of an eye, you appeared before the Elder of the Wind and Thunder Sect, blocking his path to escape. Upon seeing you, the Elder immediately began to plead for mercy. Esteemed friend, we share no enmity. Must you pursue absolute annihilation? If you spare me, I shall ensure that upon my return to the Wind and Thunder Sect, our leader rewards you handsomely. What say you? You regarded the Elder's forced smile, and your own expression twisted into a more frenzied grin. Very well. Upon hearing your agreement, joy flickered across the Elder's face, but in the next moment, he felt something pierce through his abdomen. You withdrew the Taishu sword and whispered in his ear, "Do you truly believe I would spare your wretched kind?" The Elder's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, as he attempted to articulate a response. You are. Yet before he could finish, you cleaved his head from his shoulders. After dispatching the Elder of the Wind and Thunder Sect, your gaze shifted toward the fleeing Elder of the Qingyan Sect. With your breakthrough into transformation, your Great Void technique allowed you to traverse even greater distances, and moments later, you intercepted his escape route. The Elder of Qingyun's sect regarded you with furrowed brows. Are you certain you wish to obstruct my path? I assure you, I am not comparable to the likes of that worthless demon. He continued, furthermore, I can't shake the feeling that you seem somewhat familiar. At his words, you erupted into laughter. Old man, of course, I am familiar to you. It was I who slaughtered your foundation-building disciples. At this revelation, the Elder of Qingyun's sect trembled violently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You, a demon, were merely at the foundation stage. How could you have possibly advanced to transformation in just 5 years? Despite his unwillingness to accept this reality, the familiar visage before him forced him to concede the truth. Upon realizing your identity as a practitioner of the demonic path, he no longer hesitated and swiftly turned to flee towards the Qingyan sect. His previous words were merely an attempt to intimidate you, aiming to dissuade you from a mutual destruction. However, upon learning of your true nature, he understood that such threats were futile. One of you must perish. Witnessing your prowess in vanquishing the night demon, he recognized himself as no match for you. As you observed the fleeing Elder of the Qingyun sect, you calmly employed the Great Void technique to intercept him. Moments later, the Elder's battered corpse fell amidst the forest. Thus, you utilized the Great Void technique to eliminate each escaping individual one by one. When you returned to the abyss, the sky had already begun to darken, and the surrounding scent of blood had attracted numerous ferocious beasts. Without hesitation, you re-entered the fallen immortal's secret realm, recalling that there was an item within the realm you had yet to retrieve. Soon, you arrived at Sword Mountain, swiftly scaling to the summit to claim the Taishu sword. Upon obtaining the Taishu sword, it instantly shattered and merged with your own, enhancing the aura of your Taishu sword significantly. A month later, you successfully returned to the Sword Pavilion. The news of your slaying of the elders and disciples from the 6 major sects of Qingzhou and Yuzhou had rapidly spread throughout both regions. Upon your return, Lin Tian and Yi Chuxue were the first to greet you at the door. Junior brother, your actions are exceedingly reckless. Such blatant slaughter will brand you as a practitioner of the demonic path, and every sect across the 2 states will seek to eradicate you, Lin Tian remarked, observing the tranquility in your eyes with a heavy sigh. Even Yi Chuxue beside him believed your actions to be overly impetuous. In response, you expressed that your return was merely to bid them farewell, for you could no longer remain in Qingzhou or Yuzhou. Your next destination would be Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuxue eagerly declared her intention to accompany you. Casting a glance at her, you noted that her cultivation had remarkably reached the late stage of foundation establishment. This rapid advancement exceeded your expectations. Seemingly perceiving your astonishment, Lin Tian explained, "Do not be surprised. She possesses the body of the Taiyin, and her talent in swordsmanship is commendable. It is entirely normal for her cultivation to skyrocket after training in the sword path." After listening to Lin Tian's clarification, you no longer hesitated and agreed to take Yi Chuxue with you to Zhongzhou. Your initial intention was indeed to bring her along, but recent events compelled you to consider your decision more carefully. While searching the sword pavilion, you realized that Gu Xinyue was absent. Lin Tian informed you that upon hearing of your exploits, Gu Xinyue had gone to Tianqi Academy to confer with Fang Jingchun regarding strategies. You resolved to set off for Tianqi Academy with Yi Chuxue that very night, as you had received a message on your way back. The Qingyun sect issued an invitation to various sects, summoning them to Qingzhou for a conference regarding you. While the routes from Qingzhou and Yuzhou to Zhongzhou have already been sealed, the only passage across the endless sea from Qingzhou and Yuzhou to Zhongzhou is singular. The other waters are fraught with relentless storms, insurmountable for ordinary cultivators. Thus, the most prudent course of action remains to locate Gu Xinyue and journey to Zhongzhou together. A month later, you and Yi Chuxue arrived at the Tianqi Academy, only to discover it utterly deserted. Just as you contemplated departing, Fang Jingchun and Gu Xinyue fortuitously returned. Junior brother, at last you have come. We searched the fallen immortal's secret realm for several days, fearing the worst had befallen you. Upon hearing this, warmth surged within you, and you explained that you had returned directly to the Sword Pavilion. Chapter 44. The enigmatic truth. After listening to your plan, Gu Xinyue nodded in agreement. Her thoughts mirrored yours. It was clear that you could no longer remain in Qingzhou or Yuzhou. Ultimately, you resolved to break through from Qingzhou to Zhongzhou. The next day, you set off early for Zhongzhou. Though Fang Jingchun offered to accompany you, a gesture you declined. Your reasoning was straightforward. You feared the exposure of his identity. He was now recognized throughout Qingzhou as a figure of the demonic path. Anyone associating with him would be deemed a companion of the demons. 3 days later, you arrived at the city gate leading from Qingzhou to Zhongzhou. Most travelers to Zhongzhou would spend spirit stones here to board spirit boats, although some chose to fly independently. The former option is swift and secure, while the latter, though time-consuming and laborious, affords a degree of privacy. This city gate is enveloped by the endless sea. To traverse the safest route, one must pass through it. Typically, the area is sparsely populated and inspections are rare. However, upon your arrival, you found elders from the Qingyun sect, Fenglei sect, and Wanma sect conducting checks. You noted that the spirit tool they employed for inspection was none other than the weapon of the Qingyun sect's leader, a celestial treasure tower you had previously encountered at the Qingyun sect. It enables the Gu worm to enter a state of enlightenment, yet it bears no effect upon you as a human. You shared this information with Yi Chuxue and Gu Xinyue, intending to attempt to pass through under the guise of disguise. However, you underestimated the determination of the 3 major sects of Qingzhou to eliminate you. In their eyes, the emergence of another chaotic figure like the demon sovereign must not be permitted. Thus, they sought to extinguish you in your cradle before you could fully develop. As you approached the inspection point, you exchanged a meaningful glance with Gu Xinyue. In the next moment, you both unleashed a sword aura, striking down the 2 elder cultivators inspecting you, causing blood to splatter as they fell to the ground. As Yi Chuxue ruthlessly dealt the finishing blows to the 2 elders, shattering their dantians with a single strike imbued with the essence of the Taiyin, 3 figures emerged to obstruct your passage just as you were about to enter the passageway. Leading the trio was the master of Qingyun sect, flanked by the leaders of Fenglei sect and Wanma sect. To your astonishment, the master of Qingyun sect possessed the formidable cultivation of the refining void realm. Suspended in midair, the master of Qingyun cast a dark gaze upon you, his voice dripping with malice as he growled, "You humans are merely our sustenance. How dare you entertain the notion of altering the world? Do not forget, even the chaos demon lord among your ranks failed to achieve this, yet you remain undeterred. As nourishment, you must recognize your role. What is the purpose of your futile resistance?" No sooner had he spoken than he gestured for the 2 sect leaders to advance upon you. The master of Wanma, with his consummate cultivation at the peak of the transformation god realm, unleashed a technique that transformed into a black mist, descending upon you with great force. Faced for the first time with such overwhelming power, you dared not underestimate it. You drew the Taishu sword, infused with the essence of the void, and struck the encroaching darkness. The Taishu sword, now restored after 2 repairs, was no longer comparable to the short blade initially found atop the sword mountain. With a single stroke, it dissipated the master of Wanma's attack. Yet this came at a cost, as your spiritual energy began to deplete at an alarming rate. This moment of distraction allowed the master of Wanma to detect your vulnerability, a smirk dancing across his face. "What is it that amuses you, old ghost?" In the next instant, Gu Xinyue, wielding her own sword aura drawn from the refining void realm, launched her assault. The master of Wanma had been entirely focused on you, oblivious to the fact that Gu Xinyue had just slain the leader of Fenglei sect. Meanwhile, the master of Qingyun, who had initially hesitated to intervene, was taken aback to discover that among you there existed someone of the refining void realm. He bellowed in disbelief, "Impossible. How can there be a human of the refining void in Qingzhou? What are those in Zhongzhou doing? However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze now piercing as he scrutinized Gu Xinyue. You're not from Qingzhou, are you? You hail from Zhongzhou? Such a being could never arise in Qingzhou or Yuzhou. Gu Xinyue let out a cold laugh in response. Oh, care to guess? Above the boundless sea, the master of Qingyun closed his eyes, lost in thought. Regardless of your origins, no human is permitted to possess cultivation above the foundation establishment stage. Soon, a fierce battle erupted between Gu Xinyue and the master of Qingyun. You found yourself powerless to intervene in the clash of refining void powers, left to await the conclusion of their fierce conflict. The battle raged on for 7 days, during which you even lent the Taishu sword to Gu Xinyue. With the possession of the Taishu sword, Gu Xinyue's combat prowess surged, shattering the celestial treasure tower of the Qingyun sect's leader. Ultimately, despite sustaining some injuries, Gu Xinyue succeeded in slaying the leader of the Qingyun sect. Upon vanquishing their foe, you dared not linger, promptly fleeing towards the central continent. You employed the Grand Void technique to escape, taking Gu Xinyue and Yi Chuxue with you. 7 days had elapsed since your exposure, and whether by flight or spirit vessel, the risk of pursuit loomed large. Only through the Grand Void technique could you effectively obscure your whereabouts. 3 months later, you arrived in Qingshan City with Gu Xinyue and Yi Chuxue. Even upon reaching the city, you remained on high alert. Your mind was consumed by the earlier remark of the Qingyun sect leader. What are those people in the central continent doing? You understood the profound implications of this statement. Additionally, you noted a detail. The leader referred to you as members of the human race rather than demonic cultivators. This suggested his considerable standing among the worm cult, indicating that the absence of human cultivators above the void refinement realm in Qingzhou and Yuzhou was not solely due to environmental factors. You were now certain that there was some underlying secret at play. However, exceptions existed. In your estimation, the strength of the Sword Pavilion's master far exceeded that of the void refinement realm. You resolved to set aside these uncertainties for the moment and adhere to your plan of heading to the capital of the Dazhou dynasty first. Upon inquiring within Qingshan City, you learned that the city had yet to be sealed, implying that Wei Qing had not yet been exposed. Thus, you decided to locate Wei Qing and bring him along. Should he have already been compromised, you would not take him with you, especially given that Gu Xinyue was injured and unable to engage in further combat without recuperating in a secret realm. A week later, you successfully found Wei Qing, just in time to witness him slay the city lord's son. Realizing the urgency of the situation, you hurriedly explained the need to escape Qingshan City. Chapter 45. How could it be him? In the 7th year, the 4 of you arrived at the capital of the Dazhou dynasty. However, upon entering the capital, the expressions on your faces, along with those of Gu Xinyue and Yi Chuxue, remained grave. On your journey to the capital, you heard troubling news. You were astonished to learn that the incident involving the slaying of the 3 sect leaders in Qingzhou had already reached the central continent. Furthermore, it was now common knowledge that demonic cultivators had arrived in the central continent, the most powerful among them being at the void refinement realm. In the eyes of the mundane world and lower-tier cultivators, you were regarded as ruthless fiends. Nonetheless, a silver lining emerged. It seemed that the major powers of the central continent were not overly concerned with your presence. The inspections of each city were merely perfunctory, as if in their eyes. A mere cultivator of the void could not stir up any significant waves. Moreover, with your complete transformation and the absence of specialized spiritual instruments, you would hardly expose yourselves. Thus, you managed to establish a stable presence within the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. By the 8th year, having spent a year in the Great Zhou dynasty, you had thoroughly acclimatized to the environment of the capital, adopting the identity of a wandering alchemist. Together with Gu Xinyue, you gradually cultivated some connections through your guise as an alchemist. Throughout this year, while ostensibly engaged in alchemical sales, you were discreetly gathering information regarding Zhou Lingxi. You intended to depart the Great Zhou dynasty once you located Zhou Lingxi. The southern region of Zhongzhou felt too close to Qingzhou, and with Zhou Lingxi in the vicinity, an unsettling sense of insecurity lingered. After 2.5 more years, you finally gleaned news about Zhou Lingxi. On that day, the entire city of the Great Zhou dynasty buzzed with gossip. On the emperor's birthday, the 9th princess had stolen a spiritual herb gifted to the emperor by the ministers and was subsequently sentenced to 3 years of confinement. Yi Chuxue and Wei Qing were both perplexed upon hearing this piece of gossip. Su Ming, is this imprisoned 9th princess the one you have been waiting for? Yi Chuxue recalled your words from the past years, wherein you had mentioned that you would leave the great Zhou dynasty upon the appearance of a certain princess. After waiting for several years without any news, she now discovered that this ninth princess was entirely different from her expectations. Wei Qing, standing nearby, also wore a look of confusion. Does the esteemed ninth princess of the great Zhou dynasty truly need to steal spiritual herbs? Is she not supposed to have everything at her disposal? You listened to their comments, realizing they were unaware that the royal family had never publicly disclosed that Zhou Lingxi was devoid of spiritual roots. For the royal family, the emergence of a wastrel was a blemish upon their reputation. Yet you alone understood that Zhou Lingxi was not a wastrel, but rather the possessor of celestial eyes. Her actions were merely a means to escape the confines of the royal family and the great Zhou dynasty. Now that you had acquired information about Zhou Lingxi, you resolved to entertain a bold notion. Upon sharing this idea with Yi Chuxue and Wei Qing, the two stood frozen in astonishment. What? You intend to go to the palace? You might go to the palace, but are you truly planning to abduct someone? You recognize their desire to dissuade you from embarking on such a perilous venture, yet you could not remain in limbo, waiting for Zhou Lingxi to escape on her own. With approximately 10 years remaining before the treasures of the Blood Demon secret realm would emerge, and more critically, you were uncertain how that formidable great ascension cultivator had managed to track you down. This time, you resolved not to return to Yuzhou, hoping to evade this impending calamity. Rest assured, I possess the Great Void technique. All I require is a detailed map of the palace to return safely. Upon hearing your words, both individuals felt a slight sense of relief. The following day, you ventured into the black market and procured a map of the palace, which provided a thorough account of the inhabitants of each palace. The majority residing within the palace were underage princes and princesses, with the sole exception being Zhou Lingxi. After locating the palace of the ninth princess, you nodded in satisfaction and returned to your humble abode. As night fell, your gaze drifted toward the direction of the palace. In the next moment, your figure vanished from the courtyard, and a violet void gate materialized above the palace of the great Zhou dynasty. Hovering in the air, you cast a brief glance over the palace, and upon pinpointing your location, you dared not linger, fearing detection. Moments later, you appeared before the ninth princess's palace. Observing the two initial stage divine transformation guards stationed outside, you opted against a direct confrontation and instead utilized the Great Void technique to infiltrate the room. Within, Zhou Lingxi sat curled up on the wooden bed, hugging her legs. Upon sensing an anomaly, she lifted her gaze, her expression vacant as she beheld you emerging from the void. Zhou Lingxi fixated on you, her eyes transitioning from emptiness to astonishment, and finally filled with hope. Just as she was about to speak, you mercilessly interrupted her, gesturing for her to follow you. With her celestial eyes, she could discern the distinction between you and the palace's inhabitants. You were truly of the human race, which instilled in her complete trust in you. Before long, you escorted Zhou Lingxi to your small courtyard in the capital. Inside, Gu Xinyue and the others had been anxiously awaiting your return, fearing for your safety. Upon your arrival, there was no time to explain, as you all needed to depart the capital of the great Zhou dynasty swiftly. Otherwise, escaping once the royal family discovered your absence would prove difficult. At this moment, Zhou Lingxi's face betrayed disbelief upon seeing Gu Xinyue and the others. Having never encountered normal humans above the Foundation establishment realm, and now she beheld four. Before dawn, the five of you exited the bounds of the capital. According to Wei Qing, a journey northward would lead you into the territory of the Great Qian dynasty. The southern region of Zhongzhou was perpetually embroiled in conflict, with the various dynasties vying for supremacy. The Great Qian dynasty was a sworn enemy of the Great Zhou dynasty, making your escape there the safest option. 3 months later, you arrived within the territory of the Great Qian dynasty, settling in a city of your choosing. After 3 stable years in Feilong City, all of your cultivation had progressed. Zhou Lingxi successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. Yi Chuxue achieved a perfect core formation, while you and Gu Xinyue, though not having broken through, had deepened your prowess. Your dissatisfaction with the pace of your cultivation lingers. The disparity in your spiritual roots renders your progress, even with the assistance of talent, somewhat laborious. On this particular day, as you practiced in the courtyard, your companion, Zhou Lingxi, remarked, "Brother Su Ming, there's a human figure in the sky." Upon hearing her words, you furrowed your brow and glanced upward. The instant you discerned the figure, a shock akin to a thunderclap surged through you, causing every hair on your body to stand on end. How could it be him? Chapter 46. Entering the desolate and deadly grounds. You gazed at the man in black, utterly perplexed as to how he had located you. Logically, Chu Wudi should have discovered your whereabouts only 5 years hence. A stark contrast to the results of your previous simulations. At that moment, Gu Xinyue also became aware of the black-clad man's presence. Emerging from the house with a grave expression, her gaze fixed on the sky. Detecting no aura emanating from him signified that his cultivation was significantly superior to hers. Who are you? She inquired. Chu Wudi, however, disregarded her and approached you with a gentle demeanor. Knowing his true nature, you were not easily deceived by his outward appearance. Resolutely, you activated the Great Void technique to flee the residence, heading towards the southern domain as periphery. Chu Wudi stood in the courtyard, frowning at the spot where you had vanished. The Void technique? Before his words faded, he pursued the direction of your escape. In a short span, he materialized before you, and you were astonished that even with your utmost exertion of the Great Void technique, he had effortlessly caught up. With curiosity, Chu Wudi regarded you and inquired, "Young man, I believe this is our first meeting, yet your eyes suggest otherwise." Despite the 3 major realms that separated you from him, a glimmer of hope ignited within you. Thus, you refrained from responding, inhaling deeply to create the illusion that you were about to explain. In that fleeting moment when he lowered his guard, you executed the Great Void technique to escape. Chu Wudi, witnessing your unyielding resolve, shook his head as he watched your retreating figure. Thus, you found yourself pursued by Chu Wudi. In the short term, you could rely on the Great Void technique to elude him, yet in the long run, capture was inevitable. Behind you, Chu Wudi's mocking voice echoed, "Kid, since you choose silence, I shall personally delve into your soul. I am eager to uncover the secrets you possess, especially how a junior like you came to wield the Taisu sword." Hearing his words, a weighty dread settled in your heart. It was clear he had no intention of letting you go, but fortunately, you had decisively distanced yourself from Gu Xinyue and the others. What is even more astonishing is that Chu Wudi appears to have located you through the Taishu sword. Su Ming furrowed his brows upon reading this. He had been pondering how Chu Wudi had managed to find him, and now he had a slight inkling. The clue that led the other party to him might indeed be linked to the Taishu sword. Su Ming recalled that during his last simulation, Chu Wudi sought him out for the same reason. Thus, he could now surmise with considerable certainty that the reason for Chu Wudi's pursuit was indeed the Taishu sword. Yet, a question arose. Initially, he too possessed the Taishu sword, but he had never encountered Chu Wudi. The last time he had met Chu Wudi was in the 20th year of the simulation, and this time, their meeting had occurred 5 years earlier. Su Ming continuously reflected on the differences between these simulations. Soon, his eyes widened in sudden realization. The fragments of the Taishu sword. If one were to pinpoint the distinction, it would be that each time he simulated, he ventured into the fallen immortal secret realm to retrieve the remnants of the Taishu sword from the Sword Mountain. Each time he acquired a fragment, his Taishu sword would grow stronger, and with each growth, the timing of Chu Wudi's discovery of him would be advanced. Hence, he now suspected that Chu Wudi possessed some means of sensing the aura of the Taishu sword. As the sword matured, its aura intensified, expanding the range within which it could be detected. With this understanding, Su Ming turned his attention back to the simulator. You flee, and upon reaching the capital of the Dacian dynasty, you shout into the skies about the presence of demonic forces. In an instant, all eyes in the capital are drawn to you. Simultaneously, a figure bursts forth from the Dacian imperial palace, exuding a formidable aura that positions itself between you and Chu Wudi. A cultivator at the early stage of the Great Ascension? When did the human race produce another of such caliber? Gazing at the Emperor of Dacian, Chu Wudi's brows knitted in fury as he watched you retreating. Boy, do you think you can escape this way? You cannot run from me. No sooner had he spoken than he engaged in combat with the Emperor of Dacian. For the time being, you have evaded Chu Wudi's relentless pursuit. Whether the Emperor of Dacian, also at the Great Ascension stage, can defeat Chu Wudi remains uncertain. You dare not be careless and employ the Great Void technique repeatedly to distance yourself from the Dacian dynasty. You refrain from returning to find Gu Xinyue and the others. At present, you must rely solely on yourself. After leaving the Dacian dynasty, you head northward. A month later, you arrive at the desolate Deadlands. Having exerted yourself to the fullest for an entire month using the Great Void technique, your internal spiritual energy is now depleted, leaving you without any means of resistance. At this moment, should Chu Wudi come seeking you, you intend to enter the desolate Deadlands directly. Through years of cultivation in the central continent, you are aware that the forbidden zones in the central continent differ vastly from those in Qingzhou. The forbidden zone in Qingzhou, known as the Tianyuan, is specifically a domain for the sinister worms, whereas the forbidden zones in the central continent are of a truly formidable nature. Regardless of whether it is humans or the enigmatic insects, few emerge alive from this place. Situated near a desolate wasteland, it lacks any cultivation cities, with only a few mortal villages existing in the vicinity. You discreetly entered one of these villages. After a year, not only had you fully restored your spiritual energy, but your cultivation also fortuitously advanced to the mid-stage of transformation. Living in Li Family Village for an entire year has brought about subtle changes in your heart and mind. Here, devoid of the conflicts of the cultivation world and the troubles posed by the enigmatic insects, you experience the simplicity of ordinary life. Maintaining this tranquil state, you resided in Li Family Village for 3 more years. After enduring this period of refinement, your sword intent finally attained the realm of unity between man and sword. Following this breakthrough, your cultivation surged to the late stage of transformation. The state that had troubled you for many years was unexpectedly conquered amidst the mundane world. However, this peaceful existence was soon to be disrupted once more. In the 20th year, Chu Wudi found you again. This time, you remained unperturbed. The passage of time had fortified your mental state. And do you have any idea how severely you harmed me 5 years ago? Do not worry. I shall not allow you to perish easily. I intend to extract your soul and make you endure the flames of torment for eternity. You gave a cold smile and immediately employed the Great Void technique, fleeing towards the desolate land. Driven by rage, Chu Wudi paid no heed to the direction of your escape. Do you believe you can flee using the Great Void technique? He quickly closed the distance. But just as he was about to seize you, he decisively halted. Ant, have you lost your mind? Do you dare enter the desolate wasteland? Chapter 47. The mysterious gigantic bronze coffin. You gaze at the swirling black mist before you, knowing that traversing through this veil would lead you into the desolate wasteland. Seeing your figure vanish into the black fog, Chu Wudi gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to abandon his pursuit into the desolate land. This wasteland, rumored to have existed longer than the Kanglan realm itself, has seen countless beings enter, both human and enigmatic insect, none of whom have ever returned alive. Watching the fragments of the Taishu sword slip away, Chu Wudi let out a furious roar to the heavens. Yet, undeterred, he steeled himself and soared into the black mist, wagering that you would not dare to truly enter the desolate wasteland, but would instead hide within the haze. You were unaware of how long you had been flying through the mist until you sensed your cultivation being suppressed, from the late stage of transformation down to the peak of the nascent soul stage. At that moment, you opened your eyes and discovered that the black mist had vanished, revealing the interior of the desolate wasteland. Before you lies a desolate mountain, the soil beneath your feet as dark as ink, with a chilling silence pervading the air. At this moment, a voice filled with terror emerges from behind you. Where is my cultivation? Where has it gone? Chu Wudi, having traversed the black mist, gazes in horror at his own body, and then reproaches you with fury. Do you, an insignificant insect, believe you can defeat me within the same realm? No sooner has he uttered these words than he summons all his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash his powers. As you ready the Taisu sword for a counterattack, an uncanny sight unfolds before you. Just moments ago, Chu Wudi's hair was a deep black. Now, a tenth of it has turned white. Not far away, he senses the anomaly within himself and hastily abandons his assault, casting a frantic look back as he exclaims, "Insect, I shall await you outside. If you possess any skill, do not dare to emerge." Chu Wudi momentarily relinquishes his intent to kill you and swiftly flees this deadly place. Observing this scene, you furrow your brow. At the last moment, as he vanishes from your sight, his hair has turned completely white. You attempt to harness your spiritual energy to perform the Great Void technique. But as you begin to channel your power, you feel your lifespan rapidly depleting. A strand of your own black hair has also turned white. You silently commend yourself for having cultivated the Qingdi Chongqunju, which grants you a lifespan tenfold that of an ordinary transformation stage cultivator. Nevertheless, given the current rate of lifespan loss in this barren wasteland, you cannot sustain yourself for long. The only way to delay this fate is to refrain from using spiritual energy. Yet therein lies the dilemma. Without employing your power, you cannot escape the black mist. You recall that after flying only a short distance, you witnessed Chu Wudi's hair turn completely white, his life nearly extinguished. Now you find yourself ensnared in a deadlock. Retracing your steps could lead to your demise mid-flight, while advancing further into this desolate land presents unknown perils. After weighing the risks, you resolve to delve deeper into the wasteland. At last, you comprehend why, over the years, so few have escaped the desolation alive. Even though Chu Wudi has only just arrived, the rules of this place render it exceedingly difficult for him to survive. Either way, death seems inevitable. Thus, you believe it prudent to venture forth. You set your course toward the nearby desolate mountain. In this bleak wasteland, your sense of time evaporates. There is neither day nor night, only an eternal gloom. You traverse the desolation for a full decade, ultimately reaching the mountain you had glimpsed. Yet, you remain unaware that a decade has elapsed. It feels as though merely a few months have passed. Gazing upon the desolate mountain before you, you stepped forth without the slightest hesitation, yet remained oblivious to the fact that your once raven hair was gradually turning to white. Another decade slipped by. Despite being unable to harness your spiritual energy in this barren wasteland, it allowed you to endure prolonged fasting. After traversing the rugged mountain path for 10 years, you had scarcely reached the halfway point. However, you discovered that behind this desolate mountain lay numerous others, varying in size, collectively forming a range of lifeless peaks. You entered the 50th year of your sojourn in this forsaken land. Now, you bore the visage of age, your beard unkempt, and your once dark hair had transformed into a cascade of white. Yet, you remained unaware of these changes. Your eyes were clouded, consumed by a singular conviction, to persist onward, to uncover a means of escape from this desolate realm. The specifics of your quest eluded you, leaving you to wander blindly, akin to a soulless automaton. Another 50 years passed, marking the centenary of your existence in the wasteland. By this time, you had forgotten your identity and the essence of your search. Having inhaled a vast amount of deathly energy, you had become nothing more than a lifeless shell. On this fateful day, you found yourself before a colossal ancient bronze coffin, your gaze devoid of life as you stared at it. Suddenly, a tremor emanated from within the coffin, and your eyes regained their clarity in an instant. You were struck with astonishment at the spectacle before you, your eyes wide with disbelief. You could not recall how you had arrived at this juncture. All you remembered was being pursued by Chu Wudi, compelling you to flee into the desolate land. In your desperate attempt to escape, you had delved deeper into the abyss, following which your memories faded into obscurity. As you turned to flee, you realized your body no longer obeyed your commands. Looking down, you beheld your frail hands, the skin on your arms wrinkled and decrepit. This was not the guise of a youth. Rather, it resembled that of a dying soul, exhausted and near its end. A sense of foreboding washed over you as you hastily retrieved an ancient mirror. The reflection revealed sunken eyes, hollow sockets, and a pallid complexion. Your once lustrous black hair had become a blanket of white. How could this be? Did I not possess the eternal life technique of the Green Emperor? How long have I been ensnared in this desolate land? Why has my lifespan dwindled to nearly nothing? Bang! A resounding noise erupted from the ancient bronze coffin before you. In the next moment, darkness enveloped your vision, extinguishing all breath within you. You had perished. Ding! Simulation concluded. Please select from the following rewards. 1. Late-stage cultivation of the divine transformation realm. 2. Proficiency of a 4th-rank alchemist. 3. All remaining spirit stones from this simulation. In this simulation, all genuine insights are drawn forth. The talent displayed in this endeavor is mastery of the sword technique. The fragment of the void sword is revealed. The realm of unity between man and sword. Chapter 48. An unalterable reality. Upon activating the talent, I Want It All, Su Ming acquired all rewards from this simulation. In an instant, his cultivation advanced to the late stage of the transformation god realm, and the enigmatic insects within him surged forth once more, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by his own hand. Su Ming felt no elation from his breakthrough. The paramount concern was to venture into the fallen immortal secret realm to ascertain whether dantian had transported Lin Qi's remains. Su Ming proceeded to the adjacent room of Yi Chuxue. Chuxue, you must journey to the Tianqi Academy in the Qin Kingdom, and then he instructed Yi Chuxue to seek out Fang Jingshun in Qin and insisted that she must, without fail, eliminate Lin Zhantian and destroy Lin Qi's corpse. After conveying his message, he did not afford Yi Chuxue the chance to inquire about the reasons, swiftly turning to employ the Great Void technique and soaring towards the fallen immortal secret realm. Utilizing the full extent of the Great Void technique, Su Ming, in the late stage of the Transformation God realm, reached the skies above Tianyuan within a single day. He first established a sword formation around Tianyuan, centered upon the Void Sword, before leaping into the fallen immortal secret realm. Upon entering the realm, Su Ming promptly closed his eyes to attune himself to the spiritual energy within. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, releasing a long breath. The spiritual energy in the fallen immortal secret realm remained untainted for the time being. However, for safety's sake, Su Ming flew throughout the realm, eliminating the possibility of Lin Zhantian's recent arrival. He traversed for quite some time, encountering several human cultivators from Qingzhou, the most powerful among them barely attaining the nascent soul stage. Unexpectedly, he found no sign of the night demon. Had he encountered it here, it would have surely become his tomb. After a lengthy search, just as Su Ming believed Lin Zhantian had yet to enter the fallen immortal secret realm, he suddenly spotted two figures beneath a waterfall. Hovering in midair, Su Ming's gaze fixated on the pair, his expression shifting from astonishment to fury. Lin Zhantian. Su Ming bellowed at Lin Zhantian beneath the waterfall, brandishing the void sword as he dove downward. Hearing the call, Lin Zhantian turned to see Su Ming, now exuding the might of the late stage of the Transformation God realm, charging at him with sword energy. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Zhantian's eyes, quickly replaced by dread. He could scarcely comprehend how, in the brief span of mere days, Su Ming had advanced from the peak of the nascent soul realm to the late stage of the Transformation God realm. While a breakthrough to the early stage of the Transformation God realm could be attributed to Su Ming's long accumulation, the present reality was that he had not only ascended to the Transformation God realm, but had done so at an alarming speed. Faced with such a terrifying rate of cultivation, Lin Zhantian had never beheld such a prodigious talent, even in his dreams. As Su Ming's assault drew ever closer, Lin Zhantian had no time to evade and could only muster a desperate counterattack. Bang! Without unexpected occurrences, Lin Zhantian's body was sent hurtling backward, plunging into the waterfall, his blood staining the pool below a vivid crimson. Su Ming employed the void technique to appear before Lin Zhantian, placing a foot firmly upon his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Dying by your hand does not seem unjust, yet before I meet my end, enlighten me. Why do you relentlessly pursue Qi? We are of the same human race and should unite against the vile insects. Qi possesses extraordinary talent and will surely become a significant asset for humanity in the future. Why must you seek his life? Upon hearing Lin Zhantian's words, Su Ming could not contain his laughter, erupting into guffaws. Ha ha! An asset to humanity? A hope for humanity? Lin Zhantian, have you forgotten what I told you a few days ago? Lin Zhantian, enduring the agony coursing through him, recalled Su Ming's previous words. My son is the harbinger of disaster? How could my son possibly be the cause of calamity? You need not fabricate such excuses to justify your desire to kill Qi. Unable to tolerate Lin Zhantian's foolishness any longer, Su Ming shattered his limbs and crippled his cultivation. I shall not allow you to perish just yet. I want you to witness the irreparable damage your actions inflict upon humanity. As soon as he spoke, under Lin Zhantian's furious gaze, Su Ming removed Lin Qi's lifeless body. Wait here. Once I have dealt with Lin Qi's remains, I shall return for you. With a frigid glance at the incapacitated Lin Zhantian, he departed from the fallen immortal secret realm. Fearing the unknown repercussions, Su Ming refrained from directly disposing of Lin Qi's body within the realm. After resolving the matter in an isolated area, he returned to the fallen immortal secret realm, only to encounter Yi Chu Xue and Fang Jingchun, who had just arrived. Junior brother Lin Zhantian is not at the Lin Manor. Although Fang Jingchun was unaware of Su Ming's reasons for wanting Lin Zhantian dead and for disposing of Lin Qi's body, his astute mind sensed that something was amiss. Su Ming nodded and sighed. Alas, Lin Zhantian has already entered the secret realm before us. He then began to elucidate the entire situation to them. Upon hearing that Lin Qi's body could taint the fallen immortal secret realm, Fang Jingchun grasped the gravity of the situation. If the secret realm were to be polluted, both Qingzhou and Yuzhou would be devoid of a future, leaving humanity incapable of resisting the vile insects. However, upon entering the secret realm, Fang Jingchun did not perceive any changes in the spiritual energy. Junior brother, are you certain the realm has been tainted? I sense no alterations in the spiritual energy whatsoever. Su Ming was also reluctant to accept the reality of pollution. He understood that the spiritual energy remained untainted only due to insufficient time having elapsed. We shall know the truth after a week, whether there has been pollution or not. Fang Jingchun fell silent, realizing that Su Ming's words indicated a near certainty of the matter. The three of them remained silent throughout their journey until they reached Lin Zhantian's side. Lin Zhantian, were you not reluctant to believe that your son harbors issues? Then let us observe closely together, witnessing the downfall of this celestial secret realm. In the end, Su Ming's tone was so frigid that it sent chills even through Yi Chuxue, who possessed the body of the Taiyin. Lying on the ground, Lin Zhantian's eyes were filled with hatred. He could not bring himself to believe that his son, endowed with exceptional spiritual roots, could be a source of calamity. 7 days later, Fang Jingchun, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide, only to close them again to sense something. Gradually, an expression of increasing gravity settled on his face. You were right, little junior brother. The spiritual energy within the secret realm has been tainted. Fang Jingchun exhaled a mouthful of foul air. Initially, he had been skeptical of Su Ming's words, but today he finally perceived the sinister aura favored by the malevolent insects within the spiritual energy. However, the degree of pollution was still minimal. Only Fang Jingchun and Su Ming were aware, while Yi Chuxue and Lin Zhantian remained entirely oblivious. Pollution? You think I would believe your lies just because you found 2 people to assist in your charade? Su Ming, disinterested in explaining to Lin Zhantian, delivered a swift kick that shattered his jaw. Silence. Stay put. Another 7 days passed. By this time, the pollution of the spiritual energy had intensified, and even Yi Chuxue and the powerless Lin Zhantian began to sense it. Impossible. How can this be? Lin Zhantian stammered, his broken jaw making it difficult to articulate his disbelief. Chapter 49. Secrets of the Taishu Immortal Sword. Upon sensing the changes occurring within the celestial secret realm, Lin Zhantian's emotions were profoundly complex. When he first heard Su Ming claim that his son Lin Qi would taint the spiritual energy, he would have sworn it was absurd. For countless years, from ancient times to the present, no one had ever achieved such a feat, not even the malevolent insects, which he believed could not pollute the spiritual essence. Yet now, the truth lay bare before him. No matter how unwilling he was to accept it, he had no choice. As he reflected on his own folly in bringing Lin Qi to the celestial secret realm for healing, a surge of regret washed over him. Not only had he failed to save Lin Qi, but he had also caused the ruin of the celestial secret realm, igniting a wave of guilt within him. Kill me. This is all my fault. The light had faded from Lin Zhantian's eyes, leaving only a profound emptiness. He yearned for death, to atone for his transgressions and reunite with Lin Qi in the afterlife. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's face contorted with fury. You wish to die? Do you think that your death would absolve you of everything? Rest assured, I will not allow you to die. I will extract your soul and imprison you here eternally, forcing you to witness the fate of the human race in Qingzhou and the path that your negligence has wrought. At Su Ming's words, a flicker of fear crossed Lin Zhantian's face. He preferred death over the torment of witnessing the consequences of his errors. The agony of seeing his mistakes unfold was more unbearable than death itself. Throughout his life, he had fought for the future of humanity, striving to carve a path for the human race in this era rife with malevolent insects. Due to his actions, he has personally doomed the path of the human race, a punishment that Lin Zhantian cannot accept. Su Ming directly imprisoned Lin Zhantian's soul on the Sword Mountain and subsequently departed the fallen immortal secret realm with Yi Chuxue. The fact that the secret realm has been tainted is now irrevocable, and Fang Jingchun believes it is imperative to return to the Sword Pavilion to inform the Pavilion Master. Su Ming has no objections and accompanies Fang Jingchun as they board the spirit vessel bound for Yuzhou. The journey to Yuzhou will take a month, and it is not until the 15th day after their departure from Qingzhou that Su Ming's simulator has completed its cooldown, following his ascension to the transformation stage. The cooldown period has extended from the previous 15 days to 30 days. Commencing simulation. Random talent extraction in progress. Congratulations on acquiring the orange talent. Sacred Body of Demonic Path. Sacred Body of Demonic Path. Innate comprehension speed of demonic cultivations at 200. Cultivation speed at 200. And divine ability enhancement at 100. Half a month later, the three of them returned to the Sword Pavilion, where Fang Jingchun hurriedly sought an audience with the Pavilion Master, while you were intercepted by Lin Tian. Junior brother, what is happening? How has Sixth Senior Brother returned as well? In Lin Tian's memory, Fang Jingshun rarely returned to the Sword Pavilion, and each visit was for something of great significance. You briefly explained the situation regarding the fall of the fallen immortal secret realm, but to your surprise, Lin Tian reacted with intense agitation. What? The fallen immortal secret realm has been tainted? How could such a thing happen? You were not surprised by Lin Tian's reaction, as spiritual pollution had never occurred before. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Tian turned and ran towards the direction of the Pavilion Master's chamber. You and Yi Chuxue followed closely behind, soon arriving at the main hall of the Sword Pavilion. Inside the hall, both Fang Jingshun and the Pavilion Master wore grave expressions. Junior brother, you've arrived. You nodded towards Fang Jingshun, then turned your gaze to the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, are there other secret realms in Yuzhou akin to the fallen immortal secret realm? You intentionally feigned ignorance of the existence of the blood demon secret realm, eager to gauge the Pavilion Master's current stance. Upon hearing your words, Lin Tian and Fang Jingshun simultaneously looked towards the Pavilion Master. They were well aware that there existed a blood demon secret realm in Yuzhou. Yet that particular realm was exceedingly unique and was not to be utilized unless absolutely necessary. The Pavilion Master inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes without speaking. The hall fell into an unnerving silence, and you could even hear the sound of their breathing. After a long moment, the Pavilion Master gradually opened his eyes. There is. Yuzhou has a blood demon secret realm that you may temporarily use for your cultivation breakthrough. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Tian opened his mouth to inquire further. The master is truly remarkable. Before Lin Tian could finish his words, Fang Jingshun interrupted him with a gesture. Lin Tian, the master has his reasons for acting this way. We need not concern ourselves with other matters. Hearing this, Lin Tian hesitated, ultimately letting out a deep sigh and falling silent. The master of the Sword Pavilion regarded you, instructing Fang Jingshun and the others to withdraw before beginning to elucidate the peculiarities of the blood demon secret realm. After providing a thorough explanation, the master cast a penetrating glance in your direction. So Ming, I must admit, I underestimated your talent. I never imagined your concealment technique could deceive even me. Is your cultivation truly at the late stage of the transformation realm? In response to the master's inquiry, you chose silence. You attempted to shift the conversation, asking, Master, are you aware of anything regarding the Taisu sword? The thought of the Taisu sword attracting the attention of a great ascension cultivator crossed your mind, leading you to conclude that it was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Upon hearing your question, the master furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in recollection. The Taisu sword. No, it should be called the Taisu immortal sword. It is the most powerful immortal sword from ancient times. Unfortunately, it was broken into 9 fragments for reasons unknown. It is said that gaining the acknowledgement of the 9 fragments of the Taisu sword could restore it to its former glory. Furthermore, within the Taisu immortal sword is rumored to lie a chance for ascension, a fateful opportunity. After absorbing the master's explanation, you felt an overwhelming shock. You finally understood why Chu Wudi relentlessly pursued you, and why he was so determined to obtain the Taisu sword. Simultaneously, the master of the Sword Pavilion sensed your unusual demeanor and inquired, have you acquired the Taisu sword from the fallen immortal secret realm? You did not conceal the truth, presenting the Taisu sword, which you had fused 3 times. Not long ago, while imprisoning Lin Zhantian on Soar Mountain, you had casually taken the Taisu sword. Initially, you did not intend to fuse it, but there seemed to be an irresistible attraction between the two, leading to an automatic amalgamation. Even the fragments of the Taisu sword you received after the simulation displayed the same tendency. After this fusion, you were aware that Chu Wudi would approach you sooner than expected, though you remained uncertain about the exact timing. You possess such an extraordinary opportunity. Have you gathered 4 fragments of the Taisu sword? The master of the Sword Pavilion expressed astonishment at your remarkable fortune, even questioning whether you were the fabled child of destiny. Perhaps in the future, you could collect all the fragments of the Taisu sword and ultimately acquire the Taisu immortal sword, gaining that fateful opportunity. However, the master did not complete his thought, leaving you in the dark about what he intended to convey. While you had listened intently to the master's grand description of the fateful opportunity, you found yourself utterly uninterested in it. You merely sought a means to liberate yourself from Chu Wudi, yet thus far, you have acquired no valuable information. Just as you turned to depart, the master of the Sword Pavilion called out to you. So Ming, if you have the time, I implore you to visit the Blood Demon secret realm. I hope you can make the right choice and remain steadfast in your convictions, unshaken by ephemeral illusions. At his words, you turned back perplexed, to regard the master of the sword pavilion. Just as you intended to inquire about his meaning, he gestured for you to leave. With a sense of resignation, you complied. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, you requested Lin Tian to assist in arranging matters for Yichu Xue. From your previous simulation, you were aware that her swordsmanship talent was exceptional. Now, without the fallen immortal secret realm, advancing through sword intent seemed a commendable option. You returned alone to your wooden cottage. Reflecting upon the transformations bestowed upon you by the demonic holy body, you endeavored to cultivate the swallowing heaven demonic technique acquired in the bronze shrine. Possessing the demonic holy body, it felt as if the technique was inherently crafted for you. However, after initiating your practice, you discovered that the demonic energy generated by the technique clashed with the spiritual energy within you. Reluctantly, you were forced to cease your training. After extensive exploration, you realized that to cultivate the swallowing heaven demonic technique, you would need to forsake your current cultivation entirely and begin anew. Despite the advantages of the demonic holy body, the thought of abandoning your existing cultivation to pursue the swallowing heaven demonic technique was challenging to accept. The supremacy of swordsmanship combined with your mastery of sword techniques was not inferior to the speed of demonic cultivators. Only after acquiring transcendent abilities, such as an external avatar, could you consider allowing a doppelganger to undertake this training. The following day, Fang Jingchun came to bid you farewell, intending to return temporarily to the Tianqi Academy. After his departure, you suddenly recalled the master's words from the day before. Thus, you set off from the sword pavilion toward the blood demon's secret realm. 3 days later, you arrived at the blood demon's secret realm and activated the formation to enter. As soon as you stepped inside, you felt a surge of sword energy rushing toward you, and you swiftly drew the Taishu sword to disperse the attack. In the next moment, you sensed a formidable sword intent from the refining void realm gathering strength, prompting you to shout urgently, "Sister Xia, it's me. I am your junior brother." Junior brother? The sword energy in Xia Qiang's hand gradually dissipated as she appeared before you in an instant. "What brings you here? Has something happened at the sword pavilion?" Xia Qiang regarded you with curiosity. Although it was your first encounter, it was evident that the master of the sword pavilion had conveyed information about you. Having long guarded this place, Xia Qiang was aware that under normal circumstances, no one would venture here unless significant events transpired. You let out a sigh as you elucidate the current circumstances to your companion. Upon mentioning the fall of the celestial secret realm, a flicker of surprise passes through Xia Qiang's eyes. However, when you reveal that the master of the sword pavilion has summoned you to the blood demon's secret realm for a crucial decision, her body trembles slightly, her gaze filled with disbelief. "Did the master truly say that?" she inquires, gripping your shoulders with palpable excitement. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, you can only nod in response, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. "Come with me," she urges, leading you deeper into the blood demon's secret realm. Soon, you arrive before a colossal blood steel. "Behold this blood steel. This is the choice the master spoke of," she declares. You stand transfixed, staring at the steel, perplexed by the master's true intentions. You are well aware that beneath this steel lies a formidable, ancient worm, preserved since times long past. As you grapple with uncertainty, the Tai Su sword within you begins to stir violently, as if it yearns to burst forth from your very being. You exert your spiritual energy to subdue it, managing to confine the sword within your body. Xia Qiang, noticing your distress, asks, "Little junior brother, what troubles you? Why is your complexion so pale?" "I'm fine," you respond, but scarcely have the words escaped your lips when the Tai Su sword erupts with even greater force, striving to break free. Although the cause of this tumult is unknown to you, you understand that the sword must not be released. The blood steel looms before you, and you sense a direct correlation between it and the sword's turmoil. Should the Tai Su sword escape and inadvertently damage the steel, the ancient worm would surely break free, leaving none of you alive. Before long, beads of sweat accumulate on your forehead. As the sword's thrashing intensifies, you feel yourself on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Xia Qiang swiftly leads you away from the steel. As you distance yourself from the ominous monument, the tumult within you gradually subsides. It is only after Xia Qiang has escorted you out of the blood demon's secret realm that the Tai Su sword finally falls silent. After ensuring your safety, Xia Qiang does not linger but promptly returns to the blood demon's secret realm. You stand outside, gasping for breath, still reeling from the bizarre episode. Just when you believe the ordeal has concluded, the Tai Su sword emits a resonant sound, conveying a message through its song. Upon deciphering this melodious communication, you find yourself frozen in place, enveloped in astonishment. The essence conveyed by the Tai Su sword was a summons for you to seize the blood steel, with the justification that fragments of the Tai Su sword reside within it. This statement is laden with profound implications. At this moment, you finally comprehend the significance of the words previously uttered by the Sword Pavilion's master. Should you pursue the blood steel for the sake of immortal destiny, it would inevitably unleash the suppressed, enigmatic insects beneath. Conversely, relinquishing the blood steel would signify that you could never fully gather the Taishu immortal sword, thus thwarting your chance at immortal fortune. Such is the realization that dawns upon you. You then recall a prior simulation wherein, 2 decades hence, the Blood Demon's secret realm was breached by a mysterious figure, leading to the destruction of the blood steel. In retrospect, that enigmatic individual must have been Chu Wudi. This revelation also elucidates why, shortly after your return to Yuzhou, you were swiftly located by Chu Wudi. It appears that there exists a mutual resonance between the Taishu sword and its fragments, suggesting that Chu Wudi too possesses a piece of the Taishu sword. Having unraveled these mysteries, you return to the Sword Pavilion. Upon your arrival, your countenance is grave. You realize that within a maximum of 15 years, perhaps even far less, Chu Wudi will inevitably seek you out. In your desperation, you reluctantly shift your focus to the devouring heaven demon art. This technique outlines a method for rapid advancement. Even if you were to abandon your current cultivation to start new, you could swiftly regain your pace. The method of consuming all things, including the flesh and blood of fellow cultivators, would undoubtedly place you on the wanted list of the Kanglan realm. One of the reasons for your previous reluctance to practice the devouring heaven demon art. However, you now find yourself compelled to consider this path, for it appears to be the singular means to achieve a breakthrough to the great completion stage within a mere 15 years. Whether it is by death at the hands of Chu Wudi or the enigmatic insects, the outcome remains the same. Resolute in your decision, you rise and depart the Sword Pavilion, preparing to visit the Pill Sect. You intend to establish Qingzhou as your initial base of development. Yet the most formidable threat to you there is the master of the Qingyun sect, the sole cultivator at the void refinement stage in Qingzhou. Should Gu Xinyue attain her breakthrough, she could then cultivate in peace within Qingzhou. 2 days later, you arrive at the Pill Sect and find Gu Xinyue, revealing your intentions to her. Upon witnessing the void-breaking pill you present, she readily agrees to assist you, despite her ignorance regarding your ultimate purpose. Together, you soar towards the fallen immortal's secret realm, with Gu Xinyue casting a puzzled glance your way. Junior brother, did you not mention that the fallen immortal's secret realm has been tainted? What purpose do we have in going there? In response to her inquiry, you offer a faint smile, providing no further explanation. Rest assured, senior sister, there exists a place untouched by pollution, accessible solely to me. Gu Xinyue gazed at you with skepticism, unaware that such a location existed within the fallen immortal secret realm. A month later, you arrived at the realm, only to feel the pervasive corruption of spiritual energy enveloping the area. Furthermore, the formations had become ineffective, allowing the mysterious insects to infiltrate the realm at any moment. At that moment, the secret realm was devoid of any presence, and you guided Gu Xinyue deeper into its confines, soon arriving at the Bronze Temple. Is this mysterious place you spoke of, junior brother, the Bronze Temple? You nodded, stepping forward, and in the astonished gaze of Gu Xinyue, you boldly pushed open the grand bronze doors with both hands. You entered the temple alongside a still-dazed Gu Xinyue. Senior sister, we must hasten our breakthrough. The fallen immortal secret realm has fallen, and it is highly likely that the Qingyun sect has taken control. Upon hearing your words, a grave expression crossed Gu Xinyue's face, prompting her to take out a void-breaking pill and consume it immediately. As you observed Gu Xinyue entering her seclusion to break through, you sought a corner to disperse your own cultivation. The conflict between the celestial body cultivated from the celestial emperor's longevity art and the demonic body from the devouring heaven demon art necessitated the relinquishment of your powers. In no time, your cultivation, previously at the peak of the god transformation stage, plummeted to nullity, leaving your face pale and beads of sweat dotting your forehead. After a brief respite, you began to circulate the devouring heaven demon art to absorb the spiritual energy within the hall. With the enhancement of the demonic sacred body, A small vortex swiftly formed above your head, greedily drawing in the spiritual energy. However, you refrained from excessive indulgence, mindful of Gu Xinyue's breakthrough occurring beside you. By the third year, Gu Xinyue successfully advanced to the initial stage of the Void Refinement Realm. The moment she opened her eyes and beheld your condition, she was immediately taken aback. Junior brother, what has happened to your cultivation? Seeing you, now only at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, Gu Xinyue was filled with astonishment. Don't worry, senior sister. I have relinquished my powers to start anew. You then explained to Gu Xinyue your intention to recultivate the demonic path. Upon hearing this, her gaze was fraught with complexity. Junior brother, with your talent, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. There is no need for such recklessness. Although the demonic path offers rapid cultivation, it poses a significant risk of leading one astray. Listening to Gu Xinyue's counsel, you recognized her intentions were for your benefit. Yet, the pressing dilemma you faced was the relentless pursuit by a formidable ascended stage expert. Time is of the essence. You could not afford the luxury of tranquil cultivation, and considerations of falling into demonic madness were a distant concern. In the span of less than 2 years, while Gu Xinyue broke through to the Void Refinement stage, you surged from the first layer of Qi refinement directly to the peak of Foundation establishment. The swiftness is undeniably remarkable. Yet the primary reason lies in the purity of the spiritual energy within the Bronze Temple. At present, Gu Xinyue has successfully broken through, and you're preparing to depart from the fallen immortal secret realm. As you step out of the Bronze Temple, a familiar scene unfolds before your eyes. You did not anticipate that the fallen immortal secret realm would be discovered so swiftly by the 3 major sects of Qingzhou. However, this occurrence differs somewhat from the previous simulation, as you do not see any representatives from Yuzhou. It appears that the forces of Yuzhou have yet to discern the anomalies here. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly seek to partake in the spoils. You had been troubled by the sluggish pace of your cultivation, unable to break through to the core formation stage. But now, resources for cultivation have presented themselves at your doorstep. You instruct Gu Xinyue to wait for you at the exit of the fallen immortal secret realm, as you now require time to cultivate. After Gu Xinyue departs, you gaze with fervor at the disciples of the 3 major sects surrounding the Bronze Temple, your tongue unconsciously licking your lips. Although your cultivation has diminished, your comprehension of sword intent remains intact, allowing you to effortlessly dispatch this group of core formation realm aberrations with the power of the void sword intent. You draw forth the void sword, and without a moment's hesitation, you commence your slaughter. From the Bronze Temple onward, the stench of blood pervades the entire fallen immortal secret realm. Though these cultivators are parasitized by aberrations, at their core, they remain human. The vital essence of these humans can be devoured by you and transformed into spiritual energy. For 7 days, you wreaked havoc within the fallen immortal secret realm, ultimately annihilating all the disciples of the 3 major sects of Qingzhou. Upon reaching the exit of the secret realm, you nod in satisfaction, feeling your cultivation in the late stage of core formation. Gu Xinyue gazes at you, her expression marred by concern as she notices the bloodstains that adorn you. Little junior brother, are you all right? She inquires. Do not worry, senior sister. I am in excellent condition. Let us depart. After leaving the fallen immortal secret realm, you observe the leaders of the 3 sects, the transformation stage elders, watching you with vigilance. You regard the 3 formidable transformation stage experts before you, a slight smile gracing your lips. Senior sister, let us eliminate them. Upon hearing your words, Gu Xinyue does not hesitate and swiftly strikes down the 3. After their demise, you utilize the devouring demon technique to consume their flesh and blood. The flesh of these 3 transformation stage cultivators propels you directly to the pinnacle of the core formation stage. As you revel in this meteoric pace of cultivation, you cannot help but become immersed in it. Senior sister, you should first go to Brother Fong at the Weather Academy. I will seek you out later. Gu Xinyue watches you with a worried expression. Having acquired the void-breaking pill from you, she is willing to assist. Yet her concern for your current state leads her to fear that you may succumb to madness. Little junior brother, you must remember not to fall into madness. Chapter 52. 2 in the Void Refinement Realm, in Peril. After Gu Xinyue departs, your gaze turns towards the direction of the 10,000 demons. The 10,000 demons sect. It is you. You swiftly invoke the Great Void technique and soar towards the direction of the 10,000 demon sect. A year later, during which you lay in wait near the sect, You systematically eliminated any cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage who ventured out for experience. Initially, the members of the 10,000 Demon Sect attributed these deaths to the ruthless actions of rival sections. However, it was only after the three major sects of Qingzhou dispatched disciples and elders to the fallen immortal secret realm for trials, only to discover their inexplicable demise, that they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, the 10,000 Demon Sect connected these mysterious deaths of their disciples to the ongoing incidents. In the fourth year, you ventured to the Yuzhou Feather Transformation Sect to hunt the enigmatic worms. By the sixth year, you returned to Qingzhou, this time near the Wind Thunder Sect. After 2 years of absence, the three major sects presumed you had either vanished or been killed, leading them to quickly forget your previous actions. It was not until the disappearances of cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage at the Wind Thunder Sect began to unfold, one after another, that they recalled your deeds. At this juncture, rumors began to circulate in Qingzhou, suggesting that a dark force had re-emerged, indiscriminately slaughtering people and instilling fear throughout the region, particularly among the unaware populace of the secular world. Concurrently, the Qingyun sect extended invitations to the major sects of Yuzhou, proposing a joint trial in the fallen immortal secret realm. Upon hearing this news, delight illuminated your face, even though you were acutely aware that this trial was a trap, meticulously designed to lure you out. Nevertheless, to you, it felt as though you must leap into the inferno ahead. Moreover, after years of devouring and cultivation, you had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. With the prospect of consuming this group of enigmatic worms, you could break through to the transformation stage. With approximately a month remaining until the sects embarked on their trials, you made your way directly to the Tianqi Academy in search of Gu Xinyue's assistance. Upon arriving, you informed her that the time had come. Gu Xinyue, gazing at your face imbued with demonic energy, began to regret her decision to accept your broken void pill and to assist you in this venture. Sensing your nascent soul peak cultivation, she realized the extent of the slaughter you had conducted over the years in Qingzhou and Yuzhou against the enigmatic worms. Your junior brother resolved to remain steadfast, resisting the pull of greed, understanding that both demonic and celestial cultivations were valid paths. Fang Jingchun observed you without concern for your demonic cultivation, instead advising you to maintain a steady heart and forge ahead unflinchingly. In response, you nodded earnestly, assuring her of your vigilance. No sooner had the words left your lips than you and Gu Xinyue set forth towards the fallen immortal secret realm. Half a month later, you arrived early at the fallen immortal secret realm. Upon realizing the absence of others, you prepared to lie in wait within the secret realm of fallen immortals for a surprise attack. However, as soon as you stepped into this mystical domain, dozens of powerful presences suddenly surrounded you. The sight caused a subtle change in the expressions of both you and Gu Xinyue. A swift glance revealed that the elders encircling you hailed from various sects, each possessing at least the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Your adversaries had truly exerted considerable effort. They had laid an ambush in the realm in order to apprehend you. One elder from the 10,000 Demons Sect regarded you with a sinister glare. Pinnacle of the nascent soul? Is it you, a mere wretch, who has slaughtered my sect disciples? And do you have a companion in the early stage of the God transformation realm? Do you think that with just one of you in the early God transformation and another at the pinnacle of the nascent soul, you can survive this day? To capture you, several major sects had set aside their grievances and united in their efforts. The incident involving the Chaos Demon Lord must not be allowed to repeat. Those of the demonic path must be eradicated in their infancy. As you listened to the discussions around you, a look of disdain crossed your face. Fortunately, you had previously instructed Gu Xinyue to conceal her cultivation at the early stage of God transformation, a decision that had proven wise. In the next moment, the elders of the various sects launched a joint attack against you. Observing this, Gu Xinyue's lips curled into a cold smile. Immediately, her early stage of the void refinement realm erupted with power, unleashing a stunning sword aura from her being. The elders, sensing the overwhelming pressure, suddenly changed their expressions in alarm. This is bad. This individual has been concealing her true strength. She is not at the God transformation stage, but a formidable void refinement expert. Master, save me, cried one of them, but before they could finish their plea, the sword aura emitted by Gu Xinyue pierced through their dantian, ending their lives. Almost instantaneously, a massive hand of the same void refinement level surged from the depths of the secret realm. How dare you, human? Seeing this, you swiftly employed the Great Void technique to evade the impending strike along with Gu Xinyue. Why do you foolishly resist when you are nothing but fodder? How dare you challenge us? The expression of the Demon Sect master darkened, appearing as if it could drip with malice. You shall not survive. Without missing a beat, Gu Xinyue charged towards the Demon Sect master, declaring, "You have no place in this battle of the Void Refinement Realm." Seizing the opportunity amidst their clash, you discreetly absorbed the blood vitality of the elders recently slain by Gu Xinyue. Unable to directly refine this blood energy here, you resorted to the devouring heaven demon art to absorb and store it. Once you had consumed all the blood vitality, your gaze shifted to Gu Xinyue, finding her locked in an evenly matched battle against the Demon Sect master. "Sister, receive my sword." You decisively drew forth the Tai Su sword and hurled it towards your opponent. In an instant, Gu Xinyue, wielding the sword, gained the upper hand, overpowering the leader of the Demon Sect. After several exchanges, the Demon Sect leader appeared increasingly beleaguered. At that moment, you heard him shout, "Demon Sect master, will you not make your move? If you delay any longer, I shall perish here." No sooner had his voice faded than a soft, ethereal tone whispered in your ear. "Ah, I had anticipated that the leader of the Demon Sect would assuredly seize victory." You beheld a man of an exceedingly delicate appearance materialize behind Gu Xinyue. You had not expected that, in addition to the Demon Sect leader, another practitioner of the Void Refinement Realm had arrived. "Sister, flee to the Bronze Temple." With the path behind you blocked, the only refuge lay within the Bronze Temple. Upon hearing your words, Gu Xinyue fought while retreating towards the depths of the secret realm, making her way to the Bronze Temple. Chapter 53. June MO, Visitors from Central Continent. Upon arriving at the Bronze Temple, you discovered that the Demon Sect leader had already positioned himself before the temple's entrance. Upon witnessing this, Gu Xinyue steeled herself. "Junior brother, charge forward." Without hesitation, Gu Xinyue disregarded the attacks from the Demon Sect leader and unleashed her sword Qi with full force against the Demon Sect leader. The Tai Su sword, having undergone 4 integrations, effortlessly breached the defenses of the Demon Sect leader under Gu Xinyue's enhancement, piercing through his dantian. However, Gu Xinyue herself sustained grievous injuries, spitting a mouthful of blood upon the doors of the Bronze Temple. At that moment, you utilized the Great Void technique to catch Gu Xinyue's body, propelling her through the temple's heavy doors. With a resounding thud, the bronze doors were forcefully shut. The Demon Sect leader, observing the Bronze Temple before him, channeled his spiritual energy to strike against the bronze doors, only to discover that his efforts could not harm them. Even when he unleashed his most potent divine technique, the bronze doors remained unscathed. Seeing that he could not breach the Bronze Temple, the Demon Sect leader retreated to the exit of the fallen immortal secret realm, instructing his disciples to inform the Demon Sect of the unfolding events. Inside the Bronze Temple, Gu Xinyue sat cross-legged, promptly consuming a medicinal pill to begin treating her injuries. Given her current state, if she did not receive timely treatment, she would swiftly be consumed by the enigmatic parasites within her. Watching the agony etched upon Gu Xinyue's face, you felt a deep sense of helplessness. You retreated to a corner, settling down to refine the blood essence you had just absorbed. The vitality of dozens of Transformation God practitioners should suffice for your breakthrough to the Transformation God realm. After 2.5 years, you slowly opened your eyes. You had not anticipated that absorbing this blood essence would require such an extensive duration. As you sensed the familiar power of the early Transformation God stage coursing through you, a faint smile finally graced your visage. The pace of your cultivation exceeds your expectations. Your gaze shifts to the other side, where Gu Xinyue stands, having seemingly recovered and now examining the murals on the walls of the Bronze Hall. Upon noticing your awakening, Gu Xinyue turns to you. "Little junior brother, you have finally awakened. Congratulations on breaking through to the Transformation God stage." You can sense the joy in her tone, and you nod in acknowledgement. "Sister, it is time to step outside and deal with that old scoundrel of the Demon Sect. You are indeed correct. That bastard's attack nearly led to my demise at the hands of the sinister insect. This grudge must be avenged." With that, you both push open the bronze doors and step outside. As you gaze upon the vast valley outside the Bronze Temple, you cannot help but furrow your brow. The leader of the Demon Sect is not here to guard you, which surprises you somewhat. You and Gu Xinyue exchange a knowing glance and swiftly make your way towards the exit of the fallen immortal secret realm. Just as you approach the exit, you sense an aura that is both yin and yang. "Ah, you finally emerged. I thought you lacked the courage to do so." Gu Xinyue, seeing only the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, draws her Tai-Su sword and charges at him. The leader, realizing the threat, immediately attempts to flee towards the exit of the secret realm, fully aware that he stands no chance against Gu Xinyue wielding the Tai-Su sword. Yu and Gu Xinyue pursue the leader to the skies above Tianyuan. However, the fleeing leader suddenly halts, turning to face you both with a sinister smile. Did you really believe I would remain unprepared while guarding you? Mo Lao, I implore you to lend your aid. The moment those words escape your lips, a chill runs down your spine, and an ominous feeling overcomes you. Logically, there are very few formidable beings above the void refinement stage in Qingzhou and Yuzhou. To have someone whom the leader of the Yin-Yang sect refers to as master suggests that this individual must at least be above the void refinement stage, and certainly stronger than him by several tiers. As expected, a stern-faced, middle-aged man materializes beside the leader of the Yin-Yang sect. Was it these two human beings who killed Junshin, or did you require each other's assistance to accomplish such a feat? The leader of the Yin-Yang sect, unable to meet Junmo's gaze, can only nod repeatedly. What a bunch of useless fools. You cannot even handle your own nourishment. I believe it is time for the Soul Clan to replace you as guardians of Yuzhou. Junmo, having spoken, turns his calm gaze towards you and Gu Xinyue, one a mere novice at the transformation god stage, and the other an insignificant insect at the early void refinement stage. Separate in retreat, little junior brother. You nod in response to Gu Xinyue. Given the current circumstances, engaging in battle is futile. One is at the early void refinement stage, while the other is at the composite stage. Confronted solely by the formidable Junmo in the harmonization realm, your prospects of victory appear utterly bleak. In such circumstances, the wisest course of action is to flee separately. Every escapee counts. As Gu Xinyue's words resonate in the air, you summon all your might to execute the Grand Void technique, fleeing towards the central continent. Returning to Yuzhou is out of the question. Since the leader of the Yin-Yang sect was able to summon Junmo, it implies that Yuzhou is undoubtedly fortified. You persistently employ the Grand Void technique, and after a day and a night of relentless escape, you sense a momentary relief as no pursuers have emerged. 3 days later, you arrive at the borders of Qingzhou, en route to the central continent. Above the city gates, the imposing figure of the Yin-Yang sect leader stands resolutely. Quite the runner you are. In just 3 days, you have made it this far. But do you truly believe you can elude me? With the path from Qingzhou to the central continent now obstructed, you instinctively pivot and flee towards Yuzhou. Yet, just as you turn to escape, you find yourself immobilized. Junmo's presence has inexplicably materialized behind you. Human, I can already scent the aroma of your soul. It is delectable beyond measure. You exert all your strength in a desperate attempt to break free, but to no avail. You witness Junmo transform into a sinister insect, burrowing into your very being. Your vision fades to darkness, and you succumb to unconsciousness. You have perished. Ding. Simulation concluded. Please select your rewards. 1. Initial stage of the transformation realm. 2. Rank for alchemist cultivation. 3. All remaining spirit stones from this simulation. 4. Insights into the devouring heaven demon technique. 5. Talent acquired in this simulation. Sacred body of the demon path. Will you activate the talent? I want it all. No. Su Ming declines the I want all option. His current cultivation is at the late stage of the transformation realm. Utilizing it would not only fail to enhance his abilities, but would instead regress him to the initial stage. He opts for the talent, Sacred body of the demon path. Ultimately, he chooses this talent, recognizing its substantial benefit to his cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique. With 30 days remaining on the simulation cooldown, Su Ming reflects on the events that transpired. Yunmu, the Soul Clan, the guardianship of Yuzhou. Chapter 54, the annihilation of the feathered ascension sect. Recalling Junmo's previous statements, as well as the words of the Qingyun sect leader from a prior simulation, he deduces that each of the 4 major states in the Kanglan realm is under the influence of central continent forces. The Qingyun sect in Qingzhou is backed by the Jun clan, of which Junmo is a part, while the Yin-Yang sect in Yuzhou is supported by the Soul Clan. As mentioned by Junmo, the strength of both the Qingyun sect leader and the Yin-Yang sect leader further corroborates his hypothesis, revealing that these 2 individuals possess power exceeding the refinement void realm, while other sects are confined to the consummate stage of the transformation realm. Meanwhile, Su Ming felt an intensified sense of urgency within himself, having merged with the Taishu sword for the 4th time. This simulation lasted less than 9 years. Although he had yet to encounter Chu Wudi, he believed it would not be long before the latter found him, perhaps within 3 years at most. Even hiding within the Blood Demon's secret realm would prove futile, as the fragments of the Taishu sword concealed within it would inevitably be discovered. He could only sense the pressing nature of time. Ding! A random mission has been issued. Mission: destroy one of the 4 major powers of Yuzhou. Note: limited to foundation building level and above of the eerie insect cultivators. Mission reward: 3 simulation attempts. Another random mission has been triggered? Su Ming gazed at the task before him, momentarily taken aback. Randomly obliterating a power? The 4 major alchemy sects of Yuzhou, Sword Pavilion, Yin-Yang Sect, and Feather Transformation Sect, excluding his own Sword Pavilion, left him with a choice among the other 3. The leader of the Yin-Yang Sect was the only cultivator at the Void Refinement stage, and with his current abilities, Su Ming stood no chance against him. Unless he provided the Breaking Void Pill to Gu Xinyue to enable her breakthrough to the Void Refinement stage, he would have no opportunity to dismantle the Yin-Yang Sect. The overall strength of the Alchemy Sect was formidable as well, boasting a perfected Divine Transformation Stage practitioner, alongside a senior elder. After much contemplation, Su Ming decided to set his sights on the Feather Transformation Sect. Half a month later, the spirit vessel arrived in Yuzhou. Upon returning to the Sword Pavilion, Fang Jingchun directly approached the Grand Hall to meet the Pavilion Master. The ensuing events unfolded just as he had witnessed in the simulation. The expressions on everyone's faces were far from pleasant. However, unlike in the simulation, Su Ming refrained from inquiring about the Taishu sword with the Pavilion Master. After reporting the matters concerning the fallen immortal secret realm, Fang Jingchun embarked on her journey back to Qingzhou the following day. Upon returning to the Sword Pavilion, Su Ming chose not to proceed directly to the Feather Transformation Sect. To be prudent, he decided to wait for 15 days until the simulation concluded before undertaking the mission. Soon, the 15 days elapsed. Ding! Simulation cooldown complete. Simulation commencing. Random talent extraction. Congratulations! You have acquired the purple talent, External Incarnation. External Incarnation. You can obtain a doppelganger identical to yourself, which can be implanted with your primordial spirit for control. Note: this talent can only be used once. It can be reused upon the death of the incarnation. External Incarnation. A flicker of excitement graced Su Ming's face upon seeing the drawn talent. This simulator truly understood him, offering precisely what he lacked. Now endowed with the ability of an incarnation, he could wholeheartedly pursue the cultivation of the devouring heaven demon art. On the first day, you gaze at the extracted talent, External Incarnation, with astonishment. Without hesitation, you summoned your External Incarnation, and upon seeing your identical self, you nodded in satisfaction. You infused your primordial spirit into your external avatar, which commenced the cultivation of the devouring heavens demon technique. You resolved to first have your avatar practice within the Sword Pavilion, intending to send it to the 10,000 Demon Sect for further development as it neared a breakthrough in foundational establishment. The following day, after leaving the avatar at the Sword Pavilion, you ventured alone to the Feather Ascension Sect. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Feather Ascension Sect, you casually captured a disciple of the Foundation Establishment stage, successfully disguising yourself as him and infiltrating the sect. Once inside, you dedicated a month to comprehensively understanding the overall status of the Feather Ascension Sect. The sect is divided into 7 principal peaks, each overseen by a peak master of the Spirit Transformation realm. The main peak, known as the Feather Ascension Divine Peak, is governed by the sect leader, who has attained the pinnacle of the Spirit Transformation realm. Your location, the Little Bamboo Peak, is presided over by a peak master of mid-spirit transformation cultivation. The Feather Ascension Sect has a unique regulation whereby the peak masters convene at the Feather Ascension Divine Peak for a grand assembly each month. After grasping this information, you resolve to execute your plan following the conclusion of the peak master assembly. 2 weeks later, after the assembly had concluded, you awaited the arrival of the Little Bamboo Peak Master within the Grand Hall. As the Master entered the hall, he was met with your Void Sword. Startled by your unexpected assault, he immediately unleashed his full power in defense. However, against your late spirit transformation prowess, the Little Bamboo Peak Master stood no chance of retaliation. Within mere breaths, he was pierced through the dantian, meeting his demise. Observing the lifeless body of the Little Bamboo Peak Master, a bold idea struck you. You collected his corpse, intending to return it for your avatar to devour. The Master's death went unnoticed, and the following day, Little Bamboo Peak continued as usual. Adhering to your plan, you infiltrated the other peaks. 2 weeks later, unbeknownst to anyone, you eliminated all peak masters of the spirit transformation stage, except for the sect leader. Another fortnight passed, and the peak master assembly commenced once more. You disguised yourself as the Little Bamboo Peak master to attend. As you stepped into the grand hall of the Feather Ascension Divine Peak, the sect leader unleashed a colossal palm towards you for suppression. You were taken aback that your disguise had been so thoroughly penetrated upon your entrance. Realizing you could no longer hold back, you unleashed a strand of void sword intent, shattering the giant palm. Who are you? Where's the Little Bamboo Peak master? The sect leader inquired, his expression dark and foreboding. Him? Who knows? Perhaps he has already met his end, you replied nonchalantly. Late spirit transformation? A modicum of power. Yet I shall make you aware that the consequences of offending the Feather Ascension sect are beyond your capacity to bear. The sect leader declared as he charged at you once more. You scoffed at the sight of the Hua Hua sect's leader, a perfected deity in your presence, utterly lacking in stature. With your left hand, you unleashed the ethereal sword Aura, while your right executed the great wilderness prisoner's finger. After several exchanges, the leader of the Hua Hua sect could no longer withstand your onslaught. Half an hour later, you emerged from the grand hall of the Hua Hua Divine Peak, a faint trace of blood lingering on you. With the sect leader dealt with, the remaining matters would be straightforward. Standing atop the Hua Hua Divine Peak, you gazed down upon the entire sect, murmuring to yourself. Simultaneously, your primordial spirit communicated with your external avatar residing in the Sword Pavilion, summoning it directly to the Hua Hua sect. For the incarnation practicing the devouring heaven demon art, the Hua Hua sect now resembled a treasure trove. 7 days later, your external avatar arrived at the Hua Hua sect to join you. The grand feast commenced. Chapter 55, slaughtering the 10,000 Demon Sect again, retreating to the Bronze Divine Hall. Accompanied by your external avatar, you traversed the entirety of the Hua Hua sect, exterminating all above the Foundation establishment stage. Descending from the 7 peaks, you discovered that a small number of enlightened practitioners remained among the sect's Foundation establishment cultivators. You chose not to impose upon these human beings, allowing them to depart the Hua Hua sect unimpeded. Similarly, you spared those in the Qi refinement stage, instead threatening them against joining any sect and mandating their return to the mundane world. Witnessing the complete annihilation of the Hua Hua sect at your hands, these Qi refinement cultivators stood frozen in terror. In their eyes, if even the Hua Hua sect could be obliterated by a being of your malevolence, what sect could possibly safeguard them? Given your decree for their return to the mundane realm and your selective slaughter of those above Foundation establishment, they scattered in haste without a backward glance. A week later, the air within the Hua Hua sect was thick with the scent of blood. Your external avatar incessantly absorbed the essence of the slain creatures, swiftly breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm within a mere few days. A month later, news of your obliteration of the Hua Hua sect spread throughout the entire Yuzhou, even reaching neighboring Qingzhou. You recognized that, in such circumstances, evasion was no longer an option. To allow your external avatar to cultivate in peace, you had no choice but to reveal yourself, affording it the time required for its training. 3 months later, you appeared at the Alchemy Sect's disciple selection trials. You deliberately exposed your identity, slaying several assessment officials of the Alchemy Sect. Witnessing this, Gu Xinyue, in an effort to conceal her own identity, launched an attack against you. As you and Gu Xinyue fought while retreating, you conveyed to her the rationale behind your current actions via telepathy. Upon hearing your explanation, Gu Xinyue's expression shifted dramatically. She deemed your actions exceedingly reckless. Junior brother, are you aware of what you are doing? You've slaughtered the Hua Hua sect, and now, instead of fleeing, you choose to expose yourself? You can discern the concern in Gu Xinyue's tone, yet you possess compelling reasons to proceed as you must. Senior sister, please do not interfere. I shall not return to the Sword Pavilion for the time being. Gu Xinyue, gazing at the resolute determination in your eyes, ultimately swallowed the words that lingered on her lips. Though this was her first encounter with you, she treated all who joined the Sword Pavilion as kin. After exchanging several rounds of combat, you turned and invoked the Great Void technique, departing from the confines of the Dan Sect. Your primary aim in this endeavor was to attract the attention of the Yin-Yang sect. Through your external incarnation, you had sensed their onset of a search within the Yuhua sect. Reluctantly, you opted to strike from the Dan Sect, the furthest distance from Yuhua. Upon leaving the Dan Sect, you chose to journey directly to Qingzhou, intent on drawing everyone's gaze to that locale, thereby granting ample time for your external incarnation to cultivate. 2 months later, you obliterated a third-rate force in Qingzhou. This display indeed captured the attention of the Yin-Yang sect and stirred the vigilance of the 3 major sects in Qingzhou. 2 years later, you had concealed yourself in the desolate village of Qingzhou for a full 2 years. During this protracted period, your external incarnation finally refined all the enigmatic insects of the Yuhua sect, with your cultivation surging to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. However, due to your external incarnation's frequent excursions into the blood demon secret realm over these 2 years, Xiaoqianga exhibited some dissatisfaction with your actions. While she did not mind your utilization of the blood demon secret realm, the frequency of its use brought a frown to her countenance. Aware that this was not ideal, you shifted your focus to the Wanma sect. The Wanma sect was closer to the fallen immortal secret realm. While others might be unable to access it, you were different, as you could enter the bronze temple to cultivate. In the 3rd year, you eradicated all the enigmatic insects above the foundation establishment stage within the entire Wanma sect. At the late stage of transformation, you found no adversaries within this realm of Wanma. Yet, to your astonishment, the Wan Yimo had not been consumed by the enigmatic insects. Observing the smile on Wan Yimo's face as he sought your favor, you also smiled, albeit in a manner that left Wan Yimo feeling somewhat unnerved. Esteemed friend, I have long heard of your deeds. Now that I see you, you truly embody an unparalleled hero of humanity. Oh, is that so? With a cold smile, you approach Wan Yimo. As he watched you draw nearer, the smile on his face became increasingly forced. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than Wan Yimo unleashed his full strength and turned to flee. Unfortunately, as he attempted to turn, you seized him by the neck with a single hand, lifting him effortlessly. Flee, do you think your deeds have gone unnoticed? We are all of the human race. You cannot. As your words lingered in the air, you swiftly severed the neck of the night demon, obliterating his dantian. In the next moment, a profound change overtook your expression. You sensed 2 formidable auras, each surpassing the divine transformation stage, rapidly approaching the Wanma sect. In the present day, only the leader of the Qingyun sect in Qingzhou had reached the void refinement realm, and you discerned that the second aura unmistakably belonged to the leader of the Yin-Yang sect. You commanded your external incarnation to conceal itself within the Wanma sect for cultivation while you ventured forth to divert their attention. Upon departing from the Wanma sect, you summoned all your strength to employ the Grand Void technique, fleeing towards the location of the fallen immortal secret realm. At this juncture, the only sanctuary in Qingzhou was the Bronze Temple. As you arrived above the Tianyuan, you felt the auras behind you drawing ever closer, turning back. You could already glimpse 2 dark figures advancing towards you. Witnessing this, you pivoted and leapt into the Tianyuan, entering the fallen immortal secret realm. Once inside the realm, within mere breaths, you arrived before the Bronze Temple, pushing the door open without hesitation. The leaders of the Qingyun sect and the Yin-Yang sect, arriving belatedly, exchanged glances before the imposing Bronze Temple. Subsequently, they unleashed a relentless assault upon the temple. An hour later, both leaders, gazing at the unimpaired facade of the Bronze Temple, displayed expressions of dismay. What on earth is this? Why can we not breach the entrance? How did that young man manage to enter? The leader of the Yin-Yang sect could not help but express his frustration. I am uncertain, but it appears that this Bronze Temple is an artifact from ancient times. The leader of the Qingyun sect replied, Ancient times? The leader of the Yin-Yang sect regarded the leader of the Qingyun sect with astonishment, realizing the significance of this secret realm. Let us depart. Since this sustenance refuses to reveal itself, we shall wait outside the secret realm. I do not believe you will remain hidden for long. With that, the leader of the Qingyun sect turned to leave, while the leader of the Yin-Yang sect cast a regretful glance at the Bronze Temple before following suit. After leaving the secret realm, the 2 leaders deliberated on how to guard the realm. Ultimately, they decided that each would take turns standing watch for a year. Chapter 56. Do you enjoy tormenting me? Then I shall steal your home. Upon entering the Bronze Temple, a wave of relief washed over you. You anticipated that your endeavor to annihilate the Wanma sect would be unveiled so swiftly, prompting the 2 great leaders of the Void Refinement realm to arrive at once. However, the current predicament was precisely what you had hoped for. You settled in the center of the Grand Hall, simultaneously cultivating while controlling your external incarnation within the Wanma sect to absorb the blood essence. It was precisely because you had entered the Bronze Temple before the eyes of the leaders of both sects that they, after dividing the cultivation resources of the Wanma sect, ceased to station anyone there. Once all had departed, your incarnation retreated into the shadows to commence its cultivation. 2.5 years later, in the 5th year, the incarnation successfully devoured all the blood essence of the 10,000 Demon Sect. You could not help but marvel at the formidable nature of the devouring heaven demon art after your incarnation broke through to the initial stage of the divine transformation. Within a mere 5 years, thanks to the sacred body of the demon path and the devouring heaven demon art, the cultivation level of your incarnation had caught up with that of your true self. However, the absence of the Tai Su sword from your incarnation prevented it from reaching its peak combat potential. After departing from the 10,000 Demon Sect, you arrived near the abyss, only to discover that the current guardian of the secret realm was the leader of the Yin-Yang sect. With a cold smirk, you turned and made your way towards Yuzhou. 2 months later, you successfully infiltrated the Yin-Yang sect. Since the leader of the Yin-Yang sect would not spare you, you naturally would not let this grand feast pass you by. You observed the Yin-Yang sect for a month and found that its overall strength was rather weak, lacking even a fully realized divine transformation, with only a single void refinement realm leader holding the fort. Initially, you believed that the presence of a fully realized divine transformation would make it challenging to eradicate all the strange insects of the Yin-Yang sect, especially without the Tai Su sword in hand. Fortunately, their lack of strength meant you did not need to overthink your approach. As your consciousness descended upon your external incarnation, you began to sense that practicing the devouring heaven demon art gradually altered certain aspects of your character. You felt a growing indifference compared to your previous self. Following the method employed at the Feathered Ascension sect, you commenced your systematic assaults on the elders of the Yin-Yang sect. 6 months later, blood-soaked and standing within the grand hall of the Yin-Yang sect, you gazed with wild eyes upon the annihilated sect, experiencing an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Having been relentlessly pursued by that old schemer of a leader, you seized the opportunity to obliterate his sect in his absence. The thought of his expression upon returning to find his entire sect laid to waste filled you with a profound sense of vengeance fulfilled. Calculating the time, you estimated that the leader of the Yin-Yang sect would return in about a month or two, prompting you to swiftly head towards Qingzhou. Upon returning to the desolate village, you began to refine the blood essence within your body. 2 months later, at the beginning of the 6th year, you successfully achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of divine transformation. After reaching this new cultivation level, you prepared to leave the desolate village to observe the state of the outside world. However, just as you were about to depart, you overheard the villagers discussing matters concerning the demon path. "Hey, Aunt Lu, have you heard? Recently, a demon path prodigy has appeared in Yuzhou again, and they say that this time, it has even destroyed the greatest Yin-Yang sect in Yuzhou. Oh my, it has indeed been many years since a demon path figure emerged. I wonder what has changed in recent years, as they seem to pop up one after another. I hope our Qingyun sect in Qingzhou can swiftly eliminate this demon path menace. Otherwise, we common folk are left in a state of anxiety, fearing that one day we might be obliterated by this demon." You listened, astonished, to the discussions among the villagers of the desolate village. Unforeseen was the extent of the dissemination of this matter, reaching even the most remote and desolate village in the secular realm. However, the mere thought of the Yin-Yang sect's master returning to his homeland only to discover that it had been plundered paints a vividly amusing picture, causing a subtle smile to grace your lips. Subsequently, you employed the Grand Void technique, vanishing from the forsaken village, and soon found yourself near Tianyuan. To your astonishment, the master of the Qingyun sect was still lurking in this vicinity. Curiosity piqued. You wondered whether he feared your potential to repeat your previous scheme and raid his ancestral home as well. With such thoughts swirling in your mind, you turned and sprinted towards the Qingyun sect. Days later, you arrived at the familiar gates of this sect. Gazing upon the well-known Qingyun sect, a wave of melancholy washed over you, reflecting on the dismal nature of this world. Under the cover of night, you stealthily infiltrated the Qingyun sect. Yet unbeknownst to you, your entrance triggered a formation. In an instant, dozens of figures emerged above the array. Indeed, the fiend had arrived. It appeared that the sect master had exercised foresight, sealing the Qingyun sect in advance, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. This tactic of luring the snake from its hole had proven successful for the sect master. As you beheld the familiar faces hovering above, a shiver ran down your spine. Among the 10 elders, 2 had achieved the pinnacle of the transformation realm, while the rest were all at least at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Yet, despite this daunting presence, you felt no fear. Had this been before your advancement to the mid-transformation stage, you would have had no choice but to flee using the Grand Void technique. But now, you had transcended to the mid-transformation stage, and even in a state of not being able to refine the void, you remained invincible. You insects, allow me to experience your prowess. No sooner had the words left your mouth than you vanished, once more using the Grand Void technique. In the next heartbeat, you reappeared behind an elder at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Beware, too late. With a cold sneer, you unleashed the great desolate prisoner's finger directly targeting the elder's dantian. Bang! The dantian of the elder at the initial stage of the transformation realm shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Witnessing this, you immediately utilized the devouring heaven demonic art to absorb the elder's life essence. This scene was witnessed by the elders of the Demon Sect. Fiend, you seek death. Bang! You single-handedly battled the 10 elders of the Demon Sect, and this fierce struggle persisted throughout the night. As dawn broke the following morning, you looked down at the severely injured Grand Elder sprawled on the ground, a mocking smile gracing your face. Did you truly believe that sheer numbers could triumph over me? How naive. Naive? The true naivety lies with you. The once listless elder suddenly rose after a fit of coughing, producing a divine talisman that he thrust into the void. Do you truly believe our sect leader lacks a contingency plan? He exclaimed. Even if you slay me, there is no escape. Lord June will not let you go. Observing the elder of the Demon Sect, now teetering on the brink of madness, you shook your head in disbelief. With a single stroke of the great wilderness prison sky finger, you sent him down to reunite with the others. After dispatching the 10 elders, as you turned to leave, an intense disturbance in the surrounding space caught your attention. In an instant, a fissure tore through the void before you, and to your astonishment, a middle-aged man emerged from the rift. Yunmul. How can it be him? Chapter 57. Breaking through the void, departing the secret realm. To your surprise, the talisman used by the elder was a teleportation talisman, which had summoned June Mo from the central continent. Seeing him still partially emerging from the void, you turned and fled. Within mere breaths, you distanced yourself from the Demon Sect's territory. A glance back revealed that June Mo was not in pursuit, granting you a moment of relief. Once again employing the Great Void technique, you raced towards the passage leading to the central continent. But as soon as you stepped out of the void, June Mo blocked your path. Ant, where do you think you can escape to? He sneered coldly, a wicked smile curling at his lips. I cannot fathom why, without the command of the Chaos Demon Lord, you would court death so recklessly. Before he finished speaking, you felt your body ensnared by an invisible force. No amount of your strength could budge it. Ultimately, you surrendered, just before your external incarnation met its demise. You beheld June Mo's cultivation with your true eye. Yunmu. Deceptive insects. Cultivation, mid-stage integration. Spirit root, superior earth spirit root. In the next moment, you, meditating within the bronze temple, suddenly opened your eyes. The death of your external incarnation, while not inflicting tangible harm, caused a pang of pain due to the fragment of your consciousness residing within it. You close your eyes, beginning to absorb the information received from your incarnation. Yun Klein. Mid-stage integration. Casting a glance towards the bronze door, you resolve to remain and continue your cultivation. In your estimation, even with June Mo's mid-stage integration strength, he could not breach the bronze door. Furthermore, you sense that you were on the verge of breaking through to the great perfection of transformation, making it imperative to stay and attain that breakthrough. In the 7th year, you finally achieved the great perfection of transformation within the bronze temple. You retrieved a fragmentation pill from your storage ring, and as you gazed at it, you realized the moment to use it had arrived. This fragmentation pill was originally intended for Gu Xinyue, but during your last encounter, you opted not to give it to her, choosing instead to keep it for yourself. Seated within the grand hall, you closed your eyes, entering a state of meditation to strive for a breakthrough into the illusory realm. Meanwhile, as you secluded yourself in the bronze temple, significant transformations unfolded across Qingzhou and Yuzhou. Following June Mo's elimination of your external incarnation, he ventured into the fallen immortal secret realm to seek out the leader of the Demon Sect, subsequently arriving at the Bronze Temple, intent on forcefully breaching its gates. After a relentless month of assaults, Jun Mo failed to breach the imposing bronze doors, ultimately conceding to the Qingyun sect leader to maintain their watch here. In the 8th year, Jun Mo appointed a fully realized disciple from the Jun family to re-establish the 10,000 Demon Sect. He announced throughout Qingzhou that the demonic aberrations had been eradicated and that the 10,000 Demon Sect was being reconstructed under a new leader, inviting all to rejoin. To alleviate the concerns of human practitioners, the 10,000 Demon Sect enhanced its recruitment incentives, offering a foundational pill upon entry. This revelation sent ripples of excitement through the Qi practitioners of Qingzhou, prompting a rush to enroll in the 10,000 Demon Sect. A similar scenario unfolded in Yuzhou, where the Soul Clan supported the Yin-Yang sect leader in its reconstruction, methodically arranging for others to rebuild the feathered Ascension sect. By the 10th year, after 2 years of reconstruction, both Qingzhou and Yuzhou had reverted to their former states, as if nothing had transpired. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated that a formidable force was orchestrating events behind the scenes, preventing substantial alterations to the dynamics of Qingzhou and Yuzhou. While competition within each state was permitted, any emergence of a figure like himself would invoke a response from the central state, leading to suppression and indoctrination of the secular populace. It became clear why the Sword Pavilion remained unperturbed by worldly affairs. Their discretion and disinterest were vital to their survival. With his external incarnation now gone, Su Ming pondered his next course of action, continuing to observe the simulator. By the 15th year, you finally sensed your cultivation had reached a bottleneck. You opened your eyes and, without hesitation, swallowed the fragmentation pill whole. As the pill entered, a wave of warmth surged through your entire being. By the 17th year, you stood calmly in the center of the bronze hall, stretching your limbs. Over the span of 2 years, you successfully broke through to the initial stage of the illusory realm and effectively suppressed the enigmatic insect within. Pushing open the bronze doors, you stepped outside and took a deep breath. Ah, how delightful! The spiritual energy outside is exceedingly murky. After spending over a decade within the Bronze Temple, you have almost forgotten that the fallen immortal secret realm has been tainted. Upon your exit, you instinctively inhaled deeply, yearning to savor the freshness of the outside air. However, you soon realized that the spiritual energy outside pales in comparison to that within the Bronze Temple. Just as you were about to depart, a sudden thought struck you, prompting you to halt your steps. You retraced your path back into the Bronze Hall, swiftly discarded the Tai Su sword inside, and turned to leave. You calculated the time, determining that now was roughly when Chu Wudi would seek you out. Thus, you decided to leave the Tai Su sword behind, ensuring that no one else could acquire it and that you would remain undetected by Chu Wudi. You hastened towards the exit of the secret realm, quickly arriving above the Tianyuan. Before long, you sensed that a presence had locked onto you. Following the aura, you discovered it was the leader of the Qingyun sect. Seeing that it was merely him, the weight that had burdened your heart was finally lifted. As you departed, you had been anxious about whether Jun Mo would be waiting for you outside. Fortunately, your gamble paid off. Jun Mo had returned to the central continent. In Qingzhou and Yuzhou, the existence of any cultivator above the void refinement realm is strictly prohibited. Ah, you have finally decided to emerge after all these years. Rest assured, I shall not kill you swiftly. Instead, I will savor your primordial spirit piece by piece, allowing you to relish the agony of it all. You regarded the leader of the Qingyun sect with growing impatience. He was far more verbose than you had anticipated. Since he had spoken so, you resolved to allow him a taste of the anguish of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. With the great wilderness prisoner's finger, you unleashed a series of strikes, directly impaling the leader's limbs. Just a moment ago, he had been lost in his own illusions. Now, terror filled his eyes as he gazed at you. In that fleeting instant, he had not comprehended what had transpired, yet he found himself firmly pinned in the void, unable to move. Void refinement? You have broken through to void refinement? Chapter 58. A chance encounter with the senior sister. Only now do you realize? It is too late. Employing the great wilderness prisoner's finger, you held the leader of the Qingyun sect suspended in the void, and subsequently unleashed a barrage of Tai Su sword energy aimed at his acupoints. Do you enjoy calling for help from the central continent? Do you understand how challenging it is to cultivate a corporeal avatar? The leader of the Qingyun sect, whose aura had initially been feeble, suddenly looked up in shock upon hearing your words. What? That person is your avatar? How is that possible? At that time, you had only just reached the late stage of divine transformation, How could you possibly possess an avatar at the mid-stage of divine transformation? You merely sneered, offering no further explanation. The deceased require not the burden of excessive knowledge. Upon resolving the matters concerning the leader of the Qingyun sect, you immediately set forth towards the Sword Pavilion. After years away, your heart yearns to ascertain the current state of Yi Chuxue and the others. You intend to depart for Zhongzhou as soon as you return to the Sword Pavilion. The news of the Qingyun sect leader's demise cannot remain concealed for long. It will soon be unveiled, prompting the Jun family to dispatch individuals once more. Half a month later, you arrive back at the Sword Pavilion. Standing atop the mountain, you find yourself momentarily lost in thought as you gaze upon the ruins before you. Under normal circumstances, without revealing your presence, Chu Wudi would not be expected to arrive in Yuzhou for another 3 years. Given the current destruction of the Sword Pavilion, it is evident that the blood monument within the Blood Demon secret realm has already been shattered, releasing the sinister creature beneath its seal. You are eager to investigate what transpired, yet you are acutely aware of the limited time at your disposal. After much internal struggle, a wave of helplessness washes over you. Despite your relentless cultivation, you find that you remain unable to effect any change. Feeling the unquenchable fire within, you soar towards the Yin-Yang sect. A month later, news spreads within the Yin-Yang sect of the assassination of its leader. This event sends shockwaves throughout Yuzhou, as the strongest void-refining cultivator has been slain by a mysterious assailant. Evoking memories of the tumultuous days when the demonic path wreaked havoc over a decade ago, rumors proliferate, and the leader of the Feathered Ascension sect urgently reaches out to the Soul family. Simultaneously, Qingzhou becomes aware of the Qingyun sect leader's death near Tianyuan, causing the populace to grow anxious. In a brief span, the most formidable beings from both Qingzhou and Yuzhou have met their ends, shrouding the event in enigma. The leader of the 10,000 Demons sect hastily contacts the Jun family. As the orchestrator of these events, you're already en route to Zhongzhou. In a moment filled with rage, you feel compelled to confront the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, the one who once pursued you, in an effort to quell your inner turmoil and prevent yourself from succumbing to madness. 6 months later, you find yourself in Zhongzhou once more, this time entering through the eastern region after departing from Yuzhou. Upon your arrival in the east, you discern that the circumstances here starkly contrast those of the south. The preeminent powers in the east are the 4 great families, followed by the 3 sects and 5 teachings. After some inquiries, you discover that these 4 esteemed families are the Jun, Soul, Li, and Shao clans. The mere mention of the Jun and Soul families sends a shiver down your spine. You had believed that by fleeing from Yuzhou and Qingzhou, you would evade further encounters with members of the Jun and Soul families. Little did you anticipate that fate would bring you face to face with them once more upon arriving in Zhongzhou. Suddenly, you recalled the 5 great states of the Kanglan realm. Presently, the Jun and Han families exert control over Qingzhou and Yuzhou, while Shuzhou and Huangzhou are likely governed by 2 other prominent families. You ventured into the domain of the Jun family, adhering to the customs of a local tavern. After 3 months of vigilant observation, you discern that the individuals beneath the foundation establishment stage within the Jun family emanated a distinctly peculiar aura. This anomaly piqued your curiosity, prompting you to capture a core disciple above the foundation establishment level, hoping to glean insights through soul searching. 2 months later, you finally lay in wait for a core disciple of the Jun family as he ventured out. Upon apprehending him, you conducted a soul search and discovered that he was named Junzai. Through Junzai's memories, you uncovered that the upper echelons of the Jun family commenced distributing spirit herbs to all disciples monthly, even while they were still at the Qi refinement stage, continuing until they achieved foundation establishment. The rationale provided by the Jun family was straightforward. It was a benefit extended to each disciple, aimed at solidifying their foundational cultivation during the Qi refinement period. Upon reviewing these memories, you could not help but admire the caution exercised by these noble families. The so-called spirit herbs, in your estimation, were hardly deserving of the title. They could even be regarded as poisons. While these herbs appeared to confer advantages, the strange aura surrounding them was markedly intensified. This reminiscence brought to mind your experience at Qingyun sect when an elder presented you with spirit herbs at the alchemy hall. It was after consuming those herbs that the peculiar insect you could have otherwise suppressed grew overwhelmingly powerful, ultimately leading to the devouring of your primordial spirit. Having grasped the situation, you relinquished your initial intention to remain in the eastern domain. Initially, You had sought to discern whether there were individuals akin to Zhou Lingxi among the four great families, with hopes of dismantling these families from within. In the 19th year, you arrived in the southern region of Zhongzhou. On your journey from the eastern domain to the southern region, you traversed the desolate wasteland. As you passed through this barren land, the lingering black mist evoked a shiver within you, an experience that remains etched in your memory. Upon arriving in the southern region, you made your way directly toward the Great Zhou dynasty. At this juncture, Zhou Lingxi should have already been ousted from the royal family. 2 months later, you reached the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. You proceeded toward the small courtyard that lingered in your memory, recalling it as a forsaken place until you had previously arranged to rent it. Soon enough, you found the secluded courtyard nestled in the corner. Gazing at the entrance before you, a frown creased your brow. The door appeared as pristine as ever, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. With no choice but to turn away, you prepared to depart. Just as you were about to leave, the wooden door behind you swung open. "Come in, young master. I can see you are of the human race." You heard a familiar voice behind you and turned around in astonishment to face the speaking woman. To your surprise, it was Zhou Lingxi who resided here. You recalled the first time you encountered Zhou Lingxi, when she was in a state of destitution. How could it be that she now lived in such a place? Moreover, from her recent words, you sensed that she was now aware of many things. Filled with curiosity, you followed her into the small courtyard. Upon entering, you beheld a woman seated at a stone table, her beauty momentarily captivating you. Senior sister? Chapter 59, The Zixiao Banquet. The complete void technique. You gazed at the woman in the courtyard, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, astonished. The senior sister you had tirelessly sought had unexpectedly appeared before you in the Great Zhou dynasty. Who are you? Zio set down the book in her hands and looked at you with a puzzled expression. You felt a twinge of shock as you observed her bewilderment. Unlike when you met Fang Jingchun and Gu Xinyue, who recognized you instantly, Zio regarded you as a complete stranger. Senior sister, I am the newest disciple of the Sword Pavilion. You then explained to Zio how you had joined the Sword Pavilion 20 years prior. Upon hearing this, Zio lifted her gaze towards the sky, seemingly reminiscing about her time in the Sword Pavilion many years ago. So, you're a member of the Sword Pavilion. Subsequently, Zio elucidated that her reason for joining the Sword Pavilion was that it represented a sanctuary for humanity. She had not returned since leaving the pavilion over 30 years ago. Is the Sword Pavilion still well? As soon as the words left her lips, Zio noticed a change in your demeanor. Has something happened to the Sword Pavilion? Her brow furrowed, a hint of murderous intent flashing across her features. You sighed deeply, looking skyward. You proceeded to explain the events that had transpired in the Sword Pavilion. You recounted how a powerful being had entered the Blood Demon's secret realm years ago, shattering the blood steel and releasing the sealed strange insects beneath it. At that time, you had been trapped in the fallen immortal secret realm, and by the time you emerged, the Sword Pavilion had already been destroyed. You informed Zio that the fallen immortal secret realm in Qingzhou had become tainted and was no longer a suitable place for humanity to cultivate and advance. Zio looked at you in shock, unable to fathom the multitude of events that had unfolded during her years away from Yuzhou. The release of the strange insects from the Blood Demon's secret realm and the destruction of the fallen immortal secret realm in Qingzhou were significant blows to humanity. As Zio absorbed your words, her expression gradually shifted from shock to realization. She then informed you that, not long ago, the Zixiao Holy Land in Zhongzhou had announced a momentous event. What significant event? Your curiosity is piqued by what could possibly elicit such an expression from Zio. She informs you that the Zixiao Sacred Land has publicly announced the return of one of their revered ancestral figures from an expedition. Initially, she was intrigued by the identity of this ancestor, but upon hearing your words, the understanding dawns upon her. Zio gazes at you, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. The Blood Demon's sovereign has returned, and the Zixiao Sacred Land has extended invitations to the prominent families, sects, and dynasties of Zhongzhou for a grand banquet. As her words linger in the air, Zio turns to you with a cheerful demeanor. Master sister, you wouldn't be contemplating indeed. It would be a pity to miss such an intriguing feast. Upon hearing her words, you sense a striking contrast between Zio's demeanor and her outward appearance. She had appeared so tranquil upon your arrival, yet now she is eager to attend such a perilous gathering. I want to go too. I want to go too. At this, you turn to the exuberant Zhou Lingxi beside you, observing her rudimentary cultivation at the early stage of the golden core. You can only shake your head in resignation. Zio, noticing the situation, firmly declines Zhou Lingxi's request, deeming it too hazardous. Had Zhou Lingxi not been expelled from the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, she could have leveraged her royal lineage to attend the banquet. You inquire of Zio when the banquet of the Zixiao sacred land is set to commence. She informs you that it will take place in 6 months, at the onset of the coming year. Subsequently, Zio arranges for you to reside in a small courtyard. You casually select an unoccupied room to settle in. The following day, you seek out Zio once more to address a lingering question that has occupied your mind. Master Sister, I heard from Senior Sister Gu that the Great Void Technique is a family inheritance of yours? Zio gazes at you in surprise, not anticipating your sudden inquiry regarding the Great Void Technique. Indeed, it is the inherited art of my family. However, it demands a high level of talent from its practitioners. Do you wish to learn it, junior brother? You shake your head in response, informing Zio that you have already mastered the Great Void Technique to its pinnacle. Furthermore, you express to her that you sense something amiss within your practice of the technique, as if something essential is lacking. Upon hearing that you have attained such mastery over the Great Void Technique, Zio cannot help but marvel at your exceptional talent. Then, upon hearing your concerns about the technique, she smiles gently. Certainly, there are issues. I feared that those at the Sword Pavilion would struggle to grasp it, so I only imparted the initial chapter to them. It seems only the 6th brother managed to learn it. You had not realized that Zio had only shared the introductory chapter of the Great Void Technique with Fang Jingchun. However, your acquisition of the technique from the Bronze Divine Hall clearly surpasses the simplicity of the initial chapter. You explained to Zio that the source of your Great Void Technique was not taught by Fang Jingchun, but rather derived from the Bronze Temple within the fallen immortal secret realm. What? You entered that Bronze Temple? Zio was astonished to learn that you had indeed ventured into the Bronze Temple, causing her to rise abruptly from her stone chair. She then furrowed her brows and fixed her gaze upon you. Are you saying that you acquired your Great Void Technique within the Bronze Temple? Show it to me. Noticing Zio's serious demeanor, you displayed your Great Void Technique without hesitation. After a long moment, Zio let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is merely the first half of the Great Void Technique. Zio informed you that her earlier seriousness stemmed from the fact that the Great Void Technique should not be disseminated. She needed to ascertain whether the version circulating externally was indeed the complete technique. Soon, Zio explained why you felt there were flaws in your understanding of the Great Void Technique. She clarified that what you had practiced could not be rightly termed as the Great Void Technique. It should be referred to as the Void Technique. Only by mastering the complete Great Void Technique could you effectively conceal your presence while traversing the void. Those of the same realm would find it challenging to detect your trace. Even those a realm above you would struggle to uncover your whereabouts. Zio then elaborated on the historical significance of the Great Void Technique's presence in the Bronze Temple. In ancient times, her family, the Zis, as a premier force in the Kanglan realm, had dispatched their strong members across the lands to exterminate the enigmatic insects. The Void Technique within the Bronze Temple might have been a legacy left by the powerful who once supported Qingzhou. Senior Sister, I wish to cultivate the complete Great Void Technique. Seeing your earnestness, Zio did not hesitate to impart the full Great Void Technique to you. The reason she had only shared the introductory part with the Sword Pavilion was due to the difficulty others faced in mastering the technique, aside from those of her Zis lineage. Of course, she did not dismiss the potential of talents like you, which is why her family had never transmitted the Great Void Technique to outsiders. In the ensuing 6 months, you secluded yourself in a small courtyard of the Great Zhou dynasty for intensive training. During your retreat, Qingzhou and Yuzhou had descended into chaos due to your actions. The Soul family and the Jun family each dispatched powerful beings, leading entire teams to Qingzhou and Yuzhou in a bid to eliminate you. 2 decades later, you emerged from your seclusion. Thanks to your innate talent as a youthful sovereign, you found the practice of the Great Void Technique to be a natural endeavor. In just half a year, you advanced from the novice stage to minor success. Despite reaching such a level, the disparity between you and Zio remains significant. Your disparity with her is not merely one of realms. There exists a significant gap in your comprehension of the Great Void Technique as well. In 10 days, the grand banquet hosted by the Purple Sky Holy Land will commence. On this day, Zio seeks you out, informing you that the time has come to embark on your journey. Curiously, you inquire of Zio what identity you should assume upon entering the Purple Sky Holy Land. Zio offers a mysterious smile, casting her gaze towards the direction of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Is it not fortuitous that a procession bearing gifts is departing? Following Zio's gaze, you observe numerous beast-drawn carriages soaring from within the palace. The ceremonial carriages of the great Zhou dynasty? Let us proceed and discover what splendid offerings they have prepared for the purple sky holy land. Zio regards the airborne carriages with a glint of intrigue in her eyes. In the next moment, both you and Zio simultaneously invoke the Great Void technique, propelling yourselves toward the caravan of the Great Zhou dynasty. You trail behind the beast-drawn carriages for the duration of the journey. 7 days later, seizing a moment when the members of the Great Zhou dynasty are resting, you eliminate 2 individuals and assume their appearance to infiltrate their ranks. You discover that the delegation is led by the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, whose cultivation is surprisingly only at the perfected stage of the transformation realm. You find yourself lamenting the lack of capable successors within the Great Zhou dynasty, as the crown prince's prowess is inferior to your own. On the 8th day, you continue your journey toward the purple sky holy land. Having left the southern region and entered a realm akin to an independent microcosm, you inquire of Zio what this place is, as you have never encountered it in the central region. Zio explains that this is the Holy Domain. The Holy Domain? I was under the impression that the central region was divided solely into the 4 great domains: East, West, South, and North. How then does the Holy Domain exist? In response, Zio patiently elucidates the situation of the central region. Little junior brother, you are unaware that the 4 great domains are merely superficial divisions of the central region, while the Holy Domain is the very heart of it. At this juncture, Zio glances at the barrier you have just traversed. The forces within the Holy Domain are the true rulers of the central region. Do you wonder how the 4 great families of the Eastern Domain manage to dominate the 4 provinces of Qingzhou and Yuzhou? The influence of the Holy Land is subtly interwoven within. Upon hearing this, you are profoundly shaken. You once believed that the central region was the ultimate sanctuary for cultivation in the Kanglan realm, and that the 4 esteemed families of the Eastern Domain were the pinnacle of aristocratic power. Little did you know that this was merely a facade. The true orchestrators of everything are the hidden entities of the Holy Domain. Since your arrival in this realm of cultivation, you have tirelessly pursued your training, driven solely by the desire to survive. This enigmatic world has compelled you to confront the problem of the strange insects, for if you do not vanquish them, it will be they who threaten your very existence. As Zio observed your silence, she allowed you to ponder these matters in solitude. Meanwhile, she discreetly employed the Great Void technique, infiltrating the beast carriage of the demon to ascertain the lavish gifts prepared by the Great Zhou dynasty. After a prolonged period of contemplation, you exhaled a deep sigh. It was then that you noticed the absence of Zio by your side. However, she swiftly returned, presenting you with a box. "What is this, Master Sister?" you inquired. "Oh, it is nothing, merely enlightenment tea," she replied nonchalantly, as if such a treasure were an everyday item. You gazed at her in astonishment, curious about how she had acquired this rare enlightenment tea. In the Kanglan realm, it had become exceedingly rare, once abundant in the ancient era. The enlightenment tree had nearly vanished, rendering the tea a coveted delicacy. You pressed Zio for the source of her treasure. With a subtle smile, she gestured toward the beast carriage behind her. "This is a gift from the Great Zhou dynasty to the Zixiao Holy Land. Such a splendid item. It's better suited for us than for them." You looked at the serene Zio, a mix of amusement and disbelief washing over you. It dawned on you that she had just pilfered a gift from the Great Zhou dynasty. Now, you understood her true purpose for attending the banquet at the Zixiao Holy Land, with so many forces from the Central Plains presenting tributes. The thought of claiming such treasures sent your imagination soaring. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. You and Zio followed the troops of the Great Zhou dynasty into the depths of the Zixiao Holy Land. Upon entering, you discreetly veered away from their ranks, gravitating towards other forces. Your first target was the beast carriage of the Great Qian dynasty. "Wow, the Yin-Yang holy fruit," you exclaimed, marveling at the fruit in your hand, a smile blossoming on your face. "Is this all? Aside from the Yin-Yang holy fruit, what else is there?" Zio glanced at the offerings from the Great Qian dynasty, her expression revealing her disdain. Having departed from the Great Qian dynasty's beast carriage, you proceeded to the next faction's carriage. You were acutely aware that time was of the essence. Once night fell and the banquet commenced, the various powers would present their gifts. For you, the clock was ticking, and the mission was pressing. You and Zio resolved to collect only the most valuable spiritual items, leaving the rest behind. As dusk descended, the banquet at the Zixiao Holy Land commenced. You and Zio returned to the ranks of the Great Zhou dynasty. As you observed the grand hall, The elders of the Zixiao Holy Land took to the stage, delivering a series of trivial speeches. Soon, it was time for the gift-giving ceremony. Chapter 61. The Fall of the Great Zhou Dynasty as the words left his lips. The crown prince of the Great Qian Dynasty presented a treasure box containing the coveted yin-yang sacred fruit. The elder of the Zixiao Sacred Land accepted the box with a nod of satisfaction, promptly opening it to glimpse its contents. However, upon that fleeting glance, the elder's expression transformed dramatically. With a forceful motion, he hurled the gift box at the face of the Great Qian Crown Prince, his demeanor darkening as he glared at him. "How dare you, presenting a mere spiritual fruit in place of the revered yin-yang sacred fruit? If your Great Qian Dynasty cannot afford the proper tribute, you ought to offer something else. The Zixiao Sacred Land is not a plaything for your dynasty." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the elder sent the Great Qian Crown Prince flying with a single strike. The prince soared through the air for several dozen meters, struggling to rise as blood poured from his mouth. Once on his feet, the Great Qian Crown Prince opened the gift box with a look of disbelief. "Impossible! How could this be?" he exclaimed. "I distinctly brought the only yin-yang sacred fruit cherished by our dynasty for many years. How could it have transformed into an ordinary spiritual fruit?" As he peered at the fruit within the box, doubt began to gnaw at him. He questioned whether he had mistakenly taken the wrong item when he departed, confusing the spiritual fruit for the sacred one. Observing the reactions of surrounding factions, he noticed their retreat from him, even those once allied with the Great Qian Dynasty hastily distancing themselves. Whispers filled the air, speculating on the grim fate that awaited the Great Qian Dynasty for their mockery of the Zixiao Sacred Land and the Blood Demon Sovereign on such a significant occasion. At that moment, within the ranks of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Crown Prince revealed a smile as he stepped forward. "We, the Great Zhou Dynasty, present 10 pounds of enlightenment tea." The declaration sparked an uproar among the onlookers. The surrounding factions gazed in astonishment at the Great Zhou contingent. "Moments latte." The Great Zhou Crown Prince approached, presenting the gift box to the elder of the Zixiao Sacred Land. You listened helplessly to the remarks surrounding the Great Zhou Crown Prince's generous offering. The Great Zhou Dynasty truly knows how to make a grand statement, presenting 10 pounds of enlightenment tea at once. Indeed, enlightenment tea was a rare treasure. Even your ancestors would only brew a small amount for themselves. The audacity of the Great Zhou Crown Prince to offer such a substantial quantity was remarkable. Rumor had it that the Great Zhou and Great Qian dynasties were at odds. And now, the unfolding drama promised to be captivating. As you turned to glance at the visibly distressed Great Qian Crown Prince, you silently reassured him, "It will be all right. The Great Zhou Crown Prince is just like you. Do not worry. You are both in the same boat." On the stage, seeing the Great Zhou Crown Prince present the 10 pounds of enlightenment tea, the elder of the Zixiao Sacred Land's expression softened slightly. The Crown Prince of the Great Zhou was overly courteous. The esteemed Celestial Master would undoubtedly appreciate this gift. The elder of the Purple Sky Sacred Land, with a look of delight, opened the gift box, for the Blood Demon Celestial Master was in dire need of the enlightenment tea in his current state. Having just emerged from his seal, his cultivation had yet to return to its peak. As the box creaked open, the elder's expression abruptly froze. Instantly, the oppressive aura of the late-stage integration erupted, bearing down upon the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou. Witnessing the Crown Prince collapse under the pressure, blood gushed from his mouth. The elder of the Purple Sky Sacred Land then swept a cold, menacing gaze over all the factions present, declaring, "It appears that our Purple Sky Sacred Land has remained too low-key for too long enough for you all to forget our majesty." Sensing the moment was ripe, you turned to Purple Ghost, inquiring when it would be prudent to depart. Purple Ghost advised that the current situation was not conducive to an escape and suggested waiting for a moment of chaos to seize the opportunity. You nodded in agreement, realizing that your mission was already accomplished. You had pilfered countless treasures from the major factions in the central region. Lingering any longer could jeopardize your lives. Just as you contemplated the timing of your escape, an overwhelming pressure, surpassing that of the Great Ascendants, surged towards you. "Elder Joe, what is happening?" you asked as you observed the 9th elder of the Purple Sky Sacred Land turning respectfully towards the depths of the pavilion. "Head of family. The situation is as follows." You watched the figure on the stage, unable to discern the elder's subsequent words. Soon, the 9th elder of the Purple Sky Sacred Land turned to you all and coldly remarked, before presenting your gifts, "It would be wise to ensure they are indeed what you intended to offer. should there be any incidents akin to those involving the Dantian or Great Zhou dynasties. Your fate shall mirror theirs. At that moment, a curious voice from the crowd inquired, what was the fate of the two dynasties? You noted the cold sneer of the ninth elder, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Humph. Those who dare mock the purple sky sacred land have no necessity to continue existing. With the elder's words, the crown prince of the Great Zhou seemed to lose all strength, his face pale as he slumped to the ground. Soon after, you heard the terrified voices of various factions echoing around you. You exchanged a glance with Purple Ghost, realizing that the opportunity to flee was at hand. On the stage, the ninth elder of the purple sky sacred land furrowed his brow, observing the chaos among the factions. Every leader's gaze fixated on their rival factions, instinctively believing them to be the thieves. You and Zio discerned that the opportune moment had arrived, quietly departing from the banquet. Upon leaving, you resolutely employed the Great Void technique to escape from the Zixiao sacred land. Shortly after your departure, the Zixiao sacred land was ordered to seal its borders, prohibiting all ingress and egress. Your identities were swiftly uncovered. Initially, the Zixiao sacred land scrutinized the attendance of all factions present, only to discover that two members of the Great Zhou dynasty were missing. Subsequently, the leader of the Zixiao sacred land utilized profound powers to retrace the events of the evening, witnessing your actions alongside Zio. Concurrently, a bounty was issued across the central continent, targeting both you and Zio. However, these developments only came to your attention upon your return to the small courtyard of the Great Zhou dynasty. The subsequent news revealed that the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty had been ruthlessly slain by the ninth elder of the Zixiao sacred land. A proclamation was issued, declaring that the Great Zhou dynasty would face annihilation within a week. Any factions aiding the Great Zhou would be deemed complicit and met with destruction. Upon hearing this disconcerting news, you and Zio immediately gathered Zhou Lingxi, preparing to flee the capital of the Great Zhou. Upon reaching the city gates, you were suddenly confronted with a spatial blockade surrounding the entire capital as a group from the Zixiao sacred land hovered above. Zio gestured for you to remain calm and observe the unfolding situation. Indeed, in the next moment, you witnessed the Zixiao sacred land personnel soaring towards the distant Great Zhou imperial palace. You assumed that once they departed, you could utilize the Great Void technique to traverse the barrier and escape the Great Zhou capital. However, disappointment washed over you as the Great Void technique proved ineffective against this layer of barrier, prompting you to cast a puzzled glance at Zio. Understanding your unspoken query, Zio elucidated that this barrier was formed by a celestial artifact, imbued with a certain force of law that the Great Void technique could not penetrate. In response, you inquired about your next course of action. Zio, her gaze fixed towards the Great Zhou imperial palace, calmly asserted that all would be well. Once the Zixiao sacred land concluded their affairs, the seal would be lifted. The Zixiao sacred land would only target the Great Zhou royalty and court officials, leaving ordinary civilians and wandering cultivators unscathed. Reassured by Zio's words, you returned to the previous small courtyard to await the conclusion of the conflict. The following day, you sensed that the commotion emanating from the direction of the Great Zhou imperial palace was diminishing, gradually fading into silence. At that moment, Zio emerged from within, informing you that it was time to depart from the Great Zhou dynasty. You once again approached the city gates, poised to leave the instant the barrier dissipated. Soon after, you noticed figures from the Zixiao sacred land soaring towards your direction. However, as you observe their group, an unsettling smile appears on each of their faces. You choose not to dwell on this, merely wishing to await the dissolution of the barrier so you can leave the Great Zhou dynasty. Moments later, the contingent from the purple cloud sacred land manifests above you. Yet, the anticipated scene of them retracting the barrier and departing from the Great Zhou dynasty does not unfold. Instead, the leading man glares menacingly at Zhou Lingxi, who stands beside you. A wave of alarm washes over you upon witnessing this. Concurrently, Zio senses the anomaly and, seizing Zhou Lingxi, dashes toward the barrier's edge, intending to breach it with sheer force. The remnants of the Great Zhou royal family have finally tracked you down. With a cold scoff, the great ascension practitioner from the purple cloud sacred land gestures, prompting his companions to surge towards you with lethal intent. Through your perception, you discern that the weakest among them are at the late stage of the void refinement realm. You reflect, is this truly the might of the sacred land? Upon reaching the barrier's edge, you glance at Zio, inquiring how to dismantle this barrier. Zio remains silent, summoning a grand, dark purple bell from within her being. Just as she prepares to strike the barrier with the bell, the assailants from the purple cloud sacred land have already arrived. Reluctantly, Zio ceases her actions, unleashing the pressure of the Great Ascension realm, effortlessly dispatching several late-stage void refinement practitioners and 2 early-stage combined body practitioners with a single move. You gaze in astonishment at Zio's full display of power, taken aback by her formidable strength. Meanwhile, the captain of the purple cloud sacred land, observing from a distance, is momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the presence of a Great Ascension practitioner within the Great Zhou dynasty. Seizing the opportunity while you are momentarily distracted, Zio strikes the barrier with a dark purple bell. In the next instant, a substantial breach is created. Quickly, junior apprentice brother, seeing this, you waste no time and dart toward the opening. Just before you turn to flee, you glimpse another team from the purple cloud sacred land approaching your direction, and a sense of foreboding creeps over you. On the other side, the dazed captain of the purple cloud sacred land regains his composure, unleashing his Great Ascension power and instantly positioning himself before the newly formed breach in the barrier. Faced with the captain obstructing your escape, a profound sense of helplessness envelopes you. As the barrier begins to mend, Zio springs into action. She engages the captain of the purple cloud sacred land in a fierce struggle. This essence. The captain's eyes brim with excitement and confusion. You are the human race. When did the human race produce Great Ascension practitioners? He muses, what on earth are the 4 great families doing? Yet, he cannot help but savor the exquisite flavor of your essence. At that moment, Zio forcefully pushed Zhou Lingxi beside you. Junior disciple, take Lingxi and go ahead. I will hold them off. You glanced at the diminishing exit of the barrier and then at another team from the Zixiao sacred land, not far away, nodding solemnly. Moments later, you departed from the Great Zhou capital with Zhou Lingxi. Shortly after leaving the barrier, you sensed a breach forming behind you. Subsequently, you felt several powerful auras of the integration stage traversing the barrier. You recognized that these individuals were intent on capturing you. Without a moment's hesitation, you and Zhou Lingxi utilized the Great Void technique to escape the confines of the Great Zhou capital. A day later, you realized that no matter where you went, you could not escape their awareness. Suddenly, a thought struck you, and you sighed helplessly while looking at Zhou Lingxi in your arms. You understood that the reason they could relentlessly track you was that they could pinpoint Zhou Lingxi's location. Currently, the distance between you and the pursuers from the Zixiao sacred land was closing rapidly. You knew that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before you would be caught. By now, you had exited the boundaries of the Great Zhou dynasty and entered the realm of the Great Qian dynasty. Upon entering the Great Qian dynasty, a particular location came to mind. Feeling the approaching auras behind you, you steeled your resolve and fled toward the desolate wasteland. So you wish to pursue me. You want me dead, do you? Then let us all perish together. You gritted your teeth and exerted all your strength in the Great Void technique, maintaining the minimal distance between yourselves and your pursuers. 2 days later, you arrived at the brink of the desolate wasteland, halting before the ominous black mist. Zhou Lingxi, cradled in your arms, gazed at the barren expanse, her expression shifting dramatically. This place is a forbidden zone. You can't be considering. You cast a glance at the figures drawing closer in the distance, nodding in acknowledgement of Zhou Lingxi's apprehension. Although fear gripped her heart, she realized that entering the desolate wasteland was far preferable to meeting her end at the hands of the Zixiao sacred land. With that thought, Zhou Lingxi felt a sudden release of tension. The pursuers from the Zixiao sacred land, witnessing your pause, sneered mockingly. Kid, you sure can run. But what good is that? There's nowhere left to flee now, is there? Behind you lies the desolate wasteland. If you have the guts, step inside. You regarded the integration stage cultivator from the Zixiao sacred land with a contemptuous expression. You think I fear entering? I'm more afraid that once I do, you won't dare to follow. As the words fell from your lips, you turned and charged into the black mist with Zhou Lingxi in tow. Madman, utterly insane. Chapter 63. 5 years in the outside world. 50 years in the desolate wasteland. The integration stage expert from the Zixiao sacred land watched as your figure gradually vanished into the black mist, their expression darkening significantly. He had not anticipated that you would dare to venture into the desolate wasteland. The desolate wasteland, known as one of the most perilous forbidden zones in the Kanglan realm, would spell certain doom for even the most resilient of the grotesque insect-like creatures. At that moment, a cultivator of the perfected void refinement from the purple sky, sacred land, inquired, "Shall we pursue them?" The leader of the purple sky, sacred land, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in dismay. "Pursue? You wish to chase after them? Is there any hope of emerging alive from the desolate wasteland?" He assigned 2 individuals to guard the entrance of the desolate wasteland for 3 months, after which they would be free to depart. Within the black mist of the desolate wasteland, you clutched Zhou Lingxi and pressed forward, lost in the obscurity, oblivious to the passage of time. After an indeterminate period, you sensed the black mist dissipating around you. Opening your eyes, you beheld the familiar dark earth before you and the distant black dead mountains. A surge of fear gripping your heart. You recalled the last time you had wandered aimlessly in this wasteland, only regaining your senses before a massive bronze coffin. As these memories flooded back, you instinctively clenched your fists. At that moment, Zhou Lingxi, nestled in your arms, shyly uttered, Su Ming, your hand. Hearing her voice jolted you from the haunting recollections of the desolate wasteland. You glanced down at Zhou Lingxi, a hint of embarrassment crossing your face. Subsequently, you set her down gently and, casting your gaze towards the distant dead mountains, attempted to shift the conversation. Do not use any spiritual energy while in the desolate wasteland. Consider yourself as an ordinary mortal for now. Zhou Lingxi paused, momentarily taken aback. She quickly inquired why you insisted on such caution. You explained that the laws governing this realm diverged significantly from those of the outside world. You informed her that the consumption of spiritual energy here accelerated the passage of one's lifespan by a factor of 1,000, even without its use. The rate of aging was still exponentially greater than that of the outside realm. You reflected on your previous experience in the desolate wasteland, where a century had elapsed without utilizing any spiritual energy, yet your lifespan had still reached its limit. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingxi trembled slightly. Understanding the grave danger of the desolate wasteland, one of the most treacherous forbidden zones in the central continent, yet she had not realized it was so terrifying. Faced with the inexorable passage of time, there seemed to be no solution for anyone. Using spiritual energy would only hasten the decline of one's lifespan. Zhou Lingxi asked what the next course of action would be, for remaining in this place would undoubtedly lead to demise. You fell silent for a long while, turning to glance at the black mist behind you, and sighed deeply. Let's not move from this spot. After a year, we shall return the way we came. They are unlikely to linger here for long. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingxi furrowed her brows tightly. She had just heard you mention that utilizing spiritual energy in the desolate wasteland would significantly accelerate the passage of life. Yet, in order to traverse the black mist and return to the outside world, the use of spiritual energy was prohibited. However, this meant that your lifespan was in jeopardy. Zhou Lingxi's words trailed off, her gaze complex as she regarded you. You instinctively understood the implications of her unspoken thoughts, yet you found yourself powerless in the situation. Presently, this was the only means for both of you to survive. Having cultivated the Qingdi longevity technique, your lifespan far exceeded that of an ordinary void refinement practitioner, instilling you with considerable hope of returning. Moreover, this time, you had mastered the complete Great Void technique, which further bolstered your confidence. Subsequently, you advised Zhou Lingxi against venturing deeper into the wasteland, lest she risk losing herself. You then sought a spot at the edge of the black mist, closing your eyes to cultivate your energy. Zhou Lingxi mimicked your actions, sitting beside you as she too began to meditate. In the desolate wasteland, you both awaited the arrival of a year in silence. Time seemed to stand still in this barren land, prompting you to employ an hourglass for a countdown, aiding you in maintaining your awareness. Swiftly, a year slipped by. The hourglass you had set forth ran dry, transforming into a surge of spiritual light that struck your body. Yet, this assault was entirely disregarded by you, as you seemed fully immersed in your meditation. The light merely caused your brow to twitch slightly. After a decade, your face became adorned with a beard, and your hair grew disheveled, yet you remained in a deep trance. 20 years later, your hair began its gradual transition from black to white. 30 years on, you were still unmoved, with half of your hair now turned white. 40 years passed, and your brow was tightly knit, as if you were enduring some harrowing ordeal, yearning to awaken, yet unable to do so. In the 50th year, you, seated like a statue, suddenly opened your eyes, gasping for breath. Upon awakening, you immediately glanced at your hands, relieved to find no apparent changes. However, upon standing and observing your white hair cascading before your chest, your pupils constricted sharply. Just moments ago, when you had examined your hands, you had believed only a brief time had elapsed. Now, confronted with the reality of your predominantly white hair, a sense of despair washed over you. Wordlessly, you roused Zhou Lingxi from her slumber. At this moment, her condition was not much better. Her once lustrous black hair had also turned white. Upon awakening, Zhou Lingxi sensed the significant passage of her lifespan and inquired about how much time had transpired. Your complexion appeared somewhat pallid. You had just calculated that you and Zhou Lingxi had spent 50 years in this desolate wasteland. 50 years. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingxi gazed at her own hands in disbelief, unable to fathom that merely closing her eyes for a moment could lead to such a passage of time. A wave of trepidation washed over you, for you too felt as though only a brief moment had elapsed during your meditation. Ultimately, when you attempted to open your eyes, you found it exceedingly difficult to awaken, expending considerable effort before finally rousing yourself. It was time to depart. Zhou Lingxi remained silent upon hearing your words. With so many years of life lost, she was uncertain if you could both still escape alive. You embraced Zhou Lingxi, invoking the Great Void technique as you surged toward the black mist. Within that shroud, you sensed your vitality waning rapidly. Soon after, you felt your life force nearing depletion. The silver lining was that at that moment, you successfully escaped the black mist and emerged into the outside world. Upon witnessing your successful escape, Zhou Lingxi's eyes glistened with emotion. After 50 years in the desolate wasteland, you were oblivious to the current state of Zhongzhou. You led Zhou Lingxi into the nearest city. Once inside, you were met with a shocking revelation. Only 5 years had elapsed in Zhongzhou since you had entered the desolate wasteland. 5 years in the outside world, yet 50 years in the wasteland? Chapter 64. Burning Vitality, Breaking into the Purple Sky, Sacred Land. You had presumed that after 50 years in the desolate wasteland, the outside world would have undergone profound changes, only to discover that merely 5 years had passed. You and Zhou Lingxi hastened toward the Great Zhou dynasty, eager to uncover the details of that fateful battle and the ultimate fate of Ziyou. You yearned to know whether Ziyou had successfully escaped or succumbed to the Purple Sky Sacred Land. 2 months later, you and Zhou Lingxi returned to the Great Zhou dynasty. Gazing at the completely transformed dynasty, you couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, how the times have changed. After some investigation, you learned that the Great Zhou dynasty had been entirely supplanted by the Great Chu dynasty, following the annihilation of the Zhou royal family by the Purple Sky Sacred Land. The Chu family swiftly divided the resources and ascended to the throne. As for any underlying secrets, you remained in the dark. Conversely, you were somewhat surprised to find that the neighboring Great Qian dynasty had not been eradicated. Rather, the elder of Great Qian had exchanged all treasures for the dynasty's future. The Purple Sky's Sacred Land had refrained from complete annihilation, as the true culprit was ultimately the Great Zhou dynasty. It was your infiltration of the Great Zhou that had led to the disgrace of the Purple Sky Sacred Land at the banquet. The mere thought of the Purple Sky Sacred Land ignited a blaze of fury within your eyes. All that you possess now is the result of the sacred land of Zixiao. Your lifespan has withered, vitality extinguished, and your existence is nearing its end. Shortly thereafter, you return to the modest courtyard in Kyoto where you had previously resided with Zhou Lingxi. The fortunate news is that this little abode had remained unoccupied, untouched by others. A month later, Zhou Lingxi prepared a cup of enlightenment tea for you, who sat by the stone table. As she gazed upon your white hair and the deep lines etched upon your weathered face, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhou Lingxi understood that your transformation was a consequence of leading her away from the desolation of a deathly place. She found it hard to believe that merely a month prior, despite your silver locks, your visage still bore the semblance of youth. Yet now, in such a fleeting span, you had become a shadow of your former self. Observing your transition from a spirited young man to a frail elder stirred a sense of melancholy within her. Upon her arrival, you inquired, "Lingxi, you are here. What have you discovered?" Zhou Lingxi wiped her tear-stained eyes, replying, "I have learned that 5 years ago. The sacred land of Zixiao besieged a woman of demonic lineage, and after suffering losses of several powerful beings, the woman successfully escaped. Upon hearing of Ziyou's successful evasion, the weight upon your heart finally lifted. It is well, she has escaped," you exclaimed as you rose and contemplated the direction of the sacred land. You sensed that your remaining days were numbered, perhaps just a month or two before death would claim you. If only you could find Zio. There might still be a chance for survival. During your raid on the sacred land, you had acquired various items conducive to cultivation. However, the treasures that could extend your lifespan were all in Zio's possession. Acknowledging the futility of seeking Zio, a bold notion began to take root within you. At the end of the 25th year, you bid farewell to Zhou Lingxi and departed the Great Chu dynasty alone. Before your departure, you entrusted all the spiritual treasures acquired from the sacred land to her. You knew that with the eye of the immortal, Zhou Lingxi, despite the toll on her lifespan, could still aspire to break through to a higher realm with the treasures you left behind. In the twilight of your years, after leaving the capital of the Great Chu dynasty, you ignited the last remnants of your blood essence to revert to your youthful appearance. Though your visage regained its youthful form, your hair remained stark white. With all your might, you unleashed the Great Void technique and set forth towards the sacred land of Zixiao. At the dawn of the 26th year, you crossed the barrier and entered the domain of the sacred land. With unwavering determination, you gazed upon the formidable mountains before you. In the twilight of your existence, you yearned to exact a fierce vengeance upon the sacred land of Zixiao. You employ the grand technique of the void to infiltrate the sanctum, whereupon encountering cultivators beneath the realm of refining void, you dispatch them without hesitation. Even when faced with those of equal strength, you strike them down with merciless ease. Soon, your tumultuous actions draw the attention of the entire Zixiao sacred land. The leader of the Zixiao sacred land, upon hearing of your audacity, is overcome with fury. He never anticipated that a mere human of the refining void realm would dare to enter their sanctum alone and instigate a massacre. Before long, you find yourself forcibly subdued by a powerful cultivator of the Zixiao, one who had previously hunted you down. Is it you? How are you still alive? Have you emerged from the desolate deadlands? The captor exclaims. If I were to perish, how could you still draw breath? You retort defiantly. Even as your body lies immobilized beneath their grasp, you manage to spit in their direction. The next moment, you observe their expression darken, as if shadows could drip with malice. You insignificant insect, you court death. Cease this. At the command, the Zixiao cultivator halts their raised arm. Simultaneously, you witness the somber approach of the Zixiao leader, their demeanor grave. Human, I must commend your audacity. You are the first, and perhaps the only one, to dare to enter our sacred ground and wreak havoc. Even the ancient demon sovereign did not possess such gall. Oh, and I hear you escaped from the desolate deadlands. Let us see how you managed such a feat. With that, the leader prepares to probe your very soul. Suddenly, a cacophony reverberates through the void, interrupting the leader's intentions. All eyes, including those of the Zixiao leader, are drawn upwards. The hands that were poised to touch your head falter, as a frown creases their brow, gazing into the abyss above. In the blink of an eye, the formidable barrier encasing the sacred domain is obliterated by an unseen force. The sanctum is laid bare before the realms of Central Continent, and you witness a scene that will forever be etched in your memory. A rift slowly opens in the void above, expanding rapidly until a colossal fissure manifests before all present. What is this? You hear the Zixiao cultivator beside you stammer, swallowing hard. The Zixiao leader, who had intended to delve into your soul, retracts their hands, now solemnly fixated on the rift in the void. This power transcends the tribulation stage. This is the power of the celestial. You witness the expression of the master of the purple sky, sacred land, transform dramatically, his eyes widening in horror as they fixate upon the rift in the void. With a resounding boom, the commotion grows increasingly intense, captivating the attention of all within the vast realm of Kanglin, who are left astounded by this astonishing spectacle. Simultaneously, several formidable auras, surpassing even the great ascension stage, erupt from within the purple sky sacred land, sending beams of light soaring into the heavens. As you gaze towards the source of the luminescence, you behold the blood demon sovereign emerging from one of the radiant columns, his countenance grave as he regards the fissure in the void. With another thunderous sound, a colossal hand emerges from the rift, reaching out towards your direction. You watch in trepidation as the enormous appendage draws nearer, while the master of the purple sky, sacred land, pales dramatically beside you. In a desperate bid, the master unleashes all his divine abilities, launching a fervent assault against the gigantic hand. However, to your astonishment, the hand remains utterly unscathed by his powerful onslaught. In the next moment, the master of the purple sky, sacred land, turns to flee acutely aware that the target of that monstrous hand is none other than himself. Tragically, he does not escape far before being ensnared. You observe as the colossal hand seizes the master of the purple sky sacred land, gradually dragging him into the rift. His desperate cries for help fade into silence, leaving you and the other cultivators of the convergence realm from the purple sky sacred land utterly stunned, immobilized by shock and uncertainty about what to do next. After a few breaths, you witness another hand emerging from the rift, this time in multiples, a stark contrast to the singular appendage that had appeared before. You discern that these new hands are directed towards the location where the beams of light from the purple sky sacred land had originated. Following the trajectory of the grasping hands, you see the blood demon sovereign, akin to a mere pet, being effortlessly clutched in their grasp, utterly devoid of resistance. An hour later, you bear witness to the harrowing sight of every transcendent cultivator from the purple sky sacred land being seized and drawn into the rift. Just as you believe this calamity may be drawing to a close, yet another gigantic hand stretches forth from the void, reaching even further afield, capturing another ascendant cultivator and pulling them into the chasm. With resolve, you grit your teeth and decide to activate your true eye in an attempt to discern the events unfolding within the rift. As you channel its power, blood begins to surge from your eyes, soon staining your entire face crimson. Nevertheless, despite this sacrifice, the images within the rift remain elusive to your sight. Desperately, you concentrate all your spiritual energy into your gaze, unleashing your full strength upon the rift. In due course, you manage to glimpse the scene beyond the fissure. Beyond it lies an expansive realm populated by several unfathomable colossal entities. One of these titanic beings clutches the master of the purple sky sacred land, devouring him with ravenous bites. In the next moment, the creature seemed to sense your gaze and turn its eyes toward you. A cry of sheer terror escaped your lips, causing blood to flow from your 7 orifices. The onlookers from the purple sky sacred land observed your distress, yet none dared to approach you. Moments latte. You succumb to death. Ding. Simulation concluded. Please select your rewards from the following options. 1. Cultivation level of the initial stage of void refinement from the simulation. 2. All remaining spirit stones from this simulation. 3. All spiritual items acquired during the simulation, including the Enlightenment Tea. 4. All genuine insights gained from this simulation. 5. The talent acquired in this simulation. External avatar. 6. The external avatar of mid-stage transformation god from this simulation. By Wan Tai Su Swat. 8. Complete version of the vast void technique. Simulation cooldown, 30 days. Would you like to activate the talent? I want them all. Su Ming sat in the thatched cottage, gazing at the information displayed by the simulator, momentarily lost in thought. The volume of information from this simulation was staggering. The situation in the central continent, the secrets behind the Jun family of Qingzhou, the sacred domains behind the 4 great families, coupled with the unforeseen events he encountered just before his demise, all struck a profound blow to Su Ming's worldview. He had believed he had grasped many things about the Kanglan realm, yet it now appeared that he had merely scratched the surface. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming realized that the most pressing matter was to comprehend the nature of the colossal hand that emerged from the shattered void. Through the simulation, he had gleaned a fragment of truth by employing the eye of truth to peer into the rift behind it. However, this fragment of truth filled him with despair. If Su Ming's conjecture was correct, the vast world beyond the rift in the void was none other than the immortal realm. Yet, the immortal realm at this moment bore no resemblance to his expectations. It was teeming with monstrous entities that feasted on human flesh and blood. He had witnessed firsthand the fate of the sect leader of the purple sky sacred land and the blood demon sovereign being devoured. Even a being as formidable as the blood demon sovereign showed no resistance against those creatures. Contemplating this, a sense of helplessness surged within Su Ming once more. Was his fate as a transmigrator destined to be so grim? He murmured to himself softly. However, his resolve was quickly reignited. No, there is still hope. He still possessed the simulator, a system capable of altering his destiny, and it was his sole opportunity. Had it not been for the simulator, he might have met his end during the Foundation establishment at the Demon Sect. Reinvigorated with confidence, Su Ming stepped out of the thatched cottage and made his way to the Sword Pavilion's Grand Hall. Regarding the colossal hand extending from the void that selectively targeted tribulation transcendence's prey, he sought to inquire with the head of the Sword Pavilion. hoping to uncover whether the elder was aware of such occurrences. Upon seeing Su Ming approach, the head of the sword pavilion regarded him with a hint of surprise. Su Ming, noticing the elder's expression, inquired, "Do you have something on your mind?" Upon hearing the words, Su Ming nodded. "Master of the pavilion, I would like to inquire about certain matters concerning the Kanglan realm." The master of the sword pavilion stroked his beard, revealing a faint smile. "Ask whatever you wish, and I shall impart all that I know." Not wishing to beat around the bush, Su Ming directly probed into the matter of the Void Rift. "Master, has there ever been a case in the Kanglan realm where cultivators above the Mahayana stage collectively vanished?" The master of the sword pavilion furrowed his brow at this inquiry. A collective disappearance has not occurred. If such a phenomenon were to happen, it is highly likely that it would be due to a collective ascension. Su Ming found this answer to be quite different from his expectations. In his mind, he believed that the beings of the immortal realm would often engage in such acts. Why had it never happened before? "Master, has there been any instance in the past where individuals from the upper realm forcefully breached the lower realm to capture people?" Upon hearing this, the smile on the master's face vanished entirely. A brief silence enveloped the hall. Observing the silent sword pavilion master, Su Ming chose not to speak further, patiently awaiting the other's contemplation. In the ancient times, when the Kanglan realm was predominantly led by humanity, such occurrences did take place. However, those who descended from the immortal realm would have their cultivation suppressed. Nevertheless, after the ancient era, such events ceased to occur. There are speculations that our Kanglan realm, much like the lower realms, has been invaded by the strange insects. At this point, the master of the sword pavilion regarded Su Ming with a serious expression. "Why do you suddenly ask this? Have you encountered someone from the upper realm? That should not be the case." Internally alarmed, Su Ming realized that the master of the sword pavilion was among the few exceptional cultivators he had encountered within humanity at the Mahayana stage. If even he claimed such events had never transpired, then it was indeed unprecedented in the history of the Kanglan realm. "Master, I was merely curious. I have not encountered anyone from the upper realm." After receiving his answer, Su Ming quickly excused himself from the grand hall, citing the need for cultivation. He understood that the scenario he had encountered in the simulation was a first for the Kanglan realm. Upon returning to his humble abode, Su Ming remembered that he had yet to select his reward from the previous simulation. Opening the simulator panel, he found it still displaying. "Would you like to activate the talent?" "I want all." "Activate." In an instant, Su Ming was enveloped by a wave of comfort. His cultivation advanced from the transformation stage to the early refinement stage, while his comprehension of the Great Void technique deepened significantly. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Turning his head, Su Ming recognized this figure as his mid-transformation stage incarnation. Shortly thereafter, the Enlightenment Tea and the Yin-Yang Sacred Fruit appeared beside him in their entirety. Su Ming gazed upon these spiritual treasures, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The rewards from this simulation were indeed substantial. At that moment, Su Ming seemed to recall something and opened the simulation panel to check. Simulation cooldown, 3 months. Indeed, Su Ming sighed deeply upon seeing this. Previously, during his breakthrough to the divine transformation realm, the simulation cooldown was 30 days. Now, after advancing past the void refinement stage, the cooldown had indeed lengthened, extending from 30 days to 3 months. With no simulation attempts available and time pressing upon Su Ming, he suddenly remembered that he had an unfinished task. Completing this task would grant him 3 simulation opportunities. To ensure success, he decided to send his external incarnation to complete the task. After entrusting the Tai Su sword to his external incarnation, Su Ming guided it towards the Yu Hua sect with his primordial spirit. 7 days later, Su Ming's incarnation arrived at the Yu Hua sect. He allowed his incarnation to act, systematically defeating opponents as per the methods in the simulation. It was not that his incarnation was incapable of facing 9 adversaries at once, but rather that it required more time to absorb the blood aura of the Yu Hua sect. Armed with the Tai Su sword, the incarnation's combat prowess could be deemed unparalleled beneath the void refinement realm. Upon entering the Yu Hua sect, Su Ming's incarnation first targeted the master of Shaozhu Peak, swiftly eliminating him. Unexpectedly, after dispatching the master of Shaozhu Peak, Su Ming discovered the presence of 2 other peak masters. The moment he killed the master, the other peak masters immediately triggered alarms, prompting the entire Yu Hua sect to enter a state of high alert. Su Ming sighed, taken aback by the turn of events. Under such circumstances, his external incarnation could no longer safely absorb the blood aura. Soon, The other peak masters and the sect leader of Yuhua surrounded his incarnation. 3 days later, he directed the incarnation to flee towards the fallen immortal secret realm. Although he had decimated the entire Yuhua sect, the commotion had alarmed the Yin-Yang sect. In haste, he merely absorbed the blood aura from several peak masters of the Yuhua sect before hastily escaping from the Yin-Yang sect. After leaving the Yuhua sect, he guided the incarnation directly into the fallen immortal secret realm, promptly pushing open the bronze door to enter the bronze temple. This had been Su Ming's planned retreat, temporarily placing the incarnation within the bronze temple. This arrangement would allow it to cultivate independently while also drawing the attention of the Jun and Hun families. Meanwhile, he could focus on his own endeavors, intending to retrieve the incarnation after the simulation. Ding! Task completed. Rewards distributing. Congratulations on receiving 3 simulation attempts. Initiating simulation. Simulation commencing. Random talent extraction. Congratulations on acquiring blue talent. Mastery of body techniques. Mastery of body techniques. A talent for body-related techniques. Enhancing release effectiveness by 50%. Upon seeing the drawn talent, Su Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Once again, it was a blue talent. He felt as though it had been ages since he had drawn a red talent. He believed that the card-drawing system of this simulator was undoubtedly rigged, and a significant payout was imminent. Alas, he pondered whether this talent would enhance the Great Void technique. Observing the talent he had drawn, he furrowed his brow slightly. For him, the mastery of movement offered minimal improvement, unless it could augment the Great Void technique. With this thought, he promptly began to experiment. He directly invoked the Great Void technique, arriving at the foot of Sword Pavilion Mountain. Upon detecting the activation of the movement divine ability, Great Void technique, a 50 enhancement was registered. He felt a substantial increase in both the speed of casting the Great Void technique and the distance it could traverse, filling his heart with elation. A talent that could enhance the Great Void technique, even if merely a blue talent, was certainly superior to some purple talents and could rival orange talents. In his view, the Great Void technique was one of his trump cards for survival. Immersed in the joy brought by his mastery of movement, he lingered in the thatched cottage of Sword Pavilion for 3 days. After this period, he received news from Lin Tian. Lin Tian informed him that 3 days prior, one of the top forces in Yuzhou, the Feathered Sect, had been destroyed by a mysterious individual. He conveyed that the head of the Yin-Yang sect had rushed to the Feathered Sect, even utilizing great divine powers to trace back to the scene and uncover the image of the perpetrator. As he gazed upon the image Lin Tian provided, he recognized it as his own external incarnation. Junior brother, the Yin-Yang sect is publicly declaring that the culprit is a being of the demonic path. Who do you think this human might be? Upon hearing this, he shrugged, indicating his ignorance. A month later, he sensed that his external incarnation was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of transformation. However, the blood essence collected from the Feathered Sect had already been refined. He understood that the only method to expedite the breakthrough was to lead it to eliminate the sinister insect forces in Qingzhou and Yuzhou. Days later, he arrived at the fallen immortal secret realm, departing from Tianyuan with his incarnation. A month later, their figures appeared near Qingyan sect. The strongest individuals in Qingzhou and Yuzhou were none other than the sect leaders of these 2 sections. This time, upon breaking through to the void refinement stage, he no longer needed to endure as he had before. He charged directly into Qingyun sect with his external incarnation. He watched as his incarnation wielded the Tai Su sword, ruthlessly slaying the sinister insects within Qingyun sect. Soon, he beheld the sect leader of Qingyun sect emerge, preparing to confront his incarnation. Upon witnessing this, he decisively acted. Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger. The sect leader of Qingyun sect had not anticipated that beyond himself, there were other void refinement experts in Qingzhou. He exerted all his strength to fend off the assault of the Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger. The leader of the Qingyun sect discovered, despite being in the early stages of the void refinement realm, he found himself utterly powerless against her techniques. With a single strike of the Great Wilderness Prisoneress Finger, you pierced the body of the Qingyun sect leader. Observing this, your external incarnation wielded the Taishu sword to swiftly end the life of the Qingyun sect leader. Following his demise, the Qingyun sect was rendered incapable of resistance. Within less than a day, your external incarnation annihilated all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage within the Qingyun sect. You instructed your incarnation to gather all the blood essence of the Qingyun sect, postponing its refinement. Subsequently, you, in your external incarnation, headed towards the Wanma sect. 7 days later, you emerge from the Wanma sect with your incarnation. Noticing the escalating murderous aura surrounding your incarnation, you nodded in satisfaction, aware that the greater the bloodlust, the more rapid the cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique, and the greater the augmentation of the demon path sacred body. After departing from the Wanma sect, you continued your journey to the Fonglei sect. Upon reaching the Fonglei sect, your external incarnation swept through with overwhelming force. In less than a day, your incarnation obliterated the Fonglei sect. In total, you eradicated the 3 major factions of Qingzhou in under 15 days. Calculating the time, you realized that within half a month, the events transpiring in Qingzhou would reach Yuzhou. You understood that at that time, the leader of the Enyang sect would undoubtedly inform the Jun and Han families. Initially, you intended to proceed directly to Yuzhou with your external incarnation to eliminate the remaining Pill sect and Enyang sect there. However, upon re-evaluating the timeline, you found it would be too late. By the time you returned to Yuzhou, you estimated that the combined realm experts of the Han family would have already arrived. In such a scenario, you knew that your arrival would only lead to your demise. After contemplation, you directed your external incarnation to pursue a second-rate faction in Qingzhou. This time, you commanded your incarnation to chase the members of this faction to the vicinity of Tianyuan. 7 days later, after controlling your incarnation to slaughter the majority of this second-rate faction, you pursued the remaining Qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners to Tianyuan. Then, before the eyes of the Qi refinement cultivators, you executed all the foundation establishment members. Following that, amidst the astonished gazes of all the Qi refinement practitioners, you leaped into Tianyuan. Upon entering the fallen immortal secret realm, you arrived before the Bronze Temple but chose not to enter. Instead, you began your cultivation outside. The reason for this was to deliberately expose the location of your incarnation, ensuring that the Jun and Han families would remain unaware of your true self's presence. Half a month later, on your way back to Yuzhou, you learned that your actions had already reached Yuzhou. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Enyang sect was enraged. Astonished at your audacity, 1 month later, you successfully returned to the Sword Pavilion. Lin Tianle cheerfully approached you to discuss matters concerning Qingzhou, his joy evident. The instigator of this conversation, you, exhibited an expression of surprise, as if entirely oblivious to the situation at hand. Your primary objective for returning to the Sword Pavilion was to inquire whether the Pavilion Master possessed any means to swiftly locate Zio. Additionally, you wished to bid farewell to a few individuals within the Sword Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of the Sword Pavilion, you sought out the Pavilion Master and posed your questions regarding Zio. To your disappointment, the Pavilion Master was also at a loss for how to find Zio, only aware that she currently resided in Zhongzhou. Leaving the hall with a sense of despondency, you had hoped to locate Zio promptly, believing her formidable prowess could certainly assist you in dealing with Chu Wudi. Though you had contemplated seeking the Pavilion Master's assistance, you remained unable to decipher his true intentions. In your previous simulation, upon encountering Zio, you discovered that she was not the aloof figure you had envisioned, but rather possessed an unexpected charm. After bidding farewell to Yi Chu Xue and Lin Tian, you set forth towards Qingzhou, opting not to journey directly from Yuzhou to Zhongzhou. The route from Yuzhou to Zhongzhou would lead you to the eastern region, while your destination was the southern region of the Great Zhou dynasty in Zhongzhou. A month later, upon your return to Qingzhou, you learned of the arrival of the Jun family, who had effectively encircled the Tianyuan. As you boarded a spirit vessel bound for Zhongzhou, you shifted your consciousness into your external avatar. To your astonishment, you discovered that the cultivation of your external avatar had surged to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. However, the next moment, your expression shifted dramatically. You sensed several powerful presences beyond the void refinement stage entering the fallen immortal secret realm. Gradually, you rose to your feet and approached the bronze door, turning to await their arrival. Before long, you indeed beheld a familiar figure, Jun Mo leading a group. Jun Mo soared towards you. Even before they arrived, his voice reached your ears, laden with contempt. Human, you possess audacity. How dare you brazenly destroy the 3 sects of Qingzhou? Perish, he exclaimed. In response, you wore a disdainful expression and raised your middle finger at Jun Mo. If you're capable, come and kill me. As your words echoed, you turned and pushed open the bronze door, stepping inside. Not far away, Jun Mo glared at you, his countenance darkening as if it might drip with fury. What further infuriated Jun Mo was the fact that a mere insect at the transformation stage dared to insult a formidable being at the integration stage. Insect, you are doomed, he declared, invoking the heaven-overturning seal. Jun Mo could no longer contain the fury that simmered within him. He yearned to shatter the bronze palace before him and personally torment you. With a forceful strike of the combined power, the heaven-toppling seal crashed against the bronze temple, causing it to tremble violently for a brief moment before settling into stillness. How could this be possible? Jun Mo gazed in disbelief at the bronze palace, his eyes wide with astonishment. I refuse to accept this. As you remained within the confines of the bronze temple, you soon felt a tremor coursing through its structure. This disturbance persisted throughout the day before fading into silence. Outside the temple, Jun Mo's complexion darkened as he scrutinized the bronze palace. He had not anticipated that after a day of relentless assaults, even enlisting the aid of his family to join the attack, the temple would remain unscathed. In a fit of rage, Jun Mo resolved to personally guard this location while dispatching others to re-establish the three major sects, Qingyan, Wanmo, and Fenglei, in Qingzhou. While stationed at the fallen immortal secret realm, Jun Mo serendipitously discovered that the spiritual energy within was even more abundant than that of the outside world. How intriguing, he mused. Chapter 68, A Ruckus at the Great Zhou Dynasty Banquet. Within the confines of the Bronze Palace, you discerned that the commotion had ceased, indicating that Jun Mo had abandoned his offensive strategy. Yet, you surmised that he was likely lying in wait outside. You were unfazed by this, for your sole purpose was to draw their fire. You sensed the blood energy within you, realizing that the essence you had seized from the three sects in Qingzhou had been largely refined. However, the remaining energy was insufficient to facilitate your breakthrough into the void refining stage. This did not concern you, as the spiritual energy within the bronze temple was ample, allowing for unrestrained cultivation. The breakthrough into the void refining stage was merely a matter of time. When you had previously separated from your external incarnation, you had left the void refining pill with it, intending for it to be used during its own breakthrough. After a period of secluded cultivation, your consciousness returned to your true self. The following year, you arrived in the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Upon entering the capital, you retraced your steps to locate the abandoned courtyard from your memories. With a handful of spirit stones, you purchased the dilapidated dwelling. Once settled in the Great Zhou Dynasty, you began to contemplate how to find your senior sister, Zio. You recalled your last encounter with her during a simulation. At that time, you had sought Zhou Lingxi, only to discover that she had already been taken under Zio's wing. Your journey to the Great Zhou Dynasty was indeed motivated by Zhou Lingxi. You hoped that by drawing Zhou Lingxi forth, Zio would be compelled to reveal herself. As for why Zio was particularly invested in Zhou Lingxi, you were uncertain? Yet this detail held little significance. That night, you stealthily infiltrated the royal palace of the Great Zhou. After locating Zhou Lingxi's residence, you utilized the Great Void technique to enter directly. Upon entering the palace, you discovered that Zhou Lingxi appeared to be a mere girl of 16 or 17. The moment she laid eyes on you, a flicker of fear briefly crossed her gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by joy. You are not a monster. You are human. How wonderful. I finally meet a human above the Foundation establishment level. Though you observed Zhou Lingxi's exuberance, a sense of melancholy enveloped you. Having come into contact with the deeper truths of the Kanglan realm, you felt only numbness. To endure, you pressed onward, burdened yet determined. You briefly explained the situation she had witnessed. Despite her possessing the eye of the immortal, which could unveil much of the world's truths, she remained an ordinary mortal, uninitiated in cultivation, and her knowledge was severely limited. After grasping the truth, Zhou Lingxi simply uttered, "Take me away." Your primary purpose in the Great Zhou Dynasty was to rescue her, yet currently, you could not directly extricate her from the Imperial Palace. I cannot take you out directly. You must rely on yourself, and I will assist you in your escape. Upon hearing this, you noticed a palpable shift in her emotions, a hint of disappointment. You pondered whether there were any significant banquets or events scheduled within the Zhou royal family. Zhou Lingxi raised her head thoughtfully, her brow furrowed. After a prolonged silence, she spoke slowly. There isn't anything particularly important, but it seems the Jun family from the eastern region intends to propose marriage to my third sister. Upon hearing that it was the Jun family, your previously calm demeanor brightened with interest. If it were any other faction, you might not have been as intrigued, but the Jun family and the Hun family were different matters entirely. Excellent. How about you seize the opportunity to claim all the betrothal gifts presented by the June family? Zhou Lingxi's expression dimmed slightly at your suggestion. But I am currently under house arrest. I was recently caught stealing and have been confined for 6 months. The June family's emissaries will arrive in a month. You reassured her not to worry. You would devise a plan to help her escape when the time came. Zhou Lingxi placed her complete trust in you, as you were the first person she had met who was above the Foundation establishment level, fostering an innate sense of closeness. After leaving the great Zhou dynasty, you returned to your small courtyard, brewing a pot of enlightenment tea as you awaited the opportune moment. A month later, you arrived as expected, once again infiltrating Zhou Lingxi's palace. Upon your arrival, Zhou Lingxi met your gaze with a determined nod. Zhou Lingxi presented you with a map, revealing the layout of the great Zhou palace. You gazed at the map in astonishment, taken aback by the trust she bestowed upon you. After performing a simple disguise on Zhou Lingxi, you utilized the Grand Void technique to whisk her away from the palace. Once outside, Zhou Lingxi informed you of her third sister's residence. Brother Su Ming, the Jun family will present the betrothal gifts to Father Emperor, who will then deliver them to my third sister's palace during the evening banquet. Upon hearing Zhou Lingxi address you in such an intimate manner, a peculiar sensation stirred within your heart. Subsequently, Zhou Lingxi shared her plan with you. She instructed that once the banquet commenced, you should escort her to her third sister's abode. Upon arrival at her sister's residence, Zhou Lingxi suggested that you discreetly take some precious elixirs, which she could later claim to have consumed herself. Your heart warmed at this revelation. It was touching that Zhou Lingxi was still considering your well-being even at this critical juncture. You accompanied her to the banquet venue, awaiting the event's commencement. As night fell, the banquet began, and you witnessed the guards transporting the Jun family's betrothal gifts away from the scene. With a shared glance between you and Zhou Lingxi, the moment of opportunity had arrived. Utilizing the Grand Void technique, you followed closely behind the guards as you made your way to the palace of Zhou Lingxi's third sister. After the guards departed, you noticed a barrier being erected outside the palace. Zhou Lingxi, observing this, whispered in your ear, Brother Su, can we still enter with this barrier in place? With a slight smile, you reassured her. Such a barrier posed no challenge for you. In the midst of Zhou Lingxi's astonished gaze, you guided her through the barrier into the palace using the Grand Void technique. Before you lay the betrothal gifts, causing your heart to tremble slightly, you were astonished by the lavishness of the Jun family's offerings. Among the gifts, you discovered numerous elixirs of 5th grade and above. Faced with such an abundance, you recognized that it was impossible for you to carry them all. Even with Zhou Lingxi's unique physique as a mortal, she could not consume them all. With a deep sigh, you selected a few elixirs and proceeded to execute Zhou Lingxi's plan. In an instant, you appeared at the perimeter of the banquet, calling out loudly, "Oh no, the 9th princess is stealing from the 3rd princess's palace." Your proclamation sent shockwaves through the banquet, causing the expressions of all present to shift, particularly that of the great Zhou emperor, who appeared exceedingly displeased. What? This rebellious girl has begun stealing again? Guards, did I not instruct you to confine her? Pull her out. Following your shout, you immediately disguised yourself as a guard, retreating to the sidelines to observe the unfolding drama. You witnessed a steward kneeling before the great Zhou emperor, trembling as he elucidated the circumstances. With each explanation, the emperor's expression grew increasingly grim. On the very first day of the giant family's proposal, such a scandal erupted within their royal household. In the emperor's eyes, this was a blatant affront to his dignity and an insult to the great Zhou dynasty. In the next moment, you observed the emperor suppressing his fury, his face contorting into a rigid smile as he addressed the giant family. "Bring me that rebellious girl," he commanded. "I shall not let her off lightly this time." It was evident that the emperor was genuinely enraged. Soon after, several guards brought Zhou Lingxi to the banquet. You were taken aback that the emperor chose to confront this matter in front of so many witnesses. To you, it was clear that the royal family feared nothing more than the loss of face. The dignity of the monarchy must not be tarnished. "Kneel, rebellious girl," he declared. "Just months ago, you were confined for stealing spiritual artifacts, and now you dare to sneak out again to continue your mischief? Have you even stolen your 3rd royal sister's betrothal gifts?" As Zhou Lingxi faced the emperor's rebuke, she showed no sign of remorse, instead adopting an indifferent demeanor. "If I do not steal these spiritual artifacts, how am I to embark on the path to immortality? My royal siblings can cultivate, yet I remain but a mortal. If you will not assist me, I shall find my own way." After speaking, Zhou Lingxi turned her head, refusing to meet the Emperor's gaze any longer. "You rebellious girl. It seems I have indulged you too much," the Emperor remarked, fully aware of Zhou Lingxi's true nature. "Aside from you, no one else could discern that she possessed the eye of immortality. To others, she was merely seen as a talentless wastrel. Previously, I overlooked your pilfering of our household belongings, but now you dare to steal gifts sent by the giant family? I hereby declare, the ninth Princess Zhou Lingxi is to be expelled from the royal family and demoted to a commoner." As you witnessed this unfolding scene, you silently applauded Zhou Lingxi's performance. After the Emperor's proclamation, several ministers and princesses attempted to intercede, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Thus, Zhou Lingxi was unceremoniously cast out of the palace. You realized your objective had been achieved and employed the Grand Void technique to depart from the Great Zhou Palace. After leaving the palace, you returned to your small courtyard in the capital with Zhou Lingxi. You had successfully rescued her from the clutches of the Great Zhou royal family. Now, all that remained was to wait. You believed that after this incident gained traction, your elder sister, Zhou, would surely come. On the following day, the entire capital of the Great Zhou dynasty buzzed with the news of the ninth princess's expulsion from the royal family. The fervor surrounding this matter has persisted for an entire 6 months. As the third year draws to a close, you and Zhou Lingxi have scarcely departed from the small courtyard. You have imparted the Tianyan technique to Zhou Lingxi, and within a year, she has achieved remarkable progress, nearing a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Regrettably, the long-awaited arrival of your senior sister, Zhou, remains elusive. In the fourth year, you teach Zhou Lingxi the Taishu sword technique, and to your astonishment, you discover her exceptional talent in the art of the sword. Throughout this year, Zhou Lingxi not only cultivates the Taishu sword intent, but also ascends to the foundation establishment realm. By the fifth year, after 3 years of waiting, Zhou has still not graced you with her presence. At this juncture, you ponder whether Zhou's previous visit to the Great Zhou dynasty was indeed due to Zhou Lingxi. If her arrival was merely a fortuitous coincidence, then the time you must endure for her return may extend significantly, a duration you find increasingly intolerable. Seated alone at the stone table in the courtyard, Zhou Lingxi prepares a cup of enlightenment tea for you. "Brotersu, I feel that I am on the verge of breaking through to the core formation stage." Upon hearing her words, you slowly regain your composure, staring at her in disbelief. You had not anticipated that Zhou Lingxi possessed such extraordinary talent. Despite sharing the enlightenment tea and providing her with some spiritual items over the years, it remains a formidable challenge for an ordinary individual to ascend from a mortal to the later stages of foundation establishment within 3 years. You advise Zhou Lingxi to remain diligent in her training of the Taishu sword intent while pursuing her cultivation. With a heavy sigh, you resolve to stay in the Great Zhou dynasty for no more than 3 additional years. Should Zhou fail to appear, you will have no choice but to temporarily depart from the Great Zhou dynasty. In the 6th year, Zhou Lingxi successfully breaks through to the early stage of the core formation realm, while your own cultivation, after several years of consolidation, is poised to ascend to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. By the 7th year, your cultivation has amassed enough momentum to reach the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. Shortly thereafter, an unexpected visitor arrives at your courtyard. One day, as is your custom, you sit in the courtyard, engaging in the refinement of your mental state. Zhou Lingxi approaches you, informing you that an enlightened one has come to visit. Upon hearing this, you leap to your feet, gazing intently at the entrance. Throughout your years in the Great Zhou dynasty, there have been no shortage of talents seeking you. But today marks the first arrival of an enlightened one. As you reach the entrance, your eyes are met with the sight of a woman donning a straw hat. You gaze upon the woman before you. Though her features remain obscured, the essence emanating from her unmistakably reveals her to be your esteemed senior sister, Zhou. "Senior sister, is that you?" you exclaim. Zhou, taken aback by your address, momentarily falters. She diligently attempts to recollect any information about you, yet after an extensive pause, she realizes she possesses no knowledge of your existence. "Do we know each other?" she inquires, aware that Zhou is yet unfamiliar with you. You proceed to elucidate the circumstances of your joining the Sword Pavilion and your cultivation of the Great Void technique. Upon learning of your affiliation with the Sword Pavilion, the wary expression on Zhou's face dissipates, replaced by a look of sudden understanding. "Ah, so you are the little junior brother," she responds. You then inquire if her visit today pertains to Zhou Lingxi. Zhou nods, confirming that her purpose for coming is indeed Zhou Lingxi. Chapter 70. Return to Qingzhou. Zio informs you that individuals like Zhou Lingxi, hailing from a top-tier faction, if they are attempting to escape the royal lineage, must undoubtedly be of the human race. She explains that such individuals are often prodigies among prodigies, which is why she seeks to nurture this exceptional talent. You observe the way Zio regards Zhou Lingxi, akin to a treasure. You inform her that Zhou Lingxi is currently cultivating the heavenly transformation technique and has attained the golden course stage. Zio gazes at you in astonishment, never having anticipated that you would possess such a premier technique. Little junior brother, I did not expect you to have the heavenly transformation technique, she exclaims. Zio reveals that this technique has been lost since ancient times, once considered one of the pinnacle techniques in the Kanglan realm during antiquity. You, however, feel no surprise. For every technique inherited within the Bronze Divine Hall is formidable in its own right. Subsequently, you briefly recount the events surrounding the Qingzhou fallen immortal secret realm to Zio. Her eyes widen in shock as she processes your words. She is astonished to learn that someone like Lin Qi exists in this world, capable of contaminating the spiritual essence within the secret realm. You proceed to inform Zio about Chu Wudi. Senior sister, have you heard of Chu Wudi? Upon hearing the name, Zio furrows her brow, mentally sifting through any recollections of Chu Wudi. She admits to having no impression of this individual. Your expression reveals your surprise. You had assumed that as a major ascension cultivator from the central continent, Zio would have some awareness of him. Given her own status as a major ascension cultivator within the human circles of the central continent. Senior sister, he is a major ascension human cultivator, and he possesses fragments of the Tai Su sword. Zio blinks in mild astonishment. Fragments of the Tai Su sword? Upon hearing this, a dismissive smile flits across Zio's face. Who is this lunatic, truly believing that gathering the fragments of the Taishu sword could lead to celestial destiny? You have heard the Lord of the Sword Pavilion mention that once the remnants of the Taishu sword are assembled, they can be forged into the complete Taishu sword. Within this complete sword lies an immense celestial fortune, said to enable one to soar directly into the celestial realm. This fortune has been sought after by countless mortals for centuries, yet few have achieved such a feat. You are well aware of the challenges involved. Not to mention gathering the Taishu sword. Even acquiring a single fragment is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Among the fragments, the sword hilt found in the fallen immortal secret realm is the most crucial piece. You inform Zio that you have already collected 4 fragments of the Taishu sword. Moreover, you share with her a piece of information she was previously unaware of. Master sister, did you know that the fragments of the Taishu sword resonate with one another? As soon as you uttered these words, you observed a look of astonishment on Zio's face. You explained that the Lord of the Sword Pavilion had sent you to the Blood Demon secret realm, where you nearly lost control of the Taishu sword, almost allowing it to burst forth. As the master sister of the Sword Pavilion, Zio is certainly familiar with the circumstances of Yuzhou. The blood steel within the Blood Demon secret realm contains a fragment of the Taishu sword. It is precisely for this reason that the steel can suppress the Blood Demon sovereign beneath it. At this moment, Zio comprehends why you mentioned Chu Wudi. With narrowed eyes, she gazes at you and says, Junior brother, are you suggesting that this Chu Wudi will seek you out and also attempt to disrupt the Blood Demon secret realm in Yuzhou? You nod in affirmation, choosing to say no more. In the next instant, Zio's relaxed demeanor vanishes, replaced by a grave expression as she regards you. She reveals that the one she despises most in this life is none other than the traitors among the human race. While she may understand the ignorance of those below the foundation stage, she cannot fathom why someone, having awakened, would still endeavor to destroy the future of humanity. Zio fixes you with a cold stare and inquires, do you know when you'll go to Yuzhou? You mentally calculate and respond, in about 3 to 10 years, of course. If I expose myself, it may happen sooner. Upon hearing this, Zio closes her eyes tightly and, after a moment of contemplation, reaches a decision. To Yuzhou, to slay the traitor. Seeing Zio's willingness to return to Yuzhou to help you deal with Chu Wudi, you finally breathe a sigh of relief. The matter of Chu Wudi has weighed heavily upon you, making it difficult to breathe. You had considered seeking assistance from the Lord of the Sword Pavilion, but he is often absent from the pavilion, and you have been unable to reach him. On the following day, the 3 of you depart from the Great Zhou dynasty, setting your course towards Qingzhou. You inform Zio that you have an avatar in the fallen immortal secret realm, and you need to retrieve it. You have previously encountered the phenomenon of an external incarnation. Regrettably, that incarnation has yet to transcend the realm of the void refinement. You are aware that you have overestimated the progress of your cultivation in the devouring demon art. Without the vigor of blood and energy, your cultivation speed has significantly diminished. Upon learning that you possess an external incarnation at the pinnacle of the god transformation stage, Ziyu regards you with newfound admiration. Her curiosity about you has intensified, as the secrets you harbor elude her understanding. After a few days, you embark on a spiritual vessel towards Qingzhou together. While aboard, you produce the Enlightenment Tea, inviting Ziyu to partake in its exquisite essence. This time, Ziyu is utterly captivated by you. Her eyes gleam as she gazes at the Enlightenment Tea in your hands, astonished that you possess such a rare spiritual treasure. Observing her reaction, you generously offer her some of the tea, which she had originally procured alongside you from the Purple Cloud's sacred ground during a previous simulation. Given that Ziyu is accompanying you back to Yuzhou to assist with the matter regarding Chu Wudi, it is only fitting that you share this gift with her. Ziyu, appreciating your generosity, graciously accepts. Her fondness for you, her junior brother, continues to blossom. Half a year later, in the 8th year, you return to Qingzhou once more. You casually inquire about the current state of Qingzhou from a secular dynasty. You learn that within 3 years of your departure, the Jun family has successfully restored order to Qingzhou. The Wanma sect and the Fenglei sect have appointed new leaders and resumed the recruitment of disciples to rebuild their sections. Suddenly, a thought strikes you. You recall Jun Mo from the Jun family, who had pursued your external incarnation within the fallen immortal secret realm. You had successfully evaded him by hiding within the Bronze Divine Hall, and after his failed assault, he remained vigilant at the fallen immortal secret realm. Fortunately, this time, you are accompanied by Ziyu. In the presence of this formidable great ascension expert, Jun Mo, a mere harmonization stage cultivator, is akin to an insignificant insect. A few days later, you enter the fallen immortal secret realm. As Ziyu surveys the realm, her expression turns melancholic as she remarks on its decline. Just then, a familiar voice echoes from the depths of the secret realm, questioning your presence. Who are you? Did I not command that no one may tread upon the fallen immortal secret realm? You immediately recognize the voice's owner and respond with a cold laugh directed towards its source. It is someone here to kill you. Arrogant. A mere insect at the void refinement stage dares to speak so boldly. Come forth. You see Jun Mo's figure materialize before you, obstructing your path. You observe Jun Mo's aura radiating outward, manifesting as a colossal arm reaching towards you. Beside you, Z lets out a cold snort. The attack from Jun Mo is effortlessly countered by Ziyu. After her intervention, Jun Mo, frowning, turns to her with a look of disbelief. How dare you? An insignificant insect acts so arrogantly? It seems you have some backing. As soon as the words leave his lips, Jun Mo charges at Ziyu, intent on eliminating her first. In the next moment, you witness Ziyu gracefully wielding her sword. Before it makes contact with Jun Mo's body, you feel no trace of spiritual energy. Yet the instant the blade meets him, terror fills Jun Mo's eyes. With a thunderous roar, his form disintegrates into a crimson downpour, scattering across the fallen immortal secret realm. Even in death, Jun Mo could not fathom that Ziyu was a formidable being of the Great Ascension stage. You shake your head in pity at the sight of his blood raining down. Following his demise, your external manifestation steps out from the Bronze Temple. Upon reuniting, you swiftly depart the fallen immortal secret realm, heading towards the Sword Pavilion. After many years away, Ziyu intends to return and pay a visit before proceeding to the Blood Demon secret realm to await Chu Wudi's arrival. A month later, you find yourselves back in Yuzhou. As you approach the Sword Pavilion, a sudden surge of intense spiritual energy waves emanates from its direction. Ziyu's brow furrows at the sight. Is that the fluctuation of the Great Ascension stage? Someone is battling the Pavilion Master. Hurry, junior brother. Something has happened at the Sword Pavilion. At her words, your heart jolts. You realize that the Sword Pavilion, known for its low profile, typically does not encounter trouble. Additionally, Ziyu has just indicated that this commotion stems from a clash between Great Ascension experts. You are acutely aware that there are no deceptive creatures of the Great Ascension stage in Yuzhou. The only one is the Pavilion Master. With this thought, a sense of foreboding washes over you. The only individual capable of engaging the Pavilion Master in a back-and-forth struggle is none other than Chu Wudi. You exert yourself to the utmost, employing the Grand Void technique to keep pace with Ziyu as you make your way back to the Sword Pavilion. Upon arrival, you find the Sword Pavilion nearly shattered by the tumult of battle, resembling the devastation you had previously envisioned. In the sky, The Pavilion Master is locked in combat with a man clad in black. Your gaze narrows on the figure above, your pupils dilating in shock. The blood demon, Celestial? How could it be him? You had entertained the notion that this person might be Chu Wudi, yet you never anticipated that it would be the blood demon, Celestial. You observed as Zio, without hesitation, engaged in battle using the Great Void technique. Standing upon the ground, you gazed at the celestial clash above, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. With Zio's participation, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, causing the Blood Demon Sovereign to retreat steadily. Junior brother, you have returned? At that moment, you noticed Lin Tian emerging from a nearby grass hut. Senior brother Lin, I encountered senior sister in Zhongzhou, so I returned with her to take a look. Senior sister? Lin Tian's face registered surprise upon hearing your words. He then looked up at the fight in the sky, recognizing the presence of an additional figure. Wonderful. With senior sister back, the Sword Pavilion has hope. You inquired about the condition of Xia Qianga. Lin Tian sighed softly in response. Senior sister Xia's situation is quite dire. Someone entered the Blood Demon secret realm and destroyed the Blood Monument, nearly killing her in the process. You instinctively understood that this must be the doing of Chu Wudi. Lin Tian continued, informing you that Xia Qianga had been taken back to the Blood Demon secret realm by Yi Chu Xue for treatment. Suddenly, you and Lin Tian heard a voice resonating above the Sword Pavilion. Blood Demon Sovereign, do you require my assistance? Upon seeing the newcomer, the Blood Demon Sovereign smiled faintly. State your terms. After eliminating them, I only desire the fragments of the Tai Su sword from him. You beheld Chu Wudi, clad in black, floating in midair, his gaze fixated on you with a sinister charm. You were taken aback by Chu Wudi's unexpected arrival and his willingness to ally with the Blood Demon Sovereign. The Blood Demon Sovereign, turning his attention to you, did not hesitate to acquiesce to Chu Wudi's demands. Agreed. Whatever you desire shall be yours. I only require the souls of these two. With a greedy glint in his eyes, the Blood Demon Sovereign regarded the Pavilion Master and Zio. It was clear that his sole focus was on their souls. Upon spotting Chu Wudi, Zio immediately recognized him as the individual you had spoken of. Realizing that Chu Wudi, a human, brazenly aligned himself with the treacherous swarm, she could no longer contain herself and drew forth the chaotic bell. You witnessed Zio brandishing the chaotic bell as she charged toward Chu Wudi. You and Lin Tian stood below, fervently praying for the triumph of Zio and the Pavilion Master. Gradually, you discerned that Zio and the Pavilion Master began to falter. Recognizing the dire circumstances, the Pavilion Master turned to Zio and spoke. Zio, you must take Lin Tian and the others and leave. I will hold them here. Zio, her gaze penetrating as she regarded Chu Wudi, remained silent. Leave? Today. None of you shall escape. Chu Wudi gazed greedily in your direction. The Taishu sword. At last, I shall obtain my celestial fortune and escape this accursed Kanglan realm. Chu Wudi began to envision the splendid future that awaited him in the celestial realm once he possessed the Taishu sword. Celestial fortune? With me here. You shall never attain it in this lifetime. As Zus words resonated, her gaze became resolute. You then witnessed her shielding herself with the Chaos Bell, igniting her own essence. Silly girl, do not be foolish. Quickly take them away. The head of the Sword Sect discerned Zu's intentions and swiftly intervened to dissuade her. You observed that Chu Wudi seemed to grasp Zu's objective and launched a frenzied assault against her. Unfortunately, all of Chu Wudi's attacks were thwarted by the Chaos Bell. Unity of Man and Sword. In Chapter 72, The Deception of the Taishu Sword. The old ancestor, the deceptive worm, has seized control. You noticed Zu's complexion turn ashen in an instant. With the protection of the Chaos Bell, she was free from the fear of being interrupted by Chu Wudi and the Blood Demon Sovereign. Upon realizing his attempts had failed, Chu Wudi's expression darkened ominously. At that moment, you suddenly felt Chu Wudi's gaze shift towards you. A wave of dread washed over your heart as you understood his intentions. Without hesitation, you turned and utilized the Great Void technique to escape with Lin Tian. Chu Wudi, seemingly anticipating your flight, preemptively sealed your escape route. In desperation, you produced the Taishu sword and cast it towards the Sword Sect's leader in the air. The leader caught it. Seeing the Taishu sword discarded, Chu Wudi's focus shifted entirely away from you, fixating solely on the sword. You watched as he unleashed his full power, racing towards the sky, determined to claim the Taishu sword before the sect leader could reach it. At last it is complete. I have finally acquired the Taishu sword. Ha ha ha. My celestial fortune. My celestial fortune. The fortune is mine. I shall ascend and leave this bizarre world. You've gazed at Chu Wuti, who had descended into madness after obtaining the Taishu sword, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. You had no intention of discarding the Taishu sword, but now, in his eyes, it was the only thing that mattered. Survival necessitated that you cast it away. Had you known, you would never have retrieved the Taishu sword from your external incarnation. Observing the situation at the Sword Sect, you had already signaled your external incarnation to take Zhou Lingxi to Qingzhou to seek Fang Jingchun. You and Lin Tian distanced yourselves from the Sword Sect, concealing yourselves as you monitored the unfolding events. You saw Chu Wuti produce his own fragments of the Taishu sword, fusing the 9 shards together. The 9 fragments of the Taishu sword were irresistibly drawn to one another, repeatedly shattering and merging in the void. However, you noticed that the Blood Demon Sovereign, observing the spectacle, displayed no inclination to seize the opportunity from Chu Wuti. Instead, he remained remarkably calm, patiently awaiting the moment when Chu Wuti would complete the fusion of the Taishu sword. Simultaneously, you witnessed Zio emerging from the Chaos Bell, her form transforming into a beam of sword light as she lunged toward Chu Wuti. Although Chu Wuti sensed her movement, Zio's speed was astonishingly swift, affording him no time to react. In the next instant, you saw Chu Wuti's body pierced through, relentlessly assaulted by the sword light. Just moments later, you felt the life force of Chu Wuti extinguished, as Zio turned her lethal intent toward the Blood Demon Sovereign. An hour later, the Blood Demon Sovereign, severely wounded by Zio and the Sword Pavilion's master, fled. You observed Zio's figure dissipating above the Sword Pavilion, leaving only a scattering of Chaos Bell fragments behind. You returned to the ruins of the Sword Pavilion with Lin Tian, astonished by the outcome of this battle. The master of the Sword Pavilion approached you, saying, "Su Ming, the Taishu Immortal Sword is on the verge of successful fusion. This celestial fortune belongs to you." Hearing these words, you furrowed your brow, gazing at the Taishu Immortal Sword, radiating celestial energy in the void. The death of Zio was a consequence of the Taishu Immortal Sword, and you found no joy in the celestial fortune before you. This was not the outcome you desired. However, the thought that this celestial fortune was purchased with Zio's life compelled you to clench your fists and soar toward the Taishu Immortal Sword. By the time you reached the sword, the fusion was complete. Grasping the Taishu Immortal Sword, a powerful aura enveloped you. In the next moment, a beam of white light surged from the sword, piercing into your forehead. Just as you believed you had attained the celestial fortune contained within the Taishu Immortal Sword, a voice shattered your reverie. After all these years, someone has finally gathered the Taishu Immortal Sword. At last, I can see the light of day again. The Taishu sect will never be able to kill me. Upon hearing this voice in your mind, you were rendered utterly stunned. Although you did not know the identity of the speaker, you discerned that it was certainly not a celestial fortune. It was a malevolent entity. Indeed, your suspicion was confirmed the next moment. And the flavor of your primordial spirit is simply delectable. Fear not. I shall surely take you to the celestial realm. At that instant, you summoned your last vestige of strength, channeling a part of your consciousness into your external incarnation. In the following moment, your true self was engulfed by the malevolent entity within the Taishu Immortal Sword, plunging into darkness. Su Ming, upon witnessing this, could not help but draw a sharp breath. He never anticipated that the legendary Taishu Immortal Sword and its destined connection were nothing more than an elaborate deception. This was a script meticulously crafted by the Guichong clan since ancient times. Su Ming understood that the Guichong could not cultivate sword intent, and thus would never gain the recognition of the Taishu sword. Consequently, they were incapable of collecting fragments of the Taishu sword, ultimately rendering them unable to unseal the ancient ancestor of the Guichong imprisoned within the Taishu Immortal Sword. At this moment, Su Ming grasped the reason behind the division of the Taishu sword into 9 parts. This Guichong ancestor must possess extraordinary strength, one that even the Taishu sect of ancient times could not vanquish. Ultimately, the only recourse was to seal the Guichong ancestor away for eternity. At this juncture, Su Ming realized that the simulation had not yet concluded, implying that he had not completely perished. He turned his gaze back to the simulator. After the Guichong ancestor seized your body, Lin Tian and the Sword Pavilion's master noticed your abnormality. Upon witnessing this, the Sword Pavilion's master immediately struck at you. To his astonishment, you, in the mid-stage of the refinement void realm, were able to contend with him, bolstered by the power of the Taishu immortal sword. Ultimately, the Guichong ancestor utilized the Great Void technique to escape the sword pavilion. Upon opening your eyes, you found yourself lying in the study of the Tianqi Academy. Zhou Lingxi, upon seeing you awake, immediately began to express concern for your condition, noticing that she was unaware of your current predicament. You explained the situation regarding the sword pavilion to Zhou Lingxi. Zhou Lingxi gazed at you in astonishment, realizing that your true self had been seized by the Guichong. Yet your consciousness had managed to descend into an external incarnation, temporarily evading disaster. Soon after, Zhou Lingxi informed Fang Jingshun of your situation. Before long, you saw Fang Jingshun enter the room, accompanied by Gu Xinyue. You were surprised to see Gu Xinyue here as well, and noted her cultivation had already broken through to the early stage of the refinement void realm. Junior brother, are you saying the master was injured and that the senior sister fell, which made it difficult to defend the sword pavilion? How could this be? The senior sister is a great ascension cultivator, yet this opponent is so formidable. Fang Jingshun remained composed, immediately focusing on your condition. Junior brother, are you suggesting that the Taishu immortal sword is an utter fraud? Chapter 73. Escape into the Endless Sea. You succinctly recounted the events outside the sword pavilion and the merging of the Taishu immortal sword to Fang Jingshun and the others. Gu Xinyue, upon hearing this, could not help but gasp. I never imagined that the celestial destiny pursued by all was, in fact, a fabrication orchestrated by the Guichong clan. You informed them that it was no longer safe to remain in Qingzhou and Yuzhou. Gu Xinyue looked at you in confusion, questioning why you could not stay any longer. You sighed deeply in response. My true self has been seized by the Guichong, and now they are fully aware of our circumstances in Qingzhou and Yuzhou. Remaining here is far too perilous. As Fang Jingshun, the most composed among the group, spoke up, he asserted, I believe what our junior brother has said is correct. Time is of the essence, and we must act decisively. Ultimately, under Fang Jing's counsel, they divided into two factions. You, accompanied by Zhou Lingxi, set off from Yuzhou toward Zhongzhou, while Gu Xinyue and Fang Jingshun ventured to Yuzhou first to ascertain the current situation of the sword pavilion. They intended to check on Lin Tian's survival, after which they would proceed to the Blood Demon's secret realm, bringing Yi Chuxue and the severely injured Xia Qianga along to Zhongzhou. Upon reaching Zhongzhou, you resolved to convene in a village near the desolate wasteland. After departing from the Qin kingdom, you did not immediately head to Zhongzhou with Zhou Lingxi. Instead, you directed your course towards the direction of the 10,000 Demon Sect. You planned to harvest the essence and blood of the 10,000 Demon Sect and the Wind Thunder Sect once more before leaving Qingzhou. A month later, you and Zhou Lingxi raced towards the borders of Qingzhou. During this month, Zhou Lingxi witnessed a distinctly transformed version of you, which left her feeling somewhat estranged. However, she understood that those you had slain were merely the eerie insects, and through her celestial eye, she could discern the changes in your cultivation technique. It was just that she was not quite accustomed to it yet. Days later, upon arriving at the border to Zhongzhou, you discovered that the area was under strict control. A look of mild astonishment crossed your face as you realized that the ones overseeing this place were from the Jun family. It had not been long since you had obliterated the 10,000 Demon Sect and the Wind Thunder Sect, and the Jun family had already sensed the anomaly and begun to take action. After much contemplation, you surmised that perhaps years ago, your previous eradication of a sect in Qingzhou had heightened their vigilance. You and Zhou Lingxi mingled with other groups, attempting to slip past unnoticed. You were gambling on the hope that the Jun family would not detect your presence. Now, retreating to the fallen immortal secret realm was no longer a feasible option. With your essence seized, the ancestor of the eerie insects could also breach the Bronze Gate, rendering that location unsafe for you. Soon, you and Zhou Lingxi found yourselves subjected to scrutiny by the Jun family members. Throughout this process, you remained tense, your gaze fixated on the expressions of the Jun family observers. Although you had absorbed the essence and blood from both the 10,000 Demon Sect and the Wind Thunder Sect, the lack of time for refinement meant you had yet to break through to the initial stage of the Void Refinement Realm. Suddenly, you noticed the Jun family inspectors exchanging glances with one another. A sense of foreboding washed over you. In the next moment, you seized Zhou Lingxi's hand and invoked the Great Void technique, instantly traversing past the checkpoint and sprinting towards the road leading to Zhongzhou. Capture them. Almost as soon as you executed the Great Void technique, the surrounding members of the Jun family surged towards you. Fortunately, you skillfully employed the Great Void technique in advance, successfully evading an assault from a group of formidable practitioners. Accompanied by Zhou Lingxi, you hastened towards the central continent. However, the vast expanse of the endless sea lay between Qingzhou and the central continent, necessitating a full 3 months of relentless effort to reach your destination, even with the utmost application of the Great Void technique. Uncertain if you could endure until you arrived at the central continent, you realized that retreat was no longer an option. You could only press forward with unwavering determination. Initially, you had intended to blend into another company to journey to the central continent, yet for reasons unknown, your identities had been exposed. In the blink of an eye, a figure obstructed your path. You certainly have a knack for running. The speaker's tone dripped with scorn. Yet I am curious. How does a mere waste, not even at the void refinement stage, manage to slay Jun Mo? At these words, clarity dawned upon you. It became evident why your identity had been suddenly revealed. During the fateful encounter in the fallen immortal secret realm, where Jun Mo met his end, you must have inadvertently absorbed his essence. Now, as you gazed upon the Jun family's combined stage insect that stood in your way, your eyes flickered back to the approaching void refinement team of the Jun family. A profound despair enveloped you. Brother Su, what should we do next? Zhou Lingxi's face, usually composed, now bore an unusual hint of panic. Upon hearing her words, a steely resolve filled your heart as you surveyed the endless sea flanking the passage. Turning gently to Zhou Lingxi, you spoke, Lingxi, hold me tightly and close your eyes. Taken aback for a moment, Zhou Lingxi swiftly embraced you, burying her head against your chest. If fate decrees my demise, I shall defy this destiny. With those words, you unleashed the Great Void technique, propelling yourself into the boundless sea. The members of the Jun family, witnessing your reckless act, momentarily showed expressions of shock, quickly replaced by disdain. A mere ant, daring to dream of survival in the endless sea. Overestimating oneself. Upon entering the endless sea, you immediately lost all sense of direction. Simultaneously, fierce winds assailed your body. Within mere moments, your form was marred, blood staining your entire being. Acknowledging that there was no turning back, you pressed on, even if the path home was obscured. Thus, you continued to traverse the endless sea with the Great Void technique, your awareness gradually fading and the wounds upon your body intensifying. You understood that at this moment, closing your eyes was not an option. Should you succumb to slumber, the lurking insect within would seize control of your being. Buzz. After the next Grand Void technique was cast, you suddenly sensed that the surrounding turbulent winds had vanished completely. You descended onto a sandy beach, accompanied by Zhou Lingxi. You instructed Zhou Lingxi to guard you while you summoned the last vestiges of your strength to begin refining the vital essence within your body. With no secret realms in sight, you found solace in having cultivated the devouring heaven demon technique. As long as there was vital essence, you could continually utilize it for both cultivation and recovery from injuries. Enveloped in seclusion, you were entirely oblivious to the external circumstances, entrusting your life to Zhou Lingxi. After all these years, finally new arrivals? Chapter 74. The second senior brother of the Sword Pavilion, Jiang Yang. One in the late stage of the transformation realm, and another in the core formation stage? How did you manage to survive and arrive here? Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Lingxi warily scanned her surroundings. Soon, she observed a young man emerging from the grove ahead. Jiang Yang, noticing Zhou Lingxi's alertness, waved his hand in a gesture of resignation. There is no need for you to be so vigilant, little girl. We are all unfortunate souls trapped on this desolate island, unable to escape. Once Zhou Lingxi discerned through her celestial gaze that Jiang Yang was not a deceitful creature, her heart instantly relaxed, and her expression softened. Jiang Yang astutely detected this shift in her demeanor. Oh, what made you suddenly unafraid of me? Zhou Lingxi approached your side and replied calmly. You are the human race, so naturally I have no fear. Upon hearing Zhou Lingxi's explanation, a flicker of intrigue crossed Jiang Yang's eyes. You can actually tell that I am of the human race? Do you possess a special constitution? Now, it was Zhou Lingxi's turn to be astonished, as she had not anticipated that such a subtle observation would lead him to deduce her unique nature. However, she chose not to respond to Jiang Yang, and instead continued to silently guard you. At this moment, Jiang Yang seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Who is he to you? Zhou Lingxi remained silent. I fear for his condition, being gravely injured by the relentless winds of the endless sea. If he does not enter a secret realm to recuperate in time, as Jiang Yang spoke, his tone shifted dramatically, and his expression changed. He will soon be possessed by a deceitful creature. If I were you, I would send him off now to avoid being betrayed by the one closest to him. At these words, Zhou Lingxi's countenance darkened considerably. Since you had rescued her from the Dazhou royal family, she was aware of these hidden truths. However, she had also heard you mention having Zhou Lingxi guard you. In her view, your request for her protection implied that you possessed a means to resolve your own injuries. Zhou Lingxi resolutely informed Jiang Yang that you would be fine. Jiang Yang sighed in resignation at this. Well, since you are so persistent, I wish you the best of luck. Should you truly fall victim to the malevolent worm, do not hinder me from eliminating it. With these words, Jiang Yang turned and departed from the beach, entering the woods. Meanwhile, Zhou Lingxi quietly stood guard at your side. A month swiftly passed. Zhou Lingxi observed Jiang Yang emerging once more from the forest. Jiang Yang gazed at you in astonishment, a hint of shock crossing his face. Oh, this young brother's injuries seem to be genuinely improving. Zhou Lingxi, noticing Jiang Yang circling around you, furrowed her brows and inquired, "What are your intentions?" "Strange, quite strange," Jiang Yang mused. "This young brother appears to be on the verge of breaking through to the void refinement realm." He reassured Zhou Lingxi, "There is no need for concern. I will not lay a hand on him." 6 months later, you successfully refined the essence of the Wanma sect and the Fenglei sect, achieving a breakthrough to the early stage of the void refinement realm. As you slowly opened your eyes, a face both unfamiliar and familiar greeted you. "Who are you?" At that moment, Zhou Lingxi, witnessing your awakening, rushed to your side and embraced you, weeping uncontrollably. "Brother Su, you have finally awakened. This person kept saying you might be possessed by the malevolent worm, and I was so frightened." You gently stroked Zhou Lingxi's head, offering her comfort. Once her emotions stabilized, your gaze turned to Jiang Yang. The more you looked at Jiang Yang's face, the more it seemed to resonate within your memory. Jiang Yang, noticing your unwavering stare, felt somewhat at a loss. "Do we know each other, young brother?" As you searched your mind for information about the person before you, your eyes widened in realization, and a look of delight graced your face. "Second senior brother, it is you. How could it be you?" You recalled that the individual before you was indeed the second senior brother of the Sword Pavilion. When you first entered the Sword Pavilion, Lin Tian had shown you portraits of all the senior brothers and sisters. Due to the scarcity of information regarding the second senior brother, you had not paid much attention to him, which explained why you had failed to recognize him at first glance. "Me? Second senior brother?" Upon hearing this title, Jiang Yang seemed to be lost in a reverie. "You are from the Sword Pavilion?" You then recounted your journey into the Sword Pavilion and the recent destruction it had suffered. Upon hearing this, a sense of melancholy washed over Jiang Yang's expression. "I never imagined that during my 20 years of confinement on this solitary island, so much has transpired in the Sword Pavilion." He paused, a pained expression overtaking his features as he continued. "I never expected that even the senior sister has." In his eyes, Zio was one of the most formidable forces in resisting the enigmatic insects. Jiang Yang never anticipated that Zio would falter due to the betrayal of a human, marking a profound tragedy for humanity. At that moment, you suddenly realized that you had not successfully departed from the endless sea, but had instead landed on a desolate island. You began to inquire of Jiang Yang how to escape this forsaken isle and return to the Kanglan realm. Jiang Yang shook his head, indicating that leaving this place was impossible. Outside the solitary island, relentless gusts of wind obscured the path back, and it was only a matter of time before the fierce winds claimed your lives. Jiang Yang understood your thoughts. However, even a cultivator of the integration stage like himself could not return to Yuzhou, let alone you, a novice at the void refinement stage. He recounted how he, too, had been pursued by the enigmatic insects in the central continent, ultimately forced into the endless sea, where, by a stroke of fate, he had survived on this island. Regrettably, the great void technique that his senior sister practiced was exceedingly difficult to master, otherwise. At this point, Jiang Yang's words trailed off, leaving an unspoken sentiment hanging in the air. With Zio's demise, there was no one left to lead them out. Upon hearing this, your eyes suddenly glimmered with hope. "Wait, Brother Jiang, what did you just say? The great void technique?" Jiang Yang sighed and explained, "Indeed, the only hope of leaving here lies in the great void technique. However, it is profoundly intricate. Without the bloodline of my senior sister's family, it is arduous to cultivate." At that moment, Zhou Lingxi, who had been observing you, exclaimed with excitement, Brother Su, I remember you seem to know the Great Void technique. We might actually be able to leave this place. Jiang Yang, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at you. Junior brother, you know the Great Void technique? I mean the complete version, not the fragmented teachings of the sixth brother. Chapter 75. Escape from the deserted island. You naturally understood Jiang Yang's implication. Rest assured, brother Jiang. My senior sister has imparted the complete Great Void technique to me, and I have cultivated it to a minor success. Concerned that Jiang Yang might doubt you, you chose to demonstrate the Great Void technique before his very eyes, vanishing from sight and then re-emerging slowly from the emptiness behind him. Jiang Yang, witnessing this, took a deep breath. Junior brother, your talent is indeed monstrous. Among all the prodigies I have encountered, none outside my senior sister's family have managed to master the Great Void technique. Just when you thought you could successfully escape the endless sea, Jiang Yang's next words doused your hopes with cold reality. He informed you that mastering the Great Void technique was merely one of the necessary conditions for leaving. He cautioned that, given your current cultivation at the early stage of void refinement, the probability of returning from the deserted island to the Kanglan realm was exceedingly low. You inquired about the minimum level of cultivation required for a safe departure. Jiang Yang, upon hearing your question, narrowed his eyes slightly. At the very least, one must reach the initial stage of the integration realm. It appears we are destined to remain stranded on this desolate island for several decades. Unwilling to accept this grim reality, you pressed Jiang Yang for alternative methods. There are indeed other options, albeit perilous. Should we fail, we would all meet an untimely demise. Jiang Yang's words rekindled a flicker of hope within you. If what he said holds true, only those in the integration realm could depart. While you are merely at the initial stage of the void refinement realm, and the time required to advance to integration remains uncertain. Curiosity compelled you to question Jiang Yang further about this method. With a deep sigh, he revealed that he had not intended to disclose this approach. It is well known that the endless seas are fraught with danger due to the perilous gales that sweep across its surface. Even if you could evade the gales by utilizing the Grand Void technique, the moment you emerge from its protection, you would be vulnerable to the winds during that brief interval before you can reapply the technique. The formidable nature of these gales is not lost on you. Your previous escape to this small island was purely a stroke of luck. Now, even with a breakthrough to the void refinement realm, the lack of stored vitality deters you from recklessly venturing into the endless seas. Jiang Yang continued his explanation. The method I propose involves me shielding you from a single onslaught of the gales, thereby granting you as much time as possible. Our ultimate fate hinges upon your ability to discover a path forward. After a long silence, you finally asked Jiang Yang about the probability of your successful escape. Jiang Yang closed his eyes and raised two fingers, stating, less than 20%. His words weighed heavily on your heart. Although he estimated the odds to be below 20%, you understood that with your mastery of the Grand Void technique, which enhances your agility, the chances could rise to 30 or 40%. Yet, even with such odds, you felt reluctant to take the risk. Brother, what if I were to advance to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm? You watched as Jiang Yang shook his head in response. An advancement to the mid-stage would only increase the probability by a mere 10%. Disappointment washed over you. The prospect of a modest increase in success seemed disheartening. Ultimately, you resolved to remain on the desolate island for further cultivation. Jiang Yang wholeheartedly endorsed your decision. Thus, you along with Zhou Lingxi commenced your training on the island under Jiang Yang's guidance. 15 years passed, and after enduring years of arduous practice, you finally achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. You once again felt the overwhelming power coursing through you, silently acknowledging your advancement. At last, you had caught up with your true self's cultivation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang, witnessing your breakthrough, shared in your joy. To him, each minor level you ascended increased his chances of escaping the deserted island by a fraction. Years passed, and Zhou Lingxi, who had previously attained the Golden Core stage, had now also advanced to the nascent soul stage. However, as you gazed upon the elated faces of Jiang Yang and Zhou Lingxi, your heart felt naught but sorrow. You had underestimated a critical issue. The main reason you were able to smoothly break through to the refining void stage after entering the island was due to the absorption of the blood essence from the two great sects, the Wanma sect and the Fenglai sect. Now, deprived of this vital essence, your future attempts to reach the integration stage would undoubtedly face the backlash of the enigmatic insects. The heaven-swallowing demon art, which refined the blood essence into pure spiritual energy, remained untainted. Presently, with neither secret realms nor blood essence available, any hope of achieving the integration stage seemed utterly bleak. At this moment, Jiang Yang keenly sensed your unease. "What troubles you, junior brother?" he inquired. "You have clearly broken through to the mid-level of refining void. Why do you appear so despondent?" With a sigh, you elucidated your concerns to Jiang Yang. Upon hearing your words, his expression grew somewhat peculiar. "Junior brother, I recall that you swiftly advanced to the refining void stage shortly after arriving on the deserted island. Are you not of special constitution?" You informed Jiang Yang that indeed, you possessed a unique physique. However, your demonic saint body was somewhat peculiar, as it only enhanced demonic cultivation techniques. You then explained that your previous breakthrough to the refining void was largely due to the efficacy of your cultivation method, with your physique merely serving as a supportive factor. For a moment, Jiang Yang fell into silence, taken aback by this unforeseen revelation. He had instinctively believed that your physique could suppress the enigmatic insects and facilitate your breakthrough to the integration stage, with time being the only obstacle. However, Jiang Yang now perceived that there was only one path for you both to escape the deserted island, and it was the most perilous one. 20 years had passed. Although 5 years of cultivation had deepened your abilities, you had yet to reach the late stage of refining void. It was at this juncture that you recognized the higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of breakthroughs. Previously, you had carelessly refined blood essence, which had given you a false sense of ease regarding your cultivation progress. After years of dedicated practice, your foundation had become increasingly solid. Observing Zhou Lingxi's current attainment, you noted she had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. You realized that continuing in this manner was futile. Waiting to achieve the peak of refining void could extend into an indefinite future. Thus, you sought out Jiang Yang, expressing your desire to take a bold gamble, to leave the deserted island immediately. Jiang Yang regarded the determination in your eyes, realizing your seriousness and that you were not jesting. A sigh escaped him, a silent hope that your choice would prove to be the right one. Chapter 76. Arrival at the Desolate State. As Jiang Yang noticed your intent to depart, he found himself left with no option but to accompany you. He understood that if he missed this opportunity to leave the deserted island, he might be trapped there for a lifetime. On this desolate isle, his cultivation would remain stagnant at the pinnacle of the fusion stage. The following morning, the three of you gathered at the beach. Observing that Zhou Lingxi and Jiang Yang were prepared, you summoned the Great Void technique, whisking the two of them away from the island where you had lived for over a decade. Upon entering the boundless sea, countless gusts of fierce wind lashed against your body. After breaking through to the refinement stage, you became acutely aware of the peril posed by these winds. In a moment after your departure from the Great Void technique, Jiang Yang decisively intervened, shielding you from the onslaught of the raging winds. Witnessing this, you once again employed the Great Void technique to flee further into the distance. Before your exit from the island, Jiang Yang had roughly indicated the direction of the central continent, and you continued to utilize the Great Void technique towards that destination. Fortunately, Hafing Jiang Yang, a being at the pinnacle of the fusion stage, alleviated much of the burden on you. After several days of relentless travel across the boundless sea, you began to sense that something was amiss with Jiang Yang. Turning to glance at him, you noticed numerous wounds bleeding profusely upon his body. You urged him to rest while you took on the brunt of the incoming winds. In that instant, without Jiang Yang's protection, you found yourself besieged by the fierce winds. However, now you were at least at the mid-stage of the refinement stage, a significant improvement compared to your prior state at the spirit transformation stage. 2 days later, you began to feel overwhelmed, your consciousness flickering into brief moments of disorientation. In this haze, you realized that you had strayed off course. Sensing your distress, Jiang Yang immediately stepped in to shield you from the gusts. At this moment, you had reached a critical juncture. If you did not reach the central continent within a day, you risked perishing in the endless expanse of the sea. Hours passed, and Jiang Yang had reached his absolute limit. It was evident to you that if he continued, even if he survived, he would be consumed by the lurking horrors of the sea. Suddenly, Zhou Lingxi stepped forward. Gazing at her diminutive figure, you felt a sense of disbelief. The only one at the peak of the nascent soul stage, Zhou Lingxi chose to shield you from the relentless winds. You understood that with her limited cultivation, she could hardly withstand it for long. An hour later, Zhou Lingxi, bloodied and exhausted, succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Yang caught Zhou Lingxi's body and swiftly summoned his magical artifact to shield you from the fierce winds. Little junior brother, This sword can only buy you an hour at most, he warned. You nodded earnestly in response. Fortunately, fate smiled upon you after an hour. You successfully escaped the endless sea and descended into a mountainous forest. Upon landing, you immediately tended to Zhou Lingxi's injuries, the 5th grade elixir dissolving instantly upon contact. You were grateful that Zhou Lingxi possessed the eye of the immortal. With her ocular prowess, she could suppress the vile insects within her body despite her injuries. Once you and Jiang Yang confirmed that Zhou Lingxi's condition had stabilized, you sought refuge by a waterfall in the forest to recuperate. In the 21st year, after months of recovery, the wounds of the 3 of you were fully healed. As you surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, you inquired of Jiang Yang regarding your location in Central Continent. Jiang Yang, gazing at the surrounding mountains, wore a grave expression. During your extended recuperation, he had surveyed the area numerous times. He informed you that he had never been to this place in Central Continent before. A sense of foreboding arose within you. Brother, could it be that we are not in Central Continent? Jiang Yang's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly nodded. It is possible that we are in the Wilderness Continent. Wilderness Continent? You were taken aback, realizing that by some twist of fate, you had arrived in the Wilderness Continent. The Wilderness Continent was the 4th land you encountered upon entering the Kanglan realm. You assumed it would be akin to Qingzhou or Yuzhou, where the strongest practitioners would not surpass the initial stage of the Void Refinement realm. Just as you were preparing to confront the dominant powers of the Wilderness Continent, Jiang Yang's words made you tense up instantly. To think we ended up in the Wilderness Continent. It is even more perilous than Central Continent. Zhou Lingxi, her head drooping, chimed in. How could that be, Brother Jiang? Central Continent is the sacred land of cultivation in Kanglan realm. How could the Wilderness Continent be more dangerous? Seeing Zhou Lingxi voice your unspoken thoughts, you turned your curious gaze to Jiang Yang, awaiting his response. With a deep sigh, he elucidated. The Wilderness Continent is not like Qingzhou or Yuzhou. It is a forbidden land for humanity. A forbidden land? You inquired with confusion, seeking to understand why this place was deemed such. Because it is the realm of the beasts. Jiang Yang continued, revealing a secret. Since the vile insects took control of the Kanglan realm, they had driven the beasts into the Wilderness Continent, forbidding them from stepping foot outside its borders. Jiang Yang subsequently shared another hidden truth. The mighty beings of the Kanglan realm throughout the ages had uncovered a grim reality. The strange insects only parasitize humans. They do not invade beasts, though the reasons remain unknown. Upon hearing this news, you were greatly astonished. During your time at the Demon Sect, you had encountered an introduction to the Kanglan realm. However, the information regarding the wilderness state was scarce, leading you to instinctively equate it with the situations in the Qing and Yu states. You then inquired of Jiang Yang whether there were any beasts above the void refinement stage in the wilderness state, even those at the great ascendant stage. Indeed, it is rumored that this place does harbor beasts of the great ascendant stage, which is why I assert that it is even more perilous than the central state. It is crucial to understand that since the beasts have been driven into the wilderness state, their animosity towards humanity has intensified. Upon hearing this, you immediately grasped Jiang Yang's intent. Fortunately, you discovered that the forest you occupied was located at the edge of the wilderness state, with little trace of beasts. You asked Jiang Yang how to depart from the wilderness state. Jiang Yang informed you that there was only one exit, but it was guarded by the Shao family. The Shao family? The very same Shao family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the eastern domain of the central state. Zhou Lingxi gasped in surprise. As the 9th princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, she was acutely aware of the status held by the 4 great clans in the eastern domain. In the eyes of these clans, the Great Zhou dynasty was hardly regarded. You asked Jiang Yang if you could disguise yourselves as a force from the central state to evade scrutiny. Jiang Yang sighed at your suggestion. It would be futile. The Shao family intensifies their inspections of those coming from the wilderness state, and our identities as humans would inevitably be exposed. So, we must force our way through. Precisely. We have no choice but to press on. The next day, Jiang Yang led you to the passage guarded by the Shao family. He explained that this passage lay on the opposite side of the wilderness state, and to reach it, you must traverse the core region of the wilderness state. However, venturing through this core area risks alerting the beasts within. This time, you opted not to employ the Grand Void technique to transport the 2 with you. Instead, you chose to proceed cautiously and discreetly. You understood that using the Grand Void technique ostentatiously would easily attract the attention of the beasts. Half a year later, you arrived at the most central region of the wilderness state, the 10,000 Great Mountains. Jiangyang informed you that he had merely heard that the 10,000 Great Mountains were a sacred ground for the beasts of the wilderness state. However, he was also unaware of the specific beast factions residing within. Upon nearing the 10,000 Great Mountains, you encountered a formidable beast at or above the core formation stage nearly every distance you traversed. You even witnessed two deity transformation stage beasts seemingly engaged in a fierce battle for some unknown prize. Once you reached the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, you utilized transformation techniques to disguise yourselves as beasts and proceeded cautiously. However, unbeknownst to you, the moment you entered the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a demon king within stirred, abruptly opening its eyes. The expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains is vast, and the Shao family's passage lies not far from its vicinity. Initially, you contemplated circumventing the mountains to avoid traversing them, only to realize the futility of such an endeavor. Is your method truly reliable, junior brother? Giant Yang, having merely transformed into a tiger demon, recognized that anyone with discerning eyes could easily see through such a rudimentary disguise. In response to his skepticism, a sigh escaped your lips. You were acutely aware that such a simplistic ruse could be easily uncovered. However, in the current realm of Kanglan, advanced transformation techniques were virtually non-existent, and even the demon clan's techniques were lacking. Whether it was reliable or not remained uncertain, but without the pretense, you would undoubtedly be detected the moment you set foot into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Acknowledging the prevailing circumstances, Giant Yang resigned himself to the notion of treating a dying horse as if it were alive. You understood that the 10,000 Great Mountains before you were merely the first hurdle after departing from the wilderness state, with the true challenge lying ahead in the Shao family's breakout. 7 days later, after entering the 10,000 Great Mountains, your pace noticeably slowed. Despite traveling for a continuous week, you had yet to escape the outskirts of the mountains. Among the peripheral area, you encountered demon beasts whose cultivation levels reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. A month later, you finally departed the outer region of the 10,000 Great Mountains and ventured deeper into its heart. Upon entering the depths, you observed a scarcity of demon beasts. Yet each one encountered possessed a cultivation level no lower than the transformation stage. Not long after, you found your path obstructed by a flood dragon. Initially, you assumed the creature was in the midst of its training, disturbed by your arrival. Thus, you prepare to circumvent the dragon and continue your journey. At that moment, the flood dragon unexpectedly spoke. Esteemed guests, there is no need for your disguise. Our demon king has long been aware of your approach. Startled by these words, your heart trembled, and you gazed incredulously at the dragon. Soon after, the three of you exchanged knowing smiles, shedding your disguises to reveal your human forms. At this juncture, Giant Yang communicated telepathically, inquiring about your next course of action and whether to forcefully advance. You advised him to refrain from immediate action and to ascertain the intentions of the dragon. It was evident to you that the flood dragon bore no malice towards your group. So, you were deliberately awaiting our arrival? In the next breath, you watched as the flood dragon transformed into a human and approached you, stating, "Indeed, I have been waiting for you. I did not expect you to take so long to arrive. My name is Tian, and the Demon King has sent me to invite you to the palace." Upon hearing this invitation, you are engulfed in a haze of skepticism. You ponder the true intentions behind the Demon King's summons. Recalling that you had previously learned from Jiangyang that demon beasts harbor a deep-seated animosity towards humans. However, Tian's demeanor suggests that the Demon King harbors no ill will towards you. You realize that declining the invitation would be an unwise course of action. Thus, you request Tian to guide you. You follow Tian's lead, making your way into the depths of the vast mountains. Shortly thereafter, you arrive before a magnificent palace. The guard stationed here possess an impressive level of cultivation, generally at the integration stage. Such prowess would make them the backbone of any formidable faction in the central continent. Tian escorts you into the grand hall, where you behold a composed, middle-aged man seated upon the throne at the center. "Father, I have brought them to you," Tian announces. Following his gaze, you observe the man on the throne slowly opening his eyes upon hearing Tian's words. You notice his icy gaze sweeping over the three of you before finally resting on Zhou Lingxi. "At last, I have awaited your arrival," the Demon King proclaims. You witness him rise from the throne and approach you. Simultaneously, Jiangyang discreetly warns you to exercise caution around the Demon King. "Junior brother, this Demon King possesses strength beyond the integration stage, at least at the initial level of the Great Ascension. Hearing this, a wave of dread washes over you. Jiangyang is the most formidable among you. If even he cannot contend with this foe, you stand no chance of resistance. The Demon King circles Zhou Lingxi, scrutinizing her intently. Are you the one foretold in the prophecy? He inquires. You furrow your brows, perplexed by the meaning behind his words. From the moment you entered, the Demon King's gaze has been fixated on Zhou Lingxi. Additionally, his remarks suggest that she possesses secrets unknown to you. Zhou Lingxi glances at the Demon King before casting a puzzled look in your direction. What prophecy? I'm not the person you await. The Demon King merely smiles at her denial. Do not be hasty in your rejection. Are you not curious as to why your identities were exposed the moment you entered the vast mountains? His question piques your curiosity, prompting you to inquire about the reason behind it. The Demon King glances at you, but refrains from directly addressing your question, instead turning to Zhou Lingxi. Have you not cultivated the celestial transformation technique? Chapter 78. The Prophecy of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Upon hearing these words, you and Zhou Lingxi exchanged incredulous glances with the Demon King. Internally, you were astounded. The fact that Zhou Lingxi cultivated the celestial transformation scripture was known solely to you and her. You were perplexed as to how the Demon King had acquired this knowledge, especially since her aura had not undergone any significant alteration following her training. How did you come to know that Lingxi practices the celestial transformation scripture? You inquired. The Demon King looked at you, retorting, do you not comprehend the origins of the celestial transformation scripture? You nodded in response, admitting your ignorance regarding its provenance. Your initial acquisition of the celestial transformation scripture had occurred within the bronze temple of the fallen immortal secret realm, alongside several other techniques. Ultimately, you opted to cultivate the Great Void sword technique, the Great Desolation prison heaven finger, and the devouring demon art. As for the celestial transformation scripture and the rebirth immortality canon, you had indeed attempted to practice them, only to discover their efficacy to be woefully inadequate. Particularly with the rebirth immortality canon, the prerequisites for mastering it were excessively stringent, requiring incessant reincarnation. Subsequently, the Demon King began to elucidate the origins of the celestial transformation scripture. It was an ancient, supreme technique from the celestial mechanism pavilion, one of the foremost powers of the central continent. Moreover, the requirements for its practitioners were exceedingly high. To cultivate the celestial transformation scripture, one must gain its acknowledgement. Otherwise, the results would be profoundly disappointing. While humans typically select their techniques, the celestial transformation scripture, in contrast, chooses its practitioner. Upon hearing this revelation, you experienced a moment of clarity, finally understanding why your earlier attempts at practicing the celestial transformation scripture had yielded such dismal results. You then ventured to question the Demon King further. Even if Lingxi practices the celestial transformation scripture, she cannot possibly be the prophesied individual you mentioned. She is merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The Demon King replied, those capable of cultivating the celestial transformation scripture are certainly not merely prophesied individuals. Much like myself, he revealed that he too was a practitioner of the celestial transformation scripture, despite being a beast. The Demon King explained that his ability to discern your presence immediately stemmed from Zhou Lingxi's practice of the celestial transformation scripture. And the reason he perceived her as the prophesied one was due to the celestial aura that emanated from her. Celestial? Jiangyang furrowed his brow. He had previously examined Zhou Lingxi's condition without uncovering any extraordinary constitution. In stark contrast to Jiangyang, your expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the Demon King's statement. You had not anticipated that he would be so astute as to detect the celestial aura surrounding Zhou Lingxi. Indeed, Zhou Lingxi, possessing the celestial eyes, had been subtly imbued with a trace of celestial energy, yet this essence was exceptionally elusive to perceive. Even after years of residing within the Dazhou royal family, no one had ever discerned Zhou Lingxi's celestial eyes. You, too, have merely relied on the innate gift of the true eye to discern the nature of the other party. Subsequently, the Demon King continued to elaborate on matters concerning the prophecy. According to the records of our ancestors, the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion in ancient times predicted that the upcoming era, which is the age of antiquity, would be a time of darkness. The records mentioned that the master of the heavenly mechanism, having exhausted his life as cultivation, could not foresee the way forward. Ultimately, he only discerned that in the future, there would emerge a person shrouded in mystery, whose past and future were obscured from his view. This individual is a reincarnated celestial being who has mastered the heavenly transformation technique of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. After the Demon King spoke, he regarded Zhou Lingxi, believing that this person was indeed the one before him. However, you caught a crucial phrase in his words and inquired whether the Demon King could discern Zhou Lingxi's future. The Demon King shook his head, stating that while he possesses the heavenly transformation technique, he does not wield the art of the heavenly mechanism. He informed you that the cultivation requirements for the art of the heavenly mechanism are even more demanding than those for the heavenly transformation technique. From the Demon King, you learned that the art of the heavenly mechanism and the heavenly transformation technique are the two paramount skills of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, which has now faded into the annals of history. Unable to suppress your curiosity, you questioned the Demon King as to why he would assist you, given that the demon race and humanity are sworn enemies. The Demon King, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. He revealed that since ancient times, the true adversary of their race has been the cursed worm, which merely resides within the bodies of humans. The Demon King continued to share a secret, stating that the spiritual energy of the Kanglan realm is now tainted, greatly affecting the cultivation of our kind in such an environment. While we do not face parasitism like you humans, our cultivation progress is nonetheless hindered. In this era, we find ourselves unable to ascend, and achieving the great ascension realm has become exceedingly arduous. Upon hearing the Demon King's words, you understood that the current plight of the demon beast is intertwined with that of your human race. You queried the Demon King on how to break the deadlock in the Kanglan realm and save it from its dire situation. The Demon King regarded you with a look of astonishment, unprepared for your noble aspirations. I do not know, he replied. The prophecy only spoke of a child of prophecy destined to end this era, yet the precise method was not disclosed, and the master of the heavenly mechanism met his demise from the backlash. Nevertheless, the Demon King did not continue his discourse. You observed him slowly raising his gaze to the ceiling of the Grand Hall. Could it be that the heavenly Tao itself is in turmoil? Suddenly, Jianyang beside you spoke up. At his utterance, the collective gaze of your group turned toward him. The Demon King stared at Jianyang in astonishment. Indeed, we suspect that there is a significant issue with the heavenly path. Without addressing this, the Kanglan realm cannot return to its former state. At this moment, upon overhearing their conversation, a tremor runs through your heart. You recall that when you utilized the Eye of Truth to investigate Lin Chi's identity, you inadvertently discovered a flaw within the heavenly path. You remember that the Eye of Truth had indicated the contamination of the heavenly path and had mentioned the ancestor of the mysterious insects. Now, piecing together the words of the Demon King, you are certain that the heavenly path must indeed be facing grave troubles. Subsequently, you relay all that you know regarding Lin Chi to the Demon King. The Demon King grows increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated the existence of such a fated child in this world. Has even the destined child been tainted? It appears that the extent of pollution in the Kanglan realm is far worse than previously imagined. At this juncture, the Demon King suddenly reveals his true intentions. In this critical moment, our two races must unite. I require your assistance. Help me locate the ruins of the Tiangong Pavilion. Retrieve the sacred law of my demon clan. Chapter 79. Returning to Zhongzhou, all perished? Upon hearing the Demon King's request, you begin to grow cautious. After such an extensive discussion, you finally comprehend the Demon King's real purpose, and you curiously inquire, my lord. I am intrigued as to why your clan's techniques are lost within the Tiangong Pavilion of the human realm. The Demon King, clearly anticipating your question, gazes at you with a calm smile. Perhaps you're unaware of the Tiangong Pavilion status in the Kanglan realm. Our ancestor, in pursuit of a sliver of celestial fortune, offered our clan's soul sacred law along with countless spiritual treasures to seek a divination. Later, the master of the Tiangong Pavilion foresaw a great calamity befalling the Kanglan realm and invited its major factions to join forces against it. The master had intended to return the sacred law, but our ancestor refused, ultimately leaving the Tiangong Pavilion as Tianyin formula and Tianji art as a form of exchange. You then observe the Demon King's gaze shift towards Zhou Lingxi. As compensation for your assistance, I shall impart the Tianji art to you. What say you? Zhou Lingxi remains silent, turning to you, as this matter requires your decision on her behalf. You nod at Zhou Lingxi, directing your gaze back to the Demon King. My lord, it is not that we do not wish to assist you. The very issue lies in whether we can return to Zhongzhou at all. Surely, you are aware that the path to Zhongzhou is guarded by the Shao clan, and we cannot return solely with our strength. Upon hearing your words, the Demon King's eyes narrow slightly, followed by a deep sigh. This is a detail I had overlooked. He continues, in the past, there existed a route from the wasteland to the Xian realm, but alas, it was subsequently destroyed by that swarm of insects. As he speaks, fury ignites within the Demon King's eyes. In the past, the enigmatic Worm clan severed the connection between the wilderness and the Xian states to prevent the demon race from departing the wilderness, leaving only a solitary path leading to the central state designated for their own trials. After a prolonged silence, the Demon King appeared to reach a resolute decision. In that case, I shall assist in your escape. When the time comes, I will lead the demon race in an assault, allowing you to flee amidst the chaos. Upon hearing the Demon King's words, a surge of joy welled up within you. Your objective had been accomplished. Initially, you had intended to rely on Jiang Yang's perfected cultivation to force your way through the defenses of the Xiao family. However, with the Demon King seeking your aid, you could not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. Since the Demon King is willing to assist, upon our return to the central state, I shall certainly help you reclaim your techniques. However, the Demon King furrowed his brow slightly at your unfinished statement. However what? However, should we succeed in locating the techniques, it may prove exceedingly difficult to return to the wilderness to deliver them to you. Upon hearing your concerns, the Demon King's furrowed brow relaxed instantaneously. Worry not about this, my young friend. I shall have Haitian accompany you on your journey. The sacred law holds no power over me any longer, and Haitian embodies the future of our demon race. Simply bestow it upon him. You glanced in surprise at the silent Haitian beside you, astonished by the high regard in which he was held by the Demon King. Satisfied with the Demon King's assurances, you readily agreed to his proposal. The Demon King instructed you to take up residence within the palace while he arranged for the troops to initiate the assault on the Xiao family. 7 days later, the Demon King approached you, announcing that preparations were nearly complete for departure. Accompanied by Zhou Lingxi and Jiang Yang, you followed the Demon King's grand army towards the passage leading to the Xiao family. Days later, you arrived at the border of the wilderness, where you beheld the imposing city gates standing at the edge of the boundless sea. You observed a senior cultivator from the Xiao family soar directly from the gates, hovering in midair. Haitian, you have crossed the boundary. Do you not realize? Do you wish for your kind to face annihilation because of your actions? The Demon King displayed a scoffing expression upon hearing the threats from the Xiao family's senior cultivator. What a jest! There is no difference between our demon race and death. For years, we have been confined in this wilderness, nurtured solely to provide you with training fodder. Now, I must stake everything for the future of my kin. No sooner had he spoken than you witnessed the Demon King ascend into the air, charging towards the senior cultivator of the Xiao family. Simultaneously, a multitude of demon beasts surged forth, breaching the city gates of the Xiao family. You, along with Haitian and several others, stealthily blended into the throng, then hastened towards the passage behind the city gates. As you were about to enter the passage, your identities were revealed. Elder, a demon beast, is attempting to enter the passage. Upon hearing this, the elder of the great ascension realm's countenance darkened immediately. Is this your intention, He Wang? To allow your descendants to return to the central continent? Do you truly believe this will be effective? The Demon King scoffed. Whether it is effective or not, one must attempt to find out. Observing that there was no time to return, the elder of the Xiao family dispatched 2 cultivators of the harmonization realm to obstruct you. At that moment, Jiang Yang, concealed within the crowd, suddenly unleashed his complete cultivation of the harmonization realm. Unbeknownst to the 2 cultivators from the Xiao family, he swiftly eliminated one of them before they realized what was occurring. The severely injured duo stood no chance against Jiang Yang, who dispatched them within mere exchanges. Following the demise of the 2 harmonization realm cultivators, no one remained to impede your progress. After you ushered the 3 individuals into the passage, you promptly employed the Great Void technique to distance yourself from the city gates. 3 months later, the 4 of you finally returned to the central continent. Upon your arrival, Jiang Yang informed you that although the Xiao family guarded this area, it was the northern domain, not the eastern domain. Upon witnessing the absence of any other guards, a sense of relief washed over you. It had been over a decade since you were stranded on that deserted island until your return to the central continent. You were uncertain of the current whereabouts of Yi Chuxue, Gu Xinyue, and others. You conveyed to Jiang Yang that the location you had agreed upon was a mortal village near the desolate wasteland. After approximately 6 months, you arrived in the southern domain. Once there, you made your way directly towards the direction of the desolate wasteland. A few days later, you reached the vicinity of the wasteland and spotted the mortal village. After entering the village and inquiring, you indeed learned that a group of people had settled there over a decade ago. Following the villagers' directions, you arrived at a dilapidated shack. Upon entering, you beheld a scruffy, emaciated man lying on the bed. Lin Tian, the disheveled figure on the bed, upon hearing your voice, flickered with a glint of recognition in his eyes. Little junior brother, you finally came. They're all dead, all gone, all devoured, he lamented, weeping profusely. Chapter 80. The eerie ancestor appears. The external incarnation strikes. What do you mean they're all dead? What on earth transpired with your senior brother over these years? Noticing Lin Tian's silence, merely sobbing in despair, you glanced around, realizing that he was the only one present. You could not see any other figures. At that moment, piecing together Lin Tian's words, an unsettling premonition surged within you. Jiang Yang also approached Lin Tian's side. It is me, Xiao Tian. What transpired here? Lin Tian, upon hearing that voice, raised his head in confusion and gazed at the man before him. Are you my second senior brother? Yes, it is I, Xiao Tian. What on earth has happened here? Lin Tian felt a slight sense of calm upon seeing Jiang Yang, observing Lin Tian's current state. It is difficult to fathom the events that have unfolded over the years. After taking a moment to compose himself, Lin Tian began to narrate the occurrences of the past years. He recounted how, following your directions, he journeyed from Yuzhou to the eastern region, and subsequently from the eastern region to the desolate vicinity of the southern region. Lin Tian revealed that after you departed, Gu Xinyue and the others returned to Yuzhou, where they discovered him in hiding. They then brought him into the Blood Demon secret realm to check on Xia Qiang's condition. Lin Tian explained that Xia Qiang was in dire straits at that time, prompting Gu Xinyue to stay behind and care for her alongside Yi Chuxue. He then proceeded with Fang Jingshun to Zhongzhou ahead of him. Lin Tian mentioned that in the second year after your separation, he and Fang Jingshun settled in a village. By the fifth year, Gu Xinyue, along with Xia Qiang and Yi Chuxue, arrived there. However, after their arrival, they awaited you in vain. Lin Tian stated that they once suspected something had befallen you, but Yi Chuxue remained unconvinced of such a fate. Consequently, they chose to reside there for an extended period, dedicating themselves to their cultivation. Alas, their tranquility was short-lived. In the 10th year, a peculiar swarm of insects emerged throughout Zhongzhou. At this juncture, Lin Tian fell silent, his gaze complex as he regarded you. Noticing his reluctance to continue, you urged him to elaborate. Lin Shixiang, please continue. What is so special about this swarm of insects? Lin Tian looked at you and exhaled slowly. Do you know who the leader of this swarm is? You shook your head in ignorance. Lin Tian then uttered a statement that left all present in shock. Their leader is you. What? Xiao Tian, you must be mistaken. How could our junior brother possibly be an insect? Concurrently, confusion appeared on Heiqian's face. Yet, only you understood the truth behind it all. If what Lin Tian claimed is accurate, then the only conceivable explanation is that the leader of the swarm is the ancient insect ancestor sealed within the Taishu immortal sword. Contemplating this, a bitter expression crossed your face. During your time on the deserted island, you had only mentioned the matter of Ziyo to Jiang Yang, never once revealing that your essence had been usurped. You then explained to Jiang Yang and Heiqian the circumstances regarding your true form. After hearing this, Heiqian's face rarely displayed an expression of surprise. To his astonishment, you were merely an external incarnation. Jiang Yang, upon hearing these revelations, felt an unexpected astonishment as well. He was not only taken aback by the fact that your true form had been devoured by the grotesque insects, but also by the unsettling realization that the celestial fortune contained within the Taishu immortal sword was nothing more than an elaborate ruse. Therefore, Brother Lin, what is so peculiar about this group of grotesque insects? Lin Tian informed you that these grotesque insects possessed an uncanny ability to discern between humans and their kind. They would hunt down those in the divine transformation realm and above in the central continent, specifically preying upon their souls. Lin Tian further revealed that Gu Xinyue, Xia Qiang, and Fang Jingshun had all been consumed, and he had narrowly escaped this fate due to his prolonged failure to break through to the divine transformation realm. Upon hearing this outcome, a sense of unease settled within you. You had not anticipated the sheer brutality of the grotesque insects within the Taishu immortal sword. Finally, they found you, my delectable morsel. At that moment, an eerie yet familiar voice echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian's face instantly reflected terror. You stepped outside, and your heart trembled as you beheld the figure floating in the sky. You had not expected the patriarch of the grotesque insects to come directly to your doorstep, and you had no idea how they had pinpointed your location. The patriarch of the grotesque insects gazed at you with an unsettling look. Ah, my delectable morsel, I never imagined you would outsmart me and escape from my grasp. This time, it seems I have finally caught you. Oh, and there is a perfectly complete primordial spirit, along with a mudfish. Junior brother, you should leave at once. As Jiang Yang's words fell, he charged toward the patriarch of the grotesque insects. Without hesitation, you employed the Great Void technique to flee. Zhou Lingxi and Lin Tian were both at the peak of the nascent soul realm, so you were untroubled by the prospect of them being targeted. At this moment, you were the desired target. The next second, as you emerged from the Great Void tree, you were astonished to find the patriarch of the grotesque insects had already anticipated your arrival. Do not forget, your true form also possesses the Great Void technique. In the next instant, your body was immobilized. Darkness enveloped your vision, and you succumbed to unconsciousness. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Ding. The simulation has ended. Please select from the following rewards. 1. Mid-stage refinement realm cultivation from this simulation. 2. All remaining spirit stones from this simulation. 3. All spiritual items acquired in this simulation, including enlightenment tea, etc. 4. All genuine insights gained from this simulation. 5. An external incarnation of mid-stage refinement realm from this simulation. 6. The Tianji technique inheritance from the Tianji pavilion. 7. Fragment of the chaotic bell. 8. The talent simulated this time. Mastery of swordsmanship. Simulation cooldown. 3 months. Shall I activate the talent? Do I desire it all? Activate. Whoosh. Su Ming's cultivation level surged from the initial stage of the void refinement realm to the mid-stage. Subsequently, he sensed his external incarnation within the bronze temple, which also ascended to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, Su Ming first directed his gaze towards the heavenly machine technique in his mind. Through the recent simulation, he understood that the prerequisite to cultivate this technique was to master the heavenly transformation art. However, his current talent rendered him incapable of practicing the heavenly transformation art. He must rely on future simulations to draw a favorable talent. The greatest surprise from this simulation was the revelation of the true void immortal sword. With this newfound knowledge, Su Ming resolved to seal the void sword completely, leaving it within the confines of the bronze temple. Chapter 81. The reincarnation of an immortal, the incomplete heavenly machine technique. Comment simulation? Su Ming did not linger on other thoughts. With 2 simulation opportunities remaining, he yearned to uncover more truths. With each simulation, he discovered that his understanding of the Kanglan realm was still insufficient. Simulation begins. Drawing random talent. Congratulations on acquiring the orange talent. Reincarnation of an immortal. Reincarnation of an immortal. Fortune 100, Comprehension 100, Cultivation Speed 100, Affinity with the Tao 20. You gaze at the drawn talent in slight astonishment. Suddenly, you recall Zhou Lingxi's unique constitution, the Eye of the Immortal. Your reincarnation of an immortal, akin to the Eye of the Immortal, embodies the essence of the word immortal. You ponder whether you might now cultivate the heavenly transformation art. With this thought, you promptly set your plans into motion. 3 days later, as you open your eyes from seclusion, excitement radiates from your gaze. Possessing the talent of reincarnation of an immortal allows you to adeptly cultivate the heavenly transformation art. Since the last simulation, where you learned of the origins of the heavenly transformation art, it has lingered in your mind. At this moment, Lin Tian burst through the door, his face alight with excitement. Lin Tian informs you that a formidable individual has emerged in Yuzhou, one who has decimated the feathered ascension sect. Moreover, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect has already set forth to investigate the feathered ascension sect. Upon hearing this, your heart remains untroubled, for you are the architect of these events. After dismissing Lin Tian, you return to your humble abode to continue your cultivation of the heavenly transformation art. A month later, under the auspices of your prodigious talent and the reincarnation of an immortal, you successfully advance to the entry-level stage. Upon mastering the initial phase of the heavenly transformation art, you find your perception has become exceedingly acute, granting you deeper insights into the tribulations of this world. Now, you finally comprehend why, during the last simulation, as soon as you set foot in the 10,000 Great Mountains, you were swiftly detected by the Black King. Upon entering the foundational stage of the celestial transformation technique, you chose not to delve deeper into its mysteries, but rather to direct your attention towards the art of celestial mechanics. From the words of the Black King, you learned that this art is one of the two supreme skills of the celestial mechanism pavilion and proves to be more arduous to master than the celestial transformation technique itself. You are aware that the Black King has also practiced the celestial transformation technique, yet he remains incapable of mastering the art of celestial mechanics. After 3 months, you slowly opened your eyes from seclusion. At that moment, your brow furrowed as you contemplated the art of celestial mechanics in your mind. Despite 3 months of arduous training, you had not succeeded in your endeavors. However, you sensed that your inability to progress did not stem from a lack of talent, but rather from the apparent incompleteness of the art itself. You pondered whether this was a deliberate act of the Black King or if the version he possessed was also flawed. Both possibilities existed, yet you leaned towards the latter. From your prior simulations, you gleaned the Black King's yearning for the knowledge of their demonic arts and his aspirations for the Black Heaven. These two aspects led you to conclude that the Black King could not have deceived you. You understood that there was only one possibility. The leader of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion had kept certain secrets concealed. Fortunately, you possessed the talent of a youthful sovereign. With the aid of this innate ability, you managed to piece together a small portion of the art of celestial mechanics over the course of 3 months. Though it was merely a fragment, it was sufficient for you to reach the introductory realm of the art. You once again retreated into seclusion for further cultivation. A year later, you successfully entered the foundational stage of the art of celestial mechanics. Eagerly, you began to calculate. However, since you had only practiced the introductory portion of the art, the scope of your deductions was limited. You first sought to deduce the number of cultivators above the void refinement stage currently present in the region of Yuzhou. Before long, your complexion paled as you arrived at the conclusion that there were 5 such individuals. Simultaneously, you felt a significant depletion of your vital energy, accompanied by an inexplicable force of causality descending upon you. In the next moment, you awoke from your calculations, beads of sweat dotting your forehead, panting heavily. You had not anticipated that merely deducing the existence of those above the void refinement stage would result in such a severe backlash. If you were to delve into the specifics of these individuals, the consequences would surely be far graver. Now, you finally comprehend why the leader of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion perished shortly after foreseeing the calamity of the cursed insect. After consuming several medicinal pills, the color returned slightly to your face. To your astonishment, there were indeed 5 powerful cultivators above the void refinement stage in Yuzhou, leaving only 4 aside from yourself. You began to ponder the identities of these individuals, and after excluding yourself, the others were the master of the Demon Sect, the leader of the Sword Pavilion, Xiaoqianga, and at this juncture, your pupils dilated in sudden realization. Upon counting the individuals present, you discovered a discrepancy in their numbers. In light of numerous simulations, you were aware that there were only a handful of cultivators above the void refinement stage in Yuzhou. Yet, an additional figure emerged, and whether this individual was human or insect remained uncertain. Instinctively, you considered delving deeper into this person's information, but upon reassessing your own condition, you decisively chose to abandon the endeavor. A fleeting thought crossed your mind. Could this person be associated with the Soul Clan? After all, having just annihilated the entire Feather Transformation sect, it was plausible that the Yin-Yang sect had informed the Soul Clan, prompting them to send a representative to Yuzhou. However, you quickly dismissed this notion. You recognized that if the Soul Clan were to send someone, it would be improbable for them to dispatch only one individual. Accompanying the leading cultivator in the harmonization stage would be several others in the void refinement stage, which contradicted your deductions entirely. After much contemplation, you found yourself utterly at a loss and resolved to set these thoughts aside for the moment. Through previous simulations, it became evident that this individual would not pose a threat to you. In fact, they had scarcely appeared at all. After more than a year of secluded meditation, you emerged from your humble abode, choosing not to retreat into isolation once more. From countless simulations, you concluded that your solitary strength was limited. It was imperative to cultivate your own faction. You sought out Yi Chushue, offering her some enlightenment tea, while also imparting the great void and heavenly transformation techniques to her. You held great expectations for Yi Chushue's Taiyin physique. After bidding farewell to Yi Chushue, you returned to the Sword Pavilion's Grand Hall, seeking the Pavilion Master. Upon your arrival, the Pavilion Master's gaze flickered with intrigue at the sight of you. You had grown stronger. You understood that your cultivation could not be concealed from the Pavilion Master. Your purpose in approaching him was to convey several matters and to implement a plan that had formed in your mind. Master, are you aware that an enigmatic insect is sealed within the Tai Su immortal sword? Your sudden declaration caused the Pavilion Master's pupils to widen in astonishment. An insect sealed within the Tai Su immortal sword? Is it not an immortal fate? You recognize that such claims were difficult to substantiate verbally, making it challenging for the Pavilion Master to believe you. Master, I am a successor of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. After our last conversation regarding the Bloodsteel, this is the result I have deduced. At the mention of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the Pavilion Master's expression shifted to one of disbelief. You are truly a member of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. His gaze, once filled with astonishment, now reflected the weight of this revelation. He was well aware of the power and influence of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, though he had presumed it to be lost to the annals of history. Yet, here you stood, proclaiming your lineage as a successor of this long-forgotten force, leaving him utterly astounded. Soon, you observed the expression on the face of the Sword Pavilion Master shift from astonishment to gravity. It was rare for him to display such a serious demeanor as he addressed you. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion has long been extinguished. You cannot possibly be one of its members. You are indeed aware of the pavilion's demise, yet absolutes are elusive. After numerous simulations, you discern that the waters of the Kanglan realm ran deeper than anticipated. Who could say whether any branches of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion had survived, lurking in the shadows? You informed the Sword Pavilion Master that you had acquired the legacy of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion within the Bronze Temple of the Fallen Immortals, thus qualifying yourself as a half-member of that long-gone sect. Upon hearing this, the Sword Pavilion Master visibly relaxed. It was unexpected that, in this age, the specter of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion would re-emerge in the Kanglan realm. Could it be that this era heralded the end of the Tyrant Worm's reign? The Sword Pavilion Master accepted the truth of your identity as a descendant of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. However, to your astonishment, he displayed little interest in the ruse surrounding the Supreme Void Immortal Sword. His reasoning was that he had never believed in the existence of fate or destiny. Now, having revealed the truth to him, he became even more resolute in his convictions. You then proceeded to announce another disquieting revelation that left the Sword Pavilion Master visibly unsettled. Master, I have foreseen that in 25 years, the Kanglan realm will face a calamity, one that will claim the lives of all cultivators of the Great Ascension level or higher. This fate awaits both the human race and the tyrant worms, without exception. After sharing this, you disclosed the true purpose of your visit. Therefore, Master, I believe it is imperative to open the Blood Demon's secret realm for use. Even if the Blood Demon Sovereign emerges, he too will fall to the impending catastrophe. Having accepted your identity as a descendant of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, the Sword Pavilion Master naturally harbored no doubts regarding the calamity you foretold. Yet, what manner of disaster could be so dire as to annihilate all the realm's top-tier powers? In response, you chose not to divulge any matters concerning the higher realms. After all, the monstrous entities inhabiting the celestial realm were far too bizarre. No one would believe such tales. Thus, you attributed your inability to ascertain the specifics of this calamity to your insufficient mastery of the Heavenly Secret Arts, claiming you could only predict the catastrophe's occurrence. After hearing this, the Sword Pavilion Master murmured to himself, how could such a thing happen? This had never transpired in the annals of the Kanglan realm's history. You could visibly perceive the fluctuations in the Sword Pavilion Master's emotions. In your understanding, his cultivation was only at the Great Ascension level. Logically, this impending calamity should pose no threat to him, yet his reaction was alarmingly agitated. To you, the Sword Pavilion Master should have been elated upon hearing this news. This calamity will significantly weaken the strength of the Guichong clan. The suggestion you have just put forth could greatly enhance your cultivation in a short span of time. The sole drawback may be the rapid depletion of the Blood Demon's secret realm, which could lead to the Blood Demon's sovereign breaking free from his seal. However, this issue can be effortlessly resolved by releasing the Blood Demon sovereign prior to the onset of the calamity. What are your thoughts on my proposal, esteemed leader? You inquired of the Sword Pavilion's leader. Upon hearing your words, the leader paused for a moment and then sighed deeply. You speak with reason. After the calamity, there shall be an unparalleled opportunity for humanity in millennia. Observing the leader's agreement, you prepared to turn and commence preparations for the forthcoming matters. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, You turned back towards the Sword Pavilion leader. Leader, I wish to inquire, does the Blood Demon Sovereign retain any cultivation while being suppressed? The leader regarded you with surprise, having not anticipated such a question from you. He possesses no cultivation. It is merely the formidable flesh of the host he inhabits. Millennia of nurturing have rendered the already powerful physique of the Blood Demon Sovereign even more formidable, achieving the realm of a saintly body, capable of contending with those at the great ascension stage, even without cultivation. Upon receiving the answer, a smile graced your countenance. You had been contemplating whether the person you deduced might be the Blood Demon Sovereign. After all, apart from you few in the entire Yuzhou, the possibility was greatest for the Blood Demon Sovereign. Now, with the answer in hand, you learned that he possesses no cultivation. In earlier simulations, the reason you envisioned an exchange of blows with the Sword Pavilion leader was solely due to the strength of the body. You glanced up at the darkening sky, preparing to depart, when Lin Tian rushed in, flustered. Leader, help. You observed Lin Tian entering the grand hall in a state of panic. At that moment, Lin Tian had not expected your presence. Junior brother, you are here too. Yi Chushue Shi. Upon hearing the name Yi Chushue, your expression changed dramatically. Yi Chuyu? What has happened to Chushue? Lin Tian gasped for breath, looking up at you. I'm unsure of what transpired. Just moments ago, a powerful chill erupted from Yi Chushue's residence. The force was so immense that even I could not enter the cottage, leaving me in the dark about what occurred within. Upon hearing Lin Tian's explanation, clarity dawned upon you. You understood that Yi Chushue's tiny body had erupted, though the reason for this sudden outburst remained unknown to you. Leader, let's go and take a look. The first snowfall may signify the eruption of the Yin body. The Lord of the Sword Pavilion, upon hearing this, nodded and rose to accompany you as you departed together. Soon, you arrived at the humble abode of Yi Chushue. Even after your breakthrough to the mid-stage of void refinement, you were still taken aback by the chilling air outside. This frigid atmosphere instilled a lingering fear within you, let alone Lin Tian. You suddenly pondered how Yi Chushue, whose cultivation was not as advanced as Lin Tian's, could possibly endure such overwhelming cold. Turning to the Lord of the Sword Pavilion, you hoped he might possess a solution. To your surprise, the pavilion master furrowed his brow and gazed skyward. This was troubling. It was the night of the full moon. Chapter 6 Yechu's Firigit Gaze. Upon hearing the words full moon night, your pupils constricted sharply as you lifted your gaze to the luminous moon above. This news was indeed a dire complication. You thought to yourself, why did the Yin body have to erupt on such a night? Your mind raced with contemplation. In all the previous simulations, Yi Chushue had not undergone such a transformation. Why did the Yin body choose this moment to manifest? You incessantly recalled what might have been different where the flaw lay. Moments later, your body trembled suddenly. You remembered that earlier in the day, you had given Yi Chushue several spiritual items. Among them was not only the enlightenment tea, but also an extremely cold spiritual herb, which you had deemed suitable for her Yin body constitution. Turning to the Lord of the Sword Pavilion, you spoke with a grave expression. I gave Yi Chushue a 9 netherdark grass today. I had thought she would save it for later, but I didn't expect her to use it today. The Lord of the Sword Pavilion sighed deeply upon hearing this. The 9 netherdark grass was far beyond her current cultivation level to refine. Moreover, it was the night of the full moon. Now, there was only one way to save her. At this, you and Lin Tian instinctively looked at him, eager for the method he was about to reveal. Only by consuming a pure Yang spiritual item can we harmonize the Yin energy within Yi Chushue and save her. She might even experience a fortuitous increase in her cultivation. Beauty and spiritual items. Although the Lord of the Sword Pavilion knew how to rescue Yi Chushue, the question remained, where could you possibly find such items? The majority of resources in the vast Kanglan realm were controlled by the cunning insects. With this thought, the pavilion master sighed once more. He was well aware of Yi Chushue's talent. The Yin body was one of the formidable constitutions among humanity. Hearing about the pure Yang spiritual items, your brow furrowed tightly. During that initial simulation, it appeared that you did not acquire the pure Yang spirit object within the sacred land of Zixiao. It was taken by Zio. The only item you possess that is related to pure Yang is a singular Yin-Yang sacred fruit. You presented the Yin-Yang sacred fruit to the Lord of the Sword Pavilion. While I do not have a pure Yang spirit object, I do possess a semi-Yang entity. Upon seeing the Yin-Yang sacred fruit in your hand, the Lord of the Sword Pavilion expressed evident astonishment. The Yin-Yang sacred fruit? How remarkable that you possess such a rare spirit object. He found himself increasingly perplexed by you, as each encounter revealed new layers of astonishment. This time, the emergence of the yin-yang sacred fruit left him pondering how many secrets you still concealed. You inquired whether the yin-yang sacred fruit could resolve the issues afflicting Yi Chuxue. The Lord of the Sword Pavilion, upon hearing this, gestured for you to remain calm. The yin-yang sacred fruit serves not only to cultivate extreme yin or extreme yang powers, but also plays a crucial role in regulating the balance of yin and yang within the body. He informed you that, despite its name, the yin-yang sacred fruit could be utilized as a pure yang or pure yin spirit object under special circumstances. Surprised, you gazed at the yin-yang sacred fruit in your hand before making your way toward Yi Chuxue's thatched cottage. As you approached, the aura of yin energy thickened perceptibly. Upon reaching the cottage, you even observed a layer of ice crystals forming upon your arm. Once inside, you immediately summoned your internal spiritual energy to counteract the oppressive yin energy. You saw Yi Chuxue seated cross-legged on the bed, her brow furrowed tightly, as if enduring immense suffering. You approached her side and assisted her in consuming the yin-yang sacred fruit. Subsequently, you communicated telepathically with Yi Chuxue, instructing her on how to refine the fruit. After conveying your message, you departed from the cottage. Whether Yi Chuxue could hear your voice remained uncertain. Her fate was now in her hands. Thus, you and a few others stood vigil outside the cottage until the surrounding yin energy stabilized, allowing the Lord of the Sword Pavilion to depart with peace of mind. You and Lin Tian chose to remain. After 7 days, Yi Chuxue's symptoms began to stabilize gradually. Following the full moon, you no longer feared for her life. A month later, you sensed movement within Yi Chuxue's cottage. Suddenly, you witnessed the structure being shattered by an immense force of extreme yin energy. Almost immediately, you observed Yi Chuxue's body levitating in midair. Initial stage of the core formation realm. Mid-stage of the core formation realm. Perfected stage of the core formation realm. Initial stage of the nascent soul realm. The great perfection of the nascent soul realm. The initial stage of the transformation realm. You stand there, helplessly watching as Yi Chuxue's cultivation begins to soar, until her cultivation breaks through to the great perfection of the transformation realm and starts to stabilize. Subsequently, Yi Chuxue's cultivation is suppressed from the great perfection of the transformation realm to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. You observe this scene without surprise. Such a drastic surge in cultivation is not a good omen. Now, Yi Chuxue actively suppressing her cultivation allows her foundation to become more stable and solid. In the next moment, you see Yi Chuxue slowly opening her eyes. You find yourself locking gazes with her. You notice that her eyes are exceedingly cold and devoid of emotion, as if the entirety of the world cannot penetrate her gaze. You cannot help but take a step back under the weight of her stare. Despite being in the mid-stage of the void refining realm, you are unexpectedly shaken by the gaze of Yi Chuxue, who is in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Then, Yi Chuxue closes her eyes and falls from the air, and you rush forward to catch her. As she lies in your embrace, she slowly opens her eyes once more, revealing a gaze that feels familiar to you. It is the gaze that belongs to Yi Chuxue. Susumin, what has happened to me? I remember consuming the 9 nether dark grass and then... After bringing Yi Chuxue back to your cottage and lay her on the bed, you explain what has transpired. Upon learning that consuming the 9 nether dark grass nearly cost her life, Yi Chuxue breaks out in a cold sweat. You question her impulsiveness. Yi Chuxue explains that she observed your rapid cultivation breakthrough. Being from the same Demon Sect, she did not wish to lag behind. Hearing her words leaves you momentarily at a loss for a response. You merely advise her to be more cautious next time, for not every occasion comes with the salvation of the yin-yang sacred fruit. Soon, Yi Chuxue realizes that her cultivation has now broken through to the transformation realm. As you watch Yi Chuxue's excited expression, you find it difficult to share in her joy. You cannot forget the chilling gaze you witnessed during her breakthrough. So, what exactly was that? A mysterious worm?